Yangon year 547, December 25th. On the southern border of the state of Qi, in Kuhai County, the slanting sun over the western hills cast one last glance across the scrubland and sank away. Night fell in its wake. Wind swept up snow like salt and flung it across the sky, settling on the wild slopes and bare branches, cloaking them in white. The world turned silver, vast, and forlorn. Before long, the snow had piled into a thick blanket. Then the flakes swelled into goose feather snow, whirling in the wind and driving what little starlight there was toward some unknowable beyond. Farther south of the county seat, on the path that led to a small river in the deep woods, a figure slowly came into view. He was struggling to drag something through the snow, heading toward town, a long furrow trailing behind him. He was a young man, clean-cut features, a resolute look, but his skin had a waxy, sallow cast. 21, maybe 22. He had a deerskin thrown over his shoulders, stuffed with ragged scraps and dry grass. Bulky as it made him seem, that makeshift thick coat was no match for a storm like this. In truth, his lips were already a bluish purple. Up close you would have seen him shaking nonstop, the exposed patches of skin beginning to crack. He was dragging a small wooden handcart, and on it lay a woman barely clinging to life. Her body was laced with knife wounds, the blood a shocking sight. Her clothes were paper-thin, useless against the cold. It was the dead of winter in. He stopped for the third time, crouching beside the woman and leaning in close to her chest, when suddenly, the badly injured woman opened her eyes and fixed a cold, emotionless stare on him. The young man felt her gaze, but didn't flinch. Without changing his expression, he said coolly, "You'd better not get the wrong idea. If you think I'm trying to take advantage of you, I'll just leave you here. We don't know each other. I'm risking this blizzard to save you. It's a big favor. If you're going to assume the worst of me, then I'll leave you buried in this snow for 3 months." The woman remained silent, saying nothing. He then held up his hands, red, stiff, and covered with frostbite for her to see, and spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. "My hands are already numb. I can't even feel your breath anymore. You wouldn't make a sound and had your eyes closed, so I had to watch your chest to see if you were still alive. We still have at least 5 li to go. The mountain path is buried in snow, and it's hell to walk. I'm not dragging a corpse back with me." After a long silence, the woman finally spoke weakly, her voice raspy and barely above a whisper, like a dying person asks, "Where are we going?" Surprised that she could still speak, the young man quickly pulled the wooden sled along, pushing forward through the storm. As he walked, he continued, "To a broken-down temple about a mile outside the county town. It's freezing there. The wind whistles through the cracks in the walls and the broken tiles, but at least the snow won't get in. Last month, I nagged Zhang the hunter for a long time by his doorstep, and he finally agreed to let me use the wooden hunting shack outside the town for the winter. His words were harsh, but it basically saved my life. Otherwise, once I burned up all the firewood in that temple, I'd have frozen to death in this snowstorm from Qi Kingdom. I'll drop you off at the temple first, and then I need to go find him for the key." He paused for a moment, his tone firm and leaving no room for argument, as he added, "I can't get you up to the treehouse. In this wind and snow, I don't have the strength to haul you up there. Stay in that ruined shrine for now. I'll come back in the morning. If you can hang on. If you can't, I'll just find a patch of ground and bury you. Call it me having done my duty." The woman was silent in the storm for a long time. Only when the outline of the little ruined shrine showed in the distance did she speak, weakly. "What is your name?" The young man hesitated, his voice a little muffled as he answered. "My name is Wen Chaosheng." She asked again, "Where's your home?" Panting, Wen Chaosheng answered as he dragged her along. "I'm not from Qi. I'm a displaced drifter, no papers here. Most of the time they won't let me into the county seat. I usually stay in a ruined shrine outside the walls. What would even count as home?" She stared at Wen Chaosheng's back, eyes narrowed, drifting in and out. In the end, she closed her eyes and fell silent. Wen Chaosheng hauled her into the ruined shrine. Snow covered them both. They looked like 2 snowmen. The place was just as he said. It could keep out the snow, but not the bitter wind. The snowy night stretched on and on. The wind was already like a knife. If it kept up all night, it could really kill. He tugged her off the handcart and settled her behind a half-toppled stone idol, where the wind was weaker. Seeing her passed out, he pulled a few armfuls of dry straw from the corner. Dust, and ash be damned, he spread it over her. That's all there is. Take care of yourself. As soon as he said it, he glanced at the gaps between the exposed bricks in the corner, hesitated a moment, then turned and left. Outside it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The wind and snow were raging. The cold seemed to spear through the whiteness of the snow into the night, straight to the bone. When Xiaoxing clenched his teeth, ignored the split-open cuts on his hands, and plunged headlong into the storm. In the 3 years since he crossed over into this realm, he had nothing he didn't even have the status of a subject of the Qi Kingdom. Branded a vagrant and driven out of the county seat, he and others like him were barred from entering whenever the Yamen had men on duty. Only on the 3rd day of each month were they allowed in once to go to the Yamen and apply to be registered as subjects of Qi. Kuhai County was, after all, a small border county. By Qi law, there was a yearly cap on how many outsiders could be taken in, and most of those slots were snapped up by non-locals. Slip a bit of silver across the table, and the county magistrate would turn a blind eye. But when Xiaoxing was a vagrant who crossed over with not a copper to his name, he owned nothing. Bribe a Yamen runner? He couldn't even come up with a crust of bread or a single grain of rice. Where was he supposed to get money? As expected, he wound up pushed outside the city walls, unable to set foot past the gate on ordinary days. Later, when Xiaoxing went to the county office like clockwork every month to petition, hoping to wring a Qi subject's status out of the magistrate, each time he hit a wall and came back empty-handed. Eventually, the magistrate got sick of being hounded and laid the terms out to his face. 10 taels of silver. If when Xiaoxing could scrape together 10 taels, the magistrate would grant him legal status as a subject of Qi, assign him a place to live in Kuhai County, and let him farm like ordinary folk, working from sunrise to sunset. Otherwise, he could survive 3 more years as a vagrant if he was still alive after that. Then so the magistrate said it would be heaven's will, and he would grant him Qi status anyway. 10 taels was a fantasy. He was a vagrant even in a backwater like Kuhai County. Unless you were well off, you couldn't lay hands on even 5 taels. For 3 years, just staying alive had been gruelingly hard. In that bitter winter of heavy snow 3 years ago, it was an old black dog from the county that led the near-frozen Wen Xiaoxing to a ruined temple hidden among dead grass and dead twigs. The dog even shared half a bowl of leftover gruel with him. Only because of that did Wen Xiaoxing just barely make it through that night of wind and snow. Years ago, the old black dog's master went into the mountains to find a life-saving herb for his bedridden mother. Later they said he'd run into a tiger, and he never came back. After that, every day the big black dog would run to that familiar hill outside the county seat to wait for him. Wind and snow couldn't keep it away. That ruined shrine stood right beside the path the big black dog always took. By his count, the 3 years were up. On the 3rd of next month, he could get his hands on identity papers as a citizen of Qi from the magistrate of Kuhai County, and finally leave behind the grinding days of scrambling just to live. What mattered most now was staying alive through this sudden, terrifying blizzard. However hard the road, he had to grit his teeth and keep going. When Xiaoxing knew there was no way back, he pushed into the blinding wind and snow, stamping out a string of smeared footprints. Jaw clenched, he forced himself on until he reached Qingtian Pass, just east of the county seat's southern edge, the small cabin where that white-haired household lived. The cabin's windows were sealed tight with animal hides. No glimmer of lamplight showed he couldn't tell if anyone inside was asleep. When Xiaoxing hammered at the door, and the dull thuds were quickly swallowed by the storm. Thud, thud, thud. After several knocks, the frost-rimed wooden door finally opened. It creaked, and a dark, deeply wrinkled face appeared behind it. Zhang the hunter. He shot Wen Xiaoxing a cold look and barked. Do you have any idea what time it is? Go to bed and stop waking everyone up. Before Wen Xiaoxing could speak, Zhang the hunter tossed a piece of dark blue cloth at him. There was a key wrapped in it. He barely got the first word out before the door slammed shut. Staring at the closed door, he didn't hesitate either. He turned and headed into the distant darkness. He had only taken a few steps when, inside the dimly lit room, the silver-haired old woman lying on the bed spoke up. Old Zhang, don't be so harsh. That kid might not be a bad sort. He has been knocked around for 3 years, and you haven't seen him steal from anyone besides. That treehouse is sitting empty anyway, it's not hurting anything. Zhang the hunter stoked the fire under the stone bed and didn't answer her. He just swore, full of heat. God damn it. The snow is coming down hard, just like that. By tomorrow the mountain LL be closed, and there LL be no hunting to be had. I'll have to take a pickaxe down to the thin ice on Stone River, chip at it, maybe get lucky and haul in 2 fish, boil a pot of fish soup. The old woman knew her man's temperament, so she went on, I know you're hurting inside. Times really are rough right now. But Chaoxing said a few days ago the 3-year deal he made with the county magistrate is almost up. Once he is a citizen of Qi and registered with the authorities, they LL probably grant him a bit of land. He can stand on his own, then maybe even run a few errands for us. Old Zhang whipped his head around, fixed his gaze on the old woman lying on the bed, and said, tight and fast, 3-year deal? Bullshit. What the hell does Magistrate Lu Jinshe amount to? Who still believes in that so-called 3-year promise? Besides that dumb kid outside the door, you're the only one who does. He's got no silver. How is he supposed to get a refugee admitted into the county? What a joke. Huh. He spat into the coals. The dull sound made your skin crawl. Just you wait. That fool outside won't make it through this winter. If I were 10 years younger, maybe I could pull him up. But now we're like a clay statue trying to cross a river barely holding together. We have to look out for ourselves first. The old woman listened to Zhang the hunter's cutting words, stayed quiet for a long while, then asked anyway, what if we move back to the county seat and let him have this place for the winter? Zhang the hunter didn't answer. The firelight threw his age-worn face into sharp relief, shadows rolling through the seams of his wrinkles. The old woman stared at that face and went still in the end. She couldn't find any words. She closed her clouded eyes and let out a long sigh. They moved out because their old place was too far from the mountains where Hunter Zhang did his hunting. When he was young, Hunter Zhang was tough as nails. He could walk for miles in a day without losing his breath. But now they were both past 60, and her bad leg made it hard for her to get around. So he put up a little shack out in the fields, which meant going into the mountains and back saved him at least 6 miles a day. It made hunting and chopping firewood easier, and it let him look after her. Winter roads are hard enough as it is, and this year the wind and snow were far worse than usual. Moving back to the county seat would been as good as signing his wife's death warrant. These last 2 years her leg had hurt badly. She couldn't walk far or go out to the fields anymore, and she relied on Hunter Zhang for everything. Times were tough, and whenever she heard the soft hiss of snow outside, she couldn't help thinking of the son who'd gone off to the army back then, burying her head under the covers with a sigh. By now, when Chaoxing had finally inched his way to the treehouse, his hands had almost lost all feeling. Luckily, Hunter Zhang had left a wooden ladder there. If it were like before, when there was only a rope dangling down, he might not have been able to climb up. He used the last of his strength to reach the door, carefully fished out the key, opened up, slipped inside, and locked it behind him. With the door shut, the wind and snow outside were cut off in an instant. When Chaoxing felt as if he'd come back to life, he groped around in the pitch-dark room for a bit, then suddenly froze, hardly believing his eyes. He felt along the corner again and finally made sure it really was a set of bedding. It was old and threadbare, with several holes in the cover, but to Wen Chaoxing, it was a lifeline. He'd known Hunter Zhang for 3 years. The man had a cool face, but a warm heart. Yet even so, Wen Chaoxing hadn't expected that this rough old fellow would remember to leave a quilt for him in the treehouse. He didn't dare take off his clothes. He only pulled out the dry grass stuffed inside, then wrapped himself in the bedding. Feeling his stiff body slowly loosen, Wen Chaoxing muttered to himself, a little proud. Thank heaven, really. Thank heaven. Who would be thought? I didn't die. I'm still alive. Give it a few more days. By the 3rd of next month, I'll count as a real citizen of Qi. With land, with a place to live, life will naturally start to get better. The more he talked, the more his once low voice climbed. Excitement he could hardly hold back. The smile that had vanished at some point quietly crept back onto his face. But it didn't last long before it slipped away again. When Chaoxing seemed to remember something, a rare edge flashed in his eyes and then faded without a trace. Late into the night, worn out, when Chaoxing finally drifted off. Out in the mountains and wilds there was no rooster-esque crow at daybreak the next morning. He woke with a start to the morning light leaking through the crack in the door. Startled awake, too uncomfortable to care, he stretched his stiff joints, tugged the door open a slit, squinted, and let his eyes adjust to the light outside for a moment. Then went back in and stuffed the dry grass back into his deerskin coat, stashed the key back in the treehouse, and left. Usually only Zhang the hunter came to this treehouse. The door never needed locking, and there was no need to carry the key around. Lose the key outside, and it would only land him in big trouble. Though Qi lies to the south of the Four Kingdoms, summers are hot and winters cold. Once the midwinter snow starts, it doesn't stop easily until the flowers bloom in spring. The weather only grows colder by the day. After leaving the treehouse, Wen Xiaosheng had to hustle for the day's living. With the daylight snow holding off for now, he needed to make the most of the time. But before any of that, he had to swing by the ruined temple to see whether the strange woman he'd picked up in the mountains was still alive. After a heavy snow, the roads turned hard to walk. Luckily, the treehouse wasn't far from the ruined temple. In just a few minutes, Wen Xiaosheng was there. His thinking was simple. If the woman was dead, he'd better hurry and find a place to bury her. It was the dead of winter, not spring or summer. Whatever trouble the woman came with, he'd just dig a hole and put her in. After one good snowfall, every trace would be gone. The only reason he had saved this scarred, odd-looking woman was that, seeing her so badly hurt, yet still breathing, he was reminded that he too was hanging on in the same brutal way, and pity stirred in him. Wen Xiaosheng always felt he could die any day tomorrow. The day after an illness or an accident could carry him off. There was no shortage of practitioners in the world, drawing in the breath of heaven and earth and hardening bone and sinew. Maybe they couldn't ride the wind or pluck the stars, but their power was beyond ordinary folk. All of that, though, was far removed from Wen Xiaosheng. He neither dared imagine it, nor could he. The only thing he could think to do was to stay alive. Precisely because he was small and weak, he revered life all the more. Once inside the ruined temple, Wen Xiaosheng pushed aside the weeds behind the stone idol, ready to collect the woman's body. As far as he was concerned, there was no way this woman could live, and she shouldn't go on living. But the instant he swept the weeds aside, what met his eyes was a gaze as cold and indifferent as ice. Through a night of wind and nigh, the terrible flash of killing intent in the woman's eyes flickered and vanished. She slipped back into the vacant look she'd worn last night, her expression heavy, her face drained of life. "I'm starting to regret saving you," Wen Xiaosheng said bluntly. "Those are all knife wounds on you. I don't run with the rough crowd, but I can tell those cuts weren't made by the same blade. People like you, trouble sticks to you, and big trouble." She didn't respond. Her breathing was faint, as if she were thinking or just waiting to die. Seeing her like that, Wen Xiaosheng frowned a little and asked, "What's your name?" This time the woman actually lifted her head and looked at him. After a long hesitation, she said, "A Shui." Wen Xiaosheng blinked. "No last name." Her voice was low, almost like she was talking to herself. "I had one once. Then I left it in a city. The city caught fire, burned 7 days and 7 nights. Burned my surname right off me." Wen Xiaosheng didn't entirely understand what she meant, but he knew this much. Either she wasn't right in the head, or there was a story behind her no one knew. Either way, he put it aside for now. If she died, it would actually be simpler for Wen Xiaosheng. Dig a hole in the snow and bury her, and that would be that. He wasn't all that interested in whatever she'd been through. With her still breathing, he had no idea what to do with her. "So what are you planning to do next?" Wen Xiaosheng asked, offhand, meaning he wanted her gone. His rations didn't come easy, especially in winter. One extra mouthful might mean one more day alive, and he wasn't about to share his food with a stranger who turned up out of nowhere. But she wasn't dead. If she stuck around and he refused to feed her, and she died right in front of him, some part of Wen Xiaosheng would feel like it was his fault. He was capable of that. Sure, he'd just end up with a knot he couldn't name lodged in his chest, making him miserable. Right now, the best outcome is for that woman to get the hell out on her own. When asked about it, a Shui's gaze wavered for a long moment before he finally said, a bit blankly, "I'm going back to see my parents." Wen Xiaosheng raised an eyebrow. "In Kuhai County." A Shui gave a slight nod. "What are their names?" "My father's surname is Yun. He's called Yun Zijing. My mother's surname is Go." She called Goyu. Wen Xiaoxing let out a small laugh. Never heard of them. Still, since you're from the state of Qi, if you've got papers you can just go into the county seat and see the magistrate. Only thing is, you don't look like you've got any silver, and knowing Lu Jinshi's temper, I doubt he'll help you with anything. He paused, then said with sudden certainty, no, he absolutely won't help you. Anyway, if you're going, go. The county is probably better than out here. A Shui was lying in a heap of weeds, hair a matted mess, looking even more like a drifter than Wen Xiaoxing. I haven't been back in years. I don't know the roads, and I don't know anyone. Wen Xiaoxing sneered. What good does telling me that do? You think I'd know anyone? Only then did a Shui remember that last night when Xiaoxing had said he was a refugee, not from Qi, and most of the time couldn't even get into a county town. Wen straightened himself, decided his clothes weren't warm enough, stuffed more grass into his deerskin cloak, and got ready to leave. Listen, there is not much to eat out here. Once the winter snow settles in, the wild greens are gone, the little river ice is over with a thick slab. Breaking it is a pain, and even if you sit there all day you might not catch a single fish. If there aren't any fish, I have to eat whatever old dog doles out. But these past 2 years old dog gotten a lot older. This winter especially cold. If I eat too much, I'm afraid old dog won't make it. When he finished, he turned back and summed it up for a Shui again. Bottom line, none of it's for you. If you stay here, you'll die sooner or later. A Shui didn't seem to care much about his own situation. Instead, he asked something completely off topic. Who's old dog? He pointed toward the county seat. In another 2 hours you'll be able to see it. I'm warning you. No matter how hungry you get, don't draw dog beater's attention. Otherwise, I'll fight him to the death. I mean what I say. Ashui kept quiet, shut her eyes, and drifted back to sleep. Wen Xiaoxing didn't have time to waste on her. From the look of it, the snow wouldn't hold off for long. It might start again within half a day, so he needed to find food now. Head south another 1.5 miles, over those rolling snow hummocks, and there's a stone bridge, a thin skin of frost and snow on it, though the marks of age are still plain. This bridge was older than Wen Xiaoxing. Beneath it ran a channel about 11 feet wide, the little river Wen Xiaoxing talked about. But now, after a night of heavy snowfall, the little river was buried, swallowed with the ice into the vast white. Following the markers he left last night, Wen Xiaoxing finally spotted several wooden stakes thrust upright through the ice. He set those stakes on purpose the night before, cutting them from green wood and planting them into the silt on the channel bed to hold. Last night the ice was still thin, putting them in wasn't hard. Now he had to rely on those stakes to break the ice. He felt around inside his deerskin and pulled out an axe, Zhang the hunter's prized tool, an axe and hammer in one. Angling it, he slammed down hard at the seam, where stake met ice. Cracks spidered out at once. It didn't save him much effort, but it cleverly bled off the kickback to the web of his thumb. In this cold, he was neither warm nor well fed. His limbs were often numb. If the recoil hit too hard, that tender spot wouldn't hold up. Split his hand open, and he'd suffer for it all winter. When Xiaoxing hammered at the stake dozens more times, the cracks widened across the ice. He backed up a few steps to safer ground and brought his hammer down for a final blow on the patch crisscrossed with fissures. Crack! The ice gave way, revealing a wide hole. When Xiaoxing stared at the opening and used a stick to feel out how thick the ice was. Not very thick. The water beneath the ice was clear as glass. He squatted beside it for a while and didn't see any fish. He wasn't discouraged. He hadn't come to fish anyway. He'd been living in these parts for 3 years now. No one knew better than he did whether the gully held fish in winter. The fishermen of Kuhai County would head to the Chunsha River up north or Mian Lake to the east, but they rarely bothered with the little gully to the south, because even in spring and summer there were hardly any fish here. Chiseling through the ice was only to check its thickness. What he was after were the hibernating frogs. Ordinary frogs, when they hibernate, like to hide in holes or under thick layers of fallen leaves. The deep cold drives off most of their predators, and they don't easily freeze to death as long as they stay hidden. They can get through the winter. But the frogs here were different. They preferred to hibernate in clusters, packed together in damp soil. Once he fixed the day's search area, Wen Xiaoxing got to work at once. Rumor had it these frogs were poisonous, but once you cooked them through, the poison was gone, and they tasted delicious. They'd become his main food in winter. The trouble was, Kuhai County's land was poor. There were plenty of these frogs, but they were spread out, and on a bad run he might go 2 or 3 days without finding a single one. While when Chaosheng was busy, elsewhere in a ruined temple, a Shui, sleeping on a pile of dry straw, suddenly woke. She lifted her eyes a little and saw a big black dog with a half-bald, mangy coat standing in front of her, a dented, pitted metal box clamped in its jaws, sizing her up as if to make sure she was still alive. The black dog looked odd, wrapped in deerskin the way when Chaosheng had been, tied almost exactly the same. But instead of hay, the hide was stuffed with a few tightly rolled strips of cloth and a tattered pink dress. Ashui stared at the black dog. When it came closer, it sniffed first, set the tin box it was carrying to one side, then backed up a couple of steps. Ashui caught on to what it wanted. She eased the lid open and found some porridge inside, already congealed. The tin looked like it was meant for the dog, but there was no rank stink, just a faint, warm porridge smell. Seeing how clean the rim was, Ashui decided someone had washed it either when Chaosheng or the folks from the county seat who would come by to feed the dogs. The dog had manners. It hadn't touched the food first, leaving the first bite to her. Ashui watched it for a moment, then actually lifted the box, scooped a little porridge into her mouth with her hand. She didn't eat much, and soon set the box back in front of it. With something in her belly, a little strength returned. She leaned against the pedestal of the stone statue, folded her legs under her, closed her eyes, as if drifting off again. Seeing that, the black dog didn't disturb her. It gulped down what was in the box, then carried the tin to a corner of the stone shrine. After that, bracing against the wind and snow, it ran toward a little hill smothered in white in the distance. Before long, its scrawny figure disappeared beyond the hill. By noon the snow had stopped. The sun came out, laying a skin of gold over the mountains, so bright it made you squint. On the far side of the ditch, Hunter Zhang, a grimy old fishing net in hand, walked down to the little channel on the south side. He rubbed his hands as he eyed the ice, picked up his pickaxe, and started chopping. This job wasn't easy. Sturdier than when Chaosheng as he was, age had worn him down. His heart and lungs were weak. The winter wind was cold and bone-dry. Every breath felt like 1,000 needles raking his chest, and he had to work in fits and starts. As for fishing, south of the county seat was no good at all, and Magistrate Lu Jinshi had long since posted his constables and city lowlifes to lock down the rivers to the north and east. Any commoner who wanted to cast a net there had to pay the tax first. Lu Jinshi said the river and the lake were government property, and letting folks use them to feed their families was already a favor. Anyone who poached without paying light punishment was a few dozen strokes with the paddle heavy was being tossed into a cell for a month or 2. When he was young, Hunter Zhang was built solid and quick with his hands. He brought down a vicious wolf and even, all on his own, trapped and killed a tigress. He had a bit of a name around here, and he saved some money. But in the past few years, trying to cure his wife Mi Feng's bad leg, that little nest egg had been picked clean by a pack of quacks and holy frauds. All that was left in the house was some grain they had to keep for the winter. Hunter Zhang knew the magistrate wouldn't give them the time of day, so he didn't bother going there just to be turned away. After he finally pried open the ice on the canal, he tried casting the net, but the motion was rusty. Back and forth he worked until the water he just broke and began to crust over again. His swarthy face didn't change much. The only thing different was his nose, gone bright red in the wind. In Kuhai County, hunters never took fish, something Hunter Zhang's father and grandfather had drilled into him. A hunter was death in the forest. His quarry was always the wary, strong predators, not fish in the water with no way to fight back. But now, Hunter Zhang didn't think about any of that. The ice and snow had quenched the fire of his youth, and bit by bit, reality had crushed the pride he once piled up. Now he had to find a way to weather this unforgiving winter with his wife. Daylight in winter was like water in a bamboo basket, gone in a blink. After a full day working along the drainage ditch, Hunter Zhang was still wavering about whether to go to the county to ask the fishermen for pointers, and the slowly drifting snow had already blurred into the last glow of the setting sun. He raised a hand to shade his eyes and gazed at the low sun in the distance. A nameless confusion rested on his dark, weathered face. After a long while, he seemed to finally accept it when he lowered his head to gather up the mess strewn across the ground. The thin crust of frost on his brows sifted down. He'd come up empty today. The wind moaned. The wind kept sobbing as Hunter Zhang, carrying a pickaxe and a fishing net soaked in icy water, trudged back step by step. The light was fading fast, the wind blowing and grew fiercer, and he ducked his head, trying to keep the snow from stinging his eyes. Just as he was crossing the little stone bridge, he stopped. On the bridge, Hunter Zhang saw another pair of legs. Those tattered pants stuffed with hay and strips of cloth, who else could it be but Wen Qiaosheng? Hunter Zhang turned his head, cut him a sidelong glance, and said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Wen Qiaosheng held a bundle pinched together with a rag in one hand, snow clinging to him in patches, light and heavy, as if he'd been waiting a while. "Waiting for you." Hearing that, the hunter fell silent for a beat before speaking in a gruff voice. "There's nothing to eat today. Go on home." He was just about to leave when Wen Qiaosheng called him back. "I've got something." Wen Qiaosheng offered the cloth bundle. Hunter Zhang stared at it, hesitated, didn't he take it, and asked, "Rabbit or snake?" "Neither." "Frogs." Hunter Zhang flicked his eyes up at him, then turned toward the end of the bridge without looking back. "I may be old, but I'm not about to stoop to eating that." Out in the snow, there was nothing hesitant about the contempt in his voice. Indeed, nobody in Kuhai County touches frog. People here are born repelled by frogs ugly to look at, and the taste is said to be hard to choke down. Besides, the frogs around here are poisonous. Folks take them as bad omens, so of course no one dares eat them. All the same, he was a hunter by trade. Hearing that answer from Hunter Zhang, Wen Qiaosheng spoke up. "These frogs are poisonous, but once you cook them, they're fine. I've eaten them for 3 years. The taste isn't as bad as the rumors meat is meat, more or less." Hunter Zhang ignored him, head down, pushing on through the drifts. As his figure was about to be swallowed by wind and snow, Wen Qiaosheng called again. "If you want to eat them, will Aunt me? She want to either? I remember she's frail. On a day this cold, at least let me cook her a bowl of porridge, all right?" A short ways ahead, Hunter Zhang suddenly stopped. After a long moment, the blurred silhouette slowly came back into focus. He walked up to Wen Qiaosheng in silence, his weather-darkened face carrying a blank, resigned look. Wen Qiaosheng held out the cloth bundle again and said, "You help me, I want to shortchange you. I've cleaned and gutted the frogs for you. Make sure you cook them through. Cook them through. Cook them through. Important things bear repeating." Hunter Zhang fixed Wen Qiaosheng with a long look, finally took the bundle, then plunged back into the snow without a backward glance. After a few steps, he suddenly lifted the bundle high with a snap, sending the snow around him shivering apart. When Qiaosheng understood, it was his way of saying thanks. Far back in the wind and snow, the old hunter's receding figure carried the worn-out grace of a hero long past his prime. A man who, in his youth, could stride alone into the mountains to hunt tigers had now fallen to eating frogs from the mud. When Qiaosheng stared after him for a moment, the cold wind snapped him out of it. He gave himself a shake and, catching the day's last sliver of sunlight, hurried back. A bundle of hay wrapped in deerskin rested in his arms, with 3 frogs inside, frozen stiff. The hay was saturated with the cold that had seeped in from the snow. The paltry warmth of Wen Qiaosheng's body couldn't rouse them from hibernation. They had no idea they were headed for the pot. Back at the ruined temple, Wen Qiaosheng hauled in a few bundles of firewood, sparked a fire with the flint he'd stashed and some dry grass, then dragged over a battered pot, tossed in a few chunks of snow, and set it on the rough stone hearth he'd built. Once the snow melted, he tossed the 3 frogs from his arms into the water. Just then, something snagged at the edge of his vision. He went around to look. Beside the base of the stone statue were several bundles of split firewood, and a jolt ran through him. A moment later, a thought struck him, and he went to the temple's northeast corner to crouch and check. There should have been a sharp wood-cutting knife, polished to a gleam, tucked into the gap between the bricks. Now it was gone. A chill went through him. He was reaching out to feel for it when the soft patter of footsteps sounded behind him. He turned. It was a Shui. A Shui's thin frame was dusted white with snow. She favored her right leg. In her left arm, she cradled a bundle of split firewood, and in her right, she held the sharp chopping knife that ought to have been hidden in the crack of the wall. With a clatter, Shui flicked him a cool glance, shuffled over to the fire, dropped the bundle on the ground, and sat cross-legged. Wen Xiaoxing sat by the fire too, but his eyes stayed fixed on the knife in her hand. Flames danced along its edge, throwing off a dangerous light, as if a buried urge to kill were stirring. Was it you who stashed this knife there? Shui looked at Wen Xiaoxing as she asked, stray strands of hair lying loose across her face. Her looks were plain, but there was a boldness in her brow you didn't often see in women, and it lent her a strange kind of allure. When Xiaoxing kept his eyes on the blade, the flicker of the firelight made his eyelids twitch. Helping yourself to other people's things has never been a good habit. Hearing Shui, he flipped the knife around and offered the hilt to Wen Xiaoxing. Wen Xiaoxing took it and, by the firelight, studied the edge. His eyes went dim, as if something was turning over in his mind. Shui said, "You're hiding a blade that can kill. Who are you planning to kill?" Wen Xiaoxing gave a frosty laugh and shot back, "It's just a chopping knife for firewood. How would you use it to kill anyone?" Shui answered evenly, "A regular chopping knife wouldn't be honed this sharp. The thinner the edge, the worse it is for splitting wood, and besides, I can smell murder on that blade." Wen Xiaoxing fell silent, still staring at the edge. When the water in the pot came to a boil, he set the knife down, grabbed a wooden stick from beside him, stepped outside to rinse it off with snow, then dropped it into the pot and stirred. As white steam billowed up, a rich aroma spread at once. "Aren't you going to look for your parents? Why are you still hanging around here?" Wen Xiaoxing asked. He'd already buried her line of talk out in the snow, letting it vanish into the blank white, and Shui didn't press him about the knife. She only said, "The Yamen runners won't let me in." Wen Xiaoxing looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "You ended up a refugee too? Wasn't he before?" Shui said. "Now I am." Wen Xiao pulled a chipped bowl from the dry grass by the wall, ladled himself a bowl of soup, blew on it twice, and drank slowly. "How interesting. With the wind howling that hard outside all night, and it still didn't blow you away. Looks like you're no ordinary person. That chopping knife in the crack of the wall, I hone it every now and then. It's sharp as sin. Take it with you. The two constables guarding the county gate probably won't be able to stop you." Shui didn't spare the knife another glance and said, almost to herself, "I haven't been back in over a decade. Now that I finally am, I don't want to carry blood debts home." When Xiaoxing finished the bowl of soup, warmth seeped through him. He could feel hot currents surging in his veins. He leaned against the base of a crumbling stone statue and handed the bowl to Shui. "You're in luck. I caught 8 frogs today, gave Hunter Zhang 5. Still have 3 left. It's snowing hard out there. This bowl of frog soup will be enough to fill us up tonight." Shui didn't bat an eye. She ladled herself a bowl of hot soup, steadied it, and drank. Beside her, when Xiaoxing warmed up and his tongue loosened, he asked, "Your father's last name is Yun. By rights yours should be Yin too. Why aren't you called Yin Shui?" Shui shook her head. "I take neither my father's name nor my mother's." When Xiaoxing frowned, "Why?" Shui lifted her eyes, gave him a glance, her voice calm and deep as a dead lake. "Anyone who asks about that dies." When remembered the way she'd opened her eyes that morning and knew she wasn't joking, he shook his head and said, "Then I don't want to know. Not worth throwing away my life for a secret." Shui took another sip of soup and explained, "You're not wrong about one thing. I do have trouble big enough to crush me. Some words hang over me like a blade say them, and who knows which day I'll end up dead. So the less you know, the safer you are. Your luck's rotten, but you're a decent man. I don't want to drag you down." Then something seemed to occur to her. Her gaze flickered. She set the bowl down and said, "A Yamen runner from the county told me today that on the 3rd of every month, refugees can go to the county office to apply to be citizens of Qi. You've had it rough out here. Why haven't you gone into town?" When Xiaoxing fell silent for a moment, then said, "Next month." Shui watched the slight ripple in his face, her tone lifting a notch. "You didn't go this month?" "I did. Last month. That too I've gone these past 3 months." Shui gripped the wooden stick and stirred the frog soup lightly, and said, slow and steady, "Then I know who you're planning to kill." When Xiaoxing looked at the woman stirring the pot, smiled, half doubtful, and asked, "Who am I going to kill?" Shui watched the soup roil in the pot. He let out a soft breath, but his voice cracked like thunder. "You're going to kill the magistrate of Kuhai County." When Xiaoxing heard him, and the smile drained from his face, the spark in his eyes churned into a cold, murderous chill. A Shui ladled another bowl of soup and set it steady in front of Wen Xiaoxing. His index finger tapped the rim, one crisp note that snapped one out of his daze. "Why do you want to kill him?" Wen Xiaoxing stared into the bowl, took it, and knocked back 2 mouthfuls. Heat tore down his chest and gut at once. After a long silence, he slowly told a Shui about the 3-year pact between him and the magistrate. When he finished, Wen lowered his head, a calm like never before icing over his voice. "Every time I go to the yamen, those runners look at me like I'm a mud on the curb, mocking, contemptuous, with that smug amusement you get from laughing at a fool. If that's how I came into this world, I have to accept it. I've scraped by outside the county seat for 3 years. There's no hardship. I haven tea, tasted, ate dog food, gnawed tree bark, caught bugs, even chewed earthworms." He lifted his head then and flashed a Shui a grin. "You've never eaten those, have you? The moment it hits your tongue, it's nothing but the rank stink from the deepest part of the dirt. Even stray cats and dogs can't stomach it. But I ate them, and not a few. These 3 years, I've lived lower than a dog. Sometimes I think maybe I really am one. More than once I felt I couldn't keep going. Thought about ending it, but I couldn't resign myself. I know Lu Jinshi made that 3-year pact just to get me off his back, any excuse to put me off. But people have to hold on to hope. Especially someone like me, with a rotten fate, needs that bit of expectation. Hope is the most precious thing we have. It matters more than anything. I don't want to be a dog. If there's even the smallest chance to live like a person, I'll seize it and never let go." Sui's face flickered briefly in the firelight. His eyes shifted slightly, like ripples on still water. "If that's the case, why bother sharpening the knife at all?" Wen Xiaoxing kept his head down as he fed more firewood into the flames, his movements crisp, decisive, even ruthless. "These past 3 years of wind and frost have left their mark on me. I've just barely held on thanks to my youth. But if this continues, I don't think I can last much longer. The 3-year promise is almost due. If he breaks it," he tightened his grip on the knife, "I'll fight him to the death with this blade. One rotten life for a good one doesn't seem like a bad trade." He locked eyes with Sui as he said this, the firelight burning brighter, fiercer in his pupils. For the first time ever, Wen looked completely serious. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "These past 3 years, I've been living like a stray dog. Before I die, I just want to be a real man once." The last few words tore from his mouth like a blade sinking into his chest. Sui bit his lip and froze for a long moment. Then, without another glance at Wen, he turned his gaze outward to the swirling snow. His eyes reflected the wind-driven flakes, one after another, as he murmured, "Kuhai County's supposed to be prosperous. Yet the local magistrate, the so-called shepherd of the people, looks down on even a wandering beggar. Truly despicable." Wen picked up 2 dry twigs from the ground and used them to lift a roasted frog. Slowly, he began to eat. The frog meat was soft and tender. No seasoning at all, yet it tasted like the freshest delicacy in the snow-covered night. "I really never thought I'd hear someone say Kuhai County is prosperous." His voice came out halting, barely audible. "Probably the only one with real wealth is Magistrate Lu Jinshi himself. As for the common folk, many are barely scraping by anymore. Take that hunter from the west side of town, Zhang. More than a decade ago, he was the most famous hunter in Kuhai, single-handedly took down a tiger, legendary stuff. Things people wouldn't even dream of in their wildest dreams. Now look at him, someone like that ended up just like me, crouched in the mud eating frogs." A faint glimmer flickered deep in Sui's eyes. His voice grew slightly urgent. "Kuhai County had fair weather and steady law and order, people living and working in peace. How could this be?" Wen Xiaoxing crunched the frog bones to bits and swallowed. "Where did you hear that?" Ashui parted his lips, then shut them. After a moment of silence, he said, "A friend told me." Wen Xiaoxing smiled. "Then you'd better keep your distance from that friend. He's full of lies. If he sold you out, you probably wouldn't even know it." Ashui's face didn't change, but he seemed lost in thought. When Wen Xiaoxing finished the 2 frogs in the pot, Ashui stood, walked out of the ruined temple, and used the snow on the steps to wipe his hands. "I left you one to make soup with. I'm heading back." Something occurred to Ashui, and he asked offhand, "That torn garment on the black dog, did you make it?" Without turning, Wen Xiaosheng let his voice fade as he walked away. "Back then, Lord Dog brought me here. It saved my life. I can't just watch it freeze to death in the snow. So by that reckoning, you were saved by Lord Dog too." Ashui watched Wen Xiaosheng's dark silhouette disappear into the swirling snow and the night. He stood there a moment, dazed, then ladled himself another bowl of soup and drank it slowly. The snow was still falling the next day. With the bedding the old hunter had left, Wen Xiaosheng had made it through another night. At first light, he left the treehouse, planning to try his luck again by the ditch. When he crossed the little stone bridge again, he spotted a dark figure. As he drew closer, he saw it was the old hunter. The old hunter was crusted with frost, like he'd been waiting on the bridge for quite a while. Beside him were a few common digging tools. They met each other's gaze. When Xiaosheng asked, "Did Aunt Me eat anything unusual last night?" The old hunter grunted vaguely and stared at Wen Xiaosheng, like he had something to say. His lips pressed together, but no words came. Seeing him like that, Wen Xiaosheng understood. The old hunter wanted to rope him into digging for frogs, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask. It felt a little humiliating. Among the hunters of Kuhai County, Hunter Zhang was top tier. He'd ridden high for most of his life, with plenty to show for it, and a lot of younger men took him as a model. Yet now he had to learn from a refugee how to catch frogs to eat. He'd truly fallen on hard times. Doing something like that was like tossing the pride and dignity he'd built over decades onto the ground. When Chaos Hin never doubted this. Hunter Zhang was a fiercely proud man. The only person who could make him bow and compromise was the wife who'd been at his side for most of his life. "It's snowing today. Don't get your hopes up. These things aren't as easy to find as you think. I used to go 2 or 3 days without finding a single frog to eat, but with 2 people, it might go a little better." When Chaos Hen let a tight-lipped Hunter Zhang out to look for frogs and, all at once, taught him the tricks and the heart of the craft. This man wasn't just anybody. He was more like an old hand with a bloodhound's nose. Even at his age, the skills etched into his bones didn't just disappear. Thanks to the old hunter pitching in, the two of them managed to cover 3 times the ground. Their efficiency picked up, and after no small effort, they dug up 12 frogs. Though luck wasn't as good as yesterday, they actually ended up with a bigger haul this time. At sunset, Hunter Zhang's dark, weather-beaten face, creased by wind and frost, for once looked almost spry. He counted the frogs in his snakeskin bag 3 times over, then pulled out half to give Wen Chaos Hen, only for one to take just 4. In fact, one had found only 3 today. The rest were all dug up by Hunter Zhang. Wen Xiaosheng didn't know whether this was like fishing, where beginners got some kind of protection. Zhang the hunter, after all, had spent decades hunting. His skills and eyesight were far beyond what one could match. In the end, Wen didn't accept the 2 frogs Zhang insisted on giving him. He simply told the old hunter to eat sparingly, not to expect to dig up frogs every day, and to bury them in the snow if there was no food. "They'll wake up from hibernation when it gets warmer," he added. After parting ways, Wen returned to the ruined temple. Today, Ashui wasn't around. No one knew whether she had left for good or gone to the county town. The moment she disappeared, the broken-down temple fell back into its usual silence. Wen exhaled in relief. Like always, he made a pot of frog soup. During the meal, he even went to the corner of the temple to check the chopping axe, worn smooth and shiny from use, still lay exactly where it had been. After finishing his meal, Wen sat there, counting the days on his fingers, staring out at the snowfall and muttering to himself. Year end is coming soon. 1,000 years ago, this world had only one dynasty. But when Emperor Chuanxiu Yuan died, the empire fractured into 4 warring states: Nanxi, Beiyin, Dongzhou, and Xichen. To unify the land, the 4 nations fought without end, neither side willing to yield. It wasn't until over 500 years ago that cultivators of the heavenly human realm from all 4 nations joined forces, ending the endless wars. The 4 kings signed a pact, agreeing on the era named Yangon. Only then did the bloodshed finally cease. Sometimes, when Xiaosheng found himself thinking that perhaps, if he had lived in those chaotic, war-torn times, he might have had more dignity than he did now. After eating, he returned to his treehouse. For the next 4 days, he didn't see Ashui again. One considered this a good thing. It meant either that Ashui had found her family or that she had left for good. Either way, she was gone, and with her, the trouble she brought. He wouldn't have to share his precious, limited food with that dangerous woman of unknown origins anymore. The wind and snow howled even harder and colder on New Year's Eve. When Xiaoxing was out near the county town just to catch the sound of a few firecrackers ringing in the new year, but on the way back, he nearly froze to death. When he finally stumbled into the ruined temple and managed to light a fire, his legs shook uncontrollably. It took 3 bowls of hot soup before he finally began to warm up. Once he was warm again, he leaned back against a stone statue, letting his mind rehearse the confrontation he'd have with County Magistrate Lu Jin the next month, how he'd demand his identity papers. And if Lu refused, how he'd have to kill him. Would it be a horizontal slash or a vertical one? 2 cuts or 3? Throat or belly? He had to plan every detail. Though he'd never killed a man before, he understood that life and death often hinged on a split second. Lu Jin would have plenty of sycophantic guards nearby. If he hesitated even once, the chance might be gone forever. So deep in thought was he that he didn't notice the sound of footsteps growing clearer through the wind and snow behind him. It wasn't until a crisp, clear female voice broke the silence that he snapped out of his daydream. "Xiaoxing, are you in here?" When Xiaoxing turned his head and saw a small, delicate girl standing at the temple entrance. She wore a red woolen outfit, wrapped in a sheepskin blanket. Her lips were pressed together, her pretty little face pale from the cold and wind. But the moment she spotted him, her eyes lit up and she broke into a grin, running over to sit by the fire behind the statue. When she spread out the sheepskin blanket, snow scattered across the floor but quickly melted in the fire's glow. "It's New Year's today. What are you doing here?" He looked at the girl across the fire, asking in surprise. She placed a basket of food in front of him, rubbing her cold hands together, her face slightly shy and innocent as she murmured, "Yeah, it's the new year. My mom gave everyone the day off and even treated me and my sisters to some braised pork. So I snuck out a little to bring it here." She locked onto Wen Xiaoxing's eyes, bright as fireworks, and got so nervous she forgot what she meant to say. A flush pressed up into her little face. She finally drew a deep breath, glanced aside, spread her soft, pale hands, and, speaking to the food basket instead of him, said, "Anyway, my treat." In Kuhai County, there was a place called the Mandarin Duck House, one of the town's 2 remaining red light lanes, over on the east side. Besides offering certain special services to the county's moneyed folk, they served fine food, and wine storytellers often came to spin their bits, and self-styled scholars showed up to recite poems and trade couplets. Even if the talk was all hot air, as long as a hand came up with a bit of broken silver or a few strings of copper cash, the girls dolled up and blooming would light up with smiles and clap in delight. On top of that, the Mandarin Duck House had something unusual. There was a zither player. Players weren't rare in general, but Kuhai County sat on the southern borderlands of the Kingdom of Qi. The soil was thin, the roads treacherous. Getting to any prosperous town meant winding past ridge after ridge, with drifters and hard-bitten bandits lurking to rob you. So aside from trade caravans, almost nobody came out this way. Because of that, this musician was especially precious, bringing a singular pleasure to a desolate corner the king's favor barely reached. And that musician was Si Xiaohong. When she was little, her parents died in a great drought. On the verge of starving in the street, she was taken in by Song Chen-nan, the proprietor of the Mandarin Duck House. At first, she only chopped wood and cooked in the back courtyard, but later Song Chen-nan happened to discover she had a natural ear for music. Seeing she was pitiful and hardworking, he shelled out for a cheap guqin and gave it to her. From then on, once her chores were done, Si Xiaohong would sit and practice the guqin. She had no renowned teacher, but felt her way into the art on her own, and within a few years became the only zither player in that wild, outlying county. She had just turned 16 this year, and her meeting with Wen Xiaoxing was pure chance. 2 months ago, when Magistrate Lu Jinshi turned 50, the west side's Xylan House and the east side's Yuanyang House both scrambled to show up and offer their congratulations. No one was going to pass up a chance to get in front of the county magistrate. Future connections and fortunes were on the line, and both houses were run ragged over it. Si Xiaohong had never seen anything like it. Shidi meant to compose a new piece for the occasion, but the pressure tied her in knots, and the more she practiced, the more frantic she got. It kept her up all night. She was the only Qin player in the county in all of Kuhai County. No one but her understood music, and there was no one she could talk to. So on a bright, sunny day, she took her Guqin and went alone to the outskirts south of the county seat, hoping the mountains and water would settle her heart. That's where she ran into Wen Chaosheng, who was out chopping firewood. Did Wen Chaosheng know music theory? Not really. But before he woke up in this world, he soaked up a lot of music, sad, joyful, rousing, serene. All kinds of melodies were etched into his mind. Once he understood what was bothering her, he hummed a few light, lively tunes along the lines she described. After she'd gotten them in her ear, she took her Guqin and arranged and adapted them. That piece carried her and Yuanyang House smoothly through Lu Jinshi's birthday banquet, and it made Si Xiaohong shine that day. Now the bowl of red braised pork she brought was a thank you gift for the tune he taught her 2 months ago. Watching the girl's nervous fidgeting, Wen Chaosheng opened the food basket. The braised pork inside had already gone cold and congealed. No matter a spell in the steamer would soften it right up. While the meat was steaming, Wen Chaosheng asked her, "Is everyone in town setting off fireworks?" Si Xiaohong nodded. "Yeah, it's New Year's. Yuanyang House is closed for the holiday. The bigwigs in town hired people to set off a ton of fireworks, and everyone's gathered around the lotus pond. The magistrate himself is there. It's really lively. Touch a spark, and the black sky explodes into 1,000 stars." She finished, looked at the dazed Wen Chaosheng, and offered an idea. "With the wind and snow raging outside and the new year upon us, the Yamen runners have all knocked off early. If you want to go take a look, Brother Chaosheng, we can slip in later, no one will notice." She heard bits and pieces about Wen Chaosheng. Rumors about him drifted along the county streets from time to time, and the last time they discussed tunes outside the county, Wen Chaosheng had chatted with her a little. Wen Chaosheng didn't answer Si Xiaohong directly. Instead, he asked, "Xiaohong, want a little more to eat?" Si Xiaohong waved her hand and said, "No need, Brother Chaosheng. I've already eaten quite enough tonight." As she spoke, she glanced at the frogs simmering in the pot, leaned in to sniff, wrinkled her nose, and let out a little "huh?" "One of the older girls at the Mandarin Duck House told me those frogs buried in mud pits are pretty tasty." I didn't expect it to be true. Wen Chaosheng looked a bit surprised. People in the county actually eat this sort of thing? In the firelight, the delicate little face of Si Xiaohong slowly grew rosy again. Most people don't, but that older sister loves to cook and likes making odd dishes. She even deep-fried a dozen red centipedes they caught, and dipped them in sauce scared the girls half to death. Wen Chaosheng couldn't help but laugh. Once the meat was brought out, he polished off the red braised pork and rice right in front of Si Xiaohong, then ladled himself a bowl of hot soup and gulped it down. It was the first time he'd ever eaten his fill, and he wasn't quite used to it. Once warmth seeped through him, he called across the fire to Si Xiaohong, "It's getting late, Xiaohong. Let us head back to the county seat." Si Xiaohong answered softly. He didn't rush to eat the frogs in the pot. When he stood, he added a few sticks of firewood to make sure the flame wouldn't die anytime soon, then picked up the food basket Si Xiaohong had brought. With Si Xiaohong bundled back up in her wool blanket, the two of them stepped out into the driving snow. The wind and snow whipped harder and harder, and before long they were like two little mounds, one tall, one short, one behind the other, wobbling under the starlight as they tramped through the deep drifts, the snow squeaking underfoot. The ruined temple was barely a third of a mile from the county town, much closer. In the distance, the sky burst into brilliant fireworks, and even the applause seemed to roll across the heavens. Si Xiaohong let out an excited cry, stuck out her little hand, red from the cold, and patted Wen Chaosheng on the back, trying to get him to look at those fleeting specks of color far above. But her foot slipped when had only just turned when she went down. She lifted her head and her small face was instantly sheeted with snow, like a ghost. Luckily the snow was deep, she didn't hurt herself. Wen Chaosheng stooped and, with effort, hauled Si Xiaohong out of the drift, then wrapped the sheepskin blanket back around her, now powdered white. The girl went quiet, lips twisted, picking her way with care. When they reached the outskirts of the county town, sure enough, there were no guards. The city gate stood open, just a modest gap. Si Xiaohong pointed at it, turned to Wen Chaosheng with a smile, and said, "See? Everyone's gone." Wen didn't he answer. He only handed the food basket back to her and said softly, "The snow is coming down hard. You should head back." Her smile faltered. Looking at Wen Chaosheng, snow from head to toe, she asked, "Chaosheng, aren't you going to watch the fireworks?" Wen said, "No." She pressed, "Then are you still?" His voice was low. "The snow is heavy. I'll walk you back." With that, he gave Si Xiaohong a quick wave, turned, and headed back without once looking over his shoulder. All the back and forth had left his legs and feet so cold they were nearly numb, and that was no small matter. Frostbite to the skin might mend, but if the cold ate deeper, he could end up partially paralyzed. Go watch fireworks? Humph. However grand the revelry, what did it have to do with someone like him, a displaced man? Those legs had to be kept safe. If he could pledge himself to the state of Qi, they'd be worth a lot down the line. If that didn't work out, killing County Magistrate Lu Jinsher would still serve a purpose. Si Xiaohong stood at the county gate, wrapped in a sheepskin blanket, watching Wen Chaosheng's figure fade into the wind and snow. She pressed her lips together and stared for a long time. The white blur swallowed her sight. She'd lost the figure in the distance ages ago, but she still refused to leave. Only when the cold became unbearable did she drop her gaze, stamp her feet, and turn back toward the city. Author's note: just a heads up, this book is about 20,000 words so far. I've already applied for a contract. Once it's approved, regular updates will resume. I'm slammed these days, so I can only put out one chapter a day. Feel free to set it aside and come back later, or just skim as you like. Why do they call you Xiaohong? Because my mom said the humbler the name, the tougher you'll survive, but I'm a girl, it couldn't be too crude. Gotta leave me a little dignity. Chaosheng, are you really a spy from some foreign country? Who told you that? Just the neighbors gossiping. They say it came from the magistrate's office. So which country do you think I'm spying for? I think you don't seem like a spy. Why is that? If you really were one, Lu Jinsher would have been itching to haul you in by now. Haha. Fair point. Makes sense. Oh, right, Xiaohong. Don't say Lu Jinsher in front of people. When they call him the county magistrate, you call him the county magistrate too. Chaosheng, that little tune you hummed just now, could you hum it again? In the ruined temple, when Chaosheng stared at the boiling water in the pot, on its surface rose the image of him and Si Xiaohong sitting on the little stone bridge earlier. He drifted. Among the few memories he had that felt light, Si Xiaohong was like a stone suddenly thrown into water, swift and unexpected. When he was with her, when Chaosheng could, for a while, forget how heavy reality was. Tonight was colder than usual, yet when Chaosheng chose to linger in the crumbling temple for another half hour, only when the snow melt and the pot boiled dry and the firewood collapsed to ash did he use 2 withered twigs, like chopsticks, to lift the frog now nearly boiled to mush and eat it slowly. That lingering half hour of savoring was a courtesy he reserved specifically for Si Xiaohong, not for that bowl of braised pork, nor for the zither music he'd heard 2 months earlier. The real reason was the silhouette of a man reflected in the girl's clear eyes. Whenever Si Xiaohong looked at him, he could see in her gaze someone both familiar and strange. It was his own true face. So, once he finished the frog, when Chaosheng picked up the whetstone and began sharpening his knife again, he honed the blade through a snowy night that cut to the bone. Not much time left, die like a proper human being. That was what Wen Chaosheng told himself. As the edge rasped along the whetstone, the chill it raised along with the sound seeped into his bones. He was shaking all over. Only the hand doing the sharpening was so steady it barely seemed capable of movement. The sharper the knife grew, the deeper Wen Chaosheng's suspicion of Lu Jinsher. He wanted to live more than anyone after all. A man who has died once fears death more. Yet for the past 3 years, Wen Chaosheng seemed to be getting ready to go to his death. He couldn't say how much time had passed before a flurry of snow drifted outside the temple and startled his hand into a halt. When he looked up, he saw someone standing in the doorway, swathed head to toe in black. The man held a sword in one hand, his eyes were cold as ice, and the chill of his presence froze Wen Chaosheng in place. In these 3 years, he hadn't crossed paths with anyone from the martial world, nor did he know how terrifying they truly were. He figured they were more or less like the chivalrous swordsman in storybooks, but the man in black before him hit him with the sudden realization that he'd been wrong. Just by standing there, The man in black, the weight of his gaze alone, pressed down on him until he couldn't breathe. Wen Xiaoxing had no doubt. If the man wanted him dead, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. But how could someone like that suddenly show up in Bittersea Town? Kid, got a question for you. The one who spoke wore black, his voice raspy. Seen a woman lately? Oval face, skinny, around 8 chi tall. Looks like she's taken a lot of blade wounds. In this world, a chi runs about 8 or 9 inches. 8 chi comes out to roughly 5'3" to 5'11", right around a shui's height. And with that last detail, Wen Xiaoxing pretty much decided the man was hunting a shui. A woman came by a few days ago. Not sure if she's the one you're after. She didn't say a word and left on her own. He didn't spill everything, but he didn't lay it all out, either. The guy was clearly trouble when couldn't afford to look tied to a shui, or he'd be inviting a death sentence. The man in black listened, then asked, which way did she go? Wen thought for a moment. I wasn't here when she left. But if she's as badly up as you say, she either went to the county seat to heal, or found a fast horse and cut east across the wasteland toward the state of Zhao. But the snow in the state of Qi is savage this year. Out on the flats, it's knee-deep on a grown man, so odds are she didn't head for Zhao. Even if she could tough it out, a horse couldn't. The black-clad man's gaze was icy. He said nothing more. His thumb had already nudged the blade loose in its scabbard. The sound was soft, but it scraped the ear, unpleasant. When Xiaoxing tightened his grip on the woodcutter's knife, he kept honed sharp, looked up at the man in black, and said, "You planning to gut me?" The man in black didn't dodge it. Silence a witness. When breathing quickened. No room to talk this over. 3 inches of steel slid free. The blade flashed with a cold light, as if it had dragged the biting snow from outside the temple in with it. Generally speaking, negotiation only works between people. You've sunk lower than the stray cats and dogs in the county town. If I were you, I'd have died of shame already. How dare you utter the word negotiate? When Xiaoxing gripped a firewood cleaver, his eyes locked onto the black-clad man with unwavering determination, showing no trace of fear whatsoever. Then why don't you try it? Seeing Wen actually daring to point a blade at him, the black-clad man's eyes turned even colder. He felt insulted. Without hesitation, he attacked with greater ferocity. His first strike slashed straight toward Wen's arm that held the cleaver. He wanted Wen to see the gap between them clearly before dying in fear and regret. The black-clad man's sword moved unbelievably fast. One could see the downy feathers on a flying bird in autumn, but couldn't follow the path of that sword strike. Yet Wen still swung his blade on instinct. He wasn't trying to survive, just wanted to land one strike before death. It was a single slash filled with courage, merciless and unrestrained. Just as death loomed over him, Wen actually smiled. The sharpened edge of the firewood cleaver reflected half of his profile, revealing courage like that of a trapped beast caught in a desperate situation. Yes, the sword was fast, but the cleaver was clearly slower. But the black-clad man's sword didn't land on one. Instead, Wen's blade struck the man's arm. The glow from the blade seemed to burn the wound for real. The black-clad man's eyes widened. As pain spread through his body, he suddenly noticed blood gushing from his arm. How could this be possible? He murmured softly, suddenly turning his head to look behind him. A woman, limping and covered in snow, stood there silently in the swirling snowstorm, staring at him. Just now, a snowball had bounced off the violent wind and flying snow, arriving late but striking first, hitting his sword arm exactly, deflecting what should have been a fatal blow into empty air. He remained silent. Without answering, the black-clad man suddenly sensed a second strike already descending from behind. Still, it was that unruly blade of Wen Xiaoxing's. Without even turning his head, the man in black had already darted sideways to evade. The crippled woman in the snow launched a second snowball. Whoosh! The snowball struck the man in black on the leg, halting his movement for a split second. And in that instant of hesitation, Wen Xiaoxing's blade came down on the man's neck. Blood erupted from the wound. The man glared with wide, open eyes. Then his body went limp and collapsed onto the ground. Wen Xiaoxing hadn't held back. The attacker's protective aura had been shattered by the snowball. So how could his mortal flesh and blood neck withstand such a deadly blow? His head had been sliced diagonally nearly in half, held on by just a flap of skin. After falling to the ground, The light in his eyes quickly faded away, his final gaze locked onto the flickering firelight. Covered in blood, Wen Chaosing slumped onto the ground, half kneeling in front of the corpse, panting heavily, his hand trembling as it gripped the knife. A Shui slipped into the ruined temple, shook the snow off her body, and walked up to Wen Chaosing. "You still got strength left?" she asked. He gasped for breath and replied, "For what?" A Shui pointed at the corpse and said, "You killed him. You bury him." Wen Chaosing ignored her, plopping down onto the ground with his back leaning against the base of a stone statue. His voice trembled, whether from the cold or the lingering shock of killing. He couldn't tell. "He came after you. I shouldn't have saved you. I nearly got myself killed." A Shui responded matter-of-factly, "You did the right thing saving me. If you hadn't, you really would have died." Wen Chaosing remained silent, only focused on catching his breath, too exhausted to argue back. "Just now, was that you helping me? That guy was such an idiot. How could he dare come after you when you're this strong?" A Shui squatted beside the corpse and began searching it. From the man's waist, she pulled out a unique jade pendant, strung on a black cord. The jade was finely crafted with a river-like pattern etched onto its surface. On the back were two characters carved in delicate script, Wang Chuan, River of Oblivion. Of course, he wasn't alone. A Shui spoke calmly. "And besides, my head carries a very high price, one far beyond your imagination." Wen Chaosing paused, then asked, "Why?" A Shui met his gaze, a flicker of cold sorrow flashing deep in her eyes. "Because of my surname." Wen Chaosing said, "Just a surname? That's worth so much." A Shui took off the jade pendant and tucked it into the pocket of her thin, ragged clothes. "But this surname? It couldn't be burned away, not even after 7 days and nights of flames. So tell me, isn't that valuable?" Wen Chaosing stared at the dried blood on the ground, muttering, "Great. Now the only place left where someone could cook a meal is gone. Now that he's dead, his gang will probably pin this on me soon enough." A Shui replied, "Bury him while the body's still warm. What happens here today, only heaven and earth know, and we understand each other well enough." Wen Chaosing pulled open his collar. Beneath it was nothing but rags and straw. "Can't do it. Outside, with this wind and snow? If I stepped out for half an hour, I'd freeze to death. As long as the snow keeps falling, this corpse will have to stay right here." He paused, then added with a bitter laugh, "The good news is, he won't start to stink." A Shui looked at the corpse on the ground, frowned, and said to Wen Chaosing, "Give me the knife." Wen Chaosing tossed the blade to her. She caught it firmly, hoisted the knife in one hand, and dragged the body of the black-clothed man into the swirling snow outside. Roughly a quarter of an hour later, a Shui limped back into the ruined temple. Wen Chaosing hadn't left, yet he had shoveled snow from outside into the temple, slowly scrubbing away the bloodstains on the floor. He glanced at her sideways and asked, "Did you bury him?" A Shui answered, "Didn't bury him. I broke through the ice on the river, chopped him up into pieces, and threw him into the ditch." She handed the knife back to Wen Chaosing. The blood had been washed clean, the blade looking as good as new. "You can come anytime. I'll be staying at this ruined temple for a while." Wen Chaosing stopped scrubbing the bloodstains off the floor and looked up at Ashui. "On the 3rd of next month, I'm going to find Lu Jinshi. This is the last time. Whether it works or not, I don't plan on coming back." He meant every word. If it worked, he could move to the county seat. If it didn't, then he and Lu Jinshi would both end up dead. Ashui said nothing, and Wen Chaosing didn't keep wiping. She had clearly decided to handle this herself. Whether it left traces didn't matter to her. Before he left, he asked Ashui, "By the way, you weren't around these past few days. Did you go look for your parents? Did you find them?" Ashui stood with a piece of firewood in her hand, poking at the fire. After a long silence, she sidestepped the question and said, "Come to the temple tomorrow at noon. I'll treat you to a drink." She tilted her head toward Wen Chaosing. "You coming?" They met each other's eyes, and after a moment he said, "I'll come." He went back to the treehouse and wrapped himself in that old, threadbare cotton quilt. His hands still wouldn't stop shaking. 2 lifetimes in, this was the first time he killed one of his own with his own hands. It had been self-defense, but the shocking sensation of a blade cutting into flesh didn't just set his blood boiling. It drove a truth home even deeper. In this world, if you want to keep yourself safe, the knife in your hand is often more useful more practical than the law. The night passed. Early the next morning, Wen Xiaosheng went with the old hunter and dug out 4 frogs. He didn't take a single one, saying he still hadn't finished yesterday's meal. When the old hunter saw he was about to leave, he called out to him. Wen turned back, and the old hunter said, "I've got a heated brick bed in the house over by Qingtian. The old lady says if you can't tough it out, you can come stay there a few days." Wen nodded and thanked him. The old hunter went on. "That Lu Jinshi isn't very reliable. Don't believe everything he says, and don't take it to heart." Wen was quiet for a moment, then said, "Got it, old Zhang." He didn't so much as look back. Zhang the hunter watched him go, the weariness in his eyes deepening, the lines in his face cutting deeper. In the end, he only sighed and headed back to the wooden cabin in Qingtian. He shook the snow off at the door before pushing inside. From the bedding, the old woman, Mi Fong, spoke up. "Old Zhang, didn't Xiaosheng come back with you?" Zhang the hunter ladled clean snow into the pot to melt, his voice low and dull. "He is not coming." Mi Fong froze for a moment, then murmured under her breath. "That kid with the snow coming down like this, holed up in that treehouse with nothing but a tattered quilt, how is he supposed to make it? By the looks of it, the third S almost here." Zhang's hand tightened around the spoon. He turned and stared at his wife. Under that look, Mi Fong shifted, uneasy, and said, "Old Zhang, what are you staring at me for?" He snapped back to himself, reined in his gaze, and swallowed what he'd been about to say. At noon today, when he parted ways with Wen Xiaosheng, Zhang had felt a murderous air about him. Xiaosheng seemed changed. And when he gave him that reminder, Wen Xiaosheng didn't show the slightest surprise. Zhang's sharp gut told him that come the 3rd of this month, if Lu Jinshi didn't keep his word, something ugly might happen. He kept that worry to himself. Mi Fong wasn't in good health, and in her mind, the fewer troubles the better. "Before I head out this afternoon, I'll cook some porridge. Keep an eye on the fire, don't let it run too hot, or you'll dry the pot out," he told her. In the ruined temple, Wen Xiaosheng showed up as promised. Ashui had indeed brought 2 jars of liquor. She'd already cracked one open and seemed to have been drinking for a while. The dead look she usually had in her eyes had picked up a sharp edge. Seeing Wen Xiaosheng, she called out, "You drink?" Wen Xiaosheng sat cross-legged across from her and said, flatly, "We're practically dead, anyway what can't we drink?" After he pried off the seal on the wine jar, a wave of osmanthus-laced aroma rushed up and made his mouth water. "This wine can't be cheap. Where do you get it?" Wen Xiaosheng asked offhand. Ashui extended that slender finger, eyes a little drunk, pointed at herself with mock solemnity. Wen Xiaosheng, just how little do you think of me?" "Stole it. I took it fair and square, swaggered right in, and walked out with it. P.S. Sign the contract today. Back to 2 updates a day. I'll post another 2,000+ word update later tonight." When Xiaosheng took the tile shard Ashui had lifted, it still showed traces of snow melt washing over it. He poured some wine into the shard and downed it in one go. The cold spread through his chest and belly like a sharp blade, slicing him open. He let out a low breath and reproached her. "With skills like yours, you can get 2 whole jars of wine, but you can't snag a couple of bowls while you're at it?" Ashui leaned forward, drawing lazy circles in the air with her finger, and said mysteriously, "Know whose wine this is?" When Xiaosheng shook his head, "No idea. In the past 3 years, he'd only set foot in the county seat a handful of times. The only place he knew even a little was Magistrate Lu Jinshi's county office." Ashui lifted the shard, tipped back her head for a swig, clicked her tongue, and said, "This wine belongs to 7th Master." When Xiaosheng poured her another drink and asked, "And who is 7th Master?" Ashui said, "The local tyrant on the west side of town, goatee, hooked nose. He has got a few trained fighters under him, and they're not half bad. They bully the common folk all the time. They like to brag they're part of the martial underworld, but in truth every last one of them is stingy as hell. I asked them for a drink, none of them would give me so much as a sip. Infuriating. So I smashed up his den, snapped his men's weapons, and tore off his goatee." There was a faint tang of wine on her breath, and a brazen swagger in her words, and bearing rare in ordinary women. "That is satisfying," Wen Xiaosheng said in praise. Ashui took another swig and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. "Later, I grabbed him by the collar and told him to choose his life or the wine. He chose his life." The old man, Afraid I wouldn't stop at one punch, threw in a horse and a cart as well. I packed up the wine and headed back. When Xiaoxing's hand froze midair with the cup, didn't you just say he gave you a cart? Shui nodded. Right. I didn't see any cart when I came in. Shui lifted the wooden lid off the battered pot beside her. The boiling water sent up a rich meaty scent, laced with the rank, gamey tang particular to horse meat. Start with a leg. The rest is buried in the snow behind the temple. Grab it whenever you want. When stared at the horse meat in the pot, the corner of his mouth twitching. In Kuhai County, horses aren't cheap. Even a half-trained pack horse runs at least 2 taels of silver. Honestly, a horse is worth far more for what it can do than it is as meat. This woman, and she just up and slaughtered it. What about the cart? He pressed. Shui casually pointed at the fresh stack of firewood by the temple. Took it apart. A cart burns just fine to cook horse meat. The flavor stays true. One was at a loss for words. Using 2 dry twigs as chopsticks, Shui picked up a slice of horse meat, blew on it, popped it into her mouth, and chewed slowly. Those wine bowls were used by the guys at the hall. I figured they were filthy, so I didn't bother taking them. Me, I think in weather this cold, having wine and meat is good enough. Don't get greedy. Watching Wen's odd expression, she went on. Hey, that look, were you thinking we could sell the horse for silver? What she said left Wen half in on it, and half confused. Shui raised the wine to him. Drink. Wen clinked cups with her and took a heavy swig. It went down wrong and set him coughing, but warmth flooded his chest and belly, and fine beads of sweat broke across his forehead. Good wine, he said in a hoarse voice. Shui set down the tile shard she was using as a wine bowl and went right on picking at the meat. You don't understand how the local kingpins play the game. This horse belongs to 7th Master. It's branded. Nobody else touches it. Lay a hand on the horse, and you're laying a hand on 7th Master's purse. Even if I flipped it to another horse trader, I'd barely be out the door before 7th Master showed up with his men and took it back. Selling this horse would be doing someone dirty. When Xiaoxing was a bit puzzled. There are bandits in the county? Shui corrected him. Don't call them bandits, call them bandits in uniform. Lu Jinshi wears an official robe. On the surface, he doesn't dare openly defy the laws of Qi, but behind the scenes, somebody's got to do the dirty work. When Xiaoxing heard her out, sank into thought, then looked up at her. You're not even from Kuhai County. How do you know all this so well? Shui let out a cold little laugh and swallowed that chunk of horse meat in one bite. The underworld's the same everywhere. When Xiaoxing fixed his gaze on her, eyes clear as water. No, that doesn't add up. Shui, you've met Lu Jinshi, haven't you? Shui's chewing halted for a heartbeat, and that pause was proof enough. She lifted her eyes, gave Wen Xiaoxing a sharp once-over, clicked her tongue, and said, Wen Xiaoxing, I never used to believe in fate. After meeting you, I kind of do. Wen Xiaoxing didn't quite follow. What's that supposed to mean? Shui actually dropped a slice of horse meat into his wine bowl and said, Someone as sharp as you, if fate weren't playing tricks on you, there's no way you'd be stuck where you are now. Wen Xiaoxing took several gulps of strong liquor until the world doubled. He didn't seem bitter about his bleak lot. Instead, he asked, Same question as yesterday, did you find your parents? Shui pressed her lips together. The fragrance of osmanthus wine still clung to her mouth, but beneath the sweetness ran a cold edge of killing intent. They're dead. 5 years ago, there was a great flood in Kuhai County. They were swept away. To this day, we haven't even found their bodies. When Xiaoxing caught a flash of killing intent in Shui's eyes and asked, What? Is there something you're not telling me? So it wasn't a natural disaster, but man-made? Shui opened her mouth, her lips trembling, but no words came. At last, she took a heavy swallow of wine and said, Whether it was an act of God or human malice, there's no getting to the bottom of it anymore. What I want to know is my parents have been dead for 5 years, so why have I kept receiving their letters all this time? And in every one it says they're doing just fine. She forced those last 4 words out through clenched teeth. When Xiaoxing stared at her in silence. After a long moment, he poured a little more wine into the shard of tile she was using as a cup. Shui took a drink, then went on. Lu Jinshi said he needed time, said he'd explain on the 3rd of this month. You and I will go see him together. When Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, then asked, You're not afraid he'll lie to you? A Shuai's gaze shifted slightly to Wen Chaosheng and held there. She said, word by word, "He wouldn't dare." They ate meat and drank wine until the horse leg in the pot was down to bone and the broth nearly gone. When Chaosheng had just enough wine in him, he said he wanted to hear about her past, but a Shui refused. "I don't want to talk about it. Stop asking." Her slender fingertips tightened, and she crushed the tile shard into powder. The hard liquor hit, and painful memories surged like floodwater through a breached gate. A Shui couldn't hold them back. She grabbed the wine jar and drank with her head tipped back, drinking until her pale belly, marked by a knife scar, swelled tight. Only then did she stop and toss the empty jar aside. Crack! Shards from the broken jar scattered across the floor. She leaned against the base of the stone statue, one hand resting on her knee, her dejected gaze sliding past Wen Chaosheng toward the temple's doorway. The pain in her eyes burned like flame, and even the wide sky full of white snow couldn't smother it. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked and made you hurt like this." When Wen Chaosheng apologized, a Shui went limp, like the life had been sucked out of her. She didn't move, only her chest rose and fell. When Chaosheng saw her fingers trembling, that horrific memory she didn't dare face was tearing her apart, bit by bit. He knocked back a mouthful of wine, then changed the subject. "A Shui, can you teach me to cultivate?" It took a Shui a long moment to come back to herself. She turned stiffly, a flicker of light in her eyes, but what she said next chilled Wen Chaosheng halfway to the bone. "No, my style isn't something you can learn." Wen Chaosheng gave a bitter laugh. "How do you know?" A Shui stared at him for a long beat, suddenly frowned, let out a boozy burp, then crooked a finger for him to come closer. He sat down beside her. A Shui, ignoring any propriety between men and women, started feeling along his shoulders, chest, waist, hips, and spine. Seeing her so at ease, Wen Chaosheng actually felt a little self-conscious. When she finished, a Shui said, "Yeah, you can't do it. My art is standard fare from the martial world. You have to start young. By 15 or 16, your frame is basically set, and your frame affects the meridians, which in turn governs the dantian. At your age, if you want to cultivate, the ordinary martial path is closed. Your only option is the route through the sacred cultivation grounds. But those places are hard to get into. Without connections, only people with exceptional talent make it in. Or you run into some extraordinary reclusive master you know. That's up to fate. But if you ask me, you're probably the unluckiest guy I've met in my life. As for that reclusive master route, don't get your hopes up." When Chaosheng looked at her, grief and anger in his eyes. "Thank you." Bitter Sea County, Lu residence. Lu Jinshi wore his official robes, stout and paunchy, hurrying through the garden. The steward followed behind, hunched over, muttering nonstop. A faint, excited smile hung on Lu Jinshi's face, as if some great fortune were about to land. At the turn of the covered walkway, he couldn't be bothered that the snow was dirtying his new boots. He vaulted over a stone bench while the steward kept calling, "Master, careful," and he rushed straight for the reception hall. At the doorway, he suddenly turned back and told the steward, "Go and get the meal ready. Unless I send word, don't come over." The steward glanced toward the reception hall, bowed to Lu Jinshi, then turned on his heel and hurried off. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man in a red brocade robe was seated in the spacious hall, head lowered, sipping tea. Seeing him, the usually high and mighty Lu Jinshi actually hitched up his robe, dropped to his knees, and kowtowed. "Mr. Lu, my hospitality has been lacking. I've surely offended you. Please don't take it amiss." The man in red gave him a sidelong glance, then stood with a smile and helped him up himself. "Hey now, magistrate, what are you doing? Come sit." Lu Jinshi took the chair at the side, smoothed his robe with both hands, and asked, with feigned curiosity, "I wonder what brings you here so suddenly today, Mr. Lu?" Still smiling, the middle-aged man drew a delicate little box from his sleeve and set it in front of him. "About last time his lordship was very pleased. Think of this as a token of thanks." Staring at the little box being slid toward him, Lu Jinshi couldn't help swallowing. He reached out with both hands to take it, but the man edged the hand holding the box back ever so slightly. Lu Jinshi's hands stalled midair, and the smile on his face froze. "Mr. Lu," he ventured, puzzled. Leaning forward, eyes crinkling with a smile, the man in red lowered his voice and said, Magistrate Lu, this matter is weighty. If a word gets out, none of us can bear the fallout. You won't breathe a word, will you? Lu Jinshi's face darkened at once. He raised 3 fingers and swore solemnly. I, Lu Jinshi, swear to heaven. Whoever dares to spread anything that harms the Lord will meet an ugly end. The man in the red robe held Lu Jinshi's rock-steady gaze only, then did a trace of relief show on his face. All right, now I can rest easy. He shoved the brocade box into Lu Jinshi's hands and said, Go on, open it. Lu Jinshi stroked the box, having already imagined its contents as some priceless treasure 1,000 times over, grinning from ear to ear. But when his trembling hands lifted the lid, what he saw was a vial of gut-eating poison. He'd seen such little poison vials before. All his eagerness and greed collapsed into horror and despair on his face. Mr. Lu, this. The man in the red robe pressed a finger to his lips and lowered his voice. This is by the Lord's orders. Magistrate, you have a wife and child, don't you? Once a man has a family, he can't keep planning only for himself, wouldn't you say? He patted the stupefied Lu Jinshi on the shoulder, then rose and walked toward the door. Pushing it open, he glanced back at the bloodless Lu Jinshi and smiled. Magistrate Lu, the new magistrate of Kuhai County, is on his way. 2-3 days at most. Have some self-respect. Outside the Lu residence, a thin, black-clad man with a single-edged blade slung across his back had, at some point, fallen in beside Lu Chuan. After a few steps, he edged closer and asked, Mr. Lu, that Lu Jinshi looks greedy and timid. If he refuses to take the decent way out tonight and bolts, what then? Lu Chuan stopped, turned, gave the sword-bearing man a cool glance, and said in a calm, gentle voice, Where could he run? He has got an 8-year-old son, where could he possibly hide? Besides, the Wangchuan people are already here. If he wants to do it the decent way, let Wangchuan make it decent for him. Bringing up Wangchuan, Lu Chuan thought of something else and asked, I heard the top spot on the heaven list over there has changed? The man with the blade on his back didn't dodge the question. Outside the Lu manor, hardly any townsfolk were around. The street was unnaturally clean. He said to Lu Chuan, It has. They say the one posting the bounty is unknown. The reward is 100,000 taels. Lu Chuan paused. 100,000? In silver? The blade bearer replied. In gold. Lu Chuan fell silent. His eyes flickered, a disbelieving smile tugged at his mouth as he said, Just for one person 100,000 taels of gold? Which big shot has so much money he doesn't even know where to spend it, putting on a show like this? The man with the blade shook his head. I'm not really sure. Wangchuan has always kept its clients' identities under wraps. But this time, Wangchuan has brought in more experts than you can count. Must be a particularly tough bone to chew. Lu Chuan thought it over, then said, They've actually come to Kuhai County. How did it end up in a godforsaken backwater like this? What is the name of the person they're hunting? The blade bearer answered. No name left. Just that it's a woman, around 8 feet tall, covered in scars. Lu Chuan frowned. That's all the intel? The man added. That's all. Lu Chuan studied the blade bearer for quite a while, suspicion in his eyes, wondering if this subordinate who had been following him was going to betray him or was holding something back. But when he met the man's clear, forthright gaze, he knew the blade bearer wasn't lying. He was good at reading people's eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul. If you're hiding something foul in there, your eyes will give you away. Interesting, very interesting. With no concrete details, aren't they worried someone will pass off an imposter and make off with that 100,000 taels of gold? Whoever posted the bounty must be in a real hurry. The man with the blade on his back shot back. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Lu Chuan rubbed the small mustache on his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, That woman is hiding a secret. The man with the saber slung across his back looked stunned. A secret worth 100,000 in gold? Lu Chuan gave his shoulder a light pat and said with certainty, If someone is willing to spend 100,000 in gold to buy the life of a person whose basic dossier isn't even complete, then whatever that fugitive is hiding is worth far more than 100,000. Keep a close watch. If you find any leads, report to me at once. With that, he headed toward the end of the street. Watching his back as he walked away, the man with the saber called out, Mr. Lu, are you going after that 100,000 in gold? Without turning, Lu Chuan answered in a calm, almost musical voice. Gold doesn't interest me much. But that secret I'm rather curious. The Gallery Bridge on the north side of the county town. A large black dog, dressed in odd deerskin clothes, carried an iron box in its mouth and left a trail of plum blossom paw prints through the mossy alley. It didn't stop until the 8th little house along the lane. It cocked its head at the gate to make sure it had the right place, then rapped the closed door with the iron box. Before long, the door opened, and a man in a blue robe stepped out, his hair already salt and pepper. He let the black dog into the courtyard, then led it into the kitchen. First, he washed the iron box the dog had been carrying, then ladled in some warm porridge, closed the lid, and handed it back to the dog. After watching the black dog leave with the box, the blue-robed man shut the door. From the back room, a white-haired woman emerged. Her figure was still willowy. She wore a velvet dress, and though time had left its marks crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, it hadn't stolen her grace. If anything, it had given her the allure of maturity. Jiming, is the child still alive? The blue-robed man reached behind the door for a broom, ready to give the courtyard snow a quick sweep. Old Black was getting on in years. He couldn't finish the bowl of congee by himself. Even though the porridge was scraped clean the other day, these past few days there was always some left. With the blizzard raging outside, that boy had probably frozen to death. The white-haired woman sighed and said, "These days, people die every day." That boy had nothing to his name and couldn't get into the county town. No one imagined he'd make it 3 years. The man in the blue robe gave her a smile. "Want to go save him?" Gazing at him softly, the white-haired woman spoke with a hint of guilt. "Jiming, we've been husband and wife for 30 years, but because my health's poor, I never gave you a son. I've always felt I owed you for that. That kid's not like other people. If he's still alive, why don't we slip the county magistrate some money and take him in as our adopted son? You could teach him the sword. When I'm gone, at least you won't be alone." The man in the blue robe stepped forward and drew her into his arms. He breathed out by her ear, his breath turning white in the cold, and laughed. "You always worrying about this and that. Once you're gone, I'll snap that peepa in the courtyard and head back to the sword pavilion in Yen. It's not like I'll have nowhere to go. Son or no son, it's all fate. How have you ever wronged me?" He glanced toward the horizon, then casually patted his wife's back. "Since you feel this way, on the 3rd of this month, I'll take some money over to the Liu estate. If he's still alive, I'll get him registered as a man of Qi and hire him to work at our place, chop some wood, do some cooking. How about that?" Feeling the warmth of his embrace, the white-haired woman let out a long breath. "We'll do it your way." A ruined temple outside the county. The snow had stopped for the moment. Old Black brought that iron box here again, but as soon as it stepped inside, it found Wen Chaoxing and Ashui sprawled on the floor, spread-eagled, sleeping like lumps of soggy mud. It leaned in and sniffed them. Only after making sure they were still alive did it reach out a paw and paw at Wen Chaoxing. Wen Chaoxing was much more frail than Shui, but right now, fueled by the alcohol and the lingering heat from the fire nearby, he barely managed to ward off the cold seeping through the broken temple. When the big black dog nudged him, he immediately cracked one eye open. He rubbed his head, and, seeing the dark dog nose bobbing in front of him, knew right away it was Lord Dog. He took the iron box from the dog's mouth, opened it, set it aside, and then used the same wooden stick he'd used to eat his meat. He fished out a few slices of horse meat from the newly boiling water and dropped them into the dog's bowl. "Lord Dog, I used to practically always eat your share. Today, let me treat you to some meat." When Chaoxing pushed the bowl toward the black dog, who didn't hesitate at all, and started gobbling it down noisily. Before long, all the meat was gone, leaving only half the porridge behind. After finishing its meal, the big black dog picked up the bowl and carried it back to its usual spot, then without hesitation, turned and trotted out of the broken temple. Just as it stepped outside, Wen Chaoxing suddenly called out, "Lord Dog." The black dog stopped at the sound, turned its head back, and fixed its shiny black eyes on Wen Chaoxing, as if it truly understood what he'd said. Wen sat cross-legged by the fire, locking eyes with the dog for a moment. He pursed his dry lips and said softly, "Lord Dog, don't go. He isn't coming back." The dog stood still for quite a while. Whether it understood or not was hard to tell. In the end, it turned again and ran off as it always did, heading toward the snow-covered hills in the distance. After it was gone, Wen Xiaoxing let out a long breath. Shuai's voice, still tinged with drunkenness, came from behind him. He's so smart he understands everything, but just like people, he can't let go of the love that's already gone, and doesn't he know how to hold on? When turned to look, Shui had woken up, but hadn't he gotten up? He was still lying flat on his back on the ground, staring at the black roof tiles of the ruined temple. When are you planning to leave? He asked. At that, a Shui froze. Leave? Go where? When Xiaoxing said, so many people are looking for you. Kuhai County may be large, but it sits on the southern frontier. Now the heavy snow has shut the roads. I'm afraid they've sealed the routes to the east, west, and north. If they find you, your only way out will be the wasteland, and in winter, I doubt anyone can survive out there. They haven't pinned down your location yet. While you still have this window, you can get something done. A Shui patted his right leg. See? I'm lame. The only thing I can do now is lie in this ruined temple and sleep. When Xiaoxing shook his head, I don't know the martial world very well, and I haven't met many cultivators, but I think you're one of the formidable ones. A bum leg shouldn't slow you down that much. You don't want to leave because you want to go to Lu Jinshi and get the truth. But now is not the right time. A Shui turned his head to look at Wen Xiaoxing. After a long moment, he said, Wen Xiaoxing, tell me what matters more to me, the truth or my life? In a low voice, Wen Xiaoxing answered, the truth. A Shui laughed, pointed at Wen Xiaoxing, and said, looks like the drinks I bought you weren't wasted. Since you understand, why are you still trying to talk me out of it? Wen Xiaoxing studied a Shui's face, then finally nodded and let out a soft sigh. Twilight slowly swallowed the sky. Red lanterns hung all over Lu Jinshi's manor. The whole estate sunk in a sea of warm crimson. They were made from the finest materials by the county's most skilled craftsmen. The wicks changed daily. Chasing a festive air, Lu Jinshi had ordered they not be taken down until winter was spent and spring flowers were in bloom. The steward, bent at the waist, hurried to the parlor door. He hesitated, then knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, it's getting late. Madam and the young master are waiting for you to join them for dinner. Earlier today, Lu Jinshi had made it crystal clear, unless he gave the word, absolutely no one was to disturb him. But Madam wasn't someone you could afford to offend either, so the butler had no choice but to bite the bullet and come. He knocked several times. There was no response from inside. He frowned, a bad feeling flickering through him. Just as he was about to push the door, it swung open. Behind it was a pale, hollow, utterly lost face. Seeing Lu Jinshi like this, the butler hurried forward to steady him and asked, Old master, are you feeling unwell? At the sound of the butler's voice, Lu Jinshi slowly came back to himself. He fixed the butler with a strange look, flipped his hand to clamp down on the man's wrist, as if trying to speak. His lips trembled, but for a long moment he couldn't get out a complete sentence. Old master, easy, easy. The butler guessed something had happened, but didn't press him. He soothed him while helping him back. When they were near the room where he usually took his meals, Lu Jinshi suddenly, out by the archway, yanked the butler over, shoved him against the wall, and pinned him there. Seeing those bloodshot eyes, the butler was too frightened to move. He stammered, Old master, if you have orders, just say the word, I'll take care of it. Panting hard, Lu Jinshi kept a vice grip on the butler's hand and said, Changwei, how have I treated you all these years? The butler nodded vigorously. Old master, your kindness to me has been immeasurable, more than I could ever repay. Lu Jinshi stared into his eyes, then, still uneasy, swept to look around. After confirming no one was nearby, he leaned in and lowered his voice. Changwei, in this house, you're the only one I trust. Help me with one last thing, and I'll set you up for life, in wealth and comfort. What do you say? Changwei answered. Old master, just say the word, whatever I can do. I, Changwei, 1T refuse. Lu Jinshi drew a breath and spoke slowly. Listen, under the rockery by the fish pond at the very center of the manor, there's a waterproof bundle buried. Tonight, when no one's around, dig it up and take out the map inside. All the silver I've saved over the years is buried in scattered caches on Xinguang Mountain to the north. Every one is clearly marked on the map. At first light, you set out. Take Madam and the young master and head north, the farther the better. Changwei, I know you're not a gambling man. That money is enough to last you a lifetime. I have only one request: make sure my wife and child never want for food or clothing. Don't let them freeze in the wind and snow. And never come back to Kuhai County. Remember? Late at night, on a deserted street in Kuhai County, the snow had yet to be fully swept away. One large set of footprints and one small set stretched off into the distance. When the snowfall stopped, the moonlight spilled down again, and at the end of the road a little girl was supporting an old man, inching forward step by step. The girl was about 7, hair in twin ponytails, a red rattle drum in her hand, her little face white as a porcelain doll. The old man had a broad back, hair and beard pure white. His face was calm, all kindness. He held the child with his left hand, his right sleeve hung empty, swaying with his steps. That's right, the old man was missing an arm. He led the girl, walking and stopping. When she got tired, he brought her to the steps of someone's doorway, pulled out a bun that had long since gone hard, and told her to gnaw it slowly. Her little white teeth bit into the bun bit by bit. The crunching echoed along the empty street. The girl was patient. She finished it little by little, then turned her head to the old man and said, "Grandpa Ma, who exactly are we looking for?" The old man gave her a doting look, ruffled her hair, and murmured, "Silly girl, we didn't go looking for anyone." Confusion flickered in the little girl's eyes. She tilted her head up toward the stars and muttered, "But didn't that uncle yesterday say we should go find a big sister?" The old man lowered his voice. "We can't go looking for her. We need to hide from her." The little girl looked puzzled. She blinked her sleepy eyes and asked, "Why?" The old man stared toward the end of the alley, his gaze hard and cold, lethal as steel. "Because she's a monster." At that, the little girl let out a little huh, instantly alert, her dark eyes darting back and forth. "Grandpa Ma, are there really monsters in the world?" The old man was certain. "Of course there are. Fire doesn't kill them, steel can't cut them down. If that's not a monster, what is? That's when your grandpa lost this arm." The girl caught on at once, her eyes lighting up. "I get it. Grandpa Ma, we're actually pretending to go look for her." The old man smiled, eyes crinkling. "Smart." He drew his gaze back, then suddenly looked up and gently patted the girl's back. "Little lamb, head on back first. While the snow hasn't started, Grandpa's going to walk around a bit more and come home later." The little girl nodded obediently. "Okay." She rose slowly, brushed the snow from her clothes with her small hands, and wobbled off toward the end of the street. Once her tiny figure vanished into the dark, a dozen shadowy shapes had somehow appeared up on the eaves above the old man. They were silent, as if they'd been tailing him all along or had simply materialized out of thin air. A young, cool female voice drifted down from the eaves. "Elder Ma, Black Cicada has gone dark." The old man turned, stood, and let out a long sigh. Too eager for quick results, Wu Ti listened to reason. Every year, Wanchuan has those kids with sky-high ambition and paper-thin lives. He paused, a knot forming between his brows. What a pity. He may be desperate to make a name, but he's a natural at the martial arts. I hear he's from some clan up north, broke into the Dragon Whisper realm at a young age. In the martial world, he'd count as a real hand. A pity. Up on the eaves, another middle-aged man with a hook at his belt asked in a low voice. "Old Ma, that woman who escaped from Wind City, what's her background, really?" The old man stepped down slowly, walked to the middle of the street, and followed the little girl's footprints forward. As he moved, the shadows on the eaves moved with him. "Don't ask too many questions. I'll give you one piece of advice: don't touch this job. We came because we couldn't refuse. This bounty comes from the royal capital. There's 100,000 taels of gold behind it, backed by people at the very top. The money's just the surface power is what matters. Whoever they post a bounty on, they still need to put on a proper show. But we can't take her. If you see her, keep your distance. Don't throw your lives away." His words left the shadows looking displeased. The cold woman from before spoke again, her voice bristling with killing intent. "Anyone who joins Lethe, if someone pays, who wouldn't dare make a move. No matter how deadly she's not a god. What's supposed to be untouchable?" Lethe brought at least 100 people to Bittersea County this time. Across the Four Kingdoms martial world, that's a first-rate force. "Old Ma, aren't you talking them up a little too much?" That fire back, then didn't he kill her call it luck? But this time she won be so lucky. With his back to them, Old Ma waved a hand. I'm done giving good advice. If you want to earn merit and climb the ladder, go try. Bittersea County isn't big, and it's crawling with local kingpins. If you really want to find someone, it's not hard. If you pull it off, it has nothing to do with me. I'm too old for this, and I want be stealing your credit. The figures on the eaves watched him fade into the distance, and didn't follow. Under the moonlight, a cold wind howled, flipping up the green sashes at their waists and carrying their murderous intent off into the unseen distance. On the third day of the first lunar month, at first light, when Xiaoxing climbed down from the treehouse, splashed his face with snow, and headed for the ruined temple. Truth was, he barely slept a wink. To Wen Xiaoxing, today was extraordinary, outwardly no different from any other day, but he had waited 3 full years for it. He had originally planned to take his brush knife and fight County Magistrate Lu Jinshi of Kuhai to the death. If the man didn't keep his word, one would make him pay in blood. But now that Ashui had stepped in, he figured Lu Jinshi would most likely agree. Once he became a subject of Qi, he had a dozen plans ready, running them through his head again and again. He figured he could make his fortune within 5 years, and with money, there would be so much more he could do. It hadn't snowed last night, so the tracks on the road were still there. As he passed, he caught sight of a long drag mark. He frowned slightly, a shadow of foreboding drifted through him. He quickened his pace to the ruined temple. One glance showed Ashui resting inside, and he let out half a sigh of relief. But soon enough, he noticed a pile of iron in the corner of the temple. Weapons. Did someone come by last night? He asked Ashui straight out. She had just boiled some snow for water, her eyes not fully open, still groggy. Someone came? Who was it? When pointed toward the blades stacked in the corner, there even seemed to be a long hook among them. If no one came, then where did all this come from? Ashui lazily raked a hand through her hair and answered offhandedly, picked them up. Seeing how unconcerned she was, when sat by the fire, hugging his arms for warmth. As he warmed his hands, he said, "It didn't snow last night. Whatever you do at night always leaves a trail. At the very least, clean up the trail, yeah?" That long, obvious drag mark in the snow looked like someone hauled a corpse. Even a layman like me can tell something's off, let alone. Seeing him lay it all out so seriously, Ashui sighed, rubbed her brow, then propped her cheek on her hand and stared at him. "You're being way too fussy. Wen Xiaoxing, you really think this dump of a Kuhai County can keep anyone hidden?" Wen Xiaoxing was taken aback. Ashui pointed at the wine jars in the ruined temple, smashed earlier and still not cleaned up, and said, "I went drinking with the local kingpins in Kuhai County, but I didn't silence them. The trail's already out. If anyone wants to come knocking, this winter's snow sure as hell won't hide me. The only reason no one's come is because they're all waiting." Waiting for what? Ashui fixed her eyes on him, a cold, unsettling smile tugging at her mouth, and said, "They're waiting to see whether the one that big fire years ago couldn't burn to death is finally, truly finished now. They send idiots to probe me, so I put them down and let them see if I'm still up to it." When Xiaoxing looked at Ashui, stayed quiet for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and said, theatrically, "That's fucking badass." Ashui was unimpressed. She let out a cold laugh and shot back. "Badass? If you really end up in the outlaw world someday, you might not think so. I get it. Once you step into that world, you're no longer your own master." Those last words made her gaze shift, just a hair. "Once you enter that world, you're no longer your own master." She repeated it under her breath. "Some not your own master, huh? Wen Xiaoxing, let me ask you, once you become a citizen of Qi, what do you want to do? Make money. Train. That's it." He thought for a moment, then said, "I'll do whatever I want." Ashui looked at Wen Xiaoxing. Their eyes locked, and for some reason she felt the light in his eyes was both bright and razor sharp. She drank a bowl of hot water in silence, let the subject drop, then stood and brushed the dust from her clothes. "Come on. Let us go find Lu Jinshi." Wen Xiaoxing nodded and followed Ashui toward the county seat. But when they reached the outskirts, he noticed there weren't any armed yamen runners posted at the gate today. His brow creased, and a bad feeling pricked at him. Lu Jinshi had served in Kuhai County for years. He hadn't done much that truly helped the people, but when it came to keeping up appearances on public order, he went all out. Even in heavy snow, The Yamen runners on the government payroll didn't dare slack off, they had to hold their posts. Yet now, with the New Year's holiday come and gone, and in broad daylight at that not a single runner was on duty. It was downright strange. Inside the town, the street by the south gate was deserted, not a soul in sight. Ashua's sharp gaze swept the area, doubt flickering in her eyes. They hurried toward the county yamen, and from a distance they saw a dark, teeming crowd clogging the street outside it. They shared a quick look and pushed into the press of bodies. After fighting his way up to the yamen gates, when Chaosheng glanced toward the entrance and froze, struck speechless. People around him whispered and jostled, but he stood there like a post, not reacting at all. At the yamen gate seeing this, people either feared he'd gone crazy or worried it was a setup to extort them, so they gave him a wide berth. The neighbors knew bits of when Chaosheng passed, and started airing rumors half true, half not. Before long, plenty were casting him pitying looks. After a moment, a loud shout carried in from afar. Official investigation, everyone else. Clear the way. A retinue in fine robes hurried over, sword-bearing guards at the front to clear a path, followed by a pale man in white on horseback. He had gentle features, a tall, slender build, clean-cut brows, every inch the scholar. The crowd opened a lane all the way to Wen Chaosheng, who sat at the gate like a man whose soul had fled. A guard with a sword frowned and barked, but when didn't he respond, he just stared at Lu Jinshi's corpse, his face vacant. Sizing up his clothes, the guard took him for a local lunatic or a beggar and, none too politely, went to draw his blade. In the crowd, Ashui's brow tightened. At some point 2 fingers had found a small pebble. Just as the guard stepped in to warn when a second time, the white-robed rider spoke. "Don't kill him. He's in the way. Just drag him off." At his word, the guard immediately sheathed his sword, walked up to Wen Chaosheng, and dragged him away from the county office gate. When didn't he resist? His eyes stayed fixed on Lu Jinshi's body the whole time, that unblinking stare making people's skin crawl. The man in white gave Wen Chaosheng a couple of glances, said little, then led his guards to the front of the county office. Facing the constables in official dress, he took from inside his robe a peculiar iron token, engraved with the Kingdom of Chi's official seal. That seal was nearly impossible to counterfeit. Anyone caught forging it would not only face a death sentence, but drag 3 generations of kin down with them. It stood for authority reserved to the royal house of Qi alone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chuanxiong, from the Langan Pavilion in the royal capital. I've come to Kuhai County with the official seal to replace the former magistrate, Lu Jinshi. Over the years, Lu Jinshi rendered great service to the county. He should have handed over authority and the official seals and documents to the new magistrate, then returned to the capital to be formally honored. But he met with an accident, and the handover has been delayed. I need to determine the cause of his death first. If you have no pressing business, please disperse and give me a little time. I will get to the bottom of it. Clad in white, Chuanxiong spoke in a clear voice, cupping his fists politely to the crowd. As soon as he began, people slowly drifted off. Country folk love a spectacle, but they're not fools. The man in white was an official, and they were commoners. You don't get reckless just because of a pretty face. Once the crowd had thinned, the man in white walked up to Wen Chaosheng, squatted to look him over, fished a few bits of loose silver from his sleeve, and set them in front of him, then patted him and said, "Young man, up you go. We need to investigate the case, and if you keep sitting here you'll be in our way." When Chaosheng didn't take the silver, he just looked up at him and asked, "Are you the newly appointed magistrate of Kuhai County?" Chuanxiong nodded. "Yes. Is there anything I can help you with, young man?" Chuanxiong asked again. When Chaosheng said bluntly, "I want papers as a citizen of Qi." Something flickered in Chuanxiong's eyes. "You're not from Qi?" When Chaosheng shook his head, "I'm a refugee." Chuanxiong was silent for a moment, then said to him, "Then I'm sorry, young man, but I'm afraid you'll have to come with us." When Chaosheng's gaze suddenly sharpened, "Are you trying to pin Lu Jinshi's death on me?" Chuanxiong answered with a smile, "Of course not. Once we confirm you're not the killer, we'll let you go. As for Qi citizenship, I'll see about arranging it for you." A warm, spring-like smile appeared on Chuanxiong's face, and as it did, when Chaosheng's hand slowly slid behind his back, a firewood knife was hidden at his lower back. It had waited a long time. Although its original target was suddenly gone, that didn't mean it had dulled. As long as Wen Chaosheng willed it, this blade could take a life in an instant. I've lived outside the county for 3 years. Aside from being allowed into town on the 3rd day of every month to report to Lu Jinshe, I couldn't even step foot inside the city walls. If you really wanted to investigate me, why go through the trouble of dragging me here? Just ask the guards who were originally on duty. Chun Xiong shrugged, his smile unwavering. Can't say that's how it works. What if they dozed off during their shifts? If you want to prove you're not the killer, you need a witness, don't you? Seeing that look, Wen Chaosheng understood he had no other choice. He could take a gamble and assume this man was sincere. But deep down, he wasn't convinced. After 2 lifetimes, his eyes had grown too sharp. No matter how flawless the disguise, Wen Chaosheng's gaze could pierce through the surface and strike straight into the heart beneath. Just as he was about to draw the knife, a calm and deep voice suddenly called out from a distance. He's not the killer. I can prove it. Everyone turned toward the voice. Standing far away was a tall man in a plain green robe, his eyes calm and steady. The street breeze gently lifted the hem of his robe. Chun Xiong, still crouched in front of Wen Chaosheng, narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly stood and asked the newcomer, "And you are?" The man in green stepped forward slowly, glancing briefly at Wen Chaosheng before replying. "My name is Lu Jiming. I've lived in Kuhai County for 30 years. Yesterday, I happened to go outside the county and saw him." Chun Xiong studied Lu Jiming for a moment, then chuckled. "You've been watching him all night?" The man in green flicked his sleeve, pulled out a golden leaf, and handed it to Chun Xiong. "If that's what you believe, then so be it." Chun Xiong weighed the gold leaf in his hand. He didn't pocket it right away, but held it out to the man in the blue robe and said, in a loaded tone, "A drifter isn't worth this much. I used to believe him, but after that little stunt of yours, now I'm suspicious." The blue-robed man's eyes didn't so much as ripple. He gave a faint smile and said, "It won't be a problem. He really is from Qi. If he sits around here all day, once an official checks, they can haul him off anytime." The two of them locked eyes for a moment. Chun Xiong ran his thumb over the gold leaf a couple of times, then finally put it away. No wonder Lu Jinshe wouldn't leave. This county magistrate sure knows how to make money. He sighed as he turned, casually pushed the dangling corpse of Lu Jinshe out of his way, and walked into the yamen without looking back. The man in the blue robe cupped his fists to Chun Xiong's retreating back and called out in a clear voice, "Much obliged, sir." The yamen runners didn't dare touch the body, afraid they'd get something on them and bring trouble down on themselves. In the end, Chun Xiong's attendants took it down and carried it inside. Everyone filed into the county office. After the doors were shut, a shui walked up to the entrance, looked up at the rope and hook, eyes gleaming. Who knows what he was thinking? Once the sound of Chun Xiong's and the yamen runners' footsteps faded on the far side, the blue-robed man, Lu Jiming, finally lowered his head to look at Wen Chaosheng and said, "Starting today, come to my place to chop wood and carry water. Room and board covered. Paid by the day." Wen Chaosheng rubbed his stiff legs, struggled to stand, and loosened his grip on the hatchet. "Does something that could really exist? You spent a gold leaf to turn a drifter into a man of Qi, and you're planning to have him chopping wood and carrying water?" Lu Jiming shot back. "Then tell me, what should I have you do?" Wen Chaosheng stared straight into Lu Jiming's eyes, trying to read him the way he could read Chun Xiong. But Lu Jiming wasn't Chun Xiong. He kept his thoughts buried deep, and Wen couldn't see through him at all. Wen's mind raced, skimming over every way he might be of use, treating himself like a mere object. And finally he said to Lu Jiming, "My life's cheap worth your pile of gold. Are you asking me to do some dirty, shameful work that can't see the light of day?" Lu Jiming smiled and replied, "You're just a tough one, nothing cheap about your life. Besides, your skin and bones, you couldn't handle that kind of dirty work anyway." Wen Chaosheng shook his head and said, "I don't believe in free lunches. 3 years ago maybe, but not anymore. You paid a fortune to buy me papers as a man of Qi. I remember that favor, and I shouldn't be talking back to you. But I have to be clear, if you spent that kind of money, you should get something of equal value in return." Lu Jiming flicked his sleeve, the smile still on his face. "If we're really keeping the books that strictly, my favors to you aren't just a day or two. Besides that gold leaf, There've been more bowls of porridge than you can count. Added up, doesn't that mean you owe me your life? When Chaoxing shivered, just a little, Lu Jiming turned and started back the way they'd come. As he walked, his voice floated back, easy and unhurried. My place is west of the Gallery Bridge, 8th house on Osmanthus Lane. The alley runs deep, and you haven't been around the county town much. I'll walk you through once so you don't get lost next time. Come along if you want. When hesitated and glanced toward a shui at the gate of the county magistrate's office, her eyes were fixed on the iron hook overhead and the length of cut rope on the ground that hadn't been taken in, a thoughtful look on her face. Seeing her like that, Wen fell and stepped behind Lu Jiming. What's your name, little brother? Wen Chaoxing. Good name. Wen Chaoxing studied Lu Jiming's back with curiosity, his voice carrying respect. Have you been the one feeding Sir Dog these past few years? Lu Jiming didn't answer directly. Why do you call him Sir Dog? Wen Chaoxing didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. He saved my life. I've got no other way to repay him. Calling him Sir is the least I can do, if anything. I'm getting off easy. Lu Jiming led him into an alley, pointed at the stretch of fence where apricot boughs jutted out, and said, Start counting here, 8th house up. Remember, this side. Don't go to the wrong one. As soon as they stepped into Lu Jiming's courtyard, a loquat tree stood in the center, its trunk straight as a sharp sword driven into the earth. When Chaoxing stared at it, feeling that something was off, though he couldn't say what. It was the only tree in the yard, the rest was flowers and plants. Lu Jiming went to the stone table, brewed a pot of tea, handed a cup to Wen Chaoxing, and said, The black dog's original owner used to be my neighbor. After the owner passed, the dog came to my door begging for food. We weren't hurting for food, so I just kept him. Before he finished, the courtyard gate swung open. A white-haired woman in a long blue fur-lined dress came out and called to the two of them. The porridge is ready. Have some first. Then, at the county yamen, Chun Xiong stood beside Lu Jinshi's corpse, reached out to feel his neck, a hard light flashing in his eyes. The guards who had escorted him to Kuhai County were still lined up properly outside, like rows of pines now inside the room. It was only Chun Xiong and a sword-bearing guard in his 50s with graying temples. This guard was different from the others. He held his blade in his left hand, and his left arm was a section longer than his right, as if he'd been born with a deformity. But his eyes were like candles in the night, bright and razor-sharp. Wu Xie, open up his belly. Chun Xiong gave the order, and the guards immediately drew their swords and cut open Lu Jinshi's abdomen. Seeing the colorful contents inside, Chun Xiong's brows slowly furrowed. Is Master Chun looking for poison? Wu Xie seemed to sense Chun Xiong's doubts and asked casually. Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes as he answered. Lu Chuan gave him Chuan Chongdu, a poison that should tear the intestines apart the moment it's ingested. But there's not a single trace of poisoning on Lu Jinshi's body. Don't you find that suspicious? He was supposed to have committed suicide, yet he chose hanging, and right at the entrance of the county office, no less. Doesn't that seem odd? Wu Xie fell silent and thought for a moment. In any case, isn't it better now that he is dead? With him gone, the secret dies too. Isn't that exactly what that person wanted? Chun Xiong carefully examined the body once more, then casually pulled out a clean, damp cloth to wipe his hands before saying, What worries me is whether that secret really died with him or if he simply hid it somewhere. That matter is too big. If even a whisper of it leaks out, it could throw all of Qi and perhaps even the entire realm into chaos. We're here to clean up after that person's mess, and we can't afford to leave behind even the smallest trace. We must investigate thoroughly, over and over again. Lu Jinshi hasn't been dead for long, probably past just around dawn. There should have been someone watching him at that time. Wu Xie, go bring Lu Chuan in. I want to know exactly what Lu Jinshi was doing before he died. And also, now go outside and tell the servants to search the entire county office from top to bottom. Before nightfall, I want to see the Chuan Chongdu that Lu Jinshi didn't end up using. P.S. Updates might be a bit unstable these couple of days. Let us talk again once I get home on the 20th. After finishing his meal, Lu Jiming put down his chopsticks and said to Wen Chaoxing, Once you've rested enough, go to the woodshed and start splitting firewood. I only have one requirement. Every large log must be split into pieces the same size as those small ones stacked over there. He pointed that way, and when Xiaoxing saw a big pile of kindling neatly stacked under the eaves, "I'll pay you 50 coins a day. If you can save your pay, in a year you can buy yourself a little residential lot in Kuhai County. It won't be big, but it's enough for one person." When Xiaoxing listened, then asked with a puzzled look, "Now that I'm a subject of Qi, won't the county magistrate just assign me a plot?" Lu Jiming explained patiently. "Qi does have that statute on the books, but it's almost never enforced. If you want a place to live, you still have to pay out of pocket and buy it from the magistrate." When Xiaoxing was quiet for a good while, he slowly drew the woodcutting knife from behind his back. He'd only taken a few steps when he stopped short, turned, and asked Lu Jiming, "Mr. Lu, why is there a loquat tree in the middle of the yard?" At that, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Jiming's face. He looked over carefully the white-haired woman inside, who was tidying away the dishes, also stiffened and glanced out. "Isn't it normal for a yard to have a tree? With a yard this big, if you don't plant even one tree, it just looks empty." When Xiaoxing asked again, "Then why not plant a few more?" Lu Jiming said curiously, "What's with you suddenly asking about a tree? It just grows there. It isn't in your way." When Xiaoxing hesitated, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I can't really say. I just feel it's not ordinary." "How special?" Lu Jiming pressed. "When thought it over carefully, the moment I stepped into the place, I noticed it. I can't put my finger on what it is, but it doesn't feel like a normal tree, more like something else." With that, as if he decided there was no point in going on about it, he hefted the knife and headed for the woodshed. Before long, the sound of splitting wood came from inside. The white-haired woman had gone back to clearing bowls and chopsticks. When she came up beside Lu Jiming, there was a faint, veiled note of pride in her voice. This time, did we stumble onto a treasure? Lu Jiming's gaze fell on the loquat tree in the courtyard. He said, "The loquat came from the far north. The people of Yan, born to the Northlands, have seen so many loquats they take it for nothing but a loquat. Who would have thought that here in the far south, someone would look with a true eye and see the true intent within its branches, the delicate intricacy playing between the leaves? Such are the tricks of fate." The white-haired woman asked, "Are you going to teach him?" Lu Jiming shook his head. "No one in this world can teach me, and I can't teach anyone either. But this loquat has always been here. If he comes every day and looks every day, whatever he can draw from this tree will be up to his own fate." The county magistrate's residence. Dusk was settling. The snow, which had finally paused for a while, started falling again. Wu Xie, blade at his hip, stood at the door. After 3 knocks, the door cracked open. The Yamen runner inside saw who was outside. His face changed, and he immediately stepped aside. Wu Xie hurried to Lu Jinshi's autopsy room and found Chun Xiong still standing inside. The candlelight was dim. It lit the room and made the gravity in his eyes stand out even more. "What took you so long?" Chun Xiong asked. Wu Xie answered in a low voice. "The people from Longchuan were diverted last night. There was a stretch when no one saw what Lu Jinshi was doing, likely the very moment before he took his own life." Chun Xiong frowned. "The Longchuan men were diverted? Who drew them off?" Wu Xie said. "Some of them were led away by the family members Lu Jinshi sent out." Near daybreak, a carriage slipped out of his residence under the last of the night. The ones watching him tailed it, thinking it would be Lu Jinshi making a run for it. Turned out it was his wife, child, and steward. Chun Xiong said, "Where are they?" Wu Xie answered, "It's been cleaned up. This is a serious matter. The 3 bodies ended up in Lu Chuan's hands. He invited you, my lord, to meet at Yuanyang Tower tomorrow. Sounds like he wants a private word with you." In the room, Chun Xiong paced back and forth, stepping on his own shadow. The candlelight wavered with him, as if throwing his troubled thoughts onto the walls. "What about the others? Keep an eye on Lu Jinshi's informants. Wangchuan's people are professionally trained. It's unlikely they all went chasing that one carriage. If they were really that dumb, I'd just pen a letter and turn them in if trouble breaks out later. I'd have an out." Wangchuan was infamous across the martial underworld, an assassin syndicate that ranged everywhere and only grew stronger over the last century. Not just in the streets, they had people at court too. Pay them, and they take the hit. Word on the street said Wangchuan's core figures were entangled with princes and nobles from all 4 kingdoms. Behind each murder they handled lay piles of gold and jewels, blinding splendor. There was never any doubt about their professionalism. Wu Xia explained, there should be been someone keeping watch there. Wang Chuan's crew is usually meticulous, but that night something went sideways. Chun Qiong's eyes flashed. What went wrong? He hadn't expected anything this out of the ordinary to happen in a backwater like Kuhai County. Thinking of what he heard from Lu Chuan earlier, Wu Xie said, last night, one of Wang Chuan's men had his arm ripped clean off, torn right off, while he was still alive. He stumbled to Lu Jinshi's manor, bleeding and begging for help. Chun Qiong's gaze hardened. He cut him off. Did you just say his arm was torn off? Wu Xie said in a low voice. That's exactly what Lu Chuan's message said. The assassin who showed up last night, his arm was torn off on the spot. Her heart took a fatal hit, but she was born with her heart on the right, so she didn't die on the spot. She ran back hoping to get help, only no one expected she'd lead her killer straight to them. Chun Qiong fell silent for a long while, saying nothing. So the people at the gate of Lu Jinshi's manor were all slaughtered? Wu Xie said, only one made it out alive. Man caught a bit of luck, his stomach cramped, so he went to the outhouse. When he came back, he saw the whole thing. He was going to rush in, but in just a few breaths it was over. To put it bluntly, it wasn't even a fight. Good thing he was carrying a lantern and looked like one of the manor's night watchmen. That's the only reason he slipped by. Chun Qiong stood again and spoke as he walked. Wang Chuan sent a lot of people this time. I had a bad feeling the moment they set out if they were only here to help the Lord tie up loose ends. They wouldn't need to come in force. And the assassin's skills were all over the place. Didn't look like they were from the same unit. I kept turning it over, and the only thing that makes sense is a bounty. Word's been going around the martial world lately. There's a hefty reward posted on Wang Chuan's bounty board. Wu Xie loosened the hand gripping his blade, then slowly tightened it again. We don't really know the lay of the land with Wang Chuan, and we've got no foothold there. If the Lord needs intel, we'll probably have to ask Lu Chuan. Chun Qiong nodded. We'll see him tomorrow anyway. I'll ask. Wang Chuan's made plenty of enemies in the martial world over the years. If it's just local grudges, fine. What worries me is if the old stuff they did starts making the rounds and reaches Panlong Palace. At the mention of Panlong Palace, Wu Xie went taut. He clearly knew how serious that would be. After a moment, he eased up again. That man from the Coiled Dragon Palace hasn't personally handled affairs in years, has he? Wu Xie's hand started doing that little tick again. That was how he showed he was relaxed. Chun Qiong fixed his gaze on the candle flickering in the room. He reached out and lightly pinched the flame. The scalding fire brushed his skin without leaving so much as a mark. Looking closer, there was an almost invisible gap between the flame and his skin, as if some force were holding the fire at bay. 10 years, arrogant decadence, orgies of wine and flesh. People think the figure in the Coiled Dragon Palace has long since become a broken man. Over these 10 years, the courtiers in the palace have cared less and less about him. What is strange is that for the past decade, from the capital down to the provinces, everything in the kingdom of Qi seems neatly arranged. Not a whisper of unrest. Behind it all, it's like there are invisible hands pulling the strings. Wu Xie said, in the Langan Pavilion, countless eyes are fixed on him. Even that sky-piercing forbidden place sometimes turns its gaze his way. If he were really the one moving, there wouldn't be no trace at all. My lord, your worry may be unnecessary. More importantly, this opportunity is one of a kind. You should put more effort into that matter. If it succeeds, in a year you could enter the Langan Pavilion for advanced training and perhaps something even greater. Chun Qiong pondered for a moment, then turned and said, go on back for now. I need to think a little more. When Xiaoxing trudged back to the ruined temple, dragging a big load of split firewood, under the stars and moon, the tracks left by the woodcart had been mostly wiped away, leaving only faint impressions. He changed into a clean cotton jacket, no longer as slovenly as before. Back in the ruined temple, he didn't feel cold. Instead, sweat was running down his back. Ashui sat cross-legged by the fire. Seeing Wen Xiaosheng, he asked, not sleeping in the treehouse tonight? Wen Xiaosheng replied, enough firewood. This broken-down temple will be a bit warmer now. Come on, give me a hand. Ashui stepped forward. Her thin, wiry arms tensed with effort, revealing the taut lines of her muscles. and with a pull she dragged the cart of firewood back into the temple. All of this you cut it yourself? Yeah, I did. Wen Xiaoxing stacked the firewood into a corner and then turned to Ashui. Ashui, what exactly were you watching for in front of the county office all day? Ashui didn't even look up as she replied. Lu Jinshi was forced to his death. Wen stared at her and asked, how do you know that? Ashui casually flicked a small object across the floor of the temple. It rolled to a stop at Wen Xiaoxing's feet. He leaned down and saw it was a tiny vial filled with some unknown liquid. Wen picked it up, then grabbed a few more sticks of wood and sat by the fire, tossing them into the flames as he asked, what is this thing? That Chuan Chang do gutbreaker poison. Ashui's voice was flat and emotionless. She slowly turned a skewer of horse meat over the fire. Fat dripped from the meat, sizzling in the heat, the raw gamey smell now replaced by a rich, savory aroma. The meat had been torn into fine strips, its fibrous texture mouth-watering even to look at. This poison is famous in Wanchuan. Rumored to be a recipe from the Taozhu immortal himself, it's colorless and odorless, but leaves a faint taste. A normal person drinks it and dies instantly. Their intestines burst, their organs dissolve from the inside. The toxin works fast. It only affects humans. Animals usually show no reaction. That's why, when mixed into food or water, it's nearly impossible to detect. Hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing couldn't help but ask, if it's truly colorless and odorless, how can you be so sure this is poison? Ashui glanced at him, then picked up the small vial from the ground and gave it a light shake. A faint glug-glug sound came from inside. Half of it's already gone. Wen Xiaoxing's breath hitched. He'd already imagined that Ashui had his own distinctive way of telling poisons apart. He didn't know Ashui well, but those seasoned, razor-sharp eyes that could see the ocean in a grain and red autumn from a single leaf clearly didn't belong to an ordinary man. Still, he hadn't expected Ashui's way of testing poison to be this blunt. They looked at each other for a moment, and Wen Xiaoxing felt his mouth go a little dry. Thinking fast, he forced out a line, trying to follow up on something that didn't really allow for a follow-up. How does it taste? Ashui's right brow ticked up. Too salty. Wen Xiaoxing fell silent and edged closer to the fire for a while. As he fed it more wood, the flames swelled, and the heat they threw off actually held the cold wind outside the ruined temple at bay. Fate really toys with people. I waited 3 years and didn't die? And it's Lu Jinshi who ended up dead. Who would have thought, 3 years ago, that it would turn out like this? As he spoke, he suddenly shifted gears. But Lu Jinshi's death is really suspicious. Going by what the new magistrate of Kuhai County, Chun Xiong, said today, Lu Jinshi looked like he was on the way up promotion and money, so suicide doesn't make sense. Unless Chun Xiong is lying and Lu Jinshi wasn't actually moving up. But Chun Xiong is, after all, newly appointed. Whether Lu had committed an offense or been dismissed, he had no reason to lie. He holds plenty of power here as Kuhai County's new magistrate. Follow that through and you get 2 possibilities. 1. Lu Jinshi was murdered over a private grudge, and Chun Xiong had nothing to do with it. 2. Lu Jinshi's death was very likely engineered by Chun Xiong and the people behind him. Listening to Wen Xiaoxing lay it all out so calmly, something in Ashui's gaze shifted. Wen Xiaoxing, didn't he think you worked cases too? Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. This isn't working a case, just a simple analysis. Shui straightened his back, and his tone suddenly turned grave as he spoke to Wen Xiaoxing. Which possibility do you think is more likely? Wen Xiaoxing replied decisively. I lean toward the latter. Shui pressed further. What do you mean by that? A dangerous glint flickered in Wen Xiaoxing's eyes. The timing was just too perfect. One dies, and the next moment, another shows up. Of course, that's just my speculation. There's no evidence to back it up. You yourself lingered in front of Lu Jinshi's mansion this morning for quite a while. Didn't you sense something was off? Shui shifted his gaze toward a corner of the ruined temple, where a pile of weapons lay. Actually, I was already outside Lu Jinshi's mansion last night. Some clueless assassins showed up, greedy for money. I buried them in the snow behind this broken temple. One female assassin had her heart on the right side, so my sword pierced her lung instead. Since she didn't die immediately, I chased her into town and killed 11 more. Later, there was a man carrying a lantern. He didn't make a move, so I let him be. Then this morning, Lu Jinshi ended up dead. I suspect it has something to do with Wanchuan, but I'm not sure. So I went to the scene. What I can confirm is that Lu Jinshi did take his own life. But the situation leans more toward your theory. His suicide wasn't voluntary, it was forced. And the way he chose to hang himself was intentional. Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaosheng was momentarily stunned. Intentional? Why? When talking about the method and cause of Lu Jinshi's death, Shui explained. The rope he used to hang himself was originally used to tie oxen. It's extremely sturdy. The knot he used was also unusual. Combined with the iron hook, it locked his neck in place so that even in the wind, the head of the corpse wouldn't sway easily. When I examined the scene, it was precisely that rope knot and the hook that caught my attention. If he'd only cracked under pressure or been forced to take his own life, there was no need to make it so complicated. Any house has plenty of beams. One strip of white cloth would have done the job. But instead, he went to great lengths, rigged up a tricky knot and an iron hook, and even went all that way just to hang himself at the gate of the county magistrate's office. I thought it was strange at the time. Just from the length of the rope and the hook, I could work out the approximate spot where Lu Jinshi's head would be hung. Then, following the direction his gaze was fixed on, I found the vial of poison hidden in the corner by the wall. Listening to a Shui's account, Wen Xiaosheng immediately understood what she meant. So did Lu Jinshi go to all that trouble to kill himself at the magistrate's gate just to tip someone off to where the poison was hidden? No, that doesn't add up. His corpse had been left hanging there for so long with no one to claim it. That suggests his family was likely killed too. If that's the case, there was no formidable master at his side to avenge him. Doing this would have been pointless, unless. Seeing Wen Xiaosheng deliberately string her along, a Shui stared at his firelit profile and said, "Hey, can't you just spit it out?" Wen Xiaosheng met her gaze, a complicated look flickering across his face. Unless the person Lu Jinshi was waiting for was you. A Shui's eyes narrowed at once. Waiting for me? Wen Xiaosheng said, "You'd met him before. To have him so obedient, you must have threatened him so Lu Jinshi would have known you're no slouch at martial arts. Which makes you the only person who could avenge him." A Shui said, half joking, "You're saying Lu Jinshi was actually counting on a complete stranger to avenge him?" Wen Xiaosheng rolled the chunk of firewood between his fingers, like he was sorting out his thoughts. After a moment, he tossed it into the blaze. The sparks leapt, drifted for a beat, then sank into the night. It had to be like that. If not for a fluke, Lu Jinshi would have had no choice. This was the only way. Before the new magistrate, Chen Xiong, took office, he was surely threatened. He knew he couldn't dodge death, and his family likely wouldn't meet a good end. Corner a dog, and at leap a wall. Even a rabbit will bite when pushed. A man like Lu Jinshi wasn't going to go quietly, was he? I've dealt with him these 3 years. I know how petty he is, how long he holds a grudge. If the folks over at Wanchuan were set on ruining him, he wasn't about to let it slide. And though to him you were a stranger, you had every reason to help him. With that, Wen Xiaosheng tapped the half bottle of poison in Ashui's hand with a stick. Ashui stared at the bottle, dazed for a moment. "You're saying the answer? I went to ask Lu Jinshi for his tie to his killing?" Wen Xiaosheng nodded. "That's right." Ashui shut her eyes and rubbed her brow, a swell of questions and turmoil rising inside her. The only thing she wanted to understand was why. Even though her parents had been dead for 5 years, she kept getting letters sent from them over these 5 years. It should have been simple. But now, it had gotten a lot more complicated. Stirring the ashes in the fire, Wen Xiaosheng said in a steady voice. "And when you went to ask him a few days ago, he clearly knew the answer, but dragged his feet. Said he'd tell you in a few days. Looking back, he meant to wait for Chen Xiong to take over and carry the secret with him. Who knew Chen Xiong showed up to take his life?" So Lu Jinshi racked his brains and tried every way he could to leave this vial of poison for you. All to tell you this. The letters you kept receiving after your parents died had everything to do with Chen Xiong and his people. Lu Jinshi knew you wouldn't just let it go. He knew that as soon as you started chasing the truth, he could use you to get his revenge. When Xiaosheng said this, casting a glance at the silent Ashui beside him, something odd in his tone. The two biggest questions now are, why did the newly appointed county magistrate have to drive Lu Jinshi to his death? And what exactly was his connection to your parents? In just a few days, The run of events in this remote borderland in the south of the state of Qi seemed to have been tugged together by some strange thread. In the ruined temple, once when Xiaoxing sorted the story out, two things that had appeared unrelated were cleverly strung together. When Xiaoxing looked at Ashui, who was lost in thought, and said nothing, he wanted to ask about her past, but when he remembered the pained expression on her face earlier, he held his tongue. He was curious. He truly couldn't fathom what kind of horrific ordeal could make someone who seemed as unbreakable as Ashui afraid to look back. She had borne night snow that cut like knives and turned back fearsome assassins. In Kuhai County, more people than one could count wanted to drive a blade into her. But whether it was the ones lying in wait behind the ruined temple or those hiding in town to keep watching and see how things played out, none of them had managed to truly hurt this woman with no family name. Clearly, the woman Wen Xiaoxing had taken in from the wind and snow was far more frightening than the storm itself. Tomorrow I'm going to see Chunqiang. After a long stretch of thought, Ashui finally made up her mind. She didn't like being someone else's blade, least of all for a dead man. But the matter of her parents was just as important to her. It was the last straw she had left to hold on to. If she didn't get to the bottom of it, the fire buried deep in her memory, the one that had reduced Feng City to cinders, would swallow her whole sooner or later. She might have survived by sheer luck, but the demon in her heart had already taken shape. She thought she'd escaped, yet she was still trapped inside it. When Xiaoxing sighed inwardly, a thought struck him, and he spoke toward the fire. I was walking through the county town today. I saw a lot of black birds on the eaves, and the alleys were crawling with venomous bugs. I've never really wandered around Kuhai County before, but I know ordinary people's lives aren't supposed to have things like that in them. His voice was low, almost coaxing, but Ashui's mind was set. When she answered, there was a cold, lazy indifference in her tone. What does it matter? Kuhai County is my home. I was meant to die here. Hearing that, when Xiaoxing watched the side of her face, half lit and glowing red in the firelight, and asked, curious, Ashui, is the truth about your parents really more important than your life? Ashui reacted like he poked a sore spot and shot back without hesitation. And you? Don't you have anything more important than life? When Xiaoxing shook his head without a second thought. No. To survive in this world, I've thrown away everything I could throw away, even my dignity. To me, life is everything. As long as I'm alive, the future still holds countless possibilities. Ashui gave a cold snort. Yeah? And who was it, just a few days ago, who told me if I dared lay a finger on Boss Dog, you'd fight me to the death? Her mockery shut him up, but Ashui wasn't done. She hooked a finger into his collar and yanked him close, stared at his face, and asked with amused interest, Wen Xiaoxing, would you really risk your life to fight me over a dog? Of course, Wen Xiaoxing understood what she meant. She was really asking which mattered more, his life or Boss Dog's. But he had no interest in picking that apart, so he said, the way you're asking is easy to take the wrong way, like asking me whether you or Doggy matters more to me. But whether it's you or Doggy, I'm just a passerby in your lives, a pebble by the roadside. What I think doesn't really matter to either of you. So why dig for an answer? Ashui was stunned for a moment. Realizing she'd come at it a little crooked, she glanced at him twice and finally let go. Do me a favor, she said. When Xiaoxing shook his head. No. Ashui frowned. I haven't even finished, and you're turning me down just like that? Wen tossed a piece of firewood aside and said, what else could you want me to do? You want me to help you look into a case, that's all. I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. Whether it's that so-called Wan Chuan or anybody else, I can't afford to cross them. I finally managed to get papers as a man of Qi. I've got a long road ahead, don't drag me into this. If you want to die, that's on you, but don't take me down with you. Ashui shot him a look, then nodded in the end and said nothing more. A night passed. At first light, when Xiaoxing headed into the county seat with a hatchet over his shoulder. This time the Yamen runners at the gate didn't stop him. Their minds were no longer on the refugees, but on whispering about how Lu Jinshi had died. As one walked past, he happened to hear them say the new magistrate, Chunqiang, seemed to be looking for something. Thinking of the packet of intestine-rot poison Ashui had gotten the night before, he more or less put two and two together. He didn't let anything show, just kept the previous night to himself. He bought soy milk and steamed buns at the morning market, and once he'd eaten his fill, he went to Osmanthus Alley west of the covered bridge. From there, he followed the row of houses with red apricot branches spilling over their walls, and didn't he stop until the eighth one. The door seemed to have been left ajar just for him. As when Xiaosheng pushed it open, he happened to run into a white-haired woman coming out. He gave a small nod and said, "Good morning, Madame Lu." The white-haired woman nodded back. Her gaze drifted over him for a few seconds and then slipped away. She headed off to the market. The moment when Xiaosheng stepped inside, the first thing he saw was the loquat tree in the courtyard. Just like yesterday, the tree struck him as odd. On his way up from the south side of the county seat, whether in the gaps between the houses or along the Ming'an River that runs east to west, there were willows and dawn redwoods everywhere. Those trees were much taller and more beautiful than the loquat in Lu Jiming's yard, yet not one of them could catch when Xiaosheng's eye. Only this loquat tree did. Without realizing it, he walked over and stood beneath it, staring for a long time. His gaze moved from the leaves to the trunk and then to the roots, but no matter how he looked, a tree was just a tree. It didn't turn into anything else. He'd been looking up at the branches too long. Sunlight knifing through the gaps jabbed at his eyes, and it took him a moment to snap out of it. He stood there dazed for a beat, then grabbed the axe to split firewood. In the wood shed, he did what he always did, set the log straight, then pulled out the axe, raised it high, and aimed for the center. Whoosh! The axe came down. Logs this thick usually took him 7 or 8 chops to split. But today, the moment the blade struck, that length of cedar easily as thick as 3 of his forearms split with a crack. Staring at the log cleaved by a single blow, when Xiaosheng felt a flicker of puzzlement. Most of the cedar in Lu Jiming's woodshed was full-length raw logs. He didn't know where they came from, and cutting them down into firewood usually took a lot out of him. Yesterday, he managed only a third of what he did today, and even that left him nearly spent. He mooched a meal at Lu Jiming's place, rested a long while, and only then just barely hauled his cart back to the ramshackle temple. A moment ago, with an offhand swing, he cleaved that hard cedar clean in two. The shift was so abrupt it took Wen Xiaosheng by surprise. He stared at the split cedar on the ground, skeptical, grabbed a piece of wood, and, copying what he'd just done, brought the blade down hard. Thunk! The edge slammed into the hardwood this time. It didn't split the way it had before. Wood chips flew, sprinkling the ground around Wen Xiaosheng. The chopper was crudely made and hadn't even been fitted with a handle, and the shock coming up through the blade was fierce. The web between Wen Xiaosheng's thumb and forefinger tingled a moment ago. He almost flung the knife right out of his hand. He frowned and let out a puzzled huh. Could that piece of wood have been brittle? No. Wen Xiaosheng realized something. The feel of this stroke was nothing like the one before. He hacked at it several more times, trying to recreate the feel of that first cut in the woodshed today, but he couldn't manage it. Like a man hooked, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, ignored the ache in his arm and the sting in the web of his hand, and kept trying. Out in the yard beyond the woodshed, Lu Jiming straightened his clothes, picked up a watering can, and set about watering the flowers and shrubs. The plants here grew far more lush than elsewhere, running wild. He tended them like clockwork every day, whether under a blazing sun or in the dead of winter. They never lacked for nourishment. But when he finished a circuit, he somehow forgot the loquat tree in the middle of the yard. He didn't water that tree. Instead, he sat down on the stone bench beside it, brewed himself a pot of tea, and sipped it at his leisure. Thwack! Thwack! From the woodshed behind him. When Xiaosheng's axe kept working, the sound of split would never letting up. Lu Jiming sat with one leg thrown over the other, staring at the loquat tree in front of him, as if he'd slipped into some long-ago memory. How long had that loquat tree been here? 15 years? 20? When he rewound the years, he remembered the offhand promise he'd made when he first came down from the Sword Pavilion. Never imagined that promise would carry off 30 years of his life. Granted, cultivators live longer than ordinary folk, but 30 years is a long stretch for anyone. As the years pile up, many things get worn smooth, but if you can't forget them, they turn into the root of your pain. Take the young man next door with the big black dog. Lu Jiming used to play chess with him. The dog often wandered over, loved to sprawl beneath the loquat tree to cool off or catch the breeze. As soon as a game ended, the young man would lead the black dog back to his own yard to cook porridge and brew medicine for his old mother. Later the young man left. No one sat down to play chess with Lu Jiming anymore. He grew much lonelier, and the black dog-esque shape was gone from under the loquat tree. He didn't know how long he lingered in the past before a particularly sharp sound from the woodshed snapped him back. Crack! The sound fell, followed by split logs clattering to the ground. In the courtyard, Lu Jiming lowered his head, took a sip of hot tea, and muttered to himself, "The tea's not even cool yet." When Xiaoxing came out of the woodshed hefting the axe, drenched in sweat, breathing hard, Lu poured him a cup of tea and waved him over to sit and rest, but when tipped back 2 cups of hot tea in quick succession. Then he heard Lu ask, "Do you play chess?" When hesitated for a moment, "Mind explaining the rules?" Patiently, Lu stood and went inside, came back with a cloth bundle wrapped around black and white stones. At a glance, one figured it had to be something like Go or 5 in a row. As Lu Jiming started explaining the rules, when Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh. Golden corners, silver sides. The belly just grass wasn't that Go? People said that when he was with Si Xiaohong, he didn't know the first thing about music and could only hum a few bars. But Go, Chinese chess, 5 in a row, those he could really play. "I can play. Let us have a game. Then I'll go split some firewood," when Xiaoxing said. Lu Jiming didn't say much. He asked when to choose black or white, and when picked white without the slightest hesitation. "You don't want to go first?" Lu asked. When shook his head. "I just like white." Lu Jiming only smiled, set down a black stone, and the two of them traded moves on the little board, one stone after another. Unlike Lu Jiming, when Xiaoxing played quickly, hardly pausing to think, Lu, once the game reached the middle, wasn't at a disadvantage, but he weighed every move for a long time. By the time 150 stones had been played, Lu was still pondering, and one, bored, drifted off staring at the loquat tree. The wind came up, the leaves hissed, and as the branches swayed they flashed like knives and swords. When he snapped back to himself, he felt something razor-sharp pressing against his throat. He recoiled on instinct, panic jolting him so hard he spilled the white stones in his hand. Clatter! The stones rolled and scattered across the yard like a routed army. When he fully came to, his face was slick with sweat. Still shaken, he touched his throat, and, once he was sure the skin wasn't broken, he turned to Lu Jiming and asked, "Mr. Lu, what tree is that exactly?" Lu Jiming smiled. "A loquat tree. They have loquats down south too. You should have seen one." When Xiaoxing shook his head, "No, that's not right. That isn't a loquat tree." Lu Jiming took a sip of tea and asked, "Then what do you think it is?" When Xiaoxing thought back to what had just happened, stared at Lu Jiming's face, and slowly pushed out 2 words, "a sword." In the courtyard, a light breeze stirred, flicking up a corner of his blue robe. The biting cold skimmed past Lu Jiming's brow without ever truly getting in. He kept his eyes on the teacup in his hand and said, "People are different, and so is what they see. The same person, at different times, looking at the same thing, will feel something different. For me, when I first came to know it, it was a loquat tree, and it still is. If you see it as a sword now, later it may not be." When Xiaoxing stood in the garden strewn with white ghost stones, quietly staring at the tree before him, the flashes of blade and sword he'd seen earlier felt like a phantom that had flickered across the board. The wind slowly dried the cold sweat on his back, and the swaying loquat tree no longer carried the scent of killing. It could still seize his eye at once, but the moment he tried to read anything from it, he saw nothing at all. He lifted his gaze, let it burrow into the loquat's leaves and branches, and asked Lu Jiming, "Mr. Lu, has this tree ever borne fruit?" Lu Jiming answered without hesitation, "It has. Back in Yan, it bore fruit every year." When Xiaoxing said, a little surprised, "Times being what they are, people are split into north and south. Do trees get split north and south too?" Lu Jiming smiled and took a quiet sip of tea. "Never mind whether trees are split north and south. How is it people come to be split north and south? How different are people of Yan from people of Qi, really?" When Xiaoxing bent down, gathered the white stones from the ground, and dropped them back into the cloth pouch one by one. "I've been away these 3 years, but I've seen a lot out in the counties. Countless common folk couldn't earn in a lifetime the gold leaf you pulled out without a thought. Whatever splendor they had fades in a blink, and they spend their whole lives trapped on the small patch of ground under their feet. To them, What can be split north and south is far more than just people. After a moment's thought, Lu Jiming said, "When I was coming down from the north, I heard a Confucian scholar in Qi say, 4 words: desperation breeds change." He meant that when you're down and out, you should find a way to change, instead of letting your circumstances shackle you. I think he had a point. When Xiaosheng picked up a game piece, his hand paused slightly. Then he said, "Mr. Liu, plenty of people understand countless truths, yet they still can't live their own lives well. I've always thought I was clever, even looked down on most people, but one sentence from Lu Jinshi, the status of a refugee, and 10 taels of silver kept me stuck outside the county for 3 full years. I tried everything just to stay alive. If I hadn't met old dog, met you, met Zhang the hunter, I would have died a dozen times over by now. Some stand on cloud-peaked heights, one glance down, and the human world is spread out below. Some are like frogs at the bottom of a well. They look up for 100 years, and they're still trapped beneath a tiny square of sky. There's nothing wrong with the idea that desperation breeds change, but people differ. Whether you can change depends on the person and the situation. Compared to people, trees are much simpler. If a northern tree can survive in the south, by rights it ought to bloom and bear fruit. Lu Jiming didn't refute when Xiaosheng on the strength of age or seniority. He pondered for a moment. A thoughtful look surfaced in his eyes. "In my view, people aren't all that different from trees," he said slowly. "This loquat tree stopped blooming and bearing fruit a long time ago. It's probably forgotten that it was a tree in the first place." When Xiaosheng picked up another piece, looked at Lu Jiming, and asked with curiosity, "Mr. Liu, you wander the world, how come you're traveling with a tree?" Lu Jiming lightly tapped the lid of his teacup, a crisp sound ringing out. "If a tree has no roots, it can't survive. I didn't really carry the whole tree down the mountain. The road was long, and I was afraid I'd forget the taste of home. So before I left, I snapped off a loquat branch. Later I married, made a living, bought a house here, and I buried that branch in the ground. Who would have thought that after a hard winter snow it would take root, and when the spring wind rose, it grew into a tree." Having said that, Lu Jiming looked at Wen Xiaosheng with a smile. "Xiaosheng, I've lived here for over 30 years. The road dust has long since worn off. How did you know I once roamed the martial world?" Wen Xiaosheng answered without a hint of reluctance. "These eyes of mine can see things ordinary people can't." "Oh, like what?" Wen Xiaosheng picked up every last white stone from the ground and handed the bundled cloth to Lu Jiming. "For example, when you play Go, your mind is always somewhere else. I can tell you carry a lot on your mind." As soon as he finished, Wen Xiaosheng turned toward the woodshed. Lu Jiming stared after him, dazed, and only when the crack of splitting firewood sounded again from the shed did he come back to himself. He tipped the cold tea from his cup onto the earth at the foot of the loquat tree. Morning at the market, the white-haired woman bought all the vegetables and meat she needed for the day, set them in a stone basket, covered them with a black cloth, and turned toward the market entrance. An archway stood at the gate, its plaque reading Fish and Rice Grove. The arch had stood here for many years. It was built 27 years ago, the year before Lu Jinshi took office in Kuhai County. After Lu Jinshi took over, the county's archways were hardly ever replaced, yet every year he applied to the royal city for funds. Where that money ended up, the people of Kuhai County never knew. Just as she was passing under the archway, the white-haired woman suddenly stopped. In front of her stood an elderly man in brown homespun, slightly stooped, with gentle features and a smile on his face. "Madam Liu, would you mind sitting down to chat with an old friend?" The wind was strong today. The street was churning with foot traffic, and nobody cared to linger outside. Passers-by pulled their clothes tight and hurried on, each wrapped up in their own business, and no one noticed them. At the sight of the old man, a chill crept into Madame Liu's expression. She didn't answer him, just turned aside and walked away. She'd only gone 2 or 3 steps when the old man spoke again. "The people from Wangchuan came to Kuhai County not to look for you. Seeing you, that was my personal idea. I've kept this secret for you for 30 years. Never said a word. Now, I need a favor." Inside the Yuanyang Tower, beyond the bustling front hall, lay a refined garden. Snow still clung to the treetops, left unswept, which only lent the place a different kind of beauty. Deep in the garden stood a few small wooden lofts set around courtyards, the quietest corner of the Yuanyang Tower. Anyone allowed this far in was a guest of real standing. In the small building along the east wall, Lu Chuan had set out a fine table and was waiting for Chun Xiong. A black-clad man with a sword on his back stood in the corner, like a slab of stone, utterly still. Lu Chuan didn't wait long. Chun Xiong knocked and stepped inside. The moment he entered, Lu Chuan bowed beside the table and said, "Magistrate, welcome." Lu Chuan pays his respects. Watching Lu Chuan's exaggerated performance, a chill settled on Chun Xiong's face. He said evenly, "It's just you and me here. Why bother with all the ceremonial theatrics?" Lu Chuan smiled, unhurried. Empty formalities? For hundreds of years, Qi has governed by the written word and set its codes by Confucian rites. Magistrate, do yourself a favor and don't say things like that again. If the Langan Pavilion gets wind of it, the hard-won opportunity you've fought for will go straight down the drain. Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes at Lu Chuan, cold and intent. He said nothing more, sat across from him, poured himself a cup of wine, and knocked it back in one swallow. What exactly happened the night before? Lu Chuan said, "I've already told the guards sent by the magistrate the specifics, but some things are better said face to face. That day, I dosed Lu Jinshi with a vial of gut rot. I figured I'd let him keep a little dignity. Shouldn't he have been any trouble? Who knew he'd stir up such a commotion?" Before Lu Chuan could finish, Chun Xiong cut in, his voice cold, like he was kicking a man when he was down. "If you wanted Lu Jinshi gone without a trace, there are plenty of ways. You could waited till he finished the handover with me, then hit him once he was out of the county. The snow came early this year. One good fall would bury everything clean. But you had to jump the gun, and you didn't even make it thorough. Now I'm stuck cleaning up this mess." Lu Chuan, "Do you even know who we're working for? Do you have any idea how much trouble your slip-up could cause? Don't you understand what kind of end we'll meet if we anger that lord?" Being dressed down, Lu Chuan's smile slowly faded. He shot back with a dangerous edge in his voice. "You know the White Dragon Guard have already shown up outside the county, right? Every single one of them is first-rate. Kuhai County's already bleak compared to the wealth elsewhere. It's practically barren. Guess why the White Dragon Guard would come to a place like this?" Chun Xiong's expression shifted. Lu Chuan went on, "You want me to wait till Lu Jinshi leaves town, then go and snatch him from the White Dragon Guard?" At the mention of the White Dragon Guard, Chun Xiong's hand, holding the cup, trembled twice. He rubbed the smooth bottom lightly and murmured, "So that master at Panlong Palace has already picked up on something?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and, even calmer than Chun Xiong, said, "Whether he's onto anything doesn't matter. What matters is he has no proof. If it weren't like this, why would I go to all the trouble of getting a vial of poison and setting Wang Chuan up to take the heat? Don't you think I know that taking Lu Jinshi's head with one clean stroke would been a hell of a lot more satisfying? I just didn't expect Lu Jinshi to be that ruthless just to bite back at us. He wouldn't even spare his own wife and kids." Chun Xiong listened to Lu Chuan's grim words, snapped his head up, and asked in shock, "Wait, you mean that night when Lu Jinshi had his wife and kids slip away under cover of darkness, it was too?" Lu Chuan answered coldly, "You think Lu Jinshi's really an idiot? You think he didn't know Wang Chuan had people watching him? He just used his own wife and kids as bait. They say even a tiger won't eat its cubs, yet a man can go this far. That's ice cold. I did keep a precaution. That night, I told the Wang Chuan crew to watch for Lu Jinshi pulling a diversion and sneaking off, but something still went wrong." Chun Xiong knew what had gone down earlier. A master from outside the county had butchered Wang Chuan's assassins near the Lu estate. Could it have been the White Dragon Guard? Lu Chuan shook his head. The White Dragon Guard keep themselves buried deep. They never showed their faces. I only knew they were here because I've got special informants. Those guys were all outside the county. Never came in if I hadn't tipped it off. Wang Chuan's people wouldn't have even noticed them." Chun Xiong fell silent. The Wang Chuan assassins who came this time were mostly under the Lin, Fire, and Mountain banners. Anyone who makes it into the Lin banner isn't some run-of-the-mill fighter. They've long had a name across the Four Kingdoms martial world. Among the assassins posted around Lu Jinshi earlier, there was one from the Lin banner. His name was Li Shan, 47th within the Lin banner, 7 years in the trade, for 133 kills. The night before last, he made his move in front of Lu Jinshi's mansion. His weapon was snapped mid-strike, and the broken blade pierced his own throat, killing him on the spot. Although Chun Xiong didn't know Wang Chuan as well as Lu Chuan did, he had sensed the energy beforehand and learned that several experts from Wang Chuan would be arriving in Kuhai County. This kind of backwater place where not even a bird would shit isn't likely to have any high-level types hiding around, let alone someone with a personal grudge against Wang Chuan. There's no way they'd go to war over it. Lu Chuan voiced his thoughts, before suddenly shifting tone. But I heard that the #1 bounty on Wang Chuan's Heaven Tier wanted list recently changed. Someone's offering 100,000 taels of gold for a single life. And that life happens to be right here in Kuhai County. Chun Xiong picked up a slice of bright green phoenix tail vegetable, slowly bringing it to his mouth with his chopsticks. 100,000 taels of gold for one head? Lu Chuan wiped the jade ring on his finger, smiling. Sounds hard to believe, right? As for who exactly put up the bounty, even I can't say for sure. All I know is that the target's already inside Kuhai County. She's got multiple injuries, stands 8 chi tall, and she's a woman. As for anything else, I don't have more clues. I can't tell if the Wang Chuan people are hiding things on purpose or if they just genuinely don't know. Chun Xiong stared at the smile on Lu Chuan's face, his eyes flickering with shifting light. You suspect that the person who broke into the county the other night is the top bounty on Wang Chuan's list? Lu Chuan replied calmly. Exactly. I don't care much for that 100,000 taels, but I've always been curious. I just have to find out what secret lies behind that bounty. What do you say, County Magistrate? Care to lend a hand? Team up for a bit? P.S. I'm back home now. Updates will resume, as usual, tomorrow. To the north of Kuhai County ran a river called Chinsha. It was the only river in the county that never froze, not even in winter. Even at the height of the coldest season, when the murky yellow waters crashed against the rocks, they still splashed up wide sprays of water. Bundled up fishermen moved out in small groups, tools of their trade in tow. At first light, they were already sculling their skiffs toward the river's gentle mouth, staking out the best spots, and settling into a day's work. On a stone platform on the west bank, close to the thick forest, an old man in a brown robe stood side by side with a white-haired woman, both facing the water. The old man's face was composed, only the current in his eyes, flowing like the river, spoke of what he had come through. You were gone 30 years, with no word whether you lived or died. At the river of forgetfulness, even the Lady of Forgetfulness has no seed anymore. The 10 kings of hell flew into a rage and set loose many powers in the martial world to hunt you down. Plenty of people died in the process. Madame Lu spoke coolly, without a trace of guilt. We're not a clean bunch. There's blood on all our hands. There are no innocents at the river of forgetfulness. Those who died because of me count toward paying off the karma I racked up when I was young. She paused, then asked the old man, And you? Why have you come to me? He let out a long breath. I risked my life to guard your secret for 30 years, kept you easy and untroubled all that time. Now I want 10 years back from you. Madame Lu watched the rushing river, and only after a long while did she speak. I left the martial world 30 years ago. I can't even hold a blade anymore, let alone take a life. The old man in brown gave a soft laugh. Then I've come to the right person. Madame Lu cut him a glance, sizing up this old acquaintance she hadn't seen in 3 decades, the Wind Banner's living king of hell, who entered the trade at 17 and has killed over 1,000, wondering what he was really after. If you didn't come to me to kill, then what did you come for? The old man slowly drew an old pellet drum from his sleeve and gave it a gentle twist. The little pellets tapped the drumhead with a muffled sound. The wind didn't carry it far before the waves on the river swallowed it whole. 2 years ago in the state of Chun, I found a 7-year-old girl lying unconscious in the hay pile outside a wall. She was covered in blood, with 2 feathered arrows piercing straight through her chest from front to back. My name is Ma Huan. I've spent a lifetime killing without ever blinking an eye. But that time, for some reason, my heart wavered with pity. I pulled the arrows out of her body, stopped the bleeding with my inner energy, and used strong liquor to disinfect the wound. When she started to recover, she unexpectedly caught a deadly fever and burned with high fever for days. I searched everywhere for famous doctors, but no one could help. I even prepared a coffin for her. But somehow, she pulled through on her own. When she finally woke up, she looked at me and called me Grandpa. From that moment on, I treated her as if she were my own granddaughter. After hearing this short but fragmented story, Lady Lu's coldness softened slightly. She tilted her head, gave the old man a long look, and said, "When a person has attachments, the killing intent in their heart naturally fades. You want to leave Wangchuan now, don't you? Aren't you afraid someone will find out?" Ma Huan let out a long sigh. The waters of Wangchuan are for ghosts to drink, not for people. Once you've entered Wangchuan, is there really any way to leave? This old body has spent half a lifetime killing for Wangchuan. I'm no longer human, nor am I fully a ghost. Now I'm full of old wounds and illness, and I just want to steal a little more time, raise this girl, see her grow up, and find her a good future. That's all I ask for." Lady Lu hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Then what do you want me to do for you?" Ma Huan put away the rattle he was holding and turned his head toward her. "I want you to return to the world of martial arts under the name Meng Po and pretend to kill me. When I was younger, I had the chance to learn a strange technique called whale dive from a Taoist from the northern mountains. It can make the body appear dead for several days while the consciousness remains. Help me use it to escape. And from that point on, we'll call our 30 years of debts and feelings even. What do you think?" Lady Lu shook her head. 30 years ago, I swore to him that I would never get involved in the martial world again. Ma Huan, you came too late." Ma Huan's brow creased slightly. Was it that boy? Madame Lu froze. On that familiar, beautiful face flickered a shock out of step with her age. After a moment, she murmured under her breath, "The boy, it's been 30 years. Time flies." Ma Huan stared at her. The curiosity he kept tamped down for 3 decades bubbled up like a spring, and he asked, "I really want to know, what did that boy say 30 years ago that made Meng Po, whose name struck fear across the martial underworld, lay down her blade and willingly walk away?" Thinking back to those days, the corners of Madame Lu's mouth lifted a smile like a spring breeze surfaced, then quickly smoothed away. She turned, and by the time the wind died, she was already a few yards off. Ma Huan called after her, "Su Yixian, only you can help me." Madame Lu stopped, but didn't look back. "You've been in Wangchuan all these years, don't you have a single person you can trust?" Hunched over, his white beard tousled by the wind, Ma Huan shot back, "Is that supposed to be pathetic? Wangchuan is what it is. Whose hands aren't stained with a few lives? People die for money, die for a name. What trust is there to speak of? I kept your secret for 30 years, let you live an ordinary life for 30 years. But what about me? I only want 10 years, long enough to watch my granddaughter grow up. 10 years will be enough. Helping me is just changing where you lie low. And there's a new big job in Wangchuan. People won't be looking too hard at you." Madame Lu stayed silent for a long time. She neither agreed nor refused, and simply walked away. From a distance, Ma Huan watched her figure slowly vanish on the far bank. After a long while, he lowered his head, fished out a little rattle drum, and spun it lightly. Its faint patter hovered at his ear, softening the indifference in his eyes with a touch of kindness. Tap, 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 tap. Toward dusk, snow drifted down from the sky, when Xiaosheng hauled a bundle of firewood back to the crumbling temple. When he got there, he dropped the wood and said to a Shui, who was sitting by the base of the stone statue, "Didn't you go look for Chunxiang? How come you're back so soon?" A Shui ignored him. Carrying a few steamed buns gone cold, he walked over to her, then his gaze snagged. He saw a broad bloom of blood across a Shui's chest. Her head was bowed, long hair spilling down to hide her face, as if she passed out. P.S. There will be one more update around 1 in the morning. Go get some sleep first. When Xiaosheng was genuinely stunned by the sight. At first, seeing the blood on her chest, he thought it belonged to someone else. But even though he knew nothing about cultivation, from a Shui's breathing and a few other details, he could tell this woman of unfathomable cultivation had been badly hurt. After hesitating a few seconds, when Xiaosheng still leaned in, carefully reaching toward her chest to lift her clothes and check the wound. To him, the motion carried both temptation and danger, but he did it anyway. Just as his hand was about to touch a Shui's full chest, an icy hand clamped around his wrist, and he found himself staring into a pair of frigid eyes. Under that gaze, the fire burning in the crumbling temple and the cold wind needling through the cracks in the walls seemed to be tinged with blood. When Xiaosheng was no stranger to that look. A few days earlier, When he first came to the ruined temple to check whether a Shui was alive or dead, Shi Di worn that same expression. They locked eyes. After a brief silence, the killing intent in a Shui's eyes slowly ebbed. Hoarsely, she asked Wen Xiaosheng, "Do you have to look?" Wen Xiaosheng knew exactly what she meant and answered, "Are you going to make it? If I am, then there's no need to look." Ashui loosened her grip and coughed twice. "I'll live. I'm not dying." When Xiaoxing heard that and drew his hand back, set the now cold bun by her side, then fetched a pot and boiled snow water. Once it was rolling, he ladled out a bowl and set it out in the wind and snow to cool. Only when it was at a drinkable temperature did he hand it to Ashui. "Have some hot water." She took the bowl from him, tipped her head back, and drained it in one go. Hot water couldn't heal wounds, but it did make her feel a bit better. "Thanks." She gave the bowl back to Wen Xiaoxing. He ladled himself a bowl and set it aside. He sat cross-legged by the fire, tossing more wood on as he asked, "Did you run into a master?" Ashui leaned against the base of the stone statue, eyes half closed. Wouldn't he call him a master? Taking in how weak she looked, when Xiaoxing gave a slight shake of his head. "Look at you still talking tough. Not a master? And he could leave you like this?" Ashui didn't argue, just said mildly, old injuries flaring up. When Xiaoxing, who'd been gathering kindling, paused. He remembered how she'd been when he first found her covered in knife wounds, some so deep they'd reached her organs. Even a cultivator wouldn't heal that fast. He slowly lifted his gaze, letting it fall on Ashui's lowered face, half hidden by messy strands of hair. "Did you see Chunxiong?" "Didn't see him. I was going to check on Lu Jinshi's corpse, but ran into someone watching over it. The guy W." She paused, moistened her dry lips, and said, "Wen Xiaosheng, you're right. Lu Jinshi's death is suspicious, and it's no small matter. The body only got a cursory embalming. There are stitches across his belly, looks like they were hunting for that bottle of poison that burns through your guts." Wen Xiaosheng let out a cold snort and said, "They're idiots. If you're going to kill someone, just finish it with one stroke, right? Either bury him quietly, or find a fall guy to take the rap for him. They messed around forever, and this is what they ended up with." He stared into the flames as the firelight flickered. The mockery on his face slowly faded, and he suddenly grew serious. Unless they were forced to do it that way. No sooner had he spoken than a Shui flicked a twig and tapped the back of his hand. When Xiaoxing snapped back, looked at a Shui, and asked, "What was that for?" A Shui tipped her chin up a fraction and said, "Weren't you the one who said you didn't want to get involved? Not afraid of dying." They held each other's gaze and stayed silent for a long time. At last, when Xiaoxing gave the stick in his hand a shake and tossed it into the campfire. Sparks flew. "Then do you want to hear it?" A Shui nodded. "Talk." When Xiaoxing shifted, folded his legs, and began slowly. "These people aren't your garden variety desperados. Lu Jinshi's death was clearly organized and premeditated. I don't know who they are, but if someone can drive a whole crew into pulling the same boneheaded stunt over and over so dumb, even an outsider like me can see it. There's got to be pressure on them from somewhere behind the scenes. Think about it. If a single stroke could settled it, why go out of their way to poison Lu Jinshi?" A Shui closed her eyes and said softly, "Don't beat around the bush. Just say it enough with the questions. If I have to think, I'd rather sleep." When Xiaoxing shrugged and finally said what he'd been thinking. "Shift the trouble east. Push some trouble and attention over to the Jianghu." When Xiaoxing was like a thinking machine, calm to the point of cruelty, endlessly parsing those people's motives. These folks are tangled up with assassin guilds in the Jianghu. Lu Jinshi, though, is nothing more than a minor magistrate in some remote county. He has no one worth using under him by rights. He shouldn't be deeply connected to the Jianghu, and his life or death shouldn't matter to them at all. So the pressure Chunxiong and the others are under isn't coming from the Jianghu. It's coming from the court. They're keeping Lu Jinshi's body preserved. That in itself is indirect proof. In the end, this corpse is probably going to be handed over. As he finished, a hint of doubt colored his tone. He cast a sidelong glance past the wind and snow. Out there, in the bleak, disordered expanse, lay an invisible dead hush. What's interesting is, to the royal house of Qi, a man like Lu Jinshi is just a speck of dust, hardly more noble than me. Ordinarily, even if someone at the imperial court wanted to get involved, It wouldn't load Chuanxiong and his people with this much pressure. At most, you'd get the routine investigate, close the case, file the paperwork. These anomalies tell us Lu Jinshi is hiding something we don't know, and it's tied to something big. After listening to Wen Xiaoxing's breakdown, a Shui weakly cracked one eye open. The more you talk, the more far-fetched this sounds. Kuhai County's a small place where would it hide so many secrets? When Xiaoxing shot back, care to gamble? Firelight played over a Shui. Her chest and belly rose and fell slightly, settling into a steadier rhythm. She stared at Wen Xiaoxing for a long moment, then said, "What's there to wager on? What I want you can't give, and what you want I can't give you." Wen Xiaoxing brought his hand close to the flame, feeling it scorch. "Do you know what I want?" A Shui smiled. "People go after whatever they're missing. You're the kind with a deep mind and a keen eye, but a thin fate bound to want to stand over the many, rise to the heights, and look down on the common world. But money and power, those two, I can't help you with." Firelight played across Wen Xiaoxing's face. His pupils brightened and dimmed shadows turned real, then ghostly. He didn't argue with Ashui, silent as a stone. When the firewood was almost gone, he went outside the ruined temple to scavenge more. As he hauled it back, he ran into a white-clad man wearing a conical straw hat. His clothes didn't belong in that heavy snow, more like night gear for spring or autumn. The outfit offered no warmth, yet the man stood in the temple doorway with his back to the bone-piercing wind, his body perfectly still. He gripped a black iron longsword with a red tassel. His earlobes were a touch large, reddened by the cold. The moment he saw him, Wen Xiaoxing didn't hesitate. He tossed the blade from his belt down beside Ashui. Ashui's injuries were severe, and even at his best he'd be miles short of that man, but someone showing up at a ruined temple beyond the county lines was, 9 times out of 10, no good. If it came to a fight, they'd have no one but Ashui to try and hold the line. "I'm not here to make trouble." The man's tone was indifferent, his voice full-chested yet cold as an unfeeling machine. A small pendant hung at his waist, a miniature black iron demon face on a black cord, rocking back and forth in the wind. He gave Wen Xiaoxing an appraising glance, then frowned and barely shook his head. Skirting past Wen's shoulder, he walked over to the fire. "Smart move." He said it with his back to Wen Xiaoxing, the words tossed out lightly. On the surface it sounded like praise, but the disdain ran thick, the mockery delivered almost without thinking. "But if I were really here to cause trouble, you wouldn't even have time to throw that knife." He didn't so much as spare Wen Xiaoxing a glance. He moved over to the campfire, fixed his eyes on Ashui, who was sitting with her back against the stone idol, and asked, "You from Wind City?" Ashui kept her head down. She didn't reach for the knife, didn't even bother to look up. "If you've got something to say, say it. If not, get lost." Unlike the gentle way she'd spoken to Wen Xiaoxing, Ashui had zero patience for the man in white. Even if he looked like trouble, she didn't give him an inch. The man in white tightened his grip on his sword. Displeasure flickered in his eyes, and his tone turned contemptuous. "I figured you'd be like a drowned rat by now. I already said I'm not here to make trouble, which means I might be able to help you. If you want to stay alive, you'd better show me a little respect." Ashui replied, calm as ever. "Hearing the word respect come out of your mouth is downright grating. And whether I'm a drowned rat or not, what is it to you? What makes you think I need your help?" Her retort, sharp and stubborn, sent a barely perceptible flash of anger across the white-clad man's face. His hand tightened on the hilt, but he swallowed it back and switched to a more provoking tone. "You know what? You people from Wind City, you're too damn stubborn. That is how you ended up like this. That fire, how many burned to death? You counted." The moment the words left his mouth, the cold wind knifing through the cracks in the rock seemed to be cut short. The machete that had been lying flat on the ground was somehow already in Ashui's hand. Moonlight vanished behind blowing snow. In a blink, sword and blade were already crashing together. Too fast. When Xiaoxing couldn't see it, no one else could either. By the time the sound of metal snapping died, crimson was already spreading across the white-clad man's shoulder. Shui swung the chopping axe diagonally from his neck all the way down to his spine, nearly cleaving the white-robed man clean in two. The sword in the man's hand had already snapped in half. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Shui, blood foaming from the corner of his mouth. He never would have imagined that someone already severely injured could strike this fast and this powerfully. Shui watched the light fade from the white-clad man's eyes and spoke in a voice so cold it cut like ice. If you hadn't come looking for trouble, you wouldn't have provoked me. And if you come looking for trouble, you really shouldn't have gotten this close. The corpse watcher I met today at the Kuhai County Courthouse was far smarter than you. P.S. One more update coming. I'll write it at midnight. When Xiaoxing stood nearby, fully aware that the woman he had picked up in a snowstorm years ago was no pushover, those scars on her body, etched like tattoos, were proof of brutal battles she survived, testaments to her ferocity and terrifying strength. But even he hadn't expected Shui to strike with such decisiveness and ruthlessness, showing absolutely no mercy. In Wen Xiaoxing's past experience, Shui was easygoing and easy to get along with. She didn't have that fake girlishness. She was straightforward, efficient, and open-minded, never holding grudges over his occasional rudeness. But now, for the first time ever, he saw her angry, and for the first time, he felt the terrifying killing intent radiating from her. When Shui attacked, when Xiaoxing had been frozen in place, as if buried in a mountain of corpses, his own body slowly turning into one of the dead. Her murderous aura was so thick, it almost distorted reality itself. Only now did Wen Xiaoxing truly glimpse the tip of the iceberg of Shui's terrifying power, and she was still seriously wounded. That night, after they had their drinks, he never pressed her again about her past, though in truth, he didn't really know what she had done before. To Wen Xiaoxing, Ashui was just a fleeting figure in his life, someone they barely crossed paths with, and there was no reason for him to go digging into her background. Still, his curiosity about her never faded. He just couldn't figure it out. What kind of past could she possibly have had to forge such a terrifying aura of killing intent? And what kind of horrifying, devastating experience could be so unbearable, even for someone like her, who seemed unshakable on the surface, that it would leave such scars, something so gruesome that even others couldn't bear to look. TCH. Ashui calmly pulled the axe from the white-robed man's body, then swung it in one smooth motion, flinging every last drop of blood off the blade. Then, limping, she walked outside the temple and squatted down, using snow to scrub away the remaining traces of blood on the blade. When Xiaoxing walked over and said to her, "Let me wash the blade," she turned her head slightly, giving him a sidelong glance. She didn't say anything, but still handed the axe over. He took it, rinsed the blade a few times quickly, then placed the axe beside the fire. After that, he began dragging the cooling corpse of the white-clad man, intending to carry it out and dispose of it. Just as he was about to pull the body out of the ruined temple, Ashui suddenly called out, "Wen Xiaoxing, throw me that pendant from his waist." He did as told, dragging the body out into the vast woods beyond the temple, tossing it carelessly into some inconspicuous shrubs before returning. Luckily, these past couple of days he had been chopping firewood for Master Lu, so his body was used to the exertion. After a full meal and a good drink, when he came back, although his hands and feet were numb with cold, he was otherwise fine. After warming himself by the fire for a bit, he was back to normal. "Thank you." When Xiaoxing added a few more logs to the fire, then suddenly said those two words to Ashui. The unexpected gratitude startled her. She had been staring at the tiny ghost mask pendant on her wrist. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly in confusion, and she asked slowly, "Thank you for what?" When Xiaoxing said bluntly, "When we were drinking that day, I brought up the past too. I ought to thank you for not killing me back then." Ashui looked at Wen Xiaoxing's earnest face and couldn't help laughing as she laughed. Her body trembled slightly, like she'd bumped an old wound. She pressed a hand to the blood-stained spot on her chest and said, "It shows you really are afraid of dying." When Xiaoxing corrected her quickly, "I'm not afraid of death. I just value my life." Ashui said, "Is there a difference?" When Xiaoxing answered solemnly, "There is, and it's a big one." At night, the two lay on opposite sides of the fire. Ashui had her hands behind her head, staring up at the black tiles of the ruined temple roof, furred over with cobwebs, when she broke the hush inside the temple and said, "The ones who came tonight were the White Dragon Guard. They're trouble. Someone's dead, the rest won't let it go easily. I advise you not to come back to the ruined temple for the next few days. Anyway, Since you've got papers as a man of Qi, you can always find a place to stay in the county seat. It's a lot safer there than this wreck of a temple. When Xiaoxing asked with his eyes closed, "What exactly is the White Dragon Guard?" Ashui didn't mind the bother. She explained patiently. The White Dragon Guard is a faction from the palace, mysterious, hard to fathom. They almost never show their faces in the martial world, but their prestige is sky-high. Even Wang Chuan and Zhouge don't care to cross them lightly. When Xiaoxing asked again, "And Wang Chuan and Zhouge?" Ashui said, "Wang Chuan is the top assassin syndicate spanning all four kingdoms. Every year they pay a fortune to the royal houses to buy death row prisoners, then use extremely brutal methods to forge those convicts into unblinking instruments of murder. To them, it doesn't matter if you're a high official or a commoner. If someone can meet their price, they kill anyone." Within the organization, there are four banners: wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Of them, the assassins of the wind banner are the most feared. All 12 are renowned across the martial world of the four kingdoms, their skills unfathomable. Zhouge originated in the western state of Chun. It's the largest trading caravan in the land. Its reach spread to every corner of the four kingdoms. Wherever there's money to be made, you'll find them. When Xiaoxing asked, a touch curious, "How big is the largest caravan exactly?" Ashui answered evenly, summing it up in 8 words. "Money moves the gods' wealth enough to rival a nation." Hearing that, when Xiaoxing grew more solemn. In this world where force flouts the law, an ordinary man may be blameless, but owning treasure often invites disaster if your strength doesn't match your wealth. That money becomes the most dangerous thing of all. For Zhouge to reign over all caravans, their power is beyond question. I don't know them well. That's about all I can tell you. In short, given your current situation, no one will dare provoke you. Staying put in the county seat is the safest choice. Faced with Ashui's well-meant warning and advice, when Xiaoxing neither thanked her nor replied, his thoughts seemed elsewhere. After a moment of silence, he asked her again, in a tactful yet steady tone, "I really can't learn your skills?" Ashui's shadow on the wall looked especially still. "You truly want to train with me?" When Xiaoxing answered sincerely, "I do. I really do." Ashui tilted her head slightly. Her narrow eyes caught the light, slipped past the flickering flames, and settled on Wen Xiaoxing's face. "Why?" This time she asked more earnestly than before. Wen Xiaoxing's reply was still brief. "Simply because you're strong. Ashui, someone as formidable as you, would your name rank among the greats in the martial world of the four kingdoms?" Ashui drawled, "I don't know. I'm not part of the martial world." When Xiaoxing opened his eyes, rolled onto his side, and met Ashui's gaze. At first he thought she was brushing him off, but when he saw those eyes, he believed her. She had no reason to lie to him. "Then can you teach me to cultivate?" He asked again, but what came back was the same cool reply from Ashui. "When Xiaoxing, I can't teach you." She looked at the big kid leaning by the bonfire, her tone softening a notch. Then she laid out a fact that made Wen Xiaoxing despair. "It's not just me. Most people in the world couldn't teach you. Even those from the legendary holy lands of cultivation wouldn't be able to do anything. Last time you asked, I said you couldn't learn my techniques because you were older, your bones had set, and that would affect your inner C, but that wasn't the real reason. The reason you can't cultivate the root of it is that you don't have an inner C at all." At that, when Xiaoxing jolted upright from the ground, every trace of drowsiness gone. "Are you sure?" Ashui answered with absolute certainty, "I am. I can spot this sort of thing at a glance, but back then I couldn't be completely sure. People without an inner C are so rare you might not meet one in 100,000. So I went over you carefully, and in the end I found you truly don't have an inner C. That's why I said you're the first poor sap I've ever run into." When Xiaoxing stared blankly at Ashui for a long moment, lips pressed tight, unable to say a word, Ashui went on, "The reason that White Dragon Guard looked at you like that just now is because he saw you can't cultivate at all. The Elixir Sea is the channel that links a person to heaven and earth. The body has 720 apertures, each has its own subtle use. Only by condensing the Elixir Sea into power can you awaken those apertures, unleash your potential, move like the hidden winds in the mountains and the raging swells upon the sea, ring across heaven and earth, and erupt like divine thunder. Ordinary people, no matter how they train their muscles and bones, can never stand against the power of heaven and earth. So before a true cultivator, mortals are as weak as infants, with no strength to fight back. You were born without an elixir C. No matter how hard you work afterward, your potential has a ceiling. You're a good person. I didn't want to hit you this hard, but sooner or later you were going to run into this. Keeping it from you too long might end up hurting you. When Xiaoxing's eyes looked especially hollow in the firelight, then after a moment returned to normal. He gazed at a Shui lying on the ground, still unwilling to give up, and asked earnestly, "Really there's no way at all?" A Shui shook his head. "I truly don't have the slightest way. Cases like this are extremely rare to begin with, and I'm not the sort of cultivation master who founds a sect. I don't know the first thing about training disciples. Since you're set on learning from me, all I can pass on to you is a Taoist art for nourishing the body." When Xiaosheng hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What art is it?" A Shui said, "Back in the day, the North Sea Taoists roamed the world and carved 3 self-created strange arts upon the Jiesher cliffs at the far eastern edge of the state of Zhao. They were called Whale Dive, False Speech, and Fountain of Agelessness. The one I know is the Fountain of Agelessness. This art is unusual. You don't need an elixir C to practice it. Its effects vary from person to person, and it only strengthens the body and prolongs life at 1T give you the kind of power that splits mountains and shatters stone." When Xiaosheng wasn't he discouraged. He said, "Better to practice than not. You're right, I really am the unluckiest man alive. But even the unlucky have their own way to live. If I didn't want to live, I should have died 3 years ago and spared myself all this suffering. These 3 years, I've spent every waking moment thinking how to get by, how to live better. Compared to that, losing my Dantian doesn't feel all that serious." Ashui stared at Wen Xiaoxing's face. Only now did she realize she underestimated how fierce his will to live was. Something hard to name welled up in her chest, as if old wounds were slowly being covered over. She turned her face away, closed her eyes, and said, "Get some sleep. Tomorrow morning I'll pass you the formula and teach you how to channel it." Kuhai County, at the county yamen. The wind and snow swallowed the light of the stars and moon. Chun Xiong stood in the room where Lu Jinsher's body lay. Wu Xie stood off to the side, still gripping a blade. His shorter arm was crisscrossed with stitches, the elbow bound with a white strip of cloth and slung from his neck. They turned Lu Jinsher's corpse over. Aside from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After Chun Xiong finished a careful inspection, he looked at Wu Xie, a touch of disbelief in his voice, and asked, "You're telling me that lame woman who came today, her cultivation is higher than yours?" Wu Xie's lips were a little pale. A flicker of their bout crossed his cool eyes. He said, "Way beyond me." Chun Xiong's expression darkened. His gaze dropped to Wu. Her injuries were no joke. If an old wound of hers hadn't flared up at the critical moment, that blade would have taken my head clean off. Listening to Wu Xie, Chun Xiong broke out in goosebumps, his scalp tingling. "Wu Xie, you stepped into the longing realm 15 years ago, and now you can't even stop one move from this person? As the saying goes, you can't really crown a best in letters, but in the martial world someone always comes out on top. This time, coming from the royal capital, Chun Xiong had handpicked every person traveling with him. Wu Xie had served the family for over 20 years as an old guest retainer. Chun Xiong knew his strength inside and out. He couldn't make sense of it. How could a border backwater like Kuhai County be hiding such a terrifying master? His heart lurched, his thoughts racing straight to the worst. Maybe someone in the palace had sniffed out a clue and secretly sent one of the White Dragon Guard's 3 drill masters to investigate. Rumor had it that among those 3 drill masters there was a woman with unfathomable skill. Once, out in the western borderlands, she faced 1,800 raiders alone, sent their chief tumbling from the saddle, and walked away without a scratch. Could the one who came to examine Lu Jinsher's corpse be that female drill master from the White Dragon Guard? Chun Xiong's mind was in a tangled. Details slipped away. It felt like he was treading on steel needles. Every step set his whole body buzzing. At his side, Wu Xie sensed his breath turning ragged and, in a rasp, tried to steady him. "My lord, don't be alarmed. The more you fret, the messier it gets. From what I saw, the woman's clothes were in rags, like a refugee, and she was covered in shocking wounds. Trouble follows the likes of her. Odds are she has nothing to do with the palace." People like that get swallowed by the martial world, and whatever big thing they once had going stops counting for much. Wuxia's words slowly calmed Chuanxiong's turmoil. He drew several deep breaths, turned to face Lu Jinshi's corpse, and said, "There is some sense in what you say. When Lu Chuan and I were talking about last night at the Mandarin Duck House today, he let slip a hidden detail. Wan Chuan recently posted a heaven-tier bounty, 100,000 in gold. The target is a woman, 8 feet tall, covered in wounds." Thinking back, the folks who came to the county office to examine the body today were very likely here because of her. But why would she care so much about whether Lu Jinshi lives or dies? A complicated light flickered in Chun Xiong's eyes. He was still uneasy. The corpse of Lu Jinshi has to be sent, together with the case file, to the judicial authority in Guanghan City, the major city they answer to. Only after they confirm everything and send the paperwork back to the royal capital will the matter be truly closed. If he shows anything off, the White Dragon Guards traveling with them might notice. Chun Xiong doesn't fear the White Dragon Guard itself. This time he came to Kuhai County partly to hunt for an opening through Langan Pavilion that could help him pass this year's examinations, and partly to handle a few minor headaches for a big shot up on the cloud. At a word from him, Lu Chuan would step in any time, throwing every resource he could muster behind him. What really worries Chun Xiong is the power behind the White Dragon Guard and the chance that, if word leaks, it could drag the wrong kind of trouble onto that big shot in the cloud. If this gets botched, it won't just be him paying the price. It'll pull his whole family down with him. She may have honored the Confucian way for centuries, but the people who make it to the cloud don't keep their positions and power with a few bookish platitudes. Chun Xiong figures he knows that better than anyone. 76 years ago, a coup in the Qi royal house threw the court into turmoil. His grandfather, too devoted to that righteous Confucian ideal, refused to take sides, build factions, or seek private gain. In the end, he was pushed out, lost his office, then his life. The family fell from prosperity, and that is how they ended up where they are now. If his lordship wants to know, then why not work with Lu Chuan and look into it? Wuxia honestly couldn't make sense of it. How would a remote, minor county magistrate like Lu Jinshi know any truly formidable figures from the martial world? The motive for showing up today to examine Lu Jinshi's corpse was downright bizarre. Chuanxiong clasped his hands behind his back, rubbing his fingertips together as if he were hesitating. After a long moment, he let out a long breath. I didn't agree to Lu Chuan's proposal at first. The lord he serves is too dangerous. I can't afford to cross him. I don't want to do anything that might invite unnecessary complications. If he ends up conjuring trouble out of nowhere, the fallout won't be mine alone. But as things stand, it looks like I don't have much of a choice. Wuxia, I'll write a letter tomorrow. Help me deliver it. When Xiaoxing sat in the Loquat orchard, starting a second game with LV Jiming. This time he was like LV Jiming, restless at the board, his focus frayed. After 70-odd moves, LV Jiming suddenly asked, "Xiaoxing, how come you're like me today?" When Xiaoxing came back to himself, sighed, and said with a wry smile, "Yeah, took a nap, and woke up with more to worry about." LV Jiming watched him with keen interest. "So what exactly is eating you?" When Xiaoxing took a sip of tea and shot back, "Shouldn't you have known already?" LV Jiming laughed. "I'm not a mind reader. If you don't tell me, how would I know?" When Xiaoxing sighed, shook his head, and said, "Mr. LV, I don't have a dancy at all. Without it, there is no path for me to cultivate. Looks like I'm headed for an ordinary life." LV Jiming took a light sip of tea as well. "Who says you can't cultivate without a dancy? I don't have one either." An offhand remark from Lu Jiming made when Xiaoxing's eyes, dull for the entire night, suddenly light up. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man before him, plain at first glance, yet suffused with mystery, and couldn't help recalling what a Shui had said, a reclusive master beyond the world. Coupled with the gold leaf Lu had casually produced earlier, the man seemed even more imposing and enigmatic. "Please, Mr. Lu, I would be grateful for your guidance." When Xiaoxing cupped his hands to Lu Jiming, his tone earnest, Lu Jiming didn't hold anything back. Smiling, he asked, "How much do you understand about cultivation?" When thought for a moment, then repeated what a Shui had told him. The human body has 720 apertures. Cultivation is about attuning yourself to the great way of heaven and earth, condensing power in the Dan C, then using the Dan C to activate the acupoints, releasing the true potential sealed within the body so it erupts with tremendous strength. But, Mr. Liu, what exactly is the Dan C? Is that the Dantian? Calmly, Liu Jiming poured himself a cup of tea and spoke unhurriedly. The Dantian is just a term for a certain region of the body, usually 2 or 3 inches below the navel. The Dan C, by contrast, is the nexus where the 720 apertures, linked by the meridians, converge, and it can appear anywhere in the body. The Dan C does exist, but at ISNT confined to flesh and blood, it's more like a subtle yet unmistakable perception. If you're a cultivator, you'll naturally feel that wonder the power of the Dan C can, in an instant, run through the 8 extraordinary meridians, reach the apertures, and awaken potential. It's just that people are many and talent varies. Some are born with blocked meridians and can't withstand the force of the Dan C. Some have apertures that are withered, and of the 720, maybe only half are open. There are tens of millions of practitioners. Yet those who can truly open more than 600 apertures are few and far between. Of course, apertures are just a widely practiced method of cultivation, a marker of potential at ISNT. True that the more apertures you open, the higher your attainment. In the far north of the Yin Kingdom lies a sacred training ground called the Sword Pavilion. Its master, Tu Shanbai, devoted his whole life to a single aperture in his palm, yet he still spent countless years roaming the world. Hearing this, when Xiaosheng felt his blood surge for no reason. He remembered stories of someone who trained one move for a lifetime, and, the day he descended the mountain, was invincible. The two notions weren't so different. If heroes truly needed only one exchange to defeat an enemy, what kind of thrill would that be? Mr. Liu, if there's no elixir C, how do you cultivate? How do you awaken the potential of the apertures? Liu Jiming smiled faintly. The Great Way has countless paths. As long as you put your heart into it, where can't you cultivate? Eating, sleeping, walking, even chopping wood is cultivation. See, it's only been 2 or 3 days aren't you already chopping wood more smoothly? When Xiaosheng lowered his voice and asked, serious, it does feel different than before, but what I learn has to let me protect myself in front of real cultivators, so I don't end up as meat on someone else's chopping block. Liu Jiming spoke slowly. So what if they're cultivators? Do cultivators not eat and sleep? We're all human. People keep saying we're different, but in truth, we're much the same. When Xiaosheng met Liu Jiming's bottomless gaze, a hint of amusement tucked behind his eyes. He kept feeling there was more in those words, but for the moment, he couldn't put his finger on it. Thinking it over, he finally looked up and asked, "What should I do, Mr. Liu?" Liu Jiming poured him a cup of tea and said with a squinting smile, "Just drink tea, play chess, eat, and chop wood. As the saying goes, read a book 1,000 times, and its meaning reveals itself. Most work is more alike than different. Everyone wants to cultivate, but what is the essence of cultivation? How many truly want to understand it?" When he finished, he stood up with his hands clasped behind his back and slowly walked out of the courtyard. "I'm going to take a stroll by the river. If you're worn out from chopping wood, come into the yard and have some tea." After Liu Jiming left, when Xiaosheng stayed seated, staring at the teacup on the table, the cup's jade green water held a single tea leaf, rocking back and forth, refusing to sink, like a small skiff fighting for its life on the open sea. Strangely enough, that unremarkable sight suddenly drew him in. He hunched over the table, brought his face closer, eyes locked on the cup, and little by little forgot everything around him. All at once, a gust of wind blew in from distant Mian Lake to the east. Ruffling its clear surface, the ripples rising in layers seemed to be swept right into the cup. In an instant, when Xiaosheng felt he was aboard the skiff in the cup, with surging waves all around him like a giant dragon about to swallow him whole. He couldn't even stand steady. He dropped into a crouch, clamped his hand around the skiff's gunwale, and stared around in panic. He was obviously still in the courtyard. How could things have turned into this? When had he slipped into this world inside a teacup? Realizing he'd somehow crossed between worlds, suddenly being small didn't seem so strange. He was just about to steady himself when a wave slammed in. When Xiaosheng ducked in a hurry, he barely avoided it, but his hand slipped on the skiff, and he plunged into the deep sea beneath his feet. A terrible weightlessness seized him. Eyes wide, he stared up at the surface. The skiff, like a tea leaf, seemed to have been knocked loose by the waves and was plummeting straight toward him. Though he was in the water, he neither choked nor felt the least buoyancy, yet the skiff overhead fell faster and faster, its bow slowly splitting the water into twin currents. Then flames suddenly licked up from the prow, burning fiercer and fiercer until they engulfed the entire little boat. Pingzhou was swallowed by the blaze, and when Chaoxing stared fixedly ahead when, all at once, a sword-esque cry tore out of the fire, blasting the surrounding waves into a pocket of vacuum. Clang! A razor-sharp longsword punched through the rolling fire, and its blade drove straight through Wen Chaoxing's chest. Whoosh! That indescribable, utterly pure sharpness without a speck of impurity sent a chill through him and snapped him awake. When he came to, he was still hunched over the table, eyes fixed on the teacup before him, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. The wisp of tea leaf that had been floating in the cup had already sunk to the bottom. Toward dusk, when Chaoxing hauled a cart of firewood he de-split during the day and headed out of the city along a broad, empty road. The wind howled, driving the snow. Near the city's edge, he saw someone coming toward him, dragging another wood cart. The man was bundled in thick winter clothes, but they couldn't hide how gaunt he was, thinner even than when looked. His cart held only small branches and deadwood, not even half of Wen's load, yet he was hauling it with obvious strain. Wen had actually seen this man when he'd gone out yesterday and hadn't expected to run into him again today. They passed shoulder to shoulder. Noticing the snow piled on the man's shoulders, Wen suddenly stopped and called out, "Hey!" The man trudged on mechanically through the snow, as if he hadn't heard. After a few more steps, Wen called again. Only then did he turn, looking back at him in puzzlement. On that street, the two figures, battered by wind and snow, looked like a pair of hard-luck brothers. Wen pointed at the wood on his own cart and said, "Do you need this?" The man stood there staring at Wen Chaoxing for a while before letting down the rope on the firewood cart. Then he walked over to him slowly and asked, "How much are you selling it for?" Wen Chaoxing saw that the man's dry, thin hands were cracked from the cold, but judging by his face he looked to be only in his 30s. He couldn't help feeling a little moved. He said, "If you really need it, I can give you some for free." Over at Lu Jiming's place there was plenty of wood every day. He'd already told Wen Chaoxing that there was no way he could burn through everything he split. In the end, they always found someone to buy the extra, and the money from the firewood was what he lived on. The man in front of him didn't look pleased at the offer of free wood. He thought for a moment, reached into his sleeve and fumbled around, but after a long while came up with nothing. Finally he said to Wen Chaoxing, "A decent man doesn't take handouts. There are places in town that buy firewood. I know the going rate. If you're willing, I'll pay you half the market price in cash, and for the other half." He thought it over again and added earnestly, "I'll make it up to you with my writing." Wen Chaoxing raised his brows. "Writing? What kind of writing?" The gaunt man answered, "Words on paper." He paused. "Would that do?" Wen Chaoxing smiled, then nodded. "Deal." The gaunt man nodded back, glanced around, and pointed toward the south gate of the county seat. "I didn't bring any money today. Tomorrow evening at sundown, I'll bring the cash and the writing and wait for you there. How about it?" Wen Chaoxing helped him load the wood. "All right." The two of them moved a third of the firewood from Wen Chaoxing's cart onto the gaunt man's cart. When they were done, the man shook the snow from his clothes and said to Wen Chaoxing, "That's enough. Don't take any more. You're not that strong to begin with. You can't haul too much. If you end up freezing to death in the street, they might pin it on me." The thin man dipped his head, shielding his eyes from the blowing snow, tied the wood tight on the cart with rope, and said, "If I freeze to death, that's just my own bad luck. My name is Chung Feng. You have to come tomorrow. I'll be waiting at the gate." Wen Chaoxing answered, "No problem. I'm Wen Chaoxing. Tomorrow evening, let us meet at the county gate." They split up. When Chaoxing headed out of the county, Chung Feng strained to drag the heavy firewood cart home. Outside the ruined temple, Wen Chaoxing saw firelight throwing a shui's shadow across the wall. He pulled the cart inside, unloaded the pile of wood, brought some closer to the fire, and saw a shui cooking horse meat. Footsteps sounded. A shui didn't look up. She just stirred the horse meat in the pot with a stick and said as she stirred, "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" When Chaoxing sat by the fire, stretched his frozen hands out to warm them, and said, "If I told you I was worried about you, And that's why I came back, would you believe me? A Shui gave a soft snort. That excuse is way too tired. She ladled him a bowl of horse meat broth, nothing good, but warm at least, and handed it over. Wen cupped the bowl through his sleeves, kept blowing across the surface, and drank it in small sips. The soup was gamey and rank, yet Wen Xiaoxing actually took a bit of pleasure in it as he drank. Your pride's too strong. If it were me, I'd just squat in that big shot woodshed and refuse to come out. Being looked down on beats losing your life. Wen lifted his eyes to meet a Shui's, his brows drew tight, a chill gathering between them. You're practically the roundworm living in my gut. We're eating, don't say gross stuff like that. Wen set the bowl down and asked Shui, did anyone come looking for you today? Shui shook her head, stretched lazily, and her voice carried a tired note. Nobody came to bother me today. I slept pretty soundly. Wen Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then went on. I've been mulling over what happened last night. Didn't I tell you before that Chuanxiong's people might be under pressure from the court? You think could it be the White Dragon Guard pulling the strings? With that reminder, Shui's expression shifted, turning a little complicated. She'd been busy all day tending to her injuries and honestly hadn't thought much about it. Xiaoxing pinched up a piece of horse meat from the bowl, boiled until it was falling apart, popped it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Kuhai County is too far from the capital. Normally, the palace's reach wouldn't extend out here so fast, so whatever they ran into, Chuanxiong and his people should had room to maneuver. But if the White Dragon Guard made a move, that's a different story. They may serve the royal house of Qi, but they're really a force from the martial world. They range far and wide, and odds are you'll find their shadow in a lot of places. A powerful martial world organization with the royal clan at its back can be the most immediate threat in any corner of Qi. The only possibility I see right now is that whatever Chuanxiong's crew is trying to do can't be allowed to reach the White Dragon Guard's ears. Best not to alarm them. But look at it from another angle, whether it's Chuanxiong or the White Dragon Guard. They're both doing the bidding of big shots in the palace. If they're in each other's way, doesn't that mean the capital's roiling with undercurrents too? He finished calmly. By the fire, Shui had gone still. The flicker in her eyes seemed to mirror the jolt running through her heart. After a long silence, she stared at Wen Xiaoxing like he was a monster and said, Wen Xiaoxing, what exactly did you used to do? Wen Xiaoxing fell silent for a moment, then tapped a finger against his temple and said to her, I've lost everything from before I turned 18, chalk it up to an injury. I only remember the last 3 years outside the county. Don't ask what I used to do. I can't even remember who my parents were. But I doubt I've got some mysterious pedigree. If I did, either my family would found me and hauled me back to be some pampered scion, or my enemies would wiped out my bloodline by now. It's the poor bastards like me nobody bothers to miss. Isn't it? He sure as hell couldn't tell a Shui he ended up here from another life. Say that out loud, and people would either think he was crazy and not buy it. And if anyone did believe him, the trouble would only snowball. Better to keep it to himself. A Shui half believed him and half didn't but she didn't press. She kept tearing into the horse meat. After a stretch of silence, Wen Xiaoxing looked like he had his fill. He patted his stomach and said to a Shui, who was still eating, For a while, you need to keep your guard up. No matter which outfit you're with, if Chun Xiong finds out you messed with Lu Jin's corpse, he'll get suspicious. Worst case, he links up with the folks in the martial world who are after you, and then we're in serious trouble. A Shui said coolly, just a rabble. Wen Xiaoxing patted himself down and somehow fished a small flask out from somewhere, then tossed it to a Shui. She caught it cleanly and arched a brow. Look at you, got money for booze now. Wen Xiaoxing said, You bought last time. My turn. Didn't have much cash, so I only got this little one. Make it last. A Shui smiled, popped the stopper one-handed, and took a long pull. The heat surged from the inside out. She let out a low breath. Damn, that hits the spot. Wen Xiaoxing, for this flask alone, I'll say you've got a shred of conscience. Wen Xiaoxing picked up where he left off and cautioned. Chuanxiong isn't a simple man. You'd better not underestimate him. Even if they're not your match for now, in the state you're in, who has to say your old injury won't flare up the next time you get into a fight? Shui swished a mouthful of strong liquor, gargled twice, then turned her head and spat it into the fire pit in front of Wen Xiaoxing. The flames flared bright for a moment, then slowly settled back. At worst, My soul goes back to where it came from. What is there to be afraid of? She long since made her peace with life and death whenever it came up. She didn't give it a second thought. When Xiaoxing didn't share her disregard for life. His tone carried a sneer. If you're so dead set on dying, what are you even looking for the truth for? When you're dead, you're nothing but a handful of dirt, and the past turns to bare bones. Whether you know or don't know, what does it change? If this really matters to you, the least you can do is make sure you stay alive. And besides, he met Ashui's eyes, his gaze sharp enough to flay skin, chisel through bone, and bore straight into the deepest place. But his words broke off there. They stared each other down for a good while, until Ashui suddenly shot him a sidelong glance and said, displeased, "Your eyes are really unbearable. They see too deep. I've always hated people prying into my secrets." When Xiaoxing lowered his head, tossed a stick into the fire, and shrugged. "I don't like it either, but I was born T." Shui spoke up. "When I first escaped from there, I was badly injured and my mind was all scrambled. A lot of people were hunting me. There was no way I should have made it this far alive. A old horse carried me across the wasteland for over 1,000 li. But then we hit a heavy snowstorm. The horse froze to death in the wild. I barely stumbled into these mountains, and that's when you found me. If it weren't for that horse, I never would have met you." When Xiaoxing stared at Shui, at the sharp eye peeking through the strands of hair that fell loosely around her face, he chuckled. "It's obvious since the day we met. Your luck's gone straight downhill." Shui let out a long sigh, shook his head slightly, and tossed the half-empty gourd of wine to him. "Not drinking anymore." When asked, Shui lay down, hands tucked behind his head, closed his eyes, and lazily muttered, "Tired. You drink it." When didn't he hesitate? He tilted his head back and downed the rest of the liquor in one gulp. The fiery burn felt like a blade slicing from his throat straight to his gut. He let out a satisfied, "Ah," then snapped the lid shut, set the gourd aside, and stretched out on the ground as well. His eyes barely shut before the alcohol kicked in. The world started spinning. His body felt weightless, oddly pleasant, actually. It was the perfect moment to fall asleep. But tonight was different from most nights. Outside the temple, snowflakes danced through the air. Across the sky, strange dark shadows like crows flickered past. In the far distance, just beyond what one could see, came the sharp, unmistakable sound of steel sliding out of a sheath. And on the snow outside, faint footprints had begun to form. Inside the temple, the firelight flickered gently. One had barely dozed off when a sudden grip yanked him up by the collar. Startled, he shot his eyes open. Shui's face was inches from his own. His heart clenched. For a moment, he wondered if the alcohol had finally driven her mad, if she was about to start trouble, maybe even pluck his eyeballs out. "What is going on?" he gasped. Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "People. They're here. North of the temple, less than a mile away. 36 of them." When Xiaoxing froze for a moment, the alcohol still lingering, but the first thing he did was look for his machete. He didn't press Ashui on how he knew what was happening half a mile away. People like Ashui, cultivators, had their special tricks, and that didn't surprise him. Right now, the most important thing was figuring out how to stay alive. Ashui lowered his voice. "Don't bother. I'm already holding your machete." When Xiaoxing said, disgruntled, "The temple's full of weapons. Why do you have to take mine?" Ashui gave the machete a casual flick with a turn of his wrist. His grip was steady, nothing like a drunk S. "This machete's not bad. Feels good in the hand." When Xiaoxing was speechless, he pointed at himself. "You take my machete, what am I supposed to use to protect myself?" Ashui said coolly, "There are plenty of weapons in the temple. Don't tell me you can't find one." When Xiaoxing spread his hands, "I don't know how." Ashui released his grip on one's collar and said evenly, "Then just grab any knife or sword and hold on to it." When Xiaoxing, "Didn't you want to learn martial arts from me? Tonight, I'll teach you how to kill. P.S. One more chapter today." The liquor hadn't fully worn off his gut, still burned with it. His head wasn't spinning, but his steps felt floaty. He set one foot into the thin snow outside and nearly stumbled. "I think in my current state, going out to fight is basically asking to die." From a corner of the ruined temple, Ashui casually drew a long sword and flung it toward Wen Xiaoxing. Wen dove to the side, dodging what looked to him like a killing stroke. "You keep throwing things like that, I might not live long enough to see those enemies." He scrambled up and yanked the long sword from where it was stuck in the snow. He tested it, still didn't feel right. Ashui stepped into the snow as well, his footfalls sounding especially cold in the wind and snow. On the battlefield or in the martial world, the enemy never gives you a chance to pull yourself together. When steel clashes, it's just life or death, everything else is noise. When Xiaosheng, sword in hand, trailed behind Ashui, he had barely opened his mouth when a knife-cold gust heavy with snow rushed in. I don't know any martial arts, and I'm in lousy shape. In their eyes, I'm just a stray mutt they could kick to death any time. If I go with you tonight, I probably won't see tomorrow's sun. Ashui answered coldly. That is your choice. I told you long ago not to come back. Did you hear me? No sooner had the words left her mouth than murderous intent surged out of that vast blur of white, riding the snow-laden wind and whipping their hair into a frenzy. Ashui's hand on her blade only grew steadier. She glanced back at the flustered Wen Xiaosheng and said, Are you scared? Do you regret it? Wen Xiaosheng was shaking all over. He couldn't tell whether it was the killing intent in the storm that rattled him or the cold itself. The white mist of his breath billowed up, veiling his eyes. To be honest, I'm a little nervous. Ashui said, It's normal to be nervous. The first time I went in for the kill, I was nervous too. Of the ones coming this time, a lot aren't cultivators, they're just ordinary fighters from the martial world. They don't even try to muffle their steps. When Xiaosheng glanced at Ashui in surprise and said, You can hear that clearly? Ashui replied, When the wind is high, you can actually hear better. But it's only the ordinary noises. If a real expert makes a move or someone's lying in ambush, your ears won't be much help. Before she finished speaking, a crossbow bolt suddenly tore through the hazy curtain of wind and snow, shooting straight at them. A crystal snowflake mid-fall shattered under the arrowhead's killing chill. The shaft ripped across 100 feet in a blink and came to within half a foot of Wen Xiaosheng's brow, only to be caught and held steady by a slender hand. In the next instant, Ashui flicked her wrist, and the crossbow bolt reversed course along the path it came, thudding into that murky swath of distant snow. After a dull thump, a smear of crimson slowly spread across the white. When Xiaosheng hunched over, cold sweat soaking his back, a sharp east wind hit him, and the buzz of the alcohol blew away in an instant. In the dark, that kind of heavy crossbow might not be much of a threat to Ashui, but for him it was a fatal shot he couldn't possibly defend against. By the time he reacted, the bolt would probably already have punched through him. The best move was to get low, shrink his target as much as possible, and not pull Ashui's focus. Once the crossbowman went down, the silence returned. No one could say whether more heavy crossbows were buried in the snow. Ashui cast her gaze into the distance, a frosty film seeming to settle over her eyes. Right ahead of her, about 30 men in black appeared, blades bared, all of them masked. Their killing intent was colder than the wind and snow, and it closed over the two of them like a spiderweb. They're all cultivators. My leg's bad, dealing with them will take time. Wen Xiaosheng, listen to me. Quit staring at the bolts, use your ears. Hearing her, Wen Xiaosheng went cold all over and, keeping his voice low, said, I never trained for that. I probably won't judge it right. Ashui said, Then do your best to get it right. With that, she raised her blade and limped toward Das. The frigid wind howled through the air. Ashui gripped her cleaver and stepped forward one by one toward the group of more than a dozen black-clad figures. Facing them, she said, Why don't you try and find out for yourself? Each of them wore a token from Wang Chuan at their waist, their strengths varying greatly, most of them still young. Among them stood a middle-aged swordsman in a black robe, his face uncovered, his temples already streaked with white, whether from age or snow, no one could tell. They stood in the snow like statues, eyes coldly fixed on the woman before them. That man Lu said your head is worth quite a bit. Kill you, and we earn a place in the Feng Ziqi. The middle-aged swordsman's words dripped with provocation. He hadn't even listened to what Ashui had said, nor did he show any interest in her. Entry into Wang Chuan's Feng Ziqi wasn't easy no matter how many powerful martial artists existed beneath it. The Feng Ziqi only had 12 spots. To join, one needed not only formidable skill but also significant contributions to Wang Chuan. Only those who entered the Feng Ziqi could truly claim power within Wang Chuan. From there was still a chance to ascend into the 10 hells. The 10 hells were the core of Wang Chuan's power, the ultimate goal every assassin dreamed of reaching. The Feng Ziqi was the critical first step toward fulfilling one's ambitions. Ashui lifted her gaze and cast a sidelong glance at him. Which of you wants to be the first to die? The middle-aged swordsman smiled slightly, then gave a light wave of his hand. The hidden killing intent in the air exploded outward. Blades unsheathed all around them, and waves of murderous intent bloomed like lotus flowers, scattering countless snowflakes into the sky. In the close-range clash, the first black-cloaked figure barely approached before Ashui swung her cleaver down. Blood sprayed as man and blade alike were split clean in two. The slash appeared simple and unadorned, yet somehow unstoppable. Again and again, Ashui brought down her blade. Each strike seemed painfully slow, as if it had been swinging toward them from 100 years ago. Yet the moment the edge lightly touched the enemy's neck, they finally understood it wasn't slowness at all. This was clearly a killing strike so fast, it could not be resisted. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and before they could even react, over a dozen corpses already lay scattered in disorder before Shui. The middle-aged man, who had worn an expression of cold indifference and madness until now, slowly narrowed his eyes. His right thumb pressed against the scabbard as he casually lowered the sword slightly. It was an old habit of his before drawing his blade. Lowering the sword caused a crisp, scraping sound when unsheathing it. He treated that sound as both the death knell of his enemies and the prelude to his own coming massacre. Whoosh! As Shui swung her blade downward at an assassin to her right, a crossbow bolt suddenly zipped through the air from the distant snowy field behind her, streaking straight for her back. Her sword movement hesitated for just a split second, as if she had eyes behind her. She twisted her body sideways, barely avoiding the missile, which grazed past her by a mere hair's breadth. But the assassin standing in front of her wasn't so lucky. He had just been preparing to block her attack, and clearly wasn't as fast on the draw as Shui was. When she suddenly pulled back her strike, he froze for a moment in place. That brief hesitation cost him everything. The force of a mechanical crossbow was nothing like a regular bow. Its penetrating power was astonishing, and the protective chi surrounding his body was clearly no match for it. A dull thud echoed through the air as the bolt pierced his flesh. The assassin looked down at the arrow embedded in his lower abdomen, frowned, and rolled aside, reaching out to pull it free. Men like him rarely died from wounds that didn't strike the heart, lungs, or head. The power of their dantian could seal wounds and drastically slow blood loss. But the moment his fingers touched the shaft, his expression twisted violently. Then he spat out a large mouthful of dark, blackish blood, convulsed a few times, and collapsed to the ground this time, never to rise again. Clearly, those crossbow bolts had all been smeared with deadly poison. The crossbowman hidden in the snow, seeing his first bolt miss, was just lining up a second shot at Shui, when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. He spun around sharply on instinct and fired another bolt in that direction. Hiss! The first bolt had missed, and as he was about to aim a second at the shifting shadow nearby, the dark figure unexpectedly erupted with sudden energy in that moment between life and death. A longsword, something he'd never held before, shot straight toward the crossbowman like a spear. Overcome with fear, the man instinctively turned his head to dodge, but most of his body was buried in snow, leaving him nearly immobile. PFTH. The sword strike was even cleaner and faster than he had imagined. Even if he hadn't been trapped in the snow, he still wouldn't have escaped. When Chaoxing thrust the sword forward into the man's throat, blood spraying in all directions. In that moment, he seemed to return once more to the open sea, surrounded by surging waves. The small floating boat beneath his feet now transformed into a blade. When Chaoxing, of course, couldn't stand steady. He fell into the deep sea again, saw the fireworks again, and once more was pierced through by that razor-sharp, impossibly pure flying sword. The icy cold on his chest sent a numb shock through his body. In that instant, his survival instinct kicked in full force. He didn't even realize it himself, but his hand had already swung the sword. A thrusting strike he had never practiced, not even studied, was perfectly executed as if it had been forged in countless trials by some unseen force and met the incoming crossbow bolt head-on. The next moment, The bolt shrieked in agony as it shattered into pieces. His opponent clearly hadn't expected Wen Chaosheng, who appeared to have no cultivation at all, to actually block a shot at such close range. Thinking he was playing the weak to lure him in, the man froze in place for a moment, stunned. But when Chaosheng recovered first, he stepped forward a few paces and swung his long sword down like an axe, splitting firewood. Pucci, nothing to add. Good night, and Merry Christmas. A head tumbled into the snow and rolled several times, and the fresh blood cooled with it. When Chaosheng's heart pounded, he gripped his sword, and a surge of control unlike anything he'd ever felt rose within him. With that slash, just now had he killed a man, or just chopped wood? Even he couldn't tell. In a daze, he seemed to hear his own voice echoing in his ears. Mr. Liu, what should I do? Chop wood, just chop wood. When Chaosheng murmured under his breath, his thoughts drifting to the woodshed at Liu Jiming's house. Those days he raised and dropped the blade without stop, chopping until his arms ached and the web between his thumb and forefinger throbbed, all to recapture the inexplicable perfection of that very first cut. Now and then he came close to the mystery of that cut, but there was always a gap. Only that sword stroke, just now at the instant it punched through the hard-driven bolt, gave him back the sense that he could reproduce the first cut. It wasn't deliberate, it came naturally. It wasn't some secret sword art of his. It felt more like he chanced upon the grain of heaven and earth itself, caught it, and let it flow into the blade as he moved. After that, when Chaosheng stood there in the snow, stunned, as if something had come clear. From afar, a second crossbow bolt came on the wind. One heard the wind and, without a moment's hesitation, raised his sword and cut toward the whirling snow. It was the most ordinary movement, one he'd practiced countless times in Liu Jiming's woodshed. It was really nothing but chopping wood. What had been stiff suddenly turned sure. Facing that keen, hard-driven bolt, when wasn't he certain he could cut it before it struck, nor could he swear his read of the sound was right, but he cast off every stray thought and treated it as nothing more than an ordinary piece of firewood. In the instant the blade swept out, the crushing pressure between life and death lifted. Crack! He actually cut it. The crossbow bolts raining from the sky gradually lost their momentum. Before the first two corpses even hit the ground, a third one whistled through the air, its sharp cracks slicing into Wen Chaosheng's ears. Without thinking, he swung his sword again. The blade, glinting under the moonlight, struck sparks off the incoming bolt. A jolt of shock shot through Wen Chaosheng's palm, nearly wrenching the sword from his grip. This time, his timing wasn't nearly as flawless as before, but he knew this was a matter of life and death. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his hand, he tightened his grip on the sword and charged toward the direction the sound had come from. He knew his ability to track sound wasn't as good as Shuai's, that much was clear in his mind. But he also knew the enemy would strike again, they wanted him dead. Whether or not he could catch the next bolt at close range, he wasn't sure. But he remembered what Shuai had once told him: when blades meet, there is only life or death. Everything else is distraction. The only way to survive was to eliminate every threat. Far off, around Shuai, the ground was already littered with corpses. Her cleaver was coated thickly with blood-mixed snow. The remaining few black, cloaked assassins circled her, none daring to make the first move. Though they were hardened killers, even they hesitated in the face of Shuai's ruthless ferocity. They all knew the gap was too wide, numbers alone couldn't close it. One of them started to waver, stepping back to retreat. But barely had he taken 2 steps when a slender sword, thin as a fish bone, burst from his chest. The assassin's eyes widened. Tilting his head slightly, he saw the cold-faced middle-aged man standing right behind him. Running from battle? How unfitting for someone from Wangchuan. Slowly, the man withdrew his blade. The snow beneath was dyed a wide crimson. He fixed his gaze on Shuai, who stood trembling slightly. Her breath labored. You're badly wounded. This kind of damage should cost you your life already. That you're still standing, truly impressive. But in a way, that only proves one thing, he added, his voice cold. Your head is worth every bit of the price on it. I've spent most of my life roaming the martial world. I, by Yoyu, love the tables and the ladies best. No idea how much silver I've blown, but I've never stumbled into luck this big. I didn't get it before. Only now do I realize heaven saved all my luck for today. There are geezers in the Wind Banner who are way past their expiration date, and a few who vanished without a trace, no bones found to this day. A handful of seats should be opened up long ago. I've always wanted in, just lacked a ticket at the door. So today, I'm going to ask you to help me out. Sword in hand, Bai Youyou advanced on Ashui step by step. Snowflakes landed on his shoulder, making him look even more imposing. Ashui's lips were pale. He stood there gripping a machete, chest heaving. The black-clad assassins nearby saw Bai Youyou stepping onto the field, and didn't he beat a retreat, they readied themselves to surge in alongside him. They didn't dare steal Bai Youyou's credit, of course. But if they lent a hand and he later became a lord of the Wind Banner, their own standing would likely rise with him. Is that so? Peering through strands of hair matted with snow, Ashui let a faint, mocking smile touch his lips. From what I've seen over the years, a man's luck never lasts, but bad luck can keep on coming. Gamblers have this funny flaw. Every time they lose, they're sure the next round will win it all back. For you, though, this is probably the last wager you'll ever place. It was like Ashui had jabbed a finger right into Bai Youyou's sore spot. His already gloomy face turned darker, edged with something sinister. When the fishbone in my hand punches into your heart, you'll see just how foolish you are. As the words left his mouth, the whirling snow suddenly stopped. The gale froze in place. In the distance, when Xiaoxing about to cut down the last crossbowman stilled mid-swing. This little world seemed to fall into absolute silence. Time never stops moving forward, only some people move faster than the wind and the snow, leaving even them unable to react. A sharp clang rang out. A move called Fishbone tore through the air, its momentum slicing ahead. Moonlight flashed first, followed by a cold gleam wrapped in the biting chill of winter, blooming suddenly over Ashui's chest. The glint of death was already upon her. This sword strike came from an impossible angle, yet landed with deadly precision, startling in its abruptness. While the other assassins hadn't even drawn their blades yet, Bai Youyou's sword tip had already pressed against Ashui's heart, just as he promised he would pierce her heart with one strike. Being stabbed through the heart wouldn't kill a person immediately, and Bai Youyou wanted to see the terror and despair bloom in Ashui's eyes. He relished the expression of prey at the moment of death. The sharp blade had already pierced Ashui's chest. Bai watched the tip of his sword sink into her flesh, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He cultivated the art of meridian points, his hands and feet moving with lightning speed. Many experts at the Tongyu level weren't a match for him. If he struck first, closing in with a single slash, even a Tongyu level martial artist could fall to him. And this woman before him was already drained, gravely injured, and on her last legs. Puchi. The blade plunged deep into her chest, trailing a spray of blood. Bai stared at the woman before him and sneered coldly. Now what will you do? Ashui glared at him, her pupils unwavering. But within the span of a single breath, Bai sensed something wrong. He began to pull back, just as a wooden axe suddenly appeared across his throat, its terrifying killing intent sealing off every escape route. You? Bai's face froze. He was certain his sword had struck Ashui's heart. How was it possible that she stood there, as if nothing had happened? Are you sure you actually hit your mark? She spoke coldly. Bai's south gaze locked in place, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. He could feel it now, the faint vibration of a heartbeat pulsing through the blade. His strike had missed Ashui's heart. Pooh! Bai Youyou's head was severed in one slash by Ashui, blood and snow exploding skyward together in a crimson burst. As soon as Bai Youyou fell, the other black-clad assassins should have retreated. But one of them, bold yet observant, noticed Ashui's weakened state. He stepped forward, aiming to risk his life for a sliver of survival, and swung his blade straight at Ashui. The blade sliced through the snow, aiming directly for Ashui's neck. But Ashui neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he turned and slashed back at the attacker, ready to trade his life for one final kill. In this brutal exchange, Bai Youyou's sword had not managed to kill Ashui, but she had already been badly wounded to begin with, and now her injuries were worse. Her blade was no longer as swift as before. Just as the black-clad man's blade was about to land on Ashui's neck, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot through the storm, and struck him in the abdomen. He grunted in pain, his grip slackening. In the next instant, Ashue's cleaver split open the man's chest, spilling blood across the snow. As soon as he died, the remaining three were so terrified their souls seemed to flee their bodies. Without hesitation, they turned and fled deeper into the blizzard. Ashue coughed up a mouthful of blood. He turned his head and saw Wen Chaosheng standing there, holding a powerful crossbow aimed in that direction. Her vision blurred and doubled, but she held on for a moment longer before finally collapsing into the endless snow, slipping into unconsciousness. PS First update posted. No sooner had the battle ended than, within less than a quarter of an hour, the wind and snow had already begun to erase all traces. The corpses were first dusted with frost, then swallowed by the snow. Only the swords and blades still sticking out of the ground silently told the tale of the carnage that had taken place. Before long, footsteps echoed through the area once more, for figures arrived one after another. Leading them was none other than Lu Chuan and Chen Xiong, cloaked in thick fur robes. TSK. No wonder they say it's worth 100,000 taels of gold. Almost none of the martial artists or government men made it out alive. This killer really doesn't hold back. Lu Chuan spoke without a trace of fear, then turned to the lean, black-clad man behind him, who carried a single-edged broadsword on his back. "Qian Lu," he said, "dig up the bodies. Let us find out exactly what happened." The gaunt man, upon hearing that, yanked out his single-edged greatsword with one hand and used it like a shovel. With a casual swing, he scraped away the snow and unearthed the corpses buried beneath. Despite his frail appearance, Qian Lu wielded both strength and size that defied expectations. Looking frail and thin, he handled the 100-pound black iron blade with ease. Only after dozens of bodies were strewn out before him did he finally speak to Lu Chuan. "Mr. Lu, all of these were cut down with a single strike." Lu Chuan shook the snow off his shoulders, lowered his voice, and grew much more serious. "Just one strike." Qian Lu nodded firmly. "One strike. Was it the same person who did all of this?" "These Wanchuan assassins were all killed by the same hand." Lu Chuan turned his head and exchanged glances with Chen Xiong. "Well now, looks like we stumbled onto something big." 42 agents were deployed this time by Wanchuan. 35 were young assassins under the Flame Division and 7 from the Lin Division. As for that by Yuru who uses the Fishbone Sword, he is already somewhat famous, a master who's practically stepped into the Tongyu realm. A former subject of the Qin Kingdom, he later rose to fame in Qi. Known for his lust for gambling and women, he was no lightweight. He once assassinated 3 martial cultivators at the Tongyu level. His Fishbone Sword ranks 66th on the Tianji Pavilion's sword list. Many believed he had a real shot at joining the Feng Division someday. And yet, someone like him ended up dying in a place like this backwater county, so carelessly, so abruptly. As he spoke, Lu Chuan suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to Qian Lu. "Did you find the fishbone?" Qian Lu shook his head. "I checked the entire area. Nowhere to be found." Lu Chuan rubbed his chin, his frown deepening as he fell into deep thought. Chen Xiong glanced at the corpses on the ground and spoke coolly. "She may prize letters, but it doesn't neglect the sword. Even out here on the fringes, we can still muster trained crossbowmen. On a normal night, Jianghu folk at the Light Plume realm can't stand up to Qi's custom repeating crossbows in the dark. But tonight we sent 50, 60 men and still couldn't take her. Looks like we'll have to reassess our opponent's strength. Even though I'm the magistrate of Kuhai County now, the people in the royal city don't poke their noses into our specifics. Still, if too many die, I want to be able to answer for it." Lu Chuan smiled, patted his shoulder, then gave it a squeeze. "Relax, magistrate. If she were perfectly fine, she wouldn't be going to look at Lu Jinshi's corpse. Since we came here for the same thing, I'm not about to harm you. Besides, brutal as tonight was, we did get something out of it, didn't we? A fishbone goes down easy and comes out hard. I doubt that woman walks away clean." Chen Xiong ignored him, turned, and headed toward the county seat with Wu Xia in tow. "If you're scared of dying, then don't go. If you're really not, go up and try. The snow is coming down. I'm not playing this one with you." Watching Chen Xiong's figure grow smaller in the distance, Lu Chuan kept the same easy smile, then turned to Qian Lu, whose shoulders were dusted with a thin sheet of white snow, and said, "If it had been you up there tonight, could you have killed the 42 from Wangchuan?" Qianlu stood gaunt in the cold wind, as if a gust might topple him, yet he spoke calmly. "I could." Lu Chuan arched a brow. "So you're saying that man is about on par with you?" Qianlu shook his head, slowly slung the black iron saber onto his back, and said, "Stronger than me. Judging by the wounds on these corpses, that wanted woman s hurt, and badly. For a fighter, an injury might not matter much one-on-one, but the moment it turns into many-on-one, the weakness shows right away. If I had been more seriously injured, I probably wouldn't have even managed to kill half the people there. And that was with Bai Yoyu doing nothing but watching. That woman isn't just stronger than me, she is also extremely skilled in fighting multiple enemies at once. Those are the things I can't match up to her." Lu Chuan stared into the endless flurry of snowflakes, silent for a long while, before shaking the snow off his coat and saying to Qianlu, "Let us go? It's cold out. Let us head back and have a bowl of snake soup. Old Yang has been busy for hours, he should be finished cooking it by now." Qianlu gave a slight nod and followed behind Lu Chuan. Not long after they walked away, heavy snow blanketed the ground, covering all the corpses completely. Inside the ruined temple, when Chaosheng lit a fire, boiled some water, and got some into Ashue's mouth. He pinched the bridge of her nose to help her regain consciousness. Ashue weakly stirred awake, dazed and groggy. When Chaosheng hesitated for a moment, then gently patted her cheek. She shook her head slightly, barely hearing when Chaosheng asked, "What should we do about the sword in your chest?" "I don't know medicine, I can't just pull it out randomly." Ashue coughed twice, the sharp pain in her chest making her furrow her brows. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. "This sword, Fishbone, has a barbed blade. You can't just pull it straight out. You have to find a weapon from the other side. Hook the exposed barb on my back, and push the sword all the way through me, only then can I survive." This was a matter of life and death, so when Chaosheng didn't hesitate. He rushed to a corner of the ruined temple and picked up the long blade Ashue had thrown aside earlier. The blade was thicker and sturdier than a sword, less likely to break. He bent the back of the blade around to hook onto the barb of Fishbone and asked Ashue, "Do I just pull it straight through from the back?" Ashue took a few shallow breaths before replying, "Pull it. I want to die." Seeing her like that, when Chaosheng whispered a final warning, "Then bear with it." As his words faded, he adjusted the angle and yanked the Fishbone sword clean through Ashue's body. She let out a stifled groan, her body went limp, and she passed out again. Noon sunlight glared against Ashue's eyelids. She winced and opened her eyes. Thwack, thwack. The sound of chopping wood reached her. Startled, she sat bolt upright, only then realizing she was lying on a soft bed. Someone had washed her clean, changed her into fresh clothes, stitched the wound at her chest, and there was still a current of true qi from her dantian lingering in her meridians, helping to steady her injuries. She lost so much blood that even the slightest tilt of her head made it throb. After a while, once she somewhat adjusted, she groped to climb out of bed. Just then, the door opened. Madame Lu came in carrying a bowl of medicine, set it on the table, and said, "Awake?" Ashue stared at her, confusion in her eyes. "Where am I?" Madame Lu gave a faint smile. "Go ask the young man splitting wood. He carried you back last night through the snow." With that, she turned toward the door. As she pushed it open, she added, "I'm going to buy groceries. Drink the medicine. Your injuries are too severe, and my medical skills are limited. I can only ease them for now. If they flare up later, whether you make it will depend on your own luck. P.S. This is the first update." Ashue glanced at the bowl on the table, didn't hesitate, and downed a big mouthful. Whether it would help or not was beside the point. She was parched. With so much blood lost, her throat felt like it was on fire. Only after the medicine slid down did a gentle, cool current spread from her low. "I've always figured I'm hard as hell to kill. Last night, I carried you on my back to find Master Lu. My padded coat was nearly soaked through with blood. Even I didn't expect you to pull through. Cultivators do have different bodies." Ashue shook his head, leaning against the doorframe. "It isn't directly tied to a cultivator's constitution. That sword should have gone straight through the heart. For anyone below the Tianren realm, a heart-piercing strike is basically a death sentence. But I've trained in the Ageless Spring. I've told you before it's an arcane art that works differently for different people. I can use it to shift the positions of my organs to a certain extent. That's the real reason I'm alive. Hearing that, when Xiaosheng let his gaze settle on Ashui, he remembered the first time he found him out in the heavy snow. The man was covered in vicious knife wounds, gashes so deep they nearly reached his viscera, yet he didn't die, and somehow held out through a night of wind and blizzard to survive. Besides, the ageless spring itself helps mend injuries. Wounds ordinary fighters never recover from. I can heal. When Xiaosheng raised a brow, set down the axe, and said in surprise, "One arcane art can do all that? By your account, how strong must the North Sea Taoist be, the one who created those three arts?" Ashui wetted his dry lips and explained patiently. Li Lianxiu, Lord of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, personally sought out heroes across the land. After 21 years of searching, he finally met the North Sea Taoist once at the Immortal Burial Abyss. The two discussed the Tao for no longer than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and Li Lianxiu said his cultivation was unfathomable. Among the tens of millions of cultivators across the Four Kingdoms, only 7 or 8 could stand against him. Thing is, the North Sea Taoist is famously lazy and carefree. He loves mountains and rivers and wants no part of worldly strife. He wanders with no fixed abode unless fate brings you together. It's hard for anyone in the mortal world to even catch a glimpse of him. When Xiaosheng thought for a moment, then asked, "Is that the reclusive master you were talking about?" Ashui let out a small grunt, leaned against the doorway, and gave Wen Xiaosheng a sidelong look for a moment, then murmured, "Thanks." When Xiaosheng looked at her earnest face and smiled, "You thanking me? That's rare. But really, there's no need. You blocked an arrow for me, I returned the favor with an arrow. Now we're even." Ashui walked up to him slowly and held out her hand. Seeing the gesture, Wen Xiaosheng set down the hatchet and took her hand. Her hand was small and cool. They locked eyes for a moment, the silence turning a little awkward. Ashui rolled her eyes and casually slapped his hand away. "Way to read the room. I was asking you for money." When Xiaosheng coughed, fished out a string of copper coins and tossed it to her, asking as he did, "What are you going to do with that?" "Buy some wine," Ashui replied. When Xiaosheng frowned, "In your condition, can you even drink?" Limping, Ashui turned and headed out of the woodshed. When Xiaosheng shouted at her back, "Hey, give me the money back." Ashui ignored him, so he had no choice but to follow, saying, "It's broad daylight and the county town is packed with people. You really want to go out now? Can't you lay low for a bit?" Ashui's lips tipped up, and she turned slowly, slapped the string of coins against his chest with a sharp smack, arched a brow, and said, "Then you go buy it for me. Head out, and turn right. There's a wine shop within a mile." When Xiaosheng hesitated, turn right out the door, and you hit the gallery bridge. He really hadn't been to the far side. "How do you know?" "I smelled it," Ashui said, staring straight at his face. "That wine shop smells the best. I'm thirsty. Hurry up. Next time I'll buy you a drink." Seeing the way she looked, When Xiaosheng knew there was no dodging it, he sighed helplessly, told her not to go out and stir up trouble so she wouldn't bring Mr. Liu any grief, then headed out to buy wine. When he came back carrying a jug, he found Ashui already sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. He set the wine on the table, and she couldn't wait to pour herself a bowl. The wine had a peach blossom fragrance, not strong, a touch sweet, savored slowly. It was actually pretty good. Ashui downed 3 bowls in a row, and a faint flush crept into her pale cheeks. She finally let out a low breath and said, "That hits the spot." When Xiaosheng shook his head, helpless, "I really don't get it. How can you, a woman, be this fond of drink?" Ashui tapped the rim of her bowl with a finger and drawled, "Once I drink, the wounds stop hurting. So liquor really is the best thing in the world." When froze for a moment, looking at the bright light in her eyes, then after a long beat, nodded. "Makes sense. I'll have a couple with you." He poured again, and the two of them went bowl for bowl, saying little, just drinking. The heat of the wine slowly rose from their stomachs. When Xiaosheng couldn't take it anymore, he waved a hand and said, "No more, no more. I still have to split firewood. You keep drinking. When you're done, go sleep." He braced himself on the table to stand and head to the woodshed when a warm, soft hand suddenly caught his wrist. When turned to look at Ashui, his eyes still hazy with drink, and shook his head. "I really can't drink anymore." I can't. If you want to keep drinking, I'll finish the chores and we can drink again tonight. Ashui was panting, her fingers tightening around the bones of his wrist. When Xiaosheng, my last name is Feng, when stared at her blankly, groggy. What did you say? You're treating? Ashui paused, then smiled, nodded. Yeah, I'm treating. When Xiaosheng looked at Ashui, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Hey, I'm just kidding. I heard you said your last name is. Before he could finish, Ashui waved him off. All right, get back to work. I'll have another drink on my own. When Xiaosheng shrugged and let out a breath. Then I'm off. He turned and took a few steps, when Ashui suddenly said, When Xiaosheng, remember don't tell anyone about what just happened, not if you don't want to die. P.S. The one chapter a day beast has evolved, but it's still the same old one chapter a day beast. Hearing Ashui's warning, when Xiaosheng turned back and muttered, If it's that dangerous, why tell me at all? Ashui shot him a sidelong glance and said, Didn't you ask me about my past last time? Now that you know, starting to regret it? When Xiaosheng stood there thinking for a moment, then shook his head and said, Regret my ass. I'm going to work. After he went into the woodshed, the sound of chopping wood soon rang out again. Ashui sat back down on the stone bench, stopped drinking, propped her chin in one hand, and stared toward the shed, lost in who knows what thoughts. With her other hand, she idly toyed with the wine bowl, until drunkenness and drowsiness rolled over her together, and she slumped over the table and fell asleep. On the bank of the Chensha River, light snow drifted down. On the riverbank, Lady Lu's white hair whipped in the wind, and her purple velvet dress billowed above her. The fine flakes were held at bay by an invisible barrier. The old man Ma Huan, in brown homespun, leaned on his cane and once again came to the big boulder, his gaze level on the murky river. In the distance, fishermen could be faintly seen working their nets. Lady Lu thanked Ma Huan. Her tone was not as cold as before, a shade softer. About last night, thank you. Ma Huan let out a long sigh. Thank me for what? I've been in this line of work my whole life. Tell me to do anything else, and it probably wouldn't suit me. He paused, thinking back on the night before. His snow-white eyebrows lifted a touch, and then he asked, So what outfit is that kid with anyway? The question caught Madame Liu off guard for a moment. Who are you talking about? Ma Huan asked. The one you took in. Madame Liu realized he meant when Xiaosheng and shook her head. I don't know his past. The young man only showed up in Kuhai County 3 years ago. My husband and I have been settled here for years. We'd never seen him before. Ma Huan looked mildly surprised. You never asked around? Madame Liu replied evenly. Everyone has their secrets. There's no need to dig all the way to the roots. Even if you keep asking and find out, what would it change? Ma Huan chuckled, ran a hand down his staff, as if drifting through old memories, and said with a sigh, 30 years have gone by. You've changed a lot. Seeing you again, I feel like I'm talking to a stranger. Then he switched topics. That kid really went for broke last night. He clocked the crows on the eaves and the stir in the alley. Not a lick of cultivation on him, yet with a machete in hand and a man slung over his back, he wouldn't give an inch dead set on throwing down. I'm getting old. I can't take that kind of youthful fire. It makes me both envy and pity him. If you hadn't taken him in, I might thought about taking him as a disciple. Madame Liu shot him a sidelong glance. That young man has no dantian. Could you even teach him? Ma Huan said, teaching ways to kill isn't a problem. Out in the Jianghu, it at least let him defend himself. Madame Liu shook her head, her tone tinged with warning. Old Ma, the kid may have no dantian, but he's a hell of a prospect. My husband gave him a little nudge. If he ever awakens, his future won't be anything to scoff at. Don't saddle him with mundane tricks and ruin his life. Ma Huan lowered his head with a slight smile. I know what you're worried about, but I can barely be bothered to keep hustling in Wanchuan anymore. Why would I drag someone else into it? I've been knocking around the martial world of the 4 kingdoms for most of my life. I've got a bit of skill, I suppose, but whether it gets passed on or not comes down to fate. Before he finished, he felt something off. He lifted his head toward the opposite bank. Through the heavy snow mist, he saw a man in blue pacing along the shore, his figure flickering in and out, and only after a long while did he vanish completely in the distance. Is that the young man? Ma Huan asked. Lady Lu gazed toward where the man in blue had disappeared and said softly, Yes. He has spent years walking the banks of the Qinshao River and the shores of Mian Lake watching the water, letting the wind blow over him. It's been like that for more than a decade. Ma Huan pondered a moment, then asked, how many years has it been since he last trained with a sword? 30 years, Lady Lu replied. Ma Huan's eyes widened a fraction. After he met you, he stopped practicing? It's possible he just felt he didn't need to anymore, Lady Lu said. Ma Huan shook his head and sked. Every 30 years, the Sword Pavilion sends out one swordsman to walk the earth challenging the top masters from the sacred grounds of the Four Kingdoms and the wider martial world. Age and experience be damned to temper himself, push his swordsmanship to the limit, and vie for the title of number one under heaven. Counting the ones who went out across the generations, the few who came back alive almost all ranked among the greats. And in 300 years, only the last man the Sword Pavilion sent, Lu Jiming, was still so young, just a boy. It said he beat Longing, White Deer, and Limitless with nothing but a loquat twig when they were on assignment with Wang Chuan's Wind Banner. Talent like that had never been seen. Had he not been pulled into the mundane, and instead shut himself away to hone his sword for another 30 years, he might well have beaten Elder Xianyuan, the man who could sever a river with a finger and claim the title of number one under heaven. But 30 years ago, because of a single remark from Spring Breeze, the deadliest killer in Wang Chuan laid down his blade and willingly retired, and that, in turn, made the boundlessly promising young swordsman hang up his sword and return to the fields. Fate's a funny thing beyond words. Lady Lu sighed and said slowly, maybe I never wanted to be a killer in the first place, and he never wanted to be the greatest in the world, either. We've known each other for 30 years. My husband has never brought it up. He really has no interest in that sort of thing. Let whoever wants to be the greatest in the world go chase it. But that old man Xianyuan has kept lonely watch over a weathered stone for 180 years. Doesn't he ever feel lonely? As soon as she finished, she glanced at the sky and said, it's about time. I should head back and make dinner. About last night, did you really tie up all the loose ends? We're not young anymore. Don't go stirring up trouble. Ma Huan smiled and said, for us, is there any job we do more easily than killing? Hardly anyone even saw that kid moving around last night, and he didn't give an old relic like me a second thought. Since he's dead. Who's going to care if the world is short a couple of small-time desperados who were never going to amount to anything? Madame Lu fell silent for a moment, then turned, picked up her vegetable basket, and headed home along the riverbank. As for your matter, I'll have to discuss it with my husband. I'll get back to you later. You've waited this long, waiting a few more days won't hurt. P.S. Almost there, about to evolve into a 2 chapters a day beast. Push harder, stay sharp. Kuhai County, the magistrate's residence. After Lu Jinshi died, Chun Xiong moved into the mansion he sunk a fortune into building. The plaque over the gate was changed to Chun Residence, but Chun Xiong didn't seem to care much about the place. He hadn't changed a thing inside, not even the servants who used to wait on Lu Jinshi. He didn't close the case right away because that missing vial of poison had him on edge. He kept feeling that if he couldn't find it, sooner or later it would cause a serious mess. At dusk, as the setting sun spread its afterglow across the land, Chun Xiong was still sitting in his study. The dim, yellow light fell across the desk before him, making the ink on the paper glisten. It was his hand-copied manuscript of On Statecraft, the life's work to which Wang Shenghai, a scholar of the state of Qi, had devoted 60 years. To the realm of Qi, Wang Shenghai was a singular figure. Though he had once been a scholar of Langan Pavilion in its earlier incarnation as a sacred haven for cultivation, he never touched cultivation in his entire life. He poured all his energy into governing the realm and bringing peace to the people. When he died 6 years ago, even the king of Qi, who usually drowned himself in wine and women and neglected affairs of state, gave up the booze and the music for 3 days in his honor, then conferred a posthumous title and had him buried at the foot of the former king's mausoleums. In recent years, Langan Pavilion has gotten ever stricter about admitting students from the outside for an outsider to test in. Being able to recite On Statecraft by heart is practically the bare minimum. Langan Pavilion is not only the preeminent sanctuary of Confucian learning in Qi, it's also a fast track into the bureaucracy, and for boys from humble families, almost the only way to make it big. The reason Chun Xiong was breaking his back to get into Langan Pavilion was to win back, by his own hand, what his family had once lost. Getting into Langan Pavilion was without question the quickest, surest, most promising path. He stared at the words on the desk, lost in thought, until night swallowed the last of the sunset. Only then did the study's dark door finally swing open. Chun Xiong pulled himself out of distant memories and glanced back, confirming that it was Wu Xie standing in the doorway. Of the bodyguards he brought with him, Wu Xie was the only one he tacitly allowed to push the door open and come in. "Any word?" Chun Xiong spoke at last. Wu Xie stepped into the room, shut the door, gave a nod, and said, "We spread around 500 taels of silver today, but there's still no word. If anything's going to surface, we'll probably have an answer within 3 days." He paused there, a trace of puzzlement in his tone. For a backwater like Kuhai County to produce a student who tests into Langan Pavilion is no small thing. And on top of that, last year he broke the rules there and had his name struck from the rolls and was sent home, the first such case in decades. By rights, it should have caused an uproar. But when I went asking around Kuhai County today, not a single person knew a thing about it. That's downright strange. As he spoke, he took out a tinderbox and lit the candles and oil lamps in the room. Chun Xiong pondered for a long moment, then voiced what he'd been thinking. Anyone who can get into the Langan Pavilion would know the rules. This isn't that simple. If he'd really made some grave mistake, the Langan Pavilion wouldn't just send him back. There are too many secrets in that pavilion. There's no way they'd let someone walk off just like that. I even had the elders in my clan tap into the connections my grandfather left behind to look into the student the Langan Pavilion sent back, and we could find almost nothing on him. This whole thing is way too off. But whatever the case, since he's back and Kuhai County isn't big, we can take our time and comb through. We'll find him. Once we do, I'll be able to figure out last year's exam questions and the details of the pavilion's assessment. When the time's right, I'll get into the Langan Pavilion. As he spoke, the faintest hint of a smile touched the corner of his mouth, then faded with the wavering candlelight. The south gate of the county seat. When Xiaoxing used the money he'd saved over the past few days to buy a roast goose, then hauled a few bundles of firewood toward the gate. The gate guards had long since slipped off. The snow wasn't heavy, but the wind cut to the bone. But it wasn't just wind and snow there. A thin, frail figure stood by the city gate, a battered rosewood book chest on his back. He held up a lantern that wobbled in the snow, its flame nearly blown out by the wind. It was Chun Feng, who had agreed with Wen Xiaoxing yesterday to meet here to hand over the money for the firewood. He hadn't left. He'd been standing there in that knife-cold wind the whole time. Wen Xiaoxing dragged the wood cart up, breath puffing white from his mouth and nose. "Sorry about that. I was drinking with someone during the day and let things slip. Here, let me make it up to you with a few extra bundles. Can't have you waiting this long for nothing." In the biting wind, Chun Feng was shivering. The gusts had blanched his already sallow face to chalk white. He glanced at the firewood Wen Xiaoxing had brought. Didn't he refuse it? First fished out his money pouch and handed it over, then untied the rope on his book chest, took out a rolled sheet, and passed it to Wen Xiaoxing. 8 characters, 32 coppers. With the wind at his back, Wen Xiaoxing turned, unfurled the paper, and saw written on it, "Forsake home in a single word, 100 years among men." Fine hand. He arched a brow and offered a sincere compliment. The script here was no different from in his past life. Wen Xiaoxing considered his own hand decent, but Chun Feng's strokes like a sword leaping from its sheath, yet like drifting clouds were clean and decisive, carried off in one breath, and they startled him. Look closely at the flavor in the strokes, and the 8 characters each tell a different story. In the first 4, the lines are firm and resolute, yet hemmed in by strict form, as if the will were confined in the last 4. It's as though a levee burst and floodwaters poured out sloppy at a glance, yet naturally falling into place, the ink roaming like a dragon, free and unrestrained. Your hand's reached a transcendent level. If you headed to the capital to make your name, at the very least you'd be a calligraphy master. How are you down and out in a tiny backwater like this? Chun Feng looped rope around the firewood, bundle by bundle, and, silent for a moment, said with a self-mocking smile, "I'd rather my writing weren't this good." When Xiaoxing paused, catching a hint in his words. "Why would you say that?" Chung Feng tilted his head, his cracked lips moved. You want to know why? Wen Xiaoxing nodded. I do. He started out speaking with sarcasm and resentment, but when he met Wen Xiaoxing's sincere gaze, his energy seemed to drain away. Pointing at the paper, he said, what you want to know is all written in those 8 characters. Thanks for the firewood. With that, he dragged the wood cart and, straining, headed toward the county seat. When Xiaoxing watched Chung Feng's figure slowly fade, finally let out a helpless sigh, picked up the roast goose, and walked out of town. P.S. Ahem, heh. If it hadn't been for that old man last night, Wen Xiaoxing probably wouldn't have chosen to leave the county at this hour. The county had its own rules. What Lu Jinshi didn't dare do in the open, Chun Xiong might not dare touch either. If he were really the kind of county magistrate who treated human life like a joke, he wouldn't be secretly shelling out so much money to keep underworld thugs to do his dirty work. By day the county looked safe, at night, not necessarily. Last night quite a few people recognized Wen Xiaoxing's face, and even saw him carrying a shui, gravely wounded and barely breathing. That was bad news for him. Qi is vast, but Kuhai County is small. Still, the ones who recognized him last night, those bodies should have been dealt with by now. As long as he didn't bring a shui out this time, it shouldn't be a big problem. He even carefully wiped his fingerprints off the military crossbow he used last night. No matter how they investigate, they won't find the slightest trace pointing back to him. There were about 4 hours left until curfew, just enough time for Wen Xiaoxing to make a round trip. Carrying a roast goose that had long since gone cold and stiff, Wen Xiaoxing walked to Hunter Zhang's cabin and knocked. There was a rustling inside, and before long an old woman opened the door. Wen Xiaoxing asked in surprise, Aunt Me, old Zhang still isn't back yet? Seeing it was Wen Xiaoxing, Aunt Me beamed, opened the door wide, and waved him in to sit. Outside was a blank expanse of white inside. Thanks to the stove, it was fairly warm. Wen Xiaoxing kept the biting wind and snow at the threshold and helped Mi Fong, who leaned on a crutch, onto the bed. Xiaoxing, these days Mi Fong was too moved to speak. Her face flushed, the words caught in her throat and wouldn't come out. Seeing her like that, Wen Xiaoxing tossed a few sticks onto the fire and said with a smile, I've been doing pretty well lately, Aunt Me. With the new county magistrate in office, I got myself registered as a subject of Qi, and I even landed a decent post. Hearing this, Mi Fong patted her chest lightly, nodded, and said, Good old Zhang mentioned it to me, and I've been nervous ever since. Luckily, the new county magistrate looks decent. When you get to the county seat, live right, don't fall in with those no-good friends. Xiaoxing, forgive your aunt for nagging. You're still young. If you're willing to work hard, sooner or later the hard times will pass and better days will come. When Xiaoxing just smiled and didn't say much, Mi Fong gazed into his eyes, lost for a moment, and murmured, What a pity. If my boy hadn't been drafted, he'd be about your age now. Come to think of it, he hasn't been home in a full 7 years. At that, the hand setting down the firewood paused. When Xiaoxing turned his head to look at her and said, Aunt Me, is Qi's army really that strict? Not even allowed home for New Year? Mi Fong shook her head and said, That road is thousands of miles. How can you just say you'll come back and be here? Old Zhang and I are getting on. We don't have many grand hopes. As long as he is still alive, nothing matters more. When Xiaoxing answered quickly, Don't worry, Aunt Me. The realm has been peaceful for 500 years, no large wars. The borders are only harried by nomads or bandits, nothing that can really kick up a storm. The soldiers aren't in that much danger. But he was only saying it to comfort her. Just look at the crossbowmen in Kuhai County. Even if the great states aren't at war, the world is far from as calm as it seems. Beyond Yin, Chun, Zhao, and Qi, scattered minor kingdoms and principalities ring the great powers. Their interests are tangled, underworld factions collude, and bands of nomads and brigands roam in packs. Those desperados often harass the frontier, burning, killing, and looting. Thankfully, that 1,000-mile wasteland south of Kuhai County isn't fit for people to live in otherwise, when Xiaoxing would really have had no way to survive these past 3 years. Hearing his reassurance, the lines on Mi Fong's face eased, and she said with a smile, Yeah, when Changong was a kid, he was strong and loved getting into fights. Old Zhang walloped him more than a few times, and he still wouldn't back down. Who would ve thought that after he joined the army and got put through the ringer, he'd end up with a beautiful hand. The letters he has sent over the years have only gotten prettier. As she spoke, she reached under the pillow, feeling around until she fished out a few letters. They were a bit creased, but overall they'd been kept in good shape. Me, I have to pull these letters out almost every month and warm them by the stove so they don't get moldy. She cradled the neatly stacked letters to her chest, unable to hide that little bit of pride in her voice. Let old Zhang have a look too, our Changong has done us proud. Don't keep bringing up the boy all day just to make him put on that disdainful face. Humph, don't I know that old man by now? If the boy really comes back, he'll be happier than anyone. Hey, Chaosheng, you can read, come over and take a look at Changgong's letter. When Chaosheng answered, stepped forward, took the envelope from Mi Fong, slid the letter out, and spread it open. After a few glances, his expression tightened a shade. The room was dim to begin with, and Mi Fong didn't notice the subtle change on Wen Chaosheng's face. She kept on chattering, telling one little story after another about the son who'd gone off to the army back then. His calligraphy really was good. Even so, with Wen Chaosheng's naturally sharp eye, one look and he felt the letter carried a bookish air, nothing like a soldier's hand. That script was absolutely not something a soldier would write. No edge, no steel, not a trace of menace. Instead, it had the lazy, spoiled feel of someone just going through the motions line after line cold, without a shred of feeling. In other words, this letter wasn't sent by Mi Fong's son, Zhang Changgong, at all. P.S. Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a new year full of joy, with someone to dote on you and someone to love you. When Chaosheng was almost certain of it, Qi wasn't like the other 3 states. Even an out-of-county refugee like him knew the first thing you did after enlisting in Qi's army wasn't head straight to the battlefield. Once rookies were sent to the frontier, even if they didn't catch a war, just dealing with cutthroats and nomads turned them into cannon fodder. Precious few ever made it back alive. Recruits who were singled out started with basic schooling. The Langon Pavilion would dispatch scholars to teach them the 1,000-character classic bare-bones literacy for use in war and in everyday life. So if you'd served in Qi's army for more than a year, it was rare to find anyone who couldn't read or write. If you needed to write home, you didn't need a scribe. That was exactly why when Chaosheng concluded the letter Mi Fong had couldn't possibly be in his child Zhang Changgong's own hand. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The first person Wen Chaosheng thought of was Ashui. Years ago, Ashui had received forged letters claiming to be from her parents, one after another, for years. When she finally went back, she learned they'd been dead for a long time. Once the lie was exposed, it became a shadow she could never shake. For some reason, Wen Chaosheng could smell danger in these fake letters. Ashui was a natural force of arms, and though Wen Chaosheng hadn't gone deep into the martial world, even he could tell that if not for her injuries, Ashui would have been one of those fearsome figures across the 4 states. Using her parents to keep her in check, that made sense. But how did you explain Zhang the Hunter and his wife? They were just ordinary people, with no money and no pull. Even if they were wronged, all they could do was grit their teeth and take it. Why go to such lengths to weave a deception? Unless there was some hidden identity behind them that no one knew. When Chaosheng figured the odds of that were tiny. The early winter snow that hit Kuhai County had almost cost him his life and had nearly driven Zhang the Hunter and his wife, Mi Fong, to the brink. Even if Zhang really were a reclusive master, he'd only be trying to blend into the bustle and live a quiet life, not end up that miserable. If every hermit had to live like a stray mutt on the street, nobody would choose to go into seclusion. A true master is just tired of the strife. He is not a masochist who goes looking for hardship. When Chaosheng was staring blankly at the letter in his hand, when the wooden door was suddenly shoved open, both of them stopped what they were doing and looked over. Zhang the Hunter came in lugging a sagging snakeskin sack, probably full of frogs or the like. From the numb set of his face, when Chaosheng guessed he hadn't hauled in anything good today, that didn't surprise him. He'd spent 3 years out there digging up frogs. If anyone knew whether they were easy to find, it was him. Zhang the Hunter saw Wen Chaosheng and looked a bit surprised at first, but when he spotted the letter, he went still. He hesitated a moment, then came inside and sat down by the stove. He fished 2 frogs out of the snakeskin bag and, without even taking a breather, started getting the porridge ready. Staring at those useless things all day, what's the point of writing so many letters? It's been years and we haven't seen so much as a trace. We don't even know if he is dead or alive. Zhang muttered, irritated. Mi Fang cradled the letters like treasure, glared at him, and said, "You and that flapping mouth of yours, never a single kind word. If something had happened to Changong, would he be writing us year after year? If one day Changong earns merit and gets himself an official post, wouldn't he that give you, you old coot, something to brag about? And the fact that he has been stationed on the frontier for so long, without coming home, what does that tell you? It says Changong has got promise, he is capable, and the border can't do without him." While Mi Fang was bristling and firing back, Hunter Zhang kept his head down, rinsing rice with melted snow water, saying nothing. When Xiaoxing stared at that unyielding look on Mi Fang's face, his lips twitched, and in the end he chimed in. "Changong's handwriting just keeps getting prettier and prettier, old Zhang. I brought a roast goose. It's fine cold, you can steam it and eat it hot." Hunter Zhang glanced at the roast goose set off to the side and suddenly asked, "Got a place to stay?" When Xiaoxing answered, "I've got a place." After the two exchanged a look, Hunter Zhang put down what he was doing, walked over to the bed, felt around at the foot of it, fished out an iron key, and handed it to Wen Xiaoxing. "No one south living at our place. The house is small, but it's got everything you need. If you can't find it, go to the produce market on the west side of the county seat. All the butchers there know me. Tell them, and they'll point you to where I live." Looking at the key being offered, Wen Xiaoxing didn't refuse. He put it away, thanked Hunter Zhang, and got to his feet to leave. He didn't really need the key, but Wen Xiaoxing knew what Hunter Zhang was like. If he didn't take it, they'd feel awkward about that roast goose. To someone like Hunter Zhang, the word charity is the biggest insult. "Aren't you going to have a bite?" Hunter Zhang called after Wen Xiaoxing as he was heading out. When opened the wooden door, half his body was already slipping into the whipping snow. "No, I already ate when I came this afternoon. It might come down even harder tonight. I should head back early. You two turn in early." "Oh, right, Aunt Mi. Can I borrow this letter for a few days? Changong's handwriting is really beautiful. I want to copy it for practice. I'll bring it back another day." Hearing her son praised, Mi Fang was grinning ear to ear, and, beaming, she said, "No problem, Xiaoxing. Take it and practice. I've got more here if you need anything. Come find Annie anytime." She finished, shot a sidelong look at the silent Zhang the hunter, snorted, and said, "See? I remember Xiaoxing's handwriting is beautiful. If even he says it looks good, it must be good." Zhang the hunter seemed drained by the wind and snow today, in no mood to talk back, and said nothing. When Xiaoxing thanked her, closed the door, turned, and disappeared into the storm. Once he was gone, Zhang the hunter faced the hearth, his expression wooden. Firelight played over his face as if laying bare the tangle of his feelings. Behind him came the rustle and mutter of his wife sorting through the letters. In those weathered eyes, he forced back the grief that was about to spill over. Thunk! He pitched another log into the fire. The flames leapt up, burning the flicker of emotion clean out of his eyes. "You can't finish a whole goose in one sitting. I'll go cut it in half," he said to his wife. After leaving Zhang the hunter's house, when Xiaoxing walked alone through ankle-deep snow, the hand gripping the letter trembling non-stop. It wasn't the cold that made him shake. The first time he went to Lu Zhiming's home, Lady Lu stuffed a few heavy garments into his arms. They didn't fit quite right, but they kept the cold at bay. He was trembling because of fear. A single fallen leaf heralds autumn. When Xiaoxing had a vague notion, the letter in his hand was probably entangled with a matter of far-reaching consequence. From the imperial court down to common folk, everyone seemed bound up with it. In the whirling cold and snow, two memories kept flashing through Wen Xiaoxing's mind, episodes from the past of Ashui and Chengfeng. "What I want to figure out is this. My parents clearly died 5 years ago, so why have I kept receiving letters from them for the past 5 years? And in those letters they keep saying they're doing just fine. With your calligraphy at this level, if you went and tried your luck in the capital, you could at least become a renowned master. Why choose to scrape by in this tiny, impoverished backwater? I'd rather my hand weren't this good. Do you want to know why? It's all hidden in these 8 characters." Those words kept looping in Wen Xiaoxing's head. He didn't even wait to get back to the county town right there at the south gate. He pulled out the piece of calligraphy Chung Feng had handed him. Forget home with one word, 100 years among men, one word. 100 years, what secret is buried in these 8 characters? Standing in the snow, Wen Xiaoxing stared at them in a daze for a long time, until dusk swallowed the whiteness. The cold had stiffened him head to toe before he snapped out of it, tucked the sheet away, bowed his head, and walked into the county town, heading for the little courtyard beside Lu Zhiming's. Lu Zhiming had said the courtyard next door was ancestral land belonging to Dog Master's owner, Fan Yue. After Fan left, Lu paid the land tax for them every year, so the authorities never seized the house. If Wen Xiaoxing was willing, he could go there and find an empty room to live in. As for Fan Yue's old mother, she died the year he went missing. Lu Zhiming handled the funeral and burial. The moment he pushed the gate open, Wen Xiaoxing saw Dog Master lying in the fleece shelter under the eaves. After Fan Yue went into the mountains and didn't return, the black dog stopped going into his room. One winter morning, Lu Zhiming noticed Dog Master hadn't come to his door to scrounge a bite, so he ran next door and nearly found it frozen stiff under the eaves. He managed to save it, but a lot of its fur had frozen off, patchy bald spots here and there, looking like a skin disease. After that, Lu simply built it a fleece-lined shelter at Fan Yue's doorway to keep out the wind and snow. When someone came in, Dog Master lifted its head. Recognizing Wen Xiaoxing, it tucked its head back into the fleece, closed its eyes, and rested. Wen Xiaoxing shut the courtyard gate and walked over to the empty side room. A lamp was burning inside, the glow through the papered window a dim, yellow haze. He figured Lu Zhiming had left it on for him and pushed the door open only to find Ashui sitting propped against the bed, working the coals in the brazier with a pair of tongs. A wave of heat washed over him. Warmth slowly seeped into the corners of the room, and his frozen hands and feet finally began to thaw. "Where do you just go?" Ashui asked it like it was nothing. Wen Xiaoxing shot her a glance, turned back to close the door, paced the room twice, and said, his voice with a slight tremor, "Ashui, let me ask you, have you ever served in the army?" Her hand with the tongs paused. She lifted her eyes, and for a moment they looked like a still pond jolted by a thrown stone, ripples spreading fast. But the instant her gaze met his, Ashui looked away again and drawled, "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" When Xiaoxing fished around inside his sleeve, pulled out the letter he'd gotten from Mi Fong, and handed it to her. Ashui shifted a little and, by the brazier's glow, started reading. After a moment, she said, "Looks like a letter from a soldier to his parents, just the usual greetings. I don't see anything unusual. And what does that have to do with your question?" When Xiaoxing kept his eyes on her, "You really don't think anything is off?" She rolled her eyes. "Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm going to bed." When Xiaoxing, helpless, walked over to her and pointed at the writing. "By rights, whoever wrote this should be a soldier. But the handwriting doesn't look like a soldieress at all. Even if we take a big step back and say someone naturally got delicate penmanship, the air of privilege, and that unmistakable bookishness coming off these strokes is not something you can just fake. So this letter, like those sent to you years ago under your parents' names, is a forgery." At the mention of her parents, a slight change flickered across Ashui's face. She turned the letter over and over again, and with Wen Xiaoxing's pointers, she did spot a few telltale signs. "Anything else?" She looked up and asked. Wen Xiaoxing continued, "I can't say for sure. I once met a man whose hand was extraordinary, yet he lived in obscurity. Didn't he make a living off his writing? He even sold me characters at 4 coppers apiece." He paused, then added, "I get it, 4 coppers a character sounds absurd to ordinary folks. Putting brush to paper takes work and heart. But you've got to trust my eye. I study calligraphy." The man looked forlorn, but he was absolutely a master. If he went to any prosperous walled city in the state of Qi, he'd surely make a name for himself. In a land that venerates Confucian learning, a single character worth 1,000 in gold isn't just talk. Ashui slanted him a look. "Aren't you a refugee? How would you know all that?" When Xiaoxing shook his head, "I'm a refugee, but I'm neither deaf nor blind." Back to that man, it was like something had him trapped. He even said he'd rather his writing weren't so good. Honestly, on the way back, I kept replaying our conversation in my head, even I can't figure why it would be like that. I keep feeling that all the strange things lately are, in some unseen way, tangled together. By the brazier, Shuai's face seemed kindled by the firelight. The gaze welling up from deep in her eyes rode the flames back to long ago, back to the city of the foams, back to that sky-scorching blaze no one could ever put out. She turned her head, ready to tell Wen Xiaosheng that humiliating memory, but the stare of countless dead souls in the inferno and the blades buried beneath corpses and shattered walls made Shuai choke the words back down. Too many people had already died in that city. There was no need to add another. Leave it at that. She lowered her head, her expression complicated, and said evenly, "Maybe you're overthinking it. In a place like Kuhai County, people are nobodies to begin with. Any stray connection might just be coincidence. In a world this small, where do all these grand conspiracies come from?" When Xiaosheng let out a laugh, Shuai cut him a sidelong look and asked coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Resting one hand on his knee, Wen Xiaosheng replied, "You know, there was fire in your eyes just now." Shuai frowned slightly, a thin crease forming between her brows. "What fire?" Wen Xiaosheng answered, "A great fire. You keep wanting to speak and then swallowing it back. Fine, I'll say it. You just listen. I've been thinking, whether it's the fake letter you received or the one Zhang the hunter and the others got, they seem to come from the same hand. Figuring out whether someone's pulling strings behind this isn't complicated at all. All we have to do is find a few families of men who enlisted or check whether you had any companions when you left Kuhai County back then. Their families are likely still in the county. Find those people, and we can test my theory." Shuai stared at Wen Xiaosheng as if trying to see straight through him. After a long moment, she said coolly, "Think it through before you start prying. Pry the wrong thing, and you'll stir embers that Haven Tea burned out, and the fire might end up on you." Wen Xiaosheng shot back, "So make sure you heal up. Once you're better, you can protect me." Shuai arched her right brow, a hint of mockery in her voice. "You're a grown man. Are you really asking me, a woman, to protect you? Aren't you embarrassed?" Wen Xiaosheng let out a sigh and said, "You've seen me at my lowest. Better to lose face than lose your life. Besides, you're not like Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu's kindness to me runs deep, and he doesn't owe me a thing. Of course, I want to live with dignity in front of him. As for you, you owe me your life and a jug of wine, so it's only right you protect me. If the day comes when you have to stand in front of me, I won't be the least bit ashamed." Shuai looked him over from head to toe, her surprise plain in her eyes. "I figured anyone who could survive 3 years outside Kuhai County as a refugee must have a couple of real tricks, at least know the ropes. But it turns out your one talent is shamelessness." Wen Xiaosheng spread his hands helplessly. "You're only just noticing I'm shameless? I thought you'd figured it out ages ago. That kind of thing is hard to hide." Shuai stared at him in silence before finally speaking. "Tomorrow I'll give you 3 addresses. Go take a look. It's been many years. I can't promise anyone still lives there, or that the ones living there are the same as back then. When you come back, don't forget to bring 2 jugs of wine. No, make it 3. I'm drinking 2 myself. Same shop as always." Wen Xiaosheng fished some copper coins from inside his coat, counted them carefully, then frowned. "Weren't you supposed to be the one treating me?" Shuai drawled. "Sure. You give me the money, and I'll treat you." Wen counted the coins twice more, then without another word stuffed them into his pocket, shaking his head. "Using my money to buy me drinks, you really are shameless." Shuai grinned, pleased with herself. "When you run with shameless people, you'd better learn a little shamelessness yourself, or you'll never come out ahead." Wen Xiaosheng fixed his eyes on Shuai, rummaging through the scraps of learning he had, then launched into a lecture, hoping to talk her down. There's a saying, liquor in the gut is poison, lust in the heart is a knife. You're still hurt. Too much drinking 1 tea help those wounds heal. Shuai cut him off before he finished. "No big deal. I can still drink rot gut." Wen Xiaosheng choked on his words, suddenly remembering that time in the ruined temple this fierce woman really had put away half a bottle of rot gut. After a moment of silence, his voice carried a touch of something like resentment. "Go buy 2 bottles. I 1 tea drink, give it all to you. If you keep this up, when am I ever going to afford a house?" Shuai patted his shoulder, squinting. "A house? You really don't get it, do you? Better to save the money for wine and meat that's living." When didn't he answer? He lowered his head and muttered, 50 a day is definitely not enough. Good thing I split so much firewood. If Mr. Lu doesn't take all of it, I can find someone else to buy some and scrape together a little extra. My body is better than before now. Once I get the chopping down, I can save half the time each day, then head into the county seat and pick up other work. Listening to him ramble made Ashui's head ache, so she tossed him a saucy idea. Don't you claim you've studied calligraphy? Go sell your writing in the pleasure quarters. Lots of rich folks love to flaunt a scholar's air. If your hand really is good and some patron takes a shine to you, wouldn't the money roll in? When Chaoxing blinked, tilted his head at her, then shook it. No, I have studied calligraphy, sure, but I haven't touched its true depths. My characters might look pretty, but they don't carry my own backbone or rhythm. People who truly love calligraphy and painting care about the spirit inside. A half-baked hack like me won't cut it. Ashui let out a cold snort and said, Kuhai County is out of the way and poor. There aren't many true connoisseurs who can genuinely appreciate calligraphy, and painting don't overthink it. If you've got time tomorrow, go give it a shot. If you really do make some money, I want to take a cent, just buy me a couple extra drinks. That night, when Chaoxing lay down on the bed while Ashui stayed by the bedside near the brazier, resting as she sat, she told when she wasn't used to sleeping in a bed, it was a habit formed over many years. They'd known each other for a while now, and one had a decent read on her temperament. So he didn't press her, he simply lay back with an easy mind. The bed wasn't soft, but it beat the floor of that ruined temple. Before long, he was asleep. In the courtyard next door, Madame Lu stood in the moonlight, her eyes drifting toward the loquat tree in the distance. How had this scene, in the dead of night, managed to stir her feelings? Lu Jiming had appeared behind her at some point, the thin hem of his robe lifting in the cold wind. Madame Lu turned with a start and saw a touch of white at his temples. Thinking it was newly sprouted gray, she reached out, heart aching, to brush it away, only to discover it was just snow clinging there. A small pang of reluctance flickered through her. She let out a soft sigh, hesitated for a long while, and in the end told him everything about Ma Huan coming to find her. Shame colored Madame Lu's face. The vows from their wedding 30 years ago still rang in her ears. She had promised Lu Jiming that once they were married, she would keep clear of the affairs of the martial world. And now she was about to tear up that promise with her own hands. After she finished, she expected her husband to question her. To her surprise, Lu Jiming only gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze and said softly, Since an old friend came calling, lend a hand. It's just a debt of friendship. When it's due, you pay it. What is so hard to say? As the snowflakes drifted down, Madame Lu lifted her eyes, looking at Lu Jiming with a complicated expression, her voice tinged with bitterness. I gave you my word back then. She measured her words, apologetic as she spoke, but before she could finish, Lu Jiming's gentle voice cut her off. I can't quite remember. Su Yixian froze for a moment, then heard Lu Jiming before her say, I'm no immortal. 30 years is a long time. How could anyone remember everything? The world's a big place. If you're feeling worn out, go take a walk. Staying in one place too long will stifle you. Out in the wind and snow, she suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. After a long while, he breathed softly, and the snowflakes caught in her hair drifted away. Go back to the room and rest, my lady. The snow is coming down hard. North of the county lies Xingwang Mountain. A man in a bamboo hat and white night clothes raced through the dark like a wraith, a corpse slung across his back. He was quicker than a bird in flight, his trace almost impossible to catch, and he ran all the way into the deep, snow-laden mountains, where a makeshift tavern inn had been thrown together. Its lights blazed, and you could faintly hear the sounds of drinking contests from within. The man in the hat slowed, and the instant he stopped outside, the noise inside cut off, the place falling deathly silent. He lifted a hand and knocked lightly, saying, Boss Zhu, 15's body has been found, killed with a single blow. A languid male voice drifted out from inside. Did you bring the body back? The man in the hat replied, I brought it back. Whoever buried it didn't know their trade. And the snow these past few days hasn't been what it used to be, made it not too hard to find. Creak, the door swung open, and a young man with jade-cut features stepped out. A healthy flush on his face, he clearly had more than a little to drink. His attire was unlike that of the white-clad men outside. He wore a wide-sleeved white brocade robe, embroidered with the dragon motif reserved for the royal house of Qi, and every movement carried the air of someone born to command. This was Zhu Baiyu, one of the three head instructors of the White Dragon Guard. The most mysterious instructor in the White Dragon Guard almost never shows his face in the martial world. Plenty have heard the name. Few have ever seen the man. Hardly anyone knows what he looks like or how deep his skills go. They only say he has perfected hidden weapons and poisons. And the 3-inch immortal tucked in his sleeve has cut down 100 villains of the martial world. Those villains were local big shots, swaggering around on the strength of their martial arts, yet in the end, in the most inconspicuous places at the most unsuspecting moments, this grim reaper took their lives. Zhu Baiyu shook out his sleeve, the nail of his right thumb lightly scraping his brow. Forcing himself to rally, he spoke with a voice still tinged with drink. 13, get over here. Take a look at the body. The straw-hatted man called 13 straightened the already frozen corpse and set it before Zhu Baiyu. Zhu Baiyu crouched, studied the body, and let his fingers trace the diagonal cleave across its neck. Suddenly, another masked figure in white slipped in behind them without a sound. Petite, an Adam's apple visible, yet speaking in a sultry woman's voice. TSK, chopped up like this the grudge runs deep. 13 spoke. 15's skills are stronger than mine. In the dragon chant realm, he's upper middle tier, and he's skilled with a sword. Yet he still got carved up in a single stroke like this. Boss Zhu. That woman who came out of Wind City, what's her deal? Zhu Baiyu rubbed his chin, a rare chill in his tone. Don't ask what you shouldn't. She's complicated nothing but trouble. As for the grudge, if she made it out of that city alive, who wouldn't be full of hate? News out of Wind City is under lock and key right now. The higher-ups are dead serious for once. Even General Long Buffet has been stirred. Word is, the Wind City incident touches a very big figure in the royal family. Until it's all clear, we can only keep stalling the king of Zhao's side. 15 was known for his loose tongue and his eagerness to seek quick rewards. I warned him before not to go, but he just wouldn't listen. She wasn't someone who killed for no reason. But if she cut 15 down like that, it must been because he said something he shouldn't have. Behind Zhu Baiyu, a man in white gently massaged his shoulders with soft, pale hands, speaking in a soft, smooth voice. Let me go talk to her. I know how to say the right things, and I want to make her angry. Zhu Baiyu chuckled lightly. Shao Qi, you may know how to talk, but her blade's faster. Don't bother her. Our main priority this trip is to get to the bottom of what happened with Lu Jinshi. We received a secret report saying that 2 months ago, a letter was sent from Kuhai County to the state of Zhao. To get past the border into Zhao, it would be required an official seal and document from at least a county magistrate-level official in Qi. I had planned to find Lu Jinshi and ask him in person, but before I could even meet him, he turned up dead. If you expect me to believe there's nothing fishy going on here, forget it. Shao Qi narrowed her seductive eyes slightly, her soft voice now carrying a trace of cold menace. Kuhai County, a desolate backwater like that. Not even bandits usually bother to come. Yet this time, so many experts from Wanchuan have shown up, and then there's that man, Chun Qiong. I looked into him a couple days ago. He's got no real achievements, no scholarly credentials, yet suddenly he gets a royal appointment to be county magistrate. Very interesting indeed. In the state of Qi, officials either came through the Langangon the rigorous selection and training program followed by official recommendation or came from families with a political background, recommended by elder relatives, and starting from minor posts. For that reason, official positions in Qi were especially hard to come by. Many people carved out reputations in the martial world, gaining fame and even wealth, but without the right connections, they ended up as lowly supernumeraries unable to even secure a position as low as county magistrate. A county magistrate may be a minor post, but it's one of the few ladders up. Turn in some real results, catch the eye of the bigwigs in the royal capital, get transferred to a prosperous city, and your clout will naturally start to snowball. In the kingdom of Qi, an official rank is itself a sign of royal power pushing outward. Because of that, the grandees in the capital rarely bother with it, and some don't even remember who Lu Jinshi is. Even if he schemes a little money on the frontier and works a few petty tricks, as long as the rumors don't carry too far back to the capital, no one is going to go out of their way to investigate. But if Lu Jinshi ends up dead, it's a different story. People who don't give a damn about Lu Jinshi's life may still care about saving face. After Shao Qi finished laying out the fishy way, Chuanxiong rose to power. Zhu Baiyu gave his sleeve a little flick, fished a jug of wine from who knew where, sprinkled a few drops over the faces of the 15 corpses, and, still speaking with a drunk-ass slur, said, "That's why I keep saying this one be easy if someone can just stuff an outsider straight into Chi's bureaucracy without even putting it on the books at the Langon Pavilion. That tells you whoever planted Chuanxiong in Kuhai County as magistrate has serious clout in the capital. Who else could it be but those 3 generals and 5 grandees? We can rule out General Long Buffet to start with, the rest is where it gets messy." As he spoke, Zhu Baiyu pushed himself to his feet and draped an arm around Shao Qi's neck. Like that, Shao Qi helped him into the inn. "I'm tired." 13, Barry 15. He has followed me for so long, wasn't he exactly obedient? But he never did me wrong. Leaving him to rot in the wild would be out of line. A few days passed, and when Shaoxing was splitting would almost half again as fast. To get to the bottom of that fake letter as quickly as possible, he spent the last 2 days chopping with single-minded focus, chasing the feeling from his very first cut back then and from drawing his sword on that snowy night. Cedar was hard, but if he could split it in a single stroke every time, he'd save himself a lot of effort. It proved worthwhile. The more intently he focused, the closer each swing came to that elusive mystery after thousands of repetitions. When Shaoxing's breathing grew more rapid, yet his heart grew ever calmer. With a quiet mind, he saw less and felt more. When he got tired, when Shaoxing would go into the courtyard for tea, play a game of chess with Lu Jiming, and gaze at the loquat tree. When he zoned out, Lu Jiming asked what exactly he was seeing in the tree. "Still the sword?" When Shaoxing replied, "Not quite. Besides the glint of blades, I think I also see a boy sitting cross-legged beneath the tree." Lu Jiming burst out laughing when he finished. He said when Shaoxing had drunk so much tea, he was seeing things, or else he had the makings of a cultivator. "I've heard that long ago, back in the spring and autumn era, Taoist elders spoke of a dream of the butterfly. Whenever they entered a trance, heaven and earth portents would appear around them. Countless colored butterflies would take wing and become a rainbow bridge, and whoever crossed it seemed immune to all illness and richly blessed. There are so many versions of the tale that it's hard to say what's true." When Shaoxing shot him a glance and said earnestly, "Mr. Lu, there's something I'd like to ask you." Lu Jiming took a sip of tea, sked, and said, "Is it about cultivation?" When Shaoxing's eyes lit up at once. "Mr. Lu can read minds?" Lu Jiming waved a hand, a bit helpless. "If mind reading were real, what kind of miraculous art would let you crawl into someone else's head and see their thoughts? If that were the case, the high officials and nobles of the state of Qi would be living in constant fear. God knows how many shady dealings they've racked up over a lifetime. You don't worry about your next meal, and your mind's not on that sort of thing anyway. You came to me, so of course it's about cultivation." When Shaoxing cleared his throat and said, "You see right through me, Mr. Lu. While chopping wood goes a lot smoother for me now, I still haven't truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. There's a lot I don't understand, like how the realms are divided, how to gauge an enemy's strength, that kind of thing." Lu Jiming thought it over, a little rueful. "I haven't practiced the sword in 30 years, and I haven't had anything to do with the martial world in all that time. These days it's just tea, walks, and tending flowers. You spring this on me, and I'm a bit hazy for the moment. Let me think. If I remember right, the martial world breaks cultivation into 5 realms. At the entry stage, you temper the body through external drills and internal arts until your intent can tug on the body's vital energy and blood, letting it course like a dragon. That stage is called blood stirring. Once past blood stirring, a fighter can deftly command their vital energy and blood, then begins refining essence into energy, spreading that power into the 4 limbs. Your punches crack like thunder, you move like the wind when your footwork comes together, your body is light as a bird. People at this level are fundamentally different from ordinary folk. This is called featherlight. From featherlight, the next step is dragon's chant. After the limbs are strengthened, the vital energy draws inward, suffusing the organs, fortifying the body, and awakening the acupoints, turning the body into a vessel capable of bearing the Tao of heaven and earth, and awakening powers and abilities ordinary people don't possess. Once the power of the acupoints is refined to the utmost, the Tao of heaven and earth feeds back into a person's flesh and spirit. From then on, the potential within those acupoints begins to draw inward and distill, returning to its original truth. On the surface, these people no longer flaunt the aggressive aura of the Dragon Roar realm and look almost like ordinary folk, but in truth, their bodies are suffused with Tao resonance, hard as bedrock, and even a drifting petal or soft leaf in their hand can be turned into a peerless weapon. This realm is called communing with the hidden. Beyond communing with the hidden lies the fifth stage of cultivation, the so-called Tianren. At that level, a cultivator is more or less outside the mortal category. Every gesture carries the Tao of heaven and earth. They can compress miles into inches, reveal Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed, call the wind and summon the rain, and rage like thunder. The divine arts you only hear about in rumors may well become real on them. Mr. Liu, is there a realm higher than Tianren? When Xiaoxing asked, and Lu Jiming teased him with a smile. You want to touch it anyway, what's the point of asking so much? When scratched his head, a bit unwilling, his curiosity all the more piqued. Please clear up a mystery for me, Mr. Liu. Like you said, a guy like me will never run into any of this in this lifetime, but I can at least hear it for fun. Lu Jiming took a sip of tea, spat the leaves under the loquat tree beside them, and spoke slowly. Very few in this world ever reach Tianren. 99 out of 100 hide themselves away in the cultivation sanctuaries of the Four Kingdoms. Worldly affairs hardly stir them anymore. They hole up in places rich in Tao resonance, savoring nature and the vastness of the cosmos, hoping to nudge their realm one step higher. The old Tianren in the Sword Pavilion have hinted at a few things, said that beyond Tianren, there are confounding the self and freedom. The Buddhists of the Qin Kingdom even call freedom Tathagata. But those folks have all cultivated themselves half out of their minds. You can't take everything they say at face value. As for how to tell what realm someone's in, that pretty much comes down to experience and gut feel. Once you've dealt with more of them, you won't even need to make a move. You'll be able to tell roughly whether the other person's realm is higher or lower than yours. When Xiaoxing tucked everything said today carefully away in his heart, tipped his head back and drained the cup of hot tea, then went back to chopping wood. He made decent progress today, with enough time left in the afternoon. He could finally take the address Shui had given him and verify the matter of that letter. He'd only gone a few steps when another question suddenly occurred to him, and he turned back to ask Lu Jiming. Mr. Liu, there's one more thing I wanted to ask. Roughly what realm is your cultivation at these days? The question mattered to Wen Xiaoxing because neither of them had a Danhai whatever level Lu Jiming could reach. In theory, he ought to be able to reach as well. Seated there, Lu Jiming heard him out and gave a slight shake of his head. I don't know. When Xiaoxing opened his mouth, wanting to ask something more, but in the end said nothing. He understood that whether Lu was hiding it on purpose or truly wasn't he sure, he wasn't going to get the answer he wanted. After finishing the remaining wood, when Xiaoxing was drenched in sweat, he boiled a basin of hot water in the backyard and took a bath, changed into clean clothes, picked up the address Shui had written, and left Lu Jiming's house, heading for White Mulberry Street on the west side of the county seat. He asked for directions as he walked, followed pointers from passers-by, and finally reached the first address Shui had given him. At the gate, he saw signs of damp rot on the door, and the snow piled atop the wall hadn't been cleared. He knocked and called out a few times, but there was no response. With no luck, when Xiaoxing hurried to the second address Shui had given. Someone lived there, but it wasn't the Chui family. Shui had mentioned the owner said the place had changed hands twice, and the previous occupant's surname was Ya. He had never heard of any Chui family. After hitting a wall there and coming up empty again and again, when Xiaoxing watched the sun sink on the distant horizon, he hesitated for a moment, then decided he might as well check the third place. The third house wasn't far anyway. He'd just look into it while he was at it. Light snow began to fall. The wind wasn't strong. When Xiaoxing hunched his arms against the chill and soon reached the door. Too lazy to see if anyone was around, he grabbed the knocker and rapped a few times. Thump, thump. Then again, thump, thump, thump. He knocked several times, but no one came. Figuring this place was empty too, he was about to turn back and buy some wine when, After he'd taken only 2 steps, the door across the lane flew open. A middle-aged woman in an apron came out with a basin of water. Without the slightest care that he was standing nearby, her hand jerked and water fanned across the alley in a glittering spray. When Chaoxing dodged to the side and shouted to her, "Watch where you're throwing that," she shot him a cold look and said with a sneer, "Don't you have eyes of your own? I don't recall seeing you in this alley. Which household's idle good for nothing are you? Sneaking in here at this hour planning to steal something? If you don't beat it, I'll go to the authorities." He took the scolding without talking back. Instead, he pulled out the slip of paper Shui had given him and said, "No need to run to the authorities just yet. Let me ask you something. Is the family across the way surnamed Wang? Do they have a man named Wang Kuan?" She pegged him as some pampered rich kid here to mess around and pilfer. But at that, she let out a surprised huh, the disdain on her face giving way to curiosity. She eyed him up and down and said, "Who are you really?" A glint flashed in Wen Chaoxing's eyes, and he answered, "You don't know me. I'm not from Kuhai County, I just moved here. I'm looking for Wang Kuan because someone asked me to deliver a message." The middle-aged woman's guard was still up. She asked, "Who sent you?" When Chaoxing hesitated for a moment before answering, "A young man. I got paid, I have to keep it confidential. I'm just earning a little for my trouble. Please understand." Hearing that, the sharp-tongued middle-aged woman actually softened, no longer pressing him like before. He didn't live over there for long. When Chaoxing pressed on, "So where did he go?" The woman shot him a glance, then turned and went back inside. "Wait," she tossed over her shoulder. Before long, a woman's voice drifted faintly from the courtyard. "Old Wang, there's a young man outside looking for you." Soon, a man who'd been straightening his clothes came running out. His face was pitted with acne scars, a patch of white at his temples, his expression a mix of surprise and nerves. "Are you Wang Kuan?" When Chaoxing asked, a little unsure. He nodded. "Yes, I'm Wang Kuan, the owner of this house. What do you want with me?" When Chaoxing fixed his eyes on him and cut to the chase. "Did your son, Wang Yi, leave to join the army 17 years ago?" At the sound of his son's name, Wang Kuan froze for a second, then lunged forward and grabbed Wen Chaoxing, asking, excited, "How do you know that?" "Wang Yi he." The sudden grab left Wen Chaoxing dizzy. He quickly broke free and backed up a few steps to keep some distance. "Easy, Wang Kuan. Your son is fine." To calm him, he lied, forcing himself to sound steady. His chest tightened with guilt, but his eyes and tone stayed firm. Hearing that, Wang Kuan finally settled down a bit. He slowly patted his chest and, panting, said, "Thank God nothing happened. Thank God, that really gave me a scare, good Lord." When Chaoxing tilted his head slightly, studying Wang Kuan's face, then said, "These past years, you've been getting letters from your son Wang Yi. Haven't you? P.S. First update is Beast Evolution, second update is still Beast." That seemingly offhand probe was exactly what Wen Chaoxing most wanted to ask. For him, the crux wasn't he the person, it was the letters. Hearing that, Wang Kuan didn't doubt him at all. He hurriedly nodded and said yes. Maybe he was too anxious about his son's safety before Wen Chaoxing could ask more. He was already fishing for his keys in his pocket, unlocking the door, and ushering Wen inside the house. Like Mi Fong, Wang Kuan had kept every letter his kid sent home, carefully preserved. When Chaoxing pulled out a few letters, Wang Kuan hovered at his side, peppering him with eager questions. When brushed him off, saying that when he saw the boy, he just looked more weathered, his skin a bit darker, but sturdier, burly now. Wang Kuan let his imagination run, picturing the son he hadn't seen in over a decade as a towering tree. His pockmarked face brimmed with longing and pride. He couldn't stop grinning. When Chaoxing skimmed through the letters in haste, though he wasn't close to Wang Kuan and had no children of his own, hardly the type to empathize, seeing that old father's smile only made his guilt heavier. After talking it over, he took one letter with him and told Wang Kuan not to mention his visit to anyone. Wang Kuan agreed. "I'll be back in a couple of days to return the letter." On his way out, When Chaoxing glanced at the thin layer of white hair on Wang Kuan's head and asked, "Has he sent you money? Or have you sent him money?" Wang Kuan nodded repeatedly. "He has. I have too." In the early years, he said the frontier was on edge. Nomad raiders kept stirring up trouble, and he asked me for some money to shore up his defenses. When the fighting eased, he sent a little back. Not much, But for us as parents, as long as we know our child is safe and sound, we're content. As the words left his mouth, Wen Xiaoxing's hand, the one not holding the letter, tightened, curling into a fist. He turned on his heel, clean and decisive. He didn't want to stay here any longer. I'm heading out. I'll bring the letter back in a few days. Wang Kuan gave a quiet assent and watched Wen Xiaoxing walk off. The smile on his face faded, tugged away by the wind laced with fine snow. When hurried down the road, something weighing on his mind, his expression edged with cold. As he passed through a narrow alley, he suddenly stopped. He glanced ahead. In the curtain of the snowy night, a slash of red stood out. A man in red. They were roughly 100 paces apart. When couldn't he make out the man's face, but he had the distinct sense the man was smiling at him. The moment he saw him, something felt wrong. Could what happened that night have been discovered? That shouldn't be possible. That old man struck with ruthless precision at a glance. When it pegged him as a seasoned old handman like that rarely leave loose ends. Besides, even if there had been a slip, no one should be coming for him specifically. After a moment's hesitation, Wen turned to leave. The dread the man in. When Xiaoxing reached for the firewood knife hidden at his waist, but the moment his hand moved, the whistling sound of a blade slicing through the flying snow rang in his ears, making them buzz and his vision blur. A sudden chill ran down his neck. He snapped back to his senses just in time to find the dark-clad man's massive single-edged sword already pressed against his throat. His pupils constricted. Only now did he truly realize how vast the gap was between them. That black iron sword alone must have weighed at least 100 jin. Yet the man wielding it barely tipped the scales at 120 or 30 jin himself, and he handled the monstrous blade with one hand, controlling it with pinpoint precision. Wen Xiaoxing didn't stand a chance against that kind of strength. One last time go back, the dark-clad man said coldly, his voice now laced with killing intent. Wen slowly shifted his gaze downward, carefully easing his neck away from the edge of the blade. He exhaled a puff of white breath, then turned and began walking toward the red-robed man in the distance. The cold bit deep into his bones. Inside his head, he frantically sifted through every trick and tool he had, trying to find a way out of this mess. But at this point, no matter how calm he tried to remain, his mind was blank. A Shui wasn't by his side. Master Lu hadn't shown up, and the old man from that night was gone too. There was no possibility of resistance. Now, he'd just have to play it by ear, say what needed to be said to whoever was in front of him. He approached the red-robed man step by step. The man stood with his arms crossed over his chest, a gentle, harmless-looking smile on his face. "Come on, Qian Lu. Put the knife away." The red-robed man lightly scolded the dark figure behind him. "What are you trying to do, scaring the boy like that?" The dark-clad man obediently slung the heavy black iron sword back behind his shoulder. Then the red-robed man waved a hand at Wen Xiaoxing. "Come here, young man. Don't be afraid. I want to bite." Wen walked forward silently, a few steps closer. The red-robed man gently placed a hand on his shoulder. His palm was warm, yet it sent a wave of goosebumps crawling down Wen's spine. "Have you eaten yet?" Wen Xiaoxing blinked at the warmth in his greeting and ventured, "Have you eaten?" The man in red shook his head. "I haven't tea." Wen nodded. "Then I haven't tea either." At that, the man in red froze for a beat, then burst out laughing. He squeezed Wen Xiaoxing's shoulder, pain shot through one, making him grimace, sweat beading on his forehead, but he still managed to smile. "You, kid, you're pretty interesting." "Interesting," he repeated, with a hint of meaning, then let go of Wen's shoulder. "Come on. Dinner's on me. Yuan Yang Lu. Ever been?" At the name, Wen's heart gave a little jump. He thought back to the idle chatter he'd had with Si Xiaohong outside the county seat and quickly shook his head. "No, can't afford it." "I like how straightforward you are," the man in red said approvingly. "Even though you don't look like the straightforward type. My name's Lu Chuan. What's yours?" "Wen Xiaoxing. Who do you work for?" At that, Wen hesitated as a matter of course. Given the situation, he really had no reason not to answer. The kind who hide a knife behind a smile are the toughest to deal with, pleasant on the surface, and if you rub them wrong, they might take your life. Especially when you're a nobody like him. His hesitation wasn't about whether to lie, but about not wanting to bring trouble down on Liu Jiming. Like he told Ashui, he valued his life. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying. Back then, just so Liu Jiming Wu Ti looked down on him. Wen Xiaoxi. His thoughts spun, and Wen Xiaoxing snapped back to himself. Sounding a bit abashed, he said, Mr. Liu, look isn't this that drowning dilemma? Lu Chuan's eyes flickered. Intrigued, he asked, what drowning dilemma? Wen explained, say your wife and your mother fall into the water at the same time. Neither can swim, and you can only save one. Who do you pick? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and was about to answer when Wen added, your wife is already pregnant with your child. Lu Chuan's mouth closed at once. After a brief silence, he asked in a slightly odd tone, what does that have to do with what I asked? One, forcing himself to be patient, said, I'm just an ordinary guy, no. Compared to someone like you, I barely even count as a person, more like a stray dog someone could casually kick to death. But I can tell you and the one next to you are not people I can afford to cross. I can't figure out whether the person who hired me has a beef with you. If they do, then I might have just gotten the person who saved my life killed. And if you ask me and I don't talk, I'm definitely dead. So right now I'm weighing whether I should save myself first or save that benefactor first. Lu Chuan let out a long sigh. You're so straightforward, it's making me a little embarrassed. All right, I'll be blunt too, it's possible you won't save anyone today. Wen frowned, tilted his head, and asked earnestly, Mr. Liu, I really don't understand how did a nobody like me end up offending Som. When they reached the Mandarin Duck House, the girls were shouting and laughing the moment they spotted Lu Chuan. They flocked to him like he was their sweetheart, perfume rolling off them in waves. Lu Chuan didn't turn them away grinning. He fished a few taels of silver from his breast and scattered them, and only then did he manage, with Wen Xiaoxing in tow, to shove through the crowd and make it to the front hall. A few of the girls did catch the grave look on Wen Xiaoxing's face. But this was a pleasure house. They didn't ask about matters beyond these walls. Madame Song had drilled that into them for years. The Mandarin Duck House drew a crush of patrons every day, all sorts of people, and the less you knew, the safer you were. They were born poor, with no one backing them if real trouble ever landed. No one could keep them safe. In the main hall, guests kept to their own corners, some trading verses over wine, laughing loud, others chatting business, bragging and bullshitting. The spot on the stage where the zither player, a young woman, usually should have been was empty when Wen Xiaoxing walked in. His heart sank. Tonight was rotten. It wasn't just that he himself had fallen into a bind. Every possible path that might get him out seemed sealed shut. Was there really no way out? Wen Xiaoxing didn't know Lu Chuan and was sure they'd never met. But he could say one thing for certain. Men like Lu Chuan, once they learned what they weren't supposed to, would silence you and L. Lu Chuan raised his cup and clinked it against Wen Xiaoxing's, tipped his head back and drained it, then lightly clapped his hands and said, Wen Xiaoxing, I need to set you straight on one thing. I'm not here for you. To be honest, I don't even know you. I came tonight because you took that thing. A flicker passed through Wen Xiaoxing's eyes. He silently pulled the letter he'd gotten from Wang Kuan out of his sleeve and set it on the table. This thing? Lu Chuan took the letter, skimmed it, and said in a flat tone, just an ordinary family letter. What are you planning to do with it? Wen Xiaoxing hesitated. Then his expression grew much more serious. He said to Lu Chuan, Lord Lu, do you really want to know? Lu Chuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and tossed it into his mouth. Quit stalling. It's just the two of us, say it. Wen Xiaoxing drew a deep breath, as if he'd made up his mind, and lowered his voice. The White Dragon Guard. Lu Chuan's chopsticks stopped. His brow twisted tight, and the gentle, almost paternal look in his eyes went cold in an instant. Say that again. Wen Xiaoxing said, a little helpless. You don't have to believe me, but why would I lie to you? Someone like me you don't care, and the White Dragon Guard wouldn't either. One of their lords saved my life, gave me some travel money, and asked me to look into a small matter for him. The snow in Kuhai County is coming down thick and fast. I'm living on that money, and frankly I had no reason to turn him down. Lu Chuan rolled the chopsticks between his fingers and asked, what did he look like? I never saw his real face. My benefactor wore a veil and a conical straw hat, all in white, and carried a long sword about this long. I think there was a distinctive pendant at his waist. He laid out everything he'd seen and heard in that ruined temple that night, down to the last detail. It was a reluctant move, but even after turning it over and over, Wen Xiaoxing still wouldn't sell Mr. Liu out. In Wen Xiaoxing's eyes, whether or not it was worth it where Lu Jiming was concerned. Dumping the mess onto his own benefactor was out of the question. If he couldn't tell the truth, he'd just have to spin a few lies. The trouble was, the man who'd come that night had a vicious tongue, and Wen Xiaoxing took an instant dislike to him. After Wen laid everything out in such detail, a lot of the doubt in Lu Chuan's heart eased. He was about 70% convinced. A maid brought in a table full of steaming dishes styles Wen hardly ever saw in his daily life. The aroma was intoxicating, but neither of them reached for a bite. Their eyes stayed locked on each other. So the White Dragon Guard is the one who wants this letter? Lu Chuan pressed him, one question at a time, his face more serious than one had ever seen. Wen Xiaoxing nodded. Yes. As for the rest, I don't know a thing. They'd never tell a small fry like me any of that. By the way, good night. By pointing the finger at the White Dragon Guard, Wen Xiaoxing also convinced the red-clad man in front of him that he really did know them. Among the well-known powers in the Jianghu, the White Dragon Guard are the most mysterious, the hardest for ordinary people to get near. The White Dragon Guard serve the royal house of Qi. As for sects like Tianji Tower, Nine Songs, and Wangchuan, only those strong enough and useful have a chance to brush up against the various royal houses, and even then, the ties usually aren't deep. The White Dragon Guard exist because the Qi royal house needs them, and most who deal with them are people of exalted status. Someone like Wen Xiaoxing, no cultivation, plain clothes. A commoner might go his whole life without ever crossing their path. So when Wen Xiaoxing painstakingly described what the White Dragon Guard looked like, Lu Chuan chose to believe him. He mulled over the letter Wen Xiaoxing had handed him for a while. That was when Qianlu slipped into the room. He had unstrapped his long saber and wore only a plain black cloth shirt. He walked straight up to Lu Chuan and pulled out a sheet of paper for him. Lu Chuan glanced at the writing. Wen Xiaoxing, only counted as a Qi man these past few days, right? Where were you from before? With a decent home, what are you doing in Qi, and how did you end up in a barren backwater like Kuhai County? Wen Xiaoxing took a sip of tea, his eyes drifting over the zither stand still empty, and thought about how to stall a little longer. That'll take some telling. Do you have time to hear me out? Lu Chuan tapped his chopsticks against the plate and smiled. Go ahead. Until I finish eating, I've got time. If you say the right things, I might just let you live. Wen Xiaoxing didn't take that whole, let you keep your lifeline seriously, but he still couldn't help a flicker of quiet delight, and he launched into a story. He could spin a yarn. Compared to Lu Chuan, Wen Xiaoxing had seen more and learned far more. He invented a country that didn't exist, Ming, and in an hour talked Lu Chuan into believing it. At first, Lu Chuan wasn't paying much attention, but the moment he heard that the founding emperor of Ming had been a beggar, his interest was hooked. Once he was interested, patience came naturally. I came to Kuhai County because I had no choice. Ming lies on the far side of the wasteland, tens of thousands of miles away. Our unit fled early when the royal rebellion broke out. Around 100 of us, and in the end, I was the only one left alive. The previous county magistrate, Lu Jinshi, saw I couldn't come up with 10 taels of silver, refused to let me into the city, and kept me confined outside the walls for a full 3 years. If not for my hard-won survival skills from the wasteland, I wouldn't have made it through those 3 years at all. Lu Chuan glanced at the black-clad man, Qianlu, and said evenly, that detail isn't in the written files, but when I went digging earlier, the scribe in charge of Kuhai County's cultural records mentioned that Wen Xiaoxing was indeed kept outside the county for 3 years. It wasn't until Chuanxiong took office that he bestowed on him the status of a citizen of Qi. Lu Chuan clicked his tongue. Chuanxiong's a little too fond of playing do-gooder, huh? Letting a refugee in at a sensitive time, doesn't he worry about kicking up a big mess? I thought he was cautious. Who'd have guessed I'd end up having to wipe his ass? The moment the words wipe his ass came out, Wen Xiaoxing's heart clenched. Gentlemen, I'm very sorry about tonight. Xiaohong isn't feeling well, must be eaten something bad. If I've spoiled your good mood, I hope you'll forgive me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaohong ignored the patron's calls and the clamor below the stage, turned, and hurried out the back door. How odd. Wen Xiaoxing picked up a peanut and popped it into his mouth, then asked Lu Chuan, Lord Lu, you used to come to the Mandarin Duck House a lot, didn't you? I heard their zither player is the only person in the county who really understands music, but looking at her now, she doesn't seem in the best health. but it doesn't add up. The other day, when Lu Jin celebrated his 50th, she was the one who had the big patron at the Mandarin Duck House grinning ear to ear. If she's such a rare cash cow, the madam ought to fret over her health even more than she does herself. Still, she doesn't look very discerning. A man of your standing is sitting right here, and she just cast a glance this way and got up to leave. Whether she is truly unwell or secretly took another gig on the side, hard to say. Lord Lu, do you want to go check on it? That made Lu Chuan frown. Si Xiaohong coming back only to leave again was indeed strange. Something about it didn't sit right with him. He'd half a mind to have Qianlu tail her, but when Xiaoxing's remark hit him right where it hurt, making it hard to justify. If he really went to look into it, wouldn't it seem like he was getting jealous over some second-rate courtesan in a backwater town? His rank and his pride held him back. Lu Chuan silently picked up a slice of meat that was already going cold, put it in his mouth, and said offhandedly as he chewed, "You really haven't seen the world. Heard the story of the frog at the bottom of a well? You look up and see only a little patch of sky, and think that's the whole world. Back in the royal capital, you couldn't count the beauties who crowded in, sending silver to beg an audience with me, and even then, it was hard to get one. Besides, I don't care for them too young. No fun." When Xiaoxing's gaze shifted, as if recalling a line from some internet guru in his previous life, and he picked up the thread of Lu Chuan's banter. Fair enough. Women are like wine. If you don't give them time to age, the flavor's bland, like plain water. But let it sit too long, and it hits so hard you can't handle it. Hearing that, Lu Chuan's eyes flickered. The hand he'd been about to slip into his sleeve for something went still. He gave Wen Xiaoxing a couple of looks and couldn't help clicking his tongue. TSK in surprise. Kid, you've got no talent and no clout. Who'd take a shine to you? All talk, where's this insight coming from? When Xiaoxing lowered his head, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Wrong. Lord Lu, I really do lack talent and power, but a few days ago outside the county, I found an injured woman. To repay me for saving her life, she gave me a night of carnal bliss." Lu Chuan's face shifted a shade, and he thought of the body found outside the county on that snowy night not long ago. Oh, so you really lucked into a massive windfall, huh? What did she look like, face and figure? When Xiaoxing gave a thumbs up. One word: badass. When smug, lucky dog look made Lu Chuan chuckle. He took a sip of wine, went quiet for a moment, then said, almost like making a promise, "Here's the deal. Give me a detailed description of her looks and build, and I'll let you walk out of the Mandarin Duck House alive today. How about it?" When eyes lit up, and he asked tentatively, "Lord Lu, you like that type too?" Lu Chuan raised his cup, a deeper meaning in his gaze. "Very much." When thought it over, bit his lip, a little embarrassed. "I can read, sure, but I wasted my youth fooling around. Didn't learn much. And it was pitch dark that night. No lamps. I really didn't see clearly. I'm not great at describing. Why don't you get me paper and a brush, and I'll sketch her for you?" Lu Chuan nodded, lifted a hand to beckon a girl over, and slipped her some silver to fetch paper and brush. Yuanyang Tower often saw self-styled men of letters come to show off their calligraphy, so supplies were kept on hand. The girl was back in no time, arms full. When Xiaoxing didn't dither, he dredged up a few odd patterns from his head and started sketching from memory. Calligraphy and painting have always been kindred arts. What they test most is the wrist and the imagination, and at bottom it's all a pursuit of beauty. So plenty of fellows who grind away at characters aren't exactly strangers to drawing. That so-called dirty picture was a cinch for him. He left the faces blank. His brush ran light and heavy, quick and slow, the ink by turns dense and pale, and before long an alluring erotic scene unfurled across the paper. The serving girl at his elbow stole a casual glance and went scarlet, biting her lip as she thought, "This customer really dares to draw that out in public." Just as when Xiaoxing was about to roll it up and hand it to Lu Chuan, a woman with a limp walked in from the outer hall. She wore a plain light blue homespun skirt, her sleeves rolled to the wrists, so the people around only gave her a cursory once-over, taking her for hired help at Yuanyang Tower, and paid her no mind. She, however, went straight to Wen Xiaoxing, flicked a glance at the picture, seized him by the scruff of the neck, and hoisted him like a baby chick. "Out here carousing instead of coming home at this hour?" A Shui's cold voice sounded right in his ear. In that instant, The tension he'd been holding tight finally eased. He gave an awkward smile and said to Lu Chuan, whose face showed a flicker of surprise, "This is my sis." A Shuai's sudden appearance had knocked his thoughts askew. By reflex he wanted to say my wife to cover for himself, but the memory of her ice-cold eyes when she killed made him force the last word into sister instead. Despite the life and death bond he once shared with the Shuai and the drinks they put away together when Chaosheng had always kept his distance from this secretive female killer. One careless word could easily buy you a lifetime of silence. Get home now. Quit hanging around this dump. If I tell your folks, they'll break your legs. A Shuai didn't throw a fit. She played along and helped when Chaosheng carried the scene. She yanked him toward the door, while one looked back and, waving the erotic print at the frowning Lu Chuan, said, "Lord Lu, the print's right here." Lu Chuan, seeing the state he was in, didn't take it. Only after the two of them disappeared beyond the main hall did he turn to the man beside him, Qianlu, and ask, "Why didn't you stop them?" Qianlu shook his head. "I didn't have my blade on me. That woman is a 1 in 100,000 master. If I moved rashly, in the exchange I might end up injuring you, sir." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. That man lies through his teeth. Claims he drifted as a refugee for 3 years, so where did an older sister come from? That woman's identity is more than a little suspicious. Qianlu hesitated a moment, then said, "She appears to have drawn her breath inward, but in truth her spirit is hidden and coiled, her qi like a blazing abyss. Her cultivation is no lower than mine. On this trip south, my lord gave me clear orders. My top priority is Mr. Lu's personal safety. I ask for your understanding, Mr. Lu." Lu Chuan waved him off, glanced at the dishes on the table, then touched the poison hidden in his sleeve. After a long moment, he gave a slight shake of his head, as if he'd lost interest, rose, settled the bill, and left. On the road back, heads down against the wind and snow, a Shuai and Wen Chaosheng trudged along. One said to her, "Knew it. Those fake letters were trouble all along. That guy today, the one calling himself Lu Chuan, came here for the letters." A Shuai stared at the erotic print crumpled in Wen Chaosheng's hand and kept quiet. Wen Chaosheng started rambling to himself again. "The man you asked me to look into is named Wang Kuan. He has a son named Wang Yi who joined the army 17 years ago and hasn't returned home once since then, only sending letters, one every year. And those letters weren't even written by the same person. The handwriting looks similar, but you can still tell the difference." As he was speaking, he and Ashui suddenly ducked into a narrow alleyway. Without warning, Ashui grabbed him by the collar, shoved him up against the wall, and with her other hand, she yanked the hidden cleaver from Wen Chaosheng's waist and pressed it against his throat. The sudden move stunned Wen Chaosheng so much he froze, his back flat against the cold brick, not daring to move an inch. "Oh, what is this about?" he stammered. Her tone was icy cold. "When did you see it?" The question caught him completely off guard. He scrambled to recall everything in his mind, certain he hadn't done anything to betray Ashui, and finally found a bit of courage. "See what?" Seeing his reaction, Ashui leaned in closer. "The mole on my chest, when did you see it?" Her question left him totally baffled. It took him a few seconds to get it, and his lips twitched awkwardly. "Sweetie, that was just something I made up on the spot. He wanted proof, so I had to stall for time until backup came. I just added a few extra details to make it believable. And besides, even if I wanted to peek, I'd have to find the right moment. You notice even a breath, when I'm near you normally there's no way I could get within 3 inches without you knowing. The only possible time would be been that night you were unconscious. But come on, that night, you were practically dead, your chest was covered in blood. If I had the mind to do something like that at a time like that, do you really think you'd still be alive?" They locked eyes. Wen Chaosheng's gaze didn't waver for a second. He really hadn't looked. After a long pause, Ashui's cold stare softened. She let go of his collar, slid the cleaver back into his belt, and turned to walk ahead of him. "I'll believe you this once. Oh, and by the way, good night." Ashui's murderous aura ebbed, and Wen Chaosheng finally let out a breath. He crumpled the erotic sketch in his hand into a ball, stuffed it into his clothes, and hurried after him. But Ashui's stride was always just a notch faster, keeping one from seeing his face. One more thing. Resigned, Wen Chaosheng slowed down and followed behind Ashui. That guy named Lu Chuan probably knows someone like you is out there, but he doesn't know you. A cold wind cut through, and with it came Ashui's question. How do you figure that out? When Xiaoxing didn't hold back, he laid out all the lies he spun earlier to buy time. When he mentioned the wounded woman outside the ruined temple, he seen the subtle shift in Lu Chuan's expression, clear as day. Ashui stopped, turned, and fixed one with a cold stare. You're saying that injured woman spent the night with you? Spell it out. I want the details. When face tightened, then he shrugged. Shouldn't the point be that once Lu Chuan heard a lead about you, he got all anxious and started grilling me about you? I don't care about that, Ashui said coolly. When rolled his eyes at him. I didn't give any details about what you look like. There are plenty of injured women in the world. Who knows who my made-up story was even referring to? He only brought it up in passing. I was stalling for time to save my skin, so I spun a story that never happened to throw him off. Otherwise, by the time you showed up tonight, I'd already be a corpse. And the woman I drew was full-figured fat. Even so, she didn't match your build at all. No way that counts as an insult. Don't believe me? Take another look. As he spoke, he fished the freshly crumpled erotic sketch out of his clothes, and before he could finish the sentence, Ashui snatched it right out of his hand. Clutching the wadded paper in one hand, she glanced at Wen Xiaoxing twice, her voice slowing as she said, If it's really about staying alive, next time just hand me over. It's fine. Wen Xiaoxing let out a long sigh. If only it were that easy. That man tonight came from the royal capital, and he looked like someone important. If he made a special trip to Kuhai County, it has to be for something extremely serious. The more I say, the more I admit to knowing, and sooner or later it'll cost me my life. Too bad he got a good look at my face this time. Once it's dark, I don't dare wander the town. Ashui took in his discouraged look and said evenly, Next time you go digging for something, I'll go with you. They do things in secret, they're hiding something for sure. Maybe the White Dragon Guard, or the like so broad daylight, with everybody watching, is actually safer. If it blows up, they won't be able to shut it down. No sense shoving yourself into big trouble over a small matter. She leaned in closer to Wen Xiaoxing's ear, her voice low and earnest. One more thing. Next time you draw a woman, don't put a mole on her left breast, you got that? Wen Xiaoxing reflexively flicked his gaze downward, then pulled it back. You really have one. Ashui arched a brow. Wanna see? Wen Xiaoxing backed up half a step, decisively rejecting the dangerous offer. No, and don't draw it again. They left it at that. Ashui picked up the sketch and let it go. As she headed back, Wen Xiaoxing watched her limping figure and asked, Is your injury any better? Want me to get you some medicine? Her reply came on the wind, faint and far off. I want tea die. Back at Fan Yue's place, Wen Xiaoxing split some wood and fed the brazier, boiled a kettle for a foot bath, fetched a big wooden tub, packed it with snow, and poured in the hot water. Steam billowed up. He soaked his feet and warmed himself by the fire, and the heat rushed back into his body at once. Before long, another pair of pale, delicate little feet slipped in. Once the hot water covered Ashui's ankles, the tight line of her brow slowly eased. After soaking for a bit, fine beads of sweat broke out on her face, taking some of the menace off her in the firelight. She looked much gentler. Thinking of what had gone down tonight, Wen Xiaoxing suddenly asked, You're not even healed, and you still ran to the county office tonight? Ashui, now with the upper hand, reiterated, If I hadn't gone, you'd be dead tonight. You were counting on that guy Chunxiong to save you? Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. I know. I mean, what did you go to Chunxiong for exactly? To look into how Lu Jin died, Ashui said. Wen Xiaoxing froze for a beat, then asked, You just asked him outright? Did you put a blade to his throat? Pretty much, Ashui said. When you're barefoot, you don't fear the ones wearing shoes. He's got scruples I don't. He didn't want to go at it to the bitter end, he wanted to talk terms. Then a girl ran to the county office gate and banged the drum, saying something had happened at Yuanyang House. We asked for details, but she wouldn't talk. It felt fishy, so I hurried over here first. Wen Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh, thinking how the types who throw their weight around on the strength of a little authority have no answer when they run into a straight-shooting female bandit like Ashui. It's not that they couldn't take her down, but the price would be too high, and it would blow the whole thing up into a public uproar. He knew the White Dragon Guard had already reached Kuhai County. Judging from Lu Chuan's reaction, Their visit this time was very likely tied to his side. With the two factions' interests colliding, grudges were bound to form. Once the foot soak was done, Wen Xiaoxing stepped out to fetch water. When he came back and saw Shui watching him, he set the basin down and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Shui asked back, curious. "If I'm not mistaken, you had two people watching you at the time. The skinny guy in black wasn't he weak? How did you manage to slip a message to that girl right under their noses, telling her to go to the county magistrate's office for help? She couldn't scheme as far ahead as Wen Xiaoxing, but you don't survive this long by being stupid." Ashui chewed on the question for a good while and still couldn't figure it out. Wen Xiaoxing smiled, climbed onto the bed, tugged the quilt over himself, sat cross-legged, and said, "It was pure chance we met. It happened to be Lu Jin's 50th birthday. The piece she performed was one I taught her. We chatted outside the county seat for a long time that day, and their essay stretch in that melody that imitates the sound that blares from the vehicles when the police are dispatched in a certain country. I hummed it for her while making a hand sign." As he spoke, his finger rose into the air, then dropped, sketching the motion. Ashui looked thoughtful, then asked, "Hold on, Wen Xiaoxing, what exactly does dispatch the police mean? And how would a carriage make a sound like that?" Seeing how earnest she was, Wen Xiaoxing cocked his head, thought it over, and explained with some effort. "When they dispatch the police, it means that country sends its government men to go arrest criminals. As for why a carriage would make that sound, well, they usually bring a musician on board to blow the swana, a reed horn, and make that wero 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 noise." Ashui leaned back, eyes narrowed. Clearly, the bizarre image had hit her hard. The authorities grab people in a carriage and bring a musician? Wen Xiaoxing cleared his throat. Probably for intimidation. Mainly, that country has so many carts and horses that as soon as people hear that sound, they know the authorities are here on a case and scatter out of the way. He painted her a vivid picture of officials rolling out with a carriage and a musician in tow. Ashui listened, rapt, then, when he finished, fixed him with the look of someone interrogating a suspect. "Wait a second, I remember you said you'd forgotten everything from before and only remember the last 3 years out beyond Kuhai County." Bang! Before the words were even out, Wen Xiaoxing's eyes rolled back, his head tipped, and he was out cold. His lids hadn't even closed before the snores started up. The next moment, Shui yanked him off the bed. "Going to sleep already? How's your ageless spring training coming along?" Wen Xiaoxing, helpless, cracked one eye open and said, "I've practiced a few days. Don't feel much." Haven T sensed any of that so-called innate qi. Shui frowned. "Not even a little? Did you remember the guiding method? Tongue pressed to your upper palate? During breath work, did your meridians have that sluggish, blocked feeling?" Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. "No, I did everything the way you taught. Even though I Haven T felt the innate qi, my body has definitely changed." Shui blinked. She knew the ageless spring art differed from person to person, so she really wanted to know what had actually changed in him. "What changed?" "My appetite's better." They stared at each other for a long beat. In the end, Shui let go, unwillingly, and let out a long sigh. "You've had the manual and practiced all these days, and you still can't sense any qi, Wen Xiaoxing. You are one of the rarest ordinary people I've ever met." Wen Xiaoxing scratched his head. He could tell there was no malice in her words, more a pity for his mediocre aptitude. If she didn't genuinely care, he wouldn't have caught that tough love frustration in her tone. Even so, facing his own talent and lot, Wen Xiaoxing was neither discouraged nor lax. Heaven had given him a barely their second chance at life, no matter how bitter and hard the road ahead. He wouldn't give up easily. He'd wring every bit of light and color out of this hard-won life and live it as vividly as he could. He'd already suffered more than enough. This little thing didn't even register. So Wen Xiaoxing smiled and, in a light tone, said to Ashui, "Maybe your talent's just too good. The other day, I asked Mr. Lu about cultivation. He said the human body has 720 apertures, which mark a cultivator's potential. It's rare for a martial artist to open more than 600. And you so young and already so deep in the martial path, there must be a ton of apertures in you still waiting to be activated, right?" Ashui shot him a glance. She worried her words earlier might have hurt him, but seeing Wen Xiaoxing like this, she knew she worried for nothing. She shook her head and sat down, leaning against the bed's edge. "I always figured you were hard to kill, But right now it looks like your will is even tougher than your life. Put that temperament into a body with real talent, and your future would be limitless." She sighed. Even though she felt talking cultivation with Wen Chaosheng wasn't too much use, she still said, "I've opened 717 apertures. Only 3 around the right knee haven T cleared, the rest are all open." Her words froze the smile on Wen Chaosheng's face. Sitting on the bed, he looked down at the woman by the brazier. His gaze turned so strange it made your skin crawl. "How many have you opened, exactly?" 717. "Are you even human?" Ashui tossed a stick into the brazier and said, flatly, "Ask yourself." Wen Chaosheng stared at her for a long while, then let out a long sigh and slumped back onto the bed, like all his strength had drained away. He rolled over, pulled the quilt over his head, and muttered, "I'm going to sleep." The firelight was faint, leaving the room unnervingly still. After another long moment, Wen Chaosheng suddenly remembered something. He rolled over toward Ashui and asked, "You said just now that even with a mind method, I still wouldn't be able to sense qi. So when you first trained, did you really not use any method at all?" Ashui gave a soft hum of assent. "The mind method is something I pieced together later, after I made some headway principles for how qi moves that can save you a lot of detours. If you can't learn it even with a mind method in hand, I honestly don't know how to help you." There was a rare hint of unease in her voice. She'd never taken a student and had zero experience teaching cultivation. Hearing this, Wen Chaosheng rolled over and sat up, a spark of excitement in his tone. "Maybe that's exactly where the problem is. You said before that the fountain of youth varies from person to person. Is it possible that what you call a wrong path might actually be the right road for someone else?" Ashui was taken aback. She was about to say he was being wildly fanciful, but the more she thought about it, the less sure she felt. The North Sea Taoist had won renown more than 200 years ago. Born in the state of Yan, he later roamed through Chun, Qi, and Zhao, seeking out the great minds of the age. His cultivation, medicine, and divination were all first-rate in cultivation. He seemed to pierce the workings of creation itself. Few men of renown could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Whale dive, false speech, and the fountain of youth, these 3 arcane arts were insights he gained upon awakening to the way at Jeshur a century ago, and they became treasured legacies. Even she had never fully seen through the mysteries of the fountain of youth. "Then I'll tell you the original method for cultivating the fountain of youth." Ashui stood, had Wen Chaosheng sit cross-legged on the bed, hands on his knees, eyes closed and turned inward. Then she began to teach the very first mind method of the fountain of youth. It barely even counted as a real mind method. As Ashui spoke calmly, Wen Chaosheng's awareness drifted, as if it passed through the endless flurries of snow beyond the window and entered a starfield as deep as the sea. He had never experienced anything so uncanny. His disembodied awareness was sometimes like water, sometimes like wind, drifting free, moving exactly as it pleased. That wondrous feeling that everything was laid open and he could roam anywhere had him hooked the next morning. When he came back with breakfast and was shooting the breeze with a shui, he was still buzzing, saying he'd finally found the right path. He even bragged about his special constitution and superior insight, claiming that at this rate he was bound to amount to something. A shui let him ramble without saying a word, head down, eating 1 sip of soy milk, 1 bite of steamed bun. When Wen Chaosheng's enthusiasm finally ebbed, he noticed her silence and, a little embarrassed, asked her, "Hey, Ashui, that state I was in last night, was that entering meditation?" Ashui pressed her lips together, stared at his face flushed with excitement, hesitated a moment, and in the end couldn't bring herself to lie. She blew out a puff of white breath and said, "No, you were just asleep." After a beat, she added, "Asleep like a pig. P.S. Good night, hee hee ha ha." At the county's early morning market, people were packed in shoulder to shoulder, a dark, seething mass. The fierce flurries that had been blowing day after day had finally let up. The sun was out for once, and it felt almost warm on your back. Even the old grandpas and grannies you rarely saw had bundled themselves in thick cloth and come out, some chatting about family matters, some trading barbs, pointing out whose kids and grandkids were whose, or grabbing hold of some second-hand gossip and laying it on thick. One way or another, they were determined to give mouths dusted over by wind and snow a proper workout. But on a day that lively and, by rights, cheerful. The county yamen was quiet and deserted. Every time the doors opened, a gust of wind blew in and made the whole place feel that much colder and gloomier. Clad in official robes, Chuanxiong stood before Lu Jinshi. The latter, thanks to the embalming powders, had taken on a waxy yellow cast, and Chuanxiong's face was dark. He held a slightly creased roll of paper, still pinching it lightly. The faraway look in his eyes showed he was wrestling with something. Beside Lu Jinshi lay another corpse. That body was none other than Wu Xie. His neck had been tightly sewn shut with needle and thread, the smooth wound hidden, revealing a pale hue that only the dead possessed. Last night, Wu Xie had clashed once again with Ashui. Almost everything had been just like their last fight. The only difference was that this time, his luck ran out. Ashui's old injury had flared up again. That one fatal mistake she had made years ago, she corrected this time. With chilling precision, her blade landed exactly on Wu Xie's neck, cleanly severing his head without hesitation. It was all over in an instant, swift and decisive. Chun Xiong didn't even have time to grieve or rage. The sword still dripping with Wu Xie's blood was already at his throat. In that moment, he clearly saw the gap between himself and Ashui and understood just how untouchable this woman truly was. Those who watched Ashui fight often experienced a strange illusion. Every time she swung her blade, every time she killed, it seemed almost mundane, lacking spectacle. She was always just a little faster than her opponent, just barely. So many bystanders thought, if only I were just a little faster, I could take her down easily. Those who held on to that belief ended up paying dearly. When they finally faced Ashui and her blade head-on, they realized that slight edge was actually an insurmountable mountain, an unfathomable ocean impossible to fill. Chun Xiong certainly had feelings for Wu Xie, the old retainer who had served his family for many years, but not enough to throw his life away fighting someone he couldn't possibly defeat. He buried this vengeance deep in his heart, letting it take root and grow. Then, he began plotting how he might join forces with Lu Chuan and Wang Chuan to deal with this woman who had now disrupted the county courthouse twice and slain his guard. Just as he was lost in thought, a dark figure suddenly darted past the doorway, and the footsteps yanked Chun Xiong out of his daze. After what happened last night, he clutched the soft sword at his side like a startled bird. "Who's outside?" Chun Xiong called out, and a constable answered from beyond the door. "Your Honor, a commoner in plain clothes is here. He wishes to see you at the county yamen." Chun Xiong's mind was in knots. He replied, "No visitors today. If it isn't urgent, don't bother me." The constable hesitated, then added, "He says he knows the woman who came here last night." At that, Chun Xiong's grip tightened around the sword. His eyes flicked, almost on their own, to Wu Xie's cold corpse. After a brief silence, he changed his tone. "Did he come alone?" "Yes, Your Honor." "Alone? In that case, bring him in." The constable turned and hurried off, soon returning with a young man to the doorway. As soon as the constable left, the man pushed the door open and stepped in. Their gazes met, and Chun Xiong's pupils narrowed sharply. "It's you," he murmured, memories surging up like a tide as something clicked into place. "Right back then I'd just taken office at the county yamen. After I cleared out the other petitioners, only you and her were still there. These days have been a mess, too many petty errands tangling up my thoughts. I went the whole night without thinking of it." The newcomer was Wen Chaosheng. He glanced at Chun Xiong, then let his gaze settle on the bodies of Lu Jinshi and Wu Xie, pointing toward them. "Magistrate Chun, when do you plan to close the case?" Chun Xiong clasped his hands behind his back and squared up to Wen Chaosheng. His bearing seemed a shade harder. Last night, in front of Ashui, he kept his voice low, worried for his own life. But today, this Wen Chaosheng had no cultivation to speak of and had once been a drifter outside the county. The anger and fear Chun Xiong had choked down all night finally found an outlet. "Since when does a vagrant like you get to rush me about when I close a case?" Wen Chaosheng folded his hands before him, gave Chun Xiong a slight bow, and said calmly, "Thanks to you, my lord. I'm now, properly speaking, a citizen of Qi." Chun Xiong took a few steps forward until he stood before Wen Chaosheng. He leaned in a little, his chin lifted high, and said slowly, "If you're thinking of reclaiming what you handed me, remember I can take it off you just as easily." "What?" You came to see me because weren't you here to talk about that woman from last night? When Xiaosheng lowered his head, his gaze settling on the flexible sword at Chun Xiong's waist and the hand gripping it. He said softly, if I remember right, on your first day in Kuhai County, you didn't even wear a sword. But overnight, you can't seem to let go of it. You've gotten a lot more cautious. Following his words, Chun Xiong's eyes dropped. He caught sight of his own hand clamped around the hilt. His gaze went cold, narrowing to a dangerous slit, and his tone turned impatient. I may not be able to kill her, but you think I can't kill you? Talking to me like that tired of living? When Xiaosheng gave a faint smile, without the slightest flicker of fear. On the surface, yes, it's about the woman from last night. But at bottom, it still comes back to you. As he spoke, he pointed again at Lu Jinshi's corpse, though his eyes never left Chun Xiong's face. That S on him, too. Candlelight wavered with the soft. First, as the county magistrate, Chun Xiong might have been capable of unjust killings, but he wouldn't personally get his hands dirty. If his official robe were stained with blood, it would damage the royal court's reputation. He wouldn't risk his own career over the death of an ordinary commoner. Still, who could guarantee that this incident wouldn't affect his political future? Such things had happened before. In recent years, Confucian ideals had gradually taken root in people's hearts. Compared to other nations, the Qi kingdom truly stood above the rest, both morally and legally. There was once a noble marquis who ruled a large city with arrogance, relying on his hereditary title. He oppressed the people and committed all sorts of atrocities. In his harem, several young and beautiful girls were murdered and their bodies thrown into a well. When the truth surfaced and local authorities came to investigate, the marquis obstructed justice at every turn, even resorting to threats. The news eventually reached the capital, and soon after, his noble title was stripped away by imperial decree. Generations of honor and prestige gone, just like that, with a single word from a royal official. The marquis wasn't even consulted. This incident served as a warning and a deterrent to all the officials across Qi. At least outwardly, the Qi kingdom did seem to value its people more than other nations. Second, after discussing with Ashui early that morning, when Xiaosheng finally sorted out his chaotic thoughts and became convinced that Lu Jinshi's death concealed a major secret one that must be connected to Chun Xiong. Otherwise, why would Chun's appointment to Kuhai County be so suspiciously timed? And why would Lu Jinshi's case remain unresolved for so long? Originally, this had been a straightforward suicide case, whether poisoned or hanged. It shouldn't have caused much ripple. Chun Xiong's repeated delays clearly showed he feared someone would dig deeper into Lu Jinshi's death. That alone was enough to suggest that Lu had indeed been involved in something shady and that his relationship with Chun Xiong was far from clean. It was precisely these 2 points that allowed Wen Xiaosheng to convince Ashui and then go alone to meet Chun Xiong. In his eyes, Chun Xiong was far safer than Lu Chuan from the night before. After all, Chun Xiong held office, his actions were constrained, and he knew how to weigh profit and loss. Sure enough, Wen Xiaosheng's hunch was right. With just one line, he seen straight through Chun Xiong. Only then did he loosen his grip on the soft sword he'd been clutching, walk to the doorway, and ease it open. Sunlight rushed in at once. Chun Xiong glanced over at Wen Xiaosheng. Half his face still kept to the shadows. Let us talk somewhere else. There are 2 corpses in here, bad luck. Let us not talk here. When Xiaosheng didn't refuse, he fell in behind him. They passed through the covered walkway and pavilion, and at a broad spot by a pond and its rockery, Chun Xiong stopped and asked, "What do you think of Lu Jinshi's courtyard? How's the workmanship?" When Xiaosheng gave it a glance and tossed off a few perfunctory compliments. Water and stone set each other off. The place almost breathes there's a bit of craft to it. Chun Xiong shook his head. What craft? It's all common folk's blood and sweat and ill-gotten gains. When Xiaosheng gave a faint smile and said, "Don't put it so harshly, like you're some incorruptible official. We're all in the same boat, dirty or not. Leave that aside. You make money by keeping things amicable." Chun Xiong replied evenly. "Do you think I'm the same kind of man as Lu Jinshi?" When Xiaosheng remembered it vividly and remarked, "On your very first day in office, you took a sheet of gold. How is Lu Jinshi any better than you? By that measure, you've definitely got more tricks up your sleeve." His words dripped with mockery and scorn, Yet Chuan Xiong not only didn't T flare up, he actually sighed and said, Lu Jinshi, he's been the local tyrant of Kuhai County for years. He squeezed so much money out of the people that he couldn't even store it at home. He had to bury it out by Xinguang Mountain to the north. TSK. See, he hasn't even committed any great crime. Slip a little silver to Guanghan City's commandant or the supervising censor, and he'd have been promoted ages ago. But he just won leave. Why do you think that is? Kuhai County sits out in the sticks, nothing much happens here. Money is easy to make, no wars to fight, and even those Jianghu outlaws rarely bother coming this way. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave either. But wouldn't you know it, a tin-pot emperor like that sees his home in ruins and his family wiped out overnight, without so much as a proper explanation. When Xiaosheng watched a red koi drifting beneath the ice, in water that hadn't frozen yet, and said, Are you saying, Lord Chun, that you're no different from Lu Jinshi, that you're both just pieces on a board, unable to choose your own fate? Chun Xiong gave a slight shake of his head. I'm not just talking about me. I mean all of us. You and I are no different. Everyone in Kuhai County is the same. Even that woman you know is no exception. When Xiaosheng leaned a little to the side, shot Chun Xiong a glance, and said with a smile, No, I'm not the same. Lord Chun, I don't count as anybody's pawn. Whether it's you, or Lu Chuan, or those big shots way up in the clouds, someone like me, a weed in the dirt, doesn't even count in your eyes. Chun Xiong's face went stiff for a moment, but he recovered quickly. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, You know Lu Chuan? When Xiaosheng turned his head slightly, a faint curve tugged at the corner of his mouth and vanished. He said evenly, I do. Things in this world have a way of being fated. For example, if I hadn't run into Lu Chuan last night, that woman who came looking for you wouldn't have gone to save me, and she probably would have killed you. Lord Chun, the fact you lived through last night was heaven's arrangement. Chun Xiong fell silent for a moment, then asked, What exactly did Lu Chuan want with you? When Xiaosheng lowered his head and let out a small laugh. I already said big shots like you don't even see me as a person. He wasn't here for me at all. He came for some other things. Chun Xiong frowned, irritated by the coyness. He said to Wen Xiaosheng, Can you speak plainly? All this guessing back and forth is pointless. Since you're here, I won't beat around the bush. I'll say what I can straight out. Wen Xiaosheng thought for a moment and nodded. All right, Lord Chun, let me cut to the chase. I came alone today because I want to work with you. That woman is too overbearing, so I didn't bring her. She's got a razor-sharp tongue, and I'm not sure I could handle her. Chun Xiong shot Wen Xiaosheng a sideways glance, his tone edged with skepticism. Work with me. I don't see anything we could possibly collaborate on. Wen Xiaosheng didn't mind Chun Xiong's wariness or hostility. He walked to the side of the pavilion, sat down, leaned against a stone pillar, and said with a smile, First off, Lord Chun, we're not your enemies. When it comes down to it, we're in the same boat. I know you probably think I'm talking nonsense, but you'll understand once you hear me out. You've been dragging your feet on the Lu Jinshi case for two main reasons. First, the gut-rending poison Wanchuan gave Lu Jinshi vanished, and he chose a particularly troublesome way to end his own life. That has left you uneasy. And second, obviously the White Dragon Guard stationed outside the county. Am I right, Lord Chun? Staring at Wen Xiaosheng's smiling face, the shock he'd been suppressing in his eyes began to seep through. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the soft sword at his waist. Sweat kept beading in his palm. In that instant, Chun Xiong suddenly understood. This drifter he'd always dismissed, even treated as if he were nothing, was actually this enigmatic, this terrifying. When had the secrets he'd kept buried so deep in his heart been pried out like this? P.S. Let me say a couple of words. It's Night Dog's first time writing Wuxiao. The vibe's a little quirky, and it's destined to be more niche than The Haunted Lodge. Not many people will read it. Whoever shows up well, that's fate. I'll do my best to keep you hooked with what comes next. Let us hang out in this little nook and have some fun. Ha ha ha. Good night. Some secrets matter more than a lot of lives. Chun Xiong's own life was one of them. So whether he truly knew or only suspected, he buried those secrets deep in his heart, not daring to let the faintest ray of sunlight touch them. If the secret ever got out, plenty of people in the state of Qi would die. When Wen Xiaosheng spoke the three words White Dragon Guard, Chun Xiong's body gave the faintest tremor, almost imperceptible. Maybe it was just a winter shiver, but even that tiny twitch didn't escape when Xiaoxing's eyes. All the little tells Chun Xiong let slip without meaning to lined up perfectly with Wen's earlier suspicions. Sure enough, the White Dragon Guard who had come looking for them that day wasn't in league with Chun Xiong. To Wen, that was terrific news. As an official, Chun Xiong was bound hand and foot, often not his own master. With other powers pressing in, living between the cracks, he'd naturally be more likely to need outside help. When Han Ti had much leverage to bargain with Chun Xiong, except that now, his camp happened to include a female Grim Reaper. Her martial arts were unfathomable, and she wasn't afraid to risk her life. Behind the scenes, she could shoulder no small amount of trouble for Chun Xiong. She was too valuable. Not only would she tempt him, he might end up relying on her. Xiaosheng, when did you meet the White Dragon Guard? Just minutes earlier, the two had seen each other in the room with Lu Jinshi's corpse, and yet Chun Xiong's attitude toward Wen had already flipped completely. He was no longer strutting or looking down from on high. His tone was full of shock, uncertainty, fear, and a wash of killing intent. It was obvious that Wen Xiaosheng now had a firm grip on the conversation. Faced with Chun Xiong's question, Wen Xiaosheng gave a faint smile. You're a sharp one, Lord Chun. Why don't you figure it out yourself? At that, he gave it some thought. His eyes flickered, and he immediately changed his tune. It was the White Dragon Guard who came looking for you. You're just a refugee. Why would they come for you? Wen Xiaosheng had already told Lu Chuan a lie once, and that time it had gone over especially well. Now he was set on keeping that lie afloat. Why they came to me, my lord? Didn't you already ask that? And didn't I already answer? Wen Xiaosheng tapped his nose with a finger, a smile on his face, but a cool edge in his voice. You might notice any Qi native in the county seat, the hawker peddling on the street, the fisherman on the bridge, even a middle-aged woman squabbling over some petty thing in an alley, but no one spares me a second glance. Not you, not Lu Chuan, Chun Xiong said, but last night, Lu Chuan clearly came to see you. That's because I found something that would send a chill down his spine, Wen Xiaosheng replied. Chun Xiong shot him a sidelong glance, his brows tightening. What? Lowering his voice, Wen Xiaosheng said, this secret, my lord, you might not know it. What are you offering in exchange? Chun Xiong's lids dipped as he glanced sideways at Wen Xiaosheng, his look suddenly complicated. Wen Xiaosheng went on. I asked around about the woman who came looking for you last night. She knows Lu Chuan, and you both came from the same place, Kuhai County, around the same time. So Lu Jinshi's death isn't just tied to you, it drags him in too. Wang Chuan is the biggest assassin outfit in the underworld, with more blood debts than anyone can count. And you're in the state of Qi's official robes, you can't openly deal with them. My guess is that vial of gut-corroding poison came from Lu Chuan. He sought you out with pretty much the same aim. Just as you said, Lu Jinshi ruled as a local tyrant in Kuhai County for years. By rights, he shouldn't have stirred up any karmic entanglements unless he did something he shouldn't have. And that something implicates a certain big shot in the royal city. The moment the words left his mouth, Chun Xiong whipped out his sword. The supple blade wavered in the cold air, ripples running down the steel to the tip, then settling. The edge came to rest across Wen Xiaosheng's throat. Chun Xiong's hand twitched, and blood showed. A sharp sting spread along the side of Wen Xiaosheng's neck. His hairs bristled, gooseflesh rising. He didn't dare move, his body drawn tight. Yet his expression stayed steady, calm as ever. Wen Xiaosheng, with his blade across Wen Xiaosheng's throat, Chun Xiong's bloodshot eyes were feral, and the surging layers of killing intent sealed off the space around them. Take my advice. Your life didn't come easy. Don't go courting death. Lu Jinshi's body hasn't even been buried yet. Should we hire a medium to ask him how he really died? How old are you? And you're still this naive. How the hell have you survived this long? Since when is a living man's mouth as trustworthy as a dead man's? Chun Xiong's eyes went wide. His teeth clenched. The loss of composure wasn't anger, fear had him in its grip. He was afraid of Wen Xiaosheng, afraid of the secrets he peeled back, and afraid of that high and mighty bigwig in the capital. Seeing him like that, Wen Xiaosheng grinned, a touch of madness in the smile. Magistrate Chun, be straight with me. If I brought that gut-eating poison today and laid everything out from start to finish, would I still walk out of this magistrate's office of yours alive? Chun Xiong's lips trembled for a long moment at last. He forced himself to sheath his sword. No. As Chun Xiong sheathed his blade, when Xiaoxing's smile vanished, his gaze turned sharper and more dangerous than ever. Then think about this. If you play nice and finish the job that big man in the capital handed down through Lu Chuan, do you really think you'll walk away alive? The words had barely left his mouth when Chun Xiong jolted. It was as if every breath in him ceased. It was a simple truth. It's not like Chun Xiong didn't know. He knew full well. But he'd rather submit to that man without reservation, hoping to claw back a shred of trust with merit and toil, than show the slightest resistance. He didn't dare. A calf's courage is fleeting, but a tiger's power is always there. When you were sneering at me, did you realize how childish you were? How narrow your vision is? Do you even know who that lord you keep talking about really is? What means and power he commands? You don't know a damn thing. All you do is run your mouth. Chun Xiong sheathed his sword, then suddenly grabbed Wen Xiaoxing by the collar. Right then, he wasn't the magistrate of Kuhai County anymore. He looked like some passerby spoiling for a fight. Wen Xiaoxing clamped both hands around his arms, held him steady, and said coldly to the agitated Chun Xiong, "Empty talk, is that it? Listen, Chun Xiong, your life is the most important thing you've got. Whatever you want to do, however big your ambitions, whoever you want to protect, if you're dead, you've got nothing. Lu Jinshi's body is right there. Look at him. You want to end up like that?" Chun Xiong shot back, defiant. "I'm not like him." Wen Xiaoxing grew more heated as he spoke, forgot his manners, and fired right back without budging an inch. "Really not. I'm telling you. Keep this up and you won't just be the next Lu Jinshi. There'll be a third, a fourth." They spelled it out in one sentence. Lu Jinshi's whole family wiped out. And you all driven to this godforsaken shithole, and you still think you're different? In their eyes, you ain't worth shit. The curse threw Chun Xiong off. Veins bulged across his neck and face. He tightened his arms, hoisted Wen Xiaoxing clean off the ground, and slammed him against a pillar, grinding out through his teeth. "I'm nothing. But I'm still better than you, a piece of street trash, without even parents. Even if you do dig up some secret, then what? You think with that little crap, you can go toe-to-toe with someone who's clout reach? People like that are either bought off with massive payoffs or pressured into backing down by a threat, even scarier. The factions inside Qi are bound to keep each other in check. If he really had total control, why would he waste time on Lu Jinshi? The more insignificant Lu Jinshi looks, the more it proves that the secret he's carrying poses a grave threat to that lord. Do you get it? He had never argued with anyone in such a low, fierce tone. Still, this win mattered too much to both Wen Xiaoxing and Shui. From those forged letters, when Xiaoxing caught a whiff of danger, he couldn't quite name. He knew it would be hard now to fully distance himself from Shui. But whether it was Lu Chuan or the White Dragon Guard, those waters ran too deep. They were barely restrained outlaw factions, a motley mix coming and going as they pleased, and Wen Xiaoxing had no way to control any dealings or cooperation with them. A Shui might look like a sword sharp and intimidating, but only Wen Xiaoxing knew how serious her wounds were. Some were left by blades and soldiers, some by masters. Even with a sip of the fountain of youth, those injuries wouldn't heal in a day or two. She needed a long stretch of rest. If top-tier fighters really closed in on her, she wouldn't hold out. So if Wen Xiaoxing wanted to keep digging, he'd have to rely on Chun Xiong. Those last low, hoarse snarls hit the unhinged Chun Xiong like a bucket of cold water. His limbs went weak. He backed up a few steps, dropped heavily onto a bench by the corridor, and stared at the floor in a daze. A chill rode the breeze. The two of them just caught their breath in silence. After who knows how long, Chun Xiong braced his hands on his knees, struggled over to a stone pillar, turned to Wen Xiaoxing, and asked, "How did you find that bottle of poison?" The question and the look in his eyes already signaled he was yielding to Wen Xiaoxing. Wen Xiaoxing smiled. "That was thanks to Lu Jinshi. This guy's a real piece of work, would rather sacrifice his own family just to bite back." Wen Xiaoxing laid out, in detail, how Lu Jinshi hid the poison that day, but he scrubbed away every trace that had anything to do with the Shui. After hearing it, Chun Xiong began to see why Shui had wanted to examine Lu Jinshi's body before. The thought made his chest tighten, like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. "From that look, you figured it out?" Wen Xiaoxing said calmly. Lu Jinshi knew his inexplicable suicide would draw suspicion from above, and he wanted to strike back, which means whatever that lord in the royal city meant to wipe out, he probably found a way to preserve. The Wanchuan men were on him all night. Someone later drew them off, but he didn't have much time, and he had no martial skill. He couldn't get far. So the secret is either in his manner or buried in his corpse. Lord Chun, I have to admit, your instincts were sharp. They just saved your life. If you'd wrapped this up in a rush and turned in the dossier with the body, you'd likely be knee-deep in a much bigger mess by now. Chun Xiong slowly lifted his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. How did you know I planned to hand over Lu Jinshi's body? When Xiaoxing shot back, why else did you coat him in preservative? Planning to keep him around to sleep with you at night? A faint fear flickered in Chun Xiong's gaze. It was a panic no one saw, and it vanished almost at once. In the empty pavilion, Winter Wind between them, his voice trembling, he asked the question A Shui had once asked. Wen Xiaoxing, before all this, what were you really? Wen Xiaoxing answered with the same calm. Me? I used to be a scholar. What did you study? All kinds of books. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Chun Xiong rose slowly and brushed the dust off his clothes. Lu Jinshi's case has dragged on too long. The captain of the city guard in Guanghan City keeps hounding me. The case file and his body both have to be turned in by noon tomorrow. Bring that woman to see me today. We can do one last examination of his body. With that, he cut Wen Chaos Hen a razor-edged glance. As for the rest, I can think over what you just said, but I need to be sure you're someone I can trust. Wen Chaos Hen smiled. Same as you, I want to live, and I don't have a choice. If I did, I probably wouldn't have come to you today. I might have gone to Lu Chuan or the White Dragon Guard. Coming to you isn't helping you. It's helping myself. Chun Xiong turned to leave, his back and his hair both a little unkempt. After dark, there are too many eyes on the county seat. She's no slouch when you bring her over. Be quick and clean. Don't bring trouble with you. Oh, and good night. When Chaos Hen stepped out of the county office, he'd only gone a few paces when he saw a woman at the corner, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. He walked up to her and said, "Caught all that?" Ashui flicked him a glance. "You really think I've got supernatural ears that I can hear everything?" Side by side, they headed back the way they came, and he laid out how the killing on that snowy night had gone down. "But that night you did hear it, and you heard it crystal clear." Ashui drawled. "It wasn't he so much hearing it as sensing the killing intent. Besides, I'm in a crowded street right now. Back then, in the dead of night, there was nothing but wind and snow. How is that the same?" When Chaos Hen gave a small cough, feeling the world's whole martial arts business lose a bit of its shine. He honestly thought cultivators could soar into the sky and sink into the earth like in the novels from his previous life. Turns out even a powerhouse like Ashui doesn't hear much better than an ordinary person. Speaking of which, Wen Xiaoxing, how did your chat with Chun Xiong go? Ashui's question pulled Wen Xiaoxing out of his thoughts. He smiled and said, "Let us just say it felt like we hit it off right away like old friends." A strange glint flickered in Ashui's eyes. "Really? Because I could have sworn I heard you two cussing each other out." One pointed at her. "Hey, you said you couldn't hear that just too much." Ashui cleared her throat and brushed his hand away. "I couldn't make out exactly what you were saying. It was too noisy outside, so let us hear it. It was too loud out there. I'll tell you later." One and Ashui went back together to Lu Jiming's little courtyard on Osmanthus Alley, and he laid out the day's events for her, every last detail. After hearing the ins and outs of his talk with Chun Xiong, the look Ashui gave when shifted ever so slightly. For the first time, there was a hint of surprise in her voice. "Wen Xiaoxing, with that tongue and that mind, you're easily top 3 among the people I know. You could absolutely serve as an envoy, go to other states, make your mark. Even if you never take up cultivation, you could still go down in history." Wen snorted, still smiling. "And how am I supposed to get my foot in the door? The minute they look into my past, they'll see I'm a displaced drifter. Who is going to make someone with such murky origins an official?" Leaning under the loquat tree, her loose dark hair and the fallen leaves rustling in the breeze, Ashui said earnestly, "This post isn't like something in the royal city or the palace. Most people don't even think it's a good assignment. So as long as you're willing to grease some palms and you pass the vetting, you can take office." Wen poured himself a cup of cold tea, tipped it back, then got up and headed for the woodshed. If I had that kind of money, I'd rather treat you to a proper drink. Then he added, I need to hurry and finish the work, grab lunch, and while the girls at the Mandarin Duck House are napping, go thank Xiaohong. If it hadn't been for her last night, I'd be dead. By late afternoon or evening, let us go to the county office to find Chun Xiong and give the body a proper examination. I keep feeling there are still clues left on Lu Jinshi's corpse. A Shui watched Wen Xiaoxing's back as he vanished into the woodshed, her gaze slowly turning hazy, her thoughts drifting off to who knew where. At lunch, Lady Lu laid out a nice spread. Since Wen Xiaoxing had come back, she'd been deliberately improving the meals, hoping to make up for what had been missed over the last 3 years. Once they wolfed down the food, Wen Xiaoxing washed the bowls and chopsticks, then stepped out of Hohhot Alley and headed for Yuanyang Tower. To guard against any mishaps, a Shui went with him. On the way, when asked if her injuries were any better, she said, superficial wounds heal fast, half a month at most, and I'll be nearly fine, and in a few months the scars will fade. But the hidden internal injuries those masters left are another matter. Once I break through in my martial training, the tendon transforming and marrow cleansing might wash them away. As soon as she said it, she seemed to see exactly what one was worried about, so she lowered her voice and added, I'm hurt worse than usual, but it doesn't keep me from moving normally. Otherwise I couldn't have cut down Chun Xiong's guard with a single slash. As long as we don't leave the city, what happened out beyond the county that night won't happen again. If I hadn't been so drained beforehand, by Yu's sword wouldn't have gotten through me that night. Wen tilted his head, gave her a once-over, then nodded without another word. Nearing Yuanyang Tower, a Shui told him to go in by himself, she would wait outside. Inside, Wen Xiaoxing fussed around for a bit, then slipped some coppers to a young-looking maid and asked her to inform Si Xiaohong. When Si Xiaohong herself agreed to see him, the maid named Lu Zhu stared at Wen in surprise, wondering why Si Xiaohong, who usually refused private meetings, had suddenly changed her tune today. She didn't ask anything, though, and led Wen upstairs to Si Xiaohong's little loft. The most endearing thing about the girls at Mandarin Duck House was that they never pried into things they had no business asking about. The madam of Mandarin Duck House, Song Qinan, had set this room aside especially for Si Xiaohong. It was quiet, and out of the way no one would come bother her while she practiced the zither, and her playing wouldn't disturb anyone else. Xiaosheng, last night are you okay? Seeing Wen Xiaosheng, Si Xiaohong, who had been playing in the courtyard, finally let out a breath, and the worry between her brows eased a little. Xiaohong, I'm fine. I owe you for last night. I don't have much money on me and not much to repay you with. I've got chi papers now, and I'm holed up in the 7th little courtyard on Osmanthus Alley. If you ever need new tunes or any other help, come find me anytime. She nodded, hesitated for a moment, then asked a bit uneasily, Xiaosheng, what exactly happened on your end last night? Madame Song had warned Si Xiaohong not to go poking into the patron's business at Mandarin Duck House. Anything beyond romance and singing was off limits. Don't pry, don't ask, just focus on making money. But to Si Xiaohong, Wen Xiaosheng clearly wasn't just another customer. They were friends, more or less. They hadn't known each other long, but they got along well. For a girl as painfully shy as Si Xiaohong, a friend she could actually talk to was especially precious. Everything involving Lu Chuan looked dangerous, and when Xiaosheng wasn't about to drag a girl whose lot in life wasn't so different from his into the fire. So he sidestepped the question, gave a few vague answers, and said his end of things was completely resolved. Maybe his acting was just that good. If he could fool Lu Chuan, he could certainly fool Si Xiaohong, and only then did she finally let herself relax. Just as when Xiaosheng was about to leave, Si Xiaohong suddenly remembered something, hurriedly called him back, dashed into her boudoir, came out with a small box, pressed it into his hand, and, a little embarrassed, said, Xiaosheng, could you help me with a little something? Seeing the unnatural flush rise to Si Xiaohong's cheeks, and her fingers twisting nervously, Wen Xiaosheng knew perfectly well what she meant. Smiling, he asked, Go on, who's it for? I can take it over, no problem. At that, Si Xiaohong's youthful blush deepened. She waved her hands quickly and explained, It's not what you think. 3 months ago, a man of rank held a banquet at the Mandarin Duck House and turned it into a poetry gathering. A few guests got plastered and started acting up at me right there at the table, making it mortifying for everyone. I heard those men have pull in the county and are close with Lu Jinshi. The madam kept pouring wine and offering apologies, but they wouldn't take it, putting on their bookish airs. They said money from a pleasure house was dirty and insisted Madame Song find someone who could beat them in the literary game, or they wouldn't let it drop. That night, everyone had more than a few drinks. There was a whole crowd egging it on and rubbernecking, and both the gentleman and the madam were put on the spot. Just as the scene was about to blow up, a drunken guest stood up, inscribed a poem on one of the pillars of the Mandarin Duck House, and that finally smoothed things over. When Xiaosheng, thoughtful, said with a smile, "That fellow's quite the talent." A trace of awkwardness crossed Si Xiaohong's face, her cheeks still warm with a tingling blush. She lowered her voice. "Don't tease me, Xiaosheng. It's been 3 months, and I still haven't managed to thank him in person. I figured I'd wait till he came back to the Mandarin Duck House and say it to his face, but I haven't seen him since." Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Wen Xiaosheng's eyes. He let his smile fade, nodded, and said, "All right, I'll take it over for you. Do you have an address and a name?" Si Xiaohong answered. "I asked around with the older girls in the house. The man's name is Chung Feng, Chung as in prospects, Feng as in mountain peak. He lives at number 10 Wanshui Alley on the north side of town. If you have time, Brother Xiaosheng, please help me give this gift to Brother Chung." When Xiaosheng hadn't expected to hear the name Chung Feng from Si Xiaohong, he froze for a moment. It wasn't until Xiaohong prodded him that he snapped back to himself. After they left Yuanyang House, outside, a Shui cast a glance at the box in Wen Xiaosheng's hand and said, "Kid, you're full of surprises. In a place like that, most folks go in with money and come out empty-handed. You, though, go in empty-handed and come out carrying something. You've only met that girl a handful of times, and she has already fallen for you." As soon as he finished, Wen Xiaosheng sighed and slid the delicate little box toward a Shui. "It's for someone else. I'm just running an errand." A Shui blinked. "For someone else? For who?" "Chung Feng," Wen said. "Chung Feng isn't that the guy you mentioned before?" Wen nodded. "Yeah, that's him." A Shui gave him a look and said, with a touch of wonder, "Kuhai County's really small, feels like everybody knows everybody." When Xiaosheng picked up his pace, hurrying toward the address Si Xiaohong had given him. When he'd run into Chung Feng before, he'd wondered how the man had ended up so down and out now. A hazy answer was taking shape in his mind. On the way, he told a Shui in detail how Chung Feng and Si Xiaohong had gotten to know each other. At number 10 Wanshui Alley, the walls along the road were peeling everywhere, and green mold and moss crept along the bases. With the sun blazing today and the snow melting, the air smelled even worse. Approaching Chung Feng's house, a wave of stench hit Wu Xiaosheng's nose. Something was clearly off. He hurried toward the front, only to find the house had no door at all. It looked like someone had ripped it off violently. At the entrance, there was a pile of dead rats. The rat corpses had been frozen stiff, which meant they shouldn't have started to smell yet. But today the sun was unusually strong, melting the snow layer and exposing the dead animals. Unbothered by the foul stench, Wu Xiaosheng crouched beside the pile of dead rats and examined them closely for a moment before speaking. "It's been bitterly cold in Kuhai County this winter. Even after 2 more days of sun, these rats shouldn't have decayed this badly. Also, their fur is clumped together. It looks like they were soaked in water. My guess is someone first boiled the bodies in hot water until they were soft, then just dumped them all here in front of Chung Feng's door." As he spoke, A Shui frowned slightly, his eyes drifting toward the inside of the house. Only someone with real malice would do something this disgusting and then go as far as tearing off the door too. "I'd say this is probably revenge from 3 months ago at the Yuanyang Pavilion. No wonder Chung Feng's in such a mess now." In Kuhai County, petty crimes like theft weren't uncommon, mostly because the punishments weren't severe. With Chung Feng's door destroyed like this, a thief could come in any time and take whatever they wanted. Wu Xiaosheng and A Shui stepped over the dead rats and called out a few times at Chung Feng's doorstep. Finally, the worn, drafty house opened. A wary face emerged from the darkness behind the door, but the moment it recognized Wu Xiaosheng, the hostility in the eyes slowly faded. Creak. The door swung open completely. The man limped out, his face still marked with bruises. What caught the two men's attention was the kitchen knife Chung Feng tightly clutched in his hand. "It's you, how did you find me?" When Xiaoxing showed up, Chung Feng wasn't pleased. His words came out edged with impatience. Taking in Chung Feng's sorry state, when Xiaoxing grinned and said, "What got beat up?" Chung Feng met his eyes but didn't answer or acknowledge him. He turned and headed inside. Just then when spoke up behind him, "I'm not the one looking for you, it's a girl from the Mandarin Duck House." Chung Feng froze mid-step and turned back. One was already right in front of him. With a flip of his hand, a delicate little box settled into his palm. "She wanted to thank you in person the next time you came to the Mandarin Duck House. But after that poetry gathering, you pulled a disappearing act. She and the girls there asked around for a long time before they finally got your address. This is her gift. Take it." Chung Feng stared at the box in Wen's hand for a long while without taking it. His dry lips moved a little, and he said, "I'll accept her kindness, but the gift, could you return it for me?" When looked at Chung Feng's unkempt hair and the thin patch at the side, there were faint scabs of dried blood. He stepped up, shoved Si Xiaohong's gift into Chung Feng's hand, and asked again, serious this time, "Who did this to you?" Before the words had even fully left his mouth, before Chung Feng could answer, footsteps and a chorus of cocky shouts rose from the alley outside. "Chung Feng, ha ha ha, got our meal money ready today? The boys are here to collect. P.S. Night night, Naya Naya." 7th Street punks swaggered in through the doorway with no door, stepping over the dead rat on the floor with practiced ease. In Kuhai County, the layabouts all have this habit. Come winter, they dress lighter than everyone else, sleeves rolled up, just to look tougher, like they've picked up a few fighting moves, and to amp up their swagger. Once you reach the blood-moving realm, a martial artist's resistance to heat and cold really is much stronger than a regular person's. Still, if they have the choice, they'll bundle up in thick clothes in winter. Being able to withstand the cold doesn't mean you can't feel it. The moment they walked in, they saw Wen Xiaoxing and a Shui. The group let their eyes roam openly over the two. The tall, skinny man in the lead stepped up to Wen Xiaoxing, slapped him on the chest, and grinned. "You here on a job too?" He might have used polite words, but there wasn't a shred of respect in his tone. If anything, his eyes flashed with menace. It was obvious he figured the two of them were here to poach their gig. And for them, that was anything but good news. These layabouts spent their days doing nothing, unwilling to get up at dawn and grind like their parents just to make ends meet, too lazy to learn a trade, always dreaming of drifting through the underworld, with women and money just falling into their laps. The 6 punks behind their leader pulled out little knives and clubs, shuffled a few steps forward, and started squaring up. In the county seat, ordinary folks weren't all that restricted from carrying blades or cudgels. It's just that some inns and restaurants wouldn't let you bring them inside and made you check them at the door. The mood shifted. Chung Feng limped over, his hand shaking as he leveled a kitchen cleaver at that punk, and snapped, "Su Xiaojia, this is our B. If you don't leave now, my brothers behind me might get upset too, and then you'll be next on the list." "Got it." Ashui stood silently beside them. When Xiaoxing gave him a glance, then pointed at the courtyard gate and asked, "Was this your doing?" Su Xiaojia didn't even turn his head, lazily replying, "I took it apart." When Xiaoxing sneered, "And those dead rats you soaked in hot water until they stank to high heaven, that was you too, wasn't it?" Su Xiaojia's face stiffened. That little trick had taken him all night to come up with, and now when Xiaoxing had seen right through it in one sentence. "Wow, didn't he expect that? Your eyesight really is." Before he could finish, when Xiaoxing suddenly moved. Before the wind could even lift a strand of his hair, Wen had yanked out a cleaver hidden at his waist and brought it down in one swift, chopping motion. The move was clean and precise, not a hint of hesitation. Even Ashui, standing nearby, stared in shock. Su instinctively reacted. He'd grown up in the rough, fought his way through life, and his reflexes and moves were faster than most. But none of it mattered against Wen Xiaoxing. The blade had been aimed elsewhere, but somehow, it ended up where it did. First came the coldness, pressed between his fingers. Then the pain sharp, spreading from his hand through his entire body like a tearing fire. Su Xiaojia watched in horror as his own index finger, the same one he'd used just moments ago to poke Wen Xiaoxing in the chest, flew off, blood spurting everywhere. He clutched his right hand, screaming in agony as he crouched down. The thugs behind him, and even Chung Feng were stunned into silence. Sure, they'd all been in plenty of fights before, but they weren't real gangsters. None of them had ever seen someone pull out a blade and chop off a finger without a second thought. Around here, folks usually carried just a wooden stick or a small knife. After all, if someone ended up dead, their families couldn't withstand the bullying of the constables. Getting a few dozen strokes with a rod and ending up crippled for life would still be considered lucky. Su Xiaojia's screams echoed in Chung Feng's courtyard. Few people lived in Wan Shui Alley, and most were out working during the day, so normally no one would be around to hear. But this sharp, piercing cry still startled a few people when Xiaoxing took a step toward them with a firewood cleaver in hand. They instinctively stepped back. He walked straight up to Su Xiaojia, grabbed a fistful of his hair with his left hand, and glared down at him. "You said something just now?" he asked. "You told me to get lost?" Su Xiaojia stared at the blood-streaked blade pressed against his throat. The ferocity on his face vanished, the murderous look in his eyes shrank back, and he began begging for mercy. "I was blind. I didn't recognize a good man when I saw one. Please, have mercy. Have mercy on me. I swear, I'll never come back again." When Xiaoxing asked, "Is that the truth, or just words?" Su Xiaojia opened his mouth, stuttering but firm. "Truly, I won't come back." Hiss. When Xiaoxing lifted his eyes and looked at the remaining thugs, he asked, "What about you lot?" The gangsters glanced at Su Xiaojia. Seeing blood seeping through his fingers, fear flickered in their eyes. 5 of them hesitated, then stammered out promises that they wouldn't return. But one, still defiant, stepped back first, then gritted his teeth and spat at Wen Xiaoxing. "Don't think you can act big just cause you've got some skill. Let me tell you, behind us is the 7th Master. You mess with us, you're making an enemy of the 7th Master." Wen Xiaoxing was very familiar with that name. Back when he was staying outside the county, in that ruined temple, Ashui had treated him to wine and horse meat, all paid for by the 7th Master. He cast a glance at the thug, smirked slightly, and then yanked Su Xiaojia's hair hard, forcing him to look at those men. Leaning close to his ear, he murmured, "Remember their faces. Your second finger was broken by the one who just spoke. He once threatened me, but I couldn't get my hands on him. Since he's one of the men you brought, this debt you'll pay it for him, for now." As soon as Su Xiaojia heard this, his heart sank and a sense of dread washed over him. He cried out in panic, "Wait!" Unfortunately, his voice came too late. When Xiaoxing flipped the firewood axe, and with a swift, precise strike, slammed the flat of the blade down onto Su Xiaojia's finger. The blow was heavy, one solid hit that echoed with the sharp crack of breaking bone. "Ah!" Su Xiaojia screamed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. Under Wen Xiaoxing's overwhelming force, the group of thugs eventually fled in complete disarray. Throughout all of this, Wen Xiaoxing remained eerily calm, like nothing had happened. Standing silently beside him, Chung Feng trembled inwardly with shock. Only Ashui, watching him, cast a rare glance filled with something close to approval. Beyond that, she also felt a flicker of curiosity. She wondered how Wen Xiaoxing, who had never cultivated any martial arts or trained in combat, could suddenly wield his blade with such speed and precision. Once the thugs had scattered, Wen Xiaoxing walked over to a water bucket nearby, rinsed the blood off the blade, wiped it clean on his clothes, and then sheathed it. After finishing all of this, Chung Feng finally spoke up from the side, his voice trembling. "You shouldn't have gotten involved in my business. That man earlier wasn't joking. If these thugs suddenly came looking for us, there must be some local gang boss backing them. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare act this recklessly. These local gangsters are also tied up with the authorities. You showed off your strength for a moment, but you might bring endless trouble in the future." Wen Xiaoxing glanced at him and replied coolly, "You don't think I saved you just to indulge a moment of hot-headedness, do you?" Chung Feng froze for a beat. Wen Xiaoxing pointed at the little box in his hand and said, "The girl who gave you that box back around New Year, she trudged through a blizzard to bring me a bowl of braised pork. She's a good kid. If you don't accept her gift, you'll hurt her feelings." Chung Feng lowered his head, staring at the box, a jumble of emotions churning. "Why did you help her that day?" Wen Xiaoxing pressed. "A girl that young, getting pushed around, everyone there just stood by to gawk. No one spoke up for her. It was pathetic. I was drunk then, my head wasn't clear, didn't know any better. so I stepped in and took the hit for her. As he spoke, Cheng Feng tossed the cleaver aside and slowly opened the box. Inside was a sachet Si Xiaohong had sewn by hand, embroidered with the back of someone inscribing a poem on a pillar at Yuanyang Tower. The figure's back was ramrod straight, the posture brazen even in the blurred stitches. A brash youthfulness came through. Cheng Feng stared at the embroidery for a long while, stunned. When Xiaoxing sat on the wooden bench in his yard, his gaze shifting slightly. That's all there is to it. Still looking at the sachet, Cheng Feng said, almost absently, I've been in that spot myself. I got into trouble far from home. The elders wanted to punish me, and no one spoke up. I asked them whether I'd really done anything wrong, if it was truly my fault. There were so many people there, but no one answered me, no one dared step forward. Later, I was lucky a patron from the academy came out to plead for me and sent me back to the village. A Shui, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly caught on to two words and looked up. Academy? You mean Langan Pavilion? Wait, are you the student who got expelled from Langan Pavilion? Cheng Feng seemed to realize he'd said too much and quickly turned his head aside. Come on, miss, don't tease me. There are academies everywhere. I'm just a poor student, no talent, no pull. How would I ever belong in Langan Pavilion? A Shui and Wen Xiaoxing traded a look. Something clicked for Wen, though he didn't know the details. He still smiled and said, looks like it's you. Cheng Feng told them earnestly, you've got the wrong person. It really isn't me. Wen stared straight into his eyes. Cheng Feng, you know, the harder you try to cover it up, the more it looks like you're proving me right. At that, Cheng Feng's chest tightened and he blurted, fine, then it's me. Wen nodded, stepped up to him, and patted his shoulder. You said it yourself. Don't go back on it later. Cheng Feng looked up, a giant question mark on his face. Those small eyes of his were full of doubt. He looked like he wanted to explain more, but Wen had already changed the subject. By the way, Cheng Feng, there's something that's been nagging at me these past few days. It has to do with you, and with something else. Can you help me figure it out? Faced with Wen's question, Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ask away. If I know it, I'll tell you as much as I can. Wen nodded, drew a few letters from his sleeve, and spread them out in front of Cheng Feng. Take a look at this handwriting. Look familiar? As he spoke, Wen never took his eyes off Cheng Feng's face. He knew there were things Cheng Feng wouldn't say easily. He'd have to read the little tells to get the answer he wanted. Wen was good at this after all. His eyes had been different from birth. A Shui was just like one, all his attention fixed on Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng stared at the letters laid out before him. His expression grave, he hardly dared breathe. After a pause, he shook his head. I don't recognize this handwriting. Wen set a hand on his shoulder. Hey now, that's no fun. I came to drop something off, and I even took a hit for you. Doesn't that make me your lifesaver? What? Are you so timid I have to pour 2 jugs of wine into you before you'll tell the truth? If that's really the case, I'll go buy the wine right now. Cheng Feng's expression kept shifting, shadowed and uncertain. After a long while he uncurled his white-knuckled fingers and sighed. Sorry, I promised a certain patron this secret would never leave the academy. How about this? I'll stake my life on it. In a bit I'll go find 7th master myself and settle today's grudge. How's that? Wen Xiaoxing shook his head. Why would I want your life? If you won't talk, I won't force you. Cheng Feng, you're a master of calligraphy. Tell me just one thing. This handwriting on the letters, doesn't it look like a soldier's? Cheng Feng thought for a moment. It felt like the question missed the heart of it, and since Wen Xiaoxing really had helped him today and even taken trouble for it, he couldn't keep dodging. So he said, no. Most soldiers' handwriting carries a whiff of blood and violence, and the strokes don't flow. Even though Qi prizes letters and honors the Confucians, the men fighting on the frontier neither have the time nor the mood to polish their calligraphy. These letters, though the strokes are smooth and connected, clearly trained on the 8 principles of Yong and the like. They're obviously not written by common soldiers. As he spoke, his gaze wavered. He looked at the two of them and asked, these letters, where did you get them? Wen Xiaoxing, having gotten the answer he wanted, began gathering the letters, putting them back one by one, and answered unhurriedly. From parents who haven't seen the children they sent to the army come home for years 10, even more. These were sent back from the border, one greeting a year written in the voice of the child to mother and father. Just a few lines, and all of it is longing. As he said it, the thought of Mi Fong made him smile, but the smile on his face was nothing but scorn. Beside him, a Shui's eyes had already gone cold as ice. P.S. Good night. The twice-a-night update beast is evolving. I've cranked out tens of thousands of words, and it feels like I might you finally found the groove. After learning where those letters had come from, Chung Feng plopped down on the cold ground and stared blankly at the wide, open courtyard gate for a long time, as if all his strength had been hollowed out. Seeing him like that, when Xiaoxing asked again about the origin of the letters, Chung Feng went quiet for a while, then sighed and said, "In principle, I can't reveal anything about the academy. This isn't just about me, after all. But if you really want to know, Xiaoxing, there is a way, it's just too dangerous." Curious, when Xiaoxing asked, "Oh, what way? Let us hear it." Chung Feng said, "Get into Langan Pavilion, then go into the academy and look for the answers you want." When Xiaoxing laughed and said, "Me, go to the academy? Don't even start with those tedious exam questions. I haven't even read Mr. Wang Shanghai's Governing the Realm. If I sat for the exam, I'd get dropped in the first round." Warm sunlight spilled over Chung Feng, heating him up. He seemed torn between two choices, his voice naughty and conflicted. "I might be able to ask that benefactor to write a letter of recommendation." When S smile slowly faded, he looked at him, a little surprised. "With a recommendation, you can skip the exam? Of course you still have to take it," Chung Feng said. When Xiaoxing snorted, turned, and waved a hand. "All that for nothing." Chung Feng's voice came stronger behind him. "But what you'll be tested on 1TB those classics, and at 1TB the Wang family S on statecraft." When stopped and looked back at him, "Then what do they test?" Chung Feng lifted his head, his tone edged with mystery. "Whatever they want, that's what they test. Brother Xiaoxing, the academy isn't what the rumors say, where right and wrong are neatly drawn and water and fire refuse to mix. If you go in, you'll find it hard to keep yourself in check. Getting back out 1TB easy. If you make up your mind, come find me tomorrow. I'll teach you the ropes for passing the trials." When Xiaoxing thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." He and Ashui left Chung Feng's courtyard and stepped into the crowded street. After a long stretch of silence, Ashui finally asked him, "When did your blade work get this good?" She could tell there was real technique behind it. That strike of his just now, forget ordinary people, even an average cultivator at the light plume stage might not have managed it. In Ashui's eyes, it shouldn't have been possible. Besides, when Xiaoxing didn't even have a dantian and couldn't cultivate. Even if he could, no one advances that fast. At her question, when Xiaoxing smiled and said, "You taught me. Did you forget?" Ashui froze for a moment. "I taught you? When?" When Xiaoxing said, "That snowy night you said you'd teach me how to kill, and I learned. I took out a few crossbowmen first and grabbed their crossbows. Then I even shot an assassin from Wanchuan. Strictly speaking, you're the one who killed him, but I did hit him." Ashui's voice wavered slightly. She shook her head and said, "Impossible. The blade work I taught you, even if you could memorize it at a glance, still needs a ton of grinding. Your eyes might get it, but that doesn't mean your body can keep up." When Xiaoxing turned his head, looking at the rare confusion on Ashui's face, and explained, "I've been practicing. Chopping wood every day. Doesn't that count as training sword and blade?" Ashui listened, then pondered, thoughtful. Using wood chopping to train the blade? Interesting. That's a first for me. While she was lost in thought, when Xiaoxing steered her into a quiet side alley and tossed her a rather odd question. "Ashui, have you noticed anything strange about Mr. Lu's courtyard?" The moment he asked, Ashui snapped back to alertness, thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No. What exactly feels off about it?" When Xiaoxing rubbed his chin and tried again. "I mean, when you're looking at the loquat tree in Mr. Lu's yard, do you feel like there's something else hidden in it?" Ashui shot back, crisp and simple. "No. It's just a tree, isn't it? Besides bearing loquats, what else could it possibly have?" Hearing that, a flicker of understanding crossed when Xiaoxing's face. Not everyone could see anything beyond a loquat tree there, and it had nothing to do with one's level of cultivation. To see something else in that tree, you needed the right kind of affinity and a rare trait most people don't have. "Did you see something in the loquat tree?" Ashui asked without much concern, and when Xiaoxing shook his head, "Maybe it was a dream, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I used to see strange things all the time. I still do." A Shui didn't T press the point. She slid her hand along Wen Chaoxing's waist, and the not-so-sharp machete was suddenly in her grip. His waist felt lighter at once, and he blurted, "What are you doing with my knife?" A Shui gave the machete a practiced little shake and drawled, "Going to hit up 7th Master for a drink. You snapped 2 of that thug's fingers today. Those people have been up to plenty of bad stuff over at Chung Feng's place. They won't dare go to the authorities, but they won't swallow it either. In the end, they probably dumped the trouble on 7th Master, the local kingpin. Instead of waiting for him to go after Chung Feng, we should go find 7th Master first and settle the score." Wen Chaoxing let out a long sigh and took the blade back from a Shui. The martial world isn't just blood and steal their favors and obligations too. Leave the matter of 7th Master to me. A Shui shot him a glance, arms crossed. Wen Chaoxing, your knife work still pretty green. If you really plan to deal with 7th Master, I'm afraid you don't make the cut yet. Careful, or you'll get your teeth knocked out and won't even be able to find them. Wen Chaoxing stowed the knife, patted his belt, and said seriously, "I've already said I won't lay a hand on him. 7th Master is a piece I'm keeping on the board to test Chuanxiong's sincerity. As for that letter, we can't dig any deeper for now. Push further, and it drags in the royal capital. I don't know if you can make it there either way. If I'm going in, I need a proper cover, and right now, that identity can only come from Chung Feng." A Shui followed him a few steps, then spoke up. "Honestly, you don't have to keep digging. This never had much to do with you in the first place. Once the royal capital is involved, everything gets tangled. Any person, any thread you pull could leave your household shattered and your family wiped out." Wen Chaoxing gave a small smile. "You can't wreck a home if there's no home to begin with. As for me up and down 9 generations, I'm the last of my line." A Shui pressed her lips, gave him another complicated look. "Weren't you always afraid of dying?" Wen Chaoxing replied, "Let me set you straight. It's not fear of death. I just value my life. I don't actually want to meddle in this, but I owe Aunt Me a favor at the very least. I have to find out whether her son, Zhang Changgong, is alive or dead, and where he has gone." With that, he stepped closer to a Shui, lowered his voice, and said, "Aunt Me is such a good person by my count. She saved my life twice. She only turned 63 this year, but her legs aren't steady. Her health is frail. Who knows how many years she has left. Day after day, she gets by on those letters from her son and the little bit of scenery outside her window, and now even those letters are fake. In the days she has remaining, what has left that's real? I may not have to tell her the truth, but I can't just stand by and watch her get conned if I can manage it. At the very least, I need to find her son and bring him back to her." That afternoon, when we got back, Wen Chaoxing and Lu Jiming started another game of Go. They traded moves when Chaoxing still took white and played second, same as before. Lu Jiming's skill was formidable even with his mind elsewhere, when Chaoxing could hardly get the better of him. After a while, Lu Jiming would sit and ponder for a long time before placing each stone. When Chaoxing wasn't in a hurry, whenever Lu Jiming frowned, he'd wink at the loquat tree beside them, as if the two were in on a joke. It was mostly a one-man act, but he found it highly entertaining. He realized there was always something new to see on that tree. "Mr. Lu, it's your move." After a long stretch with no move, Wen Chaoxing reminded him, and only then did Lu Jiming come back to himself. Smiling awkwardly, he said, "Sorry, it's an old habit. Once I start playing, I always think of the past." Wen Chaoxing poured him a cup of hot tea as the steam rose. A soft haze curled over the tabletop. "I used to think someone like you, Mr. Lu, well along in cultivation, clear of mind, wouldn't be troubled by worldly matters." Lu Jiming gave a wry shake of the head and said, "It's the affairs of the human world that unsettle the heart the fastest. If only the countless things in this world were as simple as cultivation, that would be nice." Hearing that, Wen Chaoxing nearly choked on his tea. Cultivation, is it really that simple? Lu Jiming looked at Wen Chaoxing with a gentle smile, but didn't answer right away. Wen Chaoxing was stunned by the look Lu gave him, and then he remembered what a Shui had asked him on the street not long ago. His heart gave a jolt. But on most days he did nothing more than chop wood, look at the trees, and sip tea. How had he suddenly managed to strike a blow that even a fighter at the Light Feather realm might not be able to unleash? Looking at it that way, was cultivation really that simple? While he was lost in thought, Lu Jiming took a small sip of tea and said, Cultivation isn't easy, either. Some sprint ahead, others move in fits and starts. Chaosheng, your road is still long. You'll understand in time. When Chaosheng seemed to dimly grasp something, the many questions he wanted to ask, he left alone, letting them stay vague. After a while, he looked at Lu Jiming and asked with a smile, "So what is it, exactly, that's keeping you stuck, Mr. Lu?" Lu Jiming didn't try to dodge it. "Sometimes I feel this courtyard, this little county, has trapped my wife and me," he said. "We've lived here 30 years, and like that tree in the yard, we've slowly put down roots." When Chaosheng glanced at the loquat tree, "Mr. Lu, are you unhappy here?" "I'm happy," Lu Jiming said. "It's just that life has been too comfortable. The days can't help but get a little dull." When Chaosheng didn't quite understand. "Someone like you, if you wanted to go make your way in the world, wouldn't you be able to go far?" "It's not that simple, Chaosheng," Lu Jiming said with a smile. "When I was young and came down the mountain full of fire, leaning on a loquat branch I brought from the slopes, I meant to fight for the title of number one under heaven. But once I got down the mountain, I met a woman, and with the first spring breeze, those grand ambitions just blew away. We made a pact to retire from the martial world, live like ordinary people, and stop getting involved in any feuds." And just like that, 30 years slipped by. Later, I tried to pick up the old promise of my youth, but no matter what I did, I couldn't pick it back up. The boy from my dreams has already gone far away. Now, and then he still curses me out, says I didn't keep the promise I made to him back then. I tell him I'm getting old even if my skills are stronger than before, that headlong drive is gone. 2 years ago, just before the double ninth, I sent a letter to my master, asking if he still remembered the oath I swore when I left the mountain to win back the title of number one under heaven. The reply, though, came from my master's wife. She said my master died in the winter 6 years ago. Even on his deathbed, he was thinking of me. He left the snowy peak where I used to meditate untouched and wouldn't give it to anyone else. I don't know when it happened, but somewhere along the way I stopped knowing what I really want. I don't want to be number one under heaven, and I don't want the martial world to remember someone as insignificant as me. But I can't bring myself to betray the promise I made to myself when I was young." He told Wen Chaosheng a long, winding story from the past. When finished listening, drawing on the perspective of 2 lifetimes, he started rambling. "Like that Mr. Lu I mentioned to you before, most people spend their whole lives learning countless big truths and still can't manage to live their one life well. Beyond the gap between knowing and doing, they're faced with endless choices. Once there are choices, regret is inevitable." Lu Jiming chuckled a few times and gave Wen Chaosheng a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Kid, you're barely past 20 and you talk like some old fossil. But I like it. I really do. Haha. All right, I'm going to take a walk. Looks like it might snow tonight. Don't wander too far." Having gotten it off his chest, Lu Jiming seemed lighter. Swaying a little, he rose and walked out of the courtyard. When Chaosheng gazed at the loquat tree nearby, lost in thought, he dipped his fingertip in water and wrote a big character on the table, the one that means trapped. Toward dusk, when Chaosheng brought a shui to the county magistrate's office, Chun Xiong had already given orders to the guards at the door. They didn't stop the two and led them directly to the room where Lu Jinshi's body was kept. The headless corpse that Wu Xia had left behind killed by Ah Shui's single slash had already been buried by Chun Xiong. The room was lit with hundreds of candles, some placed in wall-mounted sconces, lighting the space as brightly as daylight. Standing beside Lu Jinshi's body, Chun Xiong addressed the two. "I've already arranged for a professional corpse seamstress. Tonight, you can cut wherever you want on Lu Jinshi's body, but no tissue or body part may be removed." Ah Shui shot a glance at Wen Chaosheng and asked, "Want me to handle the knife?" Wen Chaosheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, you do it." Ah Shui grabbed a sharp scalpel from the pile of tools Chun Xiong had prepared and asked, "Where do I start?" Wen Chaosheng carefully examined the corpse. The chest and abdomen had already been cut open before. He stepped closer and ran his hands over Lu Jinshi's body from head to toe. There aren't many places on a person where secrets can be hidden. Lu Jinshi must be known he be autopsied after death, so whatever he is hiding won't leave any visible wounds. Ah Shui, start with the buttocks. Once we're done there, move to the mouth, nose, and throat. By the way, good night. Shui didn't hesitate. The two worked together to pull down Lu Jinshi's underwear, and with one quick slash, Shui made the first cut. A few swift motions, and Lu Jinshi's buttocks were split open. The body had already been cleaned beforehand, so they found no filth. After a quick search turned up nothing, when Xiaoxing signaled for Shui to continue cutting, moving on to the mouth, nose, and throat. The scalpel danced in Shui's hand like a fluttering butterfly. She clearly knew human anatomy well. Her cuts were smooth and precise, like a butcher who had mastered his craft. Before long, Shui let out a soft, There is something here. Seeing this, when Xiaoxing immediately stepped forward and got to work, carefully probing and extracting from the area just below Lu Jinshi's throat before the object reached his stomach a small sealed wooden tube and a protruding stone. Just above the wall of Lu Jinshi's esophagus was a long, visible scratch. At the sight of it, Chun Xiong froze, stunned into silence for a long moment. When Xiaoxing couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, this guy is one tough son of a bitch." Truth was, Wen had never liked Lu Jinshi even a little if given the chance. He wouldn't have minded killing the bastard himself. But now, seeing what Lu had done, Wen realized he underestimated just how far this bastard was willing to go for revenge against that high-ranking official in the capital. Swallowing something like that and getting it stuck in your esophagus, it must hurt like hell, been unbearably painful. There is something in the nasal cavity too, Shui said, taking a closer look before grabbing a small knife from the side. He used two blades together like tweezers, gently pinching, and out came a small, waterproof leather pouch. He actually hid something in the nasopharynx? Chun Xiong's mouth slightly parted, his right eyelid twitching. Earlier, he had indeed examined the body himself, but only checked the abdominal cavity, hair, armpits, places like that. Since Lu's body showed no obvious external injuries, he hadn't thought much of it. Who'd have guessed this guy would hide things in such an unimaginable place? When Xiaoxing gave the body another thorough check, finally confirming there was nothing left behind before turning to Chun Xiong. "Commissioner Chun, I didn't miss anything, did I?" Chun Xiong remained silent for a long while. Ignoring the nausea, he spread out the items they found before him. What Lu Jinshi had left behind were two notes of different sizes. On the larger one was written Xinguang Mountain, along with a rough sketch that looked like a certain spot in the northern Xinguang Mountain. Beside it were the words on rainy and foggy days. On the smaller note were just 6 characters, Langan Pavilion, Suiji. In the candlelit room, the three of them stared at the 2 slips of paper in silence. After a long while, when Xiaoxing pocketed the larger slip and handed the smaller one to Chun Xiong. As he put the slip away, his expression was grave. Facing Chun Xiong, he asked, "Lord Chun, can we stall the Lu Jinshi case a little longer?" Chun Xiong tucked his slip away too and shook his head. "We've stalled long enough. The city commandant of Guanghan keeps pressing me. If I drag it out any further, they'll start getting suspicious or the White Dragon Guard will wade in and muddle things. Anyway, their people will be here tomorrow. By then, it won't be up to me whether we hand anyone over." As soon as he said it, he took in the weight in Wen Xiaoxing's expression and, curious, asked, "Haven't we already found everything? Why keep stalling instead of turning it in? What? Are you afraid you missed something?" When Xiaoxing shook his head, "It's not about missing anything. But once this case is wrapped, Lord Chun, your position becomes dangerous." Chun Xiong froze, the words Wen had said to him earlier rising in his mind. Wen's face went cold. The candlelight threw harsh shadows across it as he went on. "If I were that lord in the royal capital, the moment the Lu Jinshi case was set in stone, I'd silence you first." Chun Xiong waved a hand. "Absolutely impossible," he sneered. "When Xiaoxing, I'll grant you have a silver tongue, but don't try to spook me. Lu Jinshi only just died, and now a county magistrate has died too. Do you really think Chi's bureaucracy sits around doing nothing? If I were to drop dead suddenly, it would set off alarms with a lot of people, and all those troublesome eyes would turn toward Kuhai County." When Xiaoxing turned to fix him with a stare, each word distinct. "That's exactly the problem. Lu Jinshi had a major secret on him, one that directly threatens that lord in the royal capital. You don't. Investigating Lu Jinshi might really stir up trouble. But investigating you, what would they find?" Chun Xiong's expression froze. When Xiaoxing went on, calm and unhurried. Even if, to take a step back, it all comes out in the end, and that lord in the royal capital really does send men to silence you, then what? How would it affect him? A commoner's murder case means next to nothing to that lord in the royal capital. You know that better than I do, Magistrate Chun. To him, it's your tongue, not your life, that poses a threat. If you want to live, you can't be a dog for others to kick around. You have to show your value. That value doesn't have to serve his interests, it can be something that threatens him. If you do what Lu Jinshi did, you'll end up as the next Lu Jinshi, without a doubt. That's all I'll say. Magistrate Chun, the night is long. Go back and give it some serious thought. When he finished, Wen Qiaoxing traded a look with Ashui. Ashui tossed the knife in his hand down beside Lu Jinshi's body, and the two of them left the room together, leaving Chun Xiong alone, staring blankly into the candlelight. No one knew how much time passed before full dark fell. A shadow appeared outside the door, knocked, and said, "Your Honor, there's a man outside the county office asking to see you. He says his name is Lu Chuan." At that, Chun Xiong's heart clenched. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Let him in." Soon enough, Lu Chuan pushed the door open. As soon as Lu Chuan spoke, Chun Xiong deliberately paused, didn't he answer right away, and instead turned the tables. "It's late. What did you come here for exactly?" Lu Chuan gave a slight smile and spoke softly. "Lord Chun, a few days ago did you grant a refugee from outside the county the status of a subject of Qi?" Chun Xiong clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lu Jinshi's corpse, lost in thought for a long moment. "Wen Qiaoxing?" Lu Chuan nodded. "The man himself. Lord Chun, I'm not even sure I should say this. The business in Fengsheng only just blew over, and now Zhao and Qi are at each other's throats. The situation's tight. At a time like this, you went and recklessly let a drifter into Qi that seems ill-advised, doesn't it?" Chun Xiong answered coolly. "I looked into him. No background to speak of. Spent the last 3 years scraping by outside the county. No cultivation whatsoever, doesn't even count as a man of the martial world. This year the snows in Qi came early and hard. I took pity on him and gave him papers." Lu Chuan paced past him, tilted his head to loosen his neck, and said with feeling, "You really do have a bodhisattva's heart. But if this man slips and ruins your plans, or drags trouble to your door, can you afford to bear that responsibility?" Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes and shot back. "He's just a vagrant. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause for me?" Lu Chuan pulled out a letter he'd gotten from Wen Qiaoxing and gave it a shake. "Believe it or not, the trouble's already here. You're the one who gave him that identity, so please handle it yourself. Our lives aren't cheap, after all. If we end up dead because of a guy like that, that'd be a real loss." Chun Xiong shot Lu Chuan a glance and reached out for the letter, but Lu Chuan pulled it back. Can't let you see this. In any case, I meant well. I planned to wipe this stain off your name last night, but it turned out that man knew a very powerful woman. I'm not even sure she's the same person we were looking for outside the county back then, so the whole thing fell through. I hope you'll deal with it quickly, sir, before it drags on and causes more trouble." When he stretched out the last 4 words, Lu Chuan deliberately drew the tone out long. He had no idea those words hit Chun Xiong right where it hurt. Not long ago when Qiaoxing's words echoed in his ears again. "If I were that man, the first thing I'd do is silence you." The memory flashed through his mind. Chun Xiong set the small knife in his hand down without changing his expression. "Noted. Anything else? If not, give me some private time. I still need to examine the corpse. People from Guanghan City will come tomorrow. Lu Jinshi's case should be closed. Lu Chuan, you wouldn't want Lu Jinshi's case to leave traces at Shunti, would you?" Lu Chuan exchanged a look with him, then smiled and said slowly, deliberately, "Then Lord Chun had better be thorough with the autopsy." Chun Xiong said calmly, "I don't treat life lightly." Lu Chuan seemed pleased with that answer, and he and Qianlong left quickly once they were gone. Chun Xiong stood by Lu Jinshi's body, staring at the face yellowed by embalming chemicals, lost in thought. Early the next morning, Wen Qiaoxing had split the firewood halfway, then went out to buy buns and soy milk when it was about enough. After returning and eating with Ashui, he said to her, "We're going to see 7th Lord in a bit. I'll go in and talk to him. You'd better hide first. You met 7th Lord last time. That local ruffian might be sought out by people from Wangchuan. Even though Wang Chuan Wu and Ti dare act openly in the county during the day, we're tangled up in trouble right now, so it's best not to stir things up. Ashui chewed on a bun and took 2 slurps of soy milk, then mumbled to Wen Chaosheng, "Where do you buy the buns and soy milk?" Her abrupt question left Wen Chaosheng a little baffled. "Across Gallery Bridge and go about half a mile. There's a place called Rin S Bun Shop." "Why, didn't you get enough to eat?" Ashui said, "The tofu buns there are passable. I just want to be clear, if 7th Master ends up killing you, I'll know where to buy my own." When Chaosheng couldn't help rolling his eyes. "You couldn't at least count on me to order for you first?" Ashui finished the bun, licked her index finger clean, and fixed her eyes on him. "If you don't take me with you, I want to be able to help if things go sideways. Think it through." When Chaosheng said, "I got it. But 7th Master will be scared out of his wits. If you show up, it'll be hard for me to talk business. I'm not aiming to intimidate him, I want cooperation. If this works out today, I can use Cheng Feng to feel out Chuanxiong, and I can also build some mutual interest ties with 7th Master, so he won't do the job begrudgingly. Otherwise, if it's just scaring him, and he holds a grudge, the blame could very well end up on Cheng Feng." Ashui gave Wen Chaosheng a once-over and clicked her tongue. "You always come up with the strangest ideas. I'll wait for you outside for half an hour. That enough?" Wen Chaosheng nodded. "Enough." Finding 7th Master's hall wasn't hard. Ashui had been there once already, so she gave Wen Chaosheng directions. Wen Chaosheng slipped a few copper coins to the guards, not much, but a bit of side money all the same. They led Wen Chaosheng into the hall, which was packed with burly men drinking and tossing dice, loud and rowdy. Besides the heavy reek of booze, it felt more like a private gambling den. A man with a knife escorted Wen Chaosheng in and shouted toward a gaunt elder in a black robe seated deep inside the hall, "7th Master, this kid wants to see you." The place had been bustling, but it fell silent in a heartbeat. Everyone set down what they were doing and turned to look toward Wen Chaosheng. 7th Master turned his head. The little goatee on his chin was gone, leaving fine salt and pepper stubble, but his eyes still glittered with a shrewd light. He gave Wen Chaosheng a quick once-over, pegged him as a stranger, and flicked his hand to signal him to step closer. Wen Chaosheng walked up to him and said, "Name S. Wen Chaosheng. I've brought you a deal, 7th Master. Interested?" Wen Chaosheng neither bowed nor bothered with small talk. He went straight to the point. Ashui wasn't by his side. The people in front of him were real underworld types, not the petty punks he dealt with yesterday. His life could be on the line at any moment. So what mattered now wasn't etiquette, but laying out his value fast. 7th Master braced both hands on his deer head cane, looking down at Wen Chaosheng, his fingers tapping lightly against the wood. "What kind of deal? Let us hear it." Wen Chaosheng clasped his hands in front of him and spoke slowly. "Since you're willing to listen, 7th Master, I'll talk. I speak plain. If I step on any toes, bear with me. Let us start with how Chisha Hall has been doing. Lately, I'm guessing it hasn't been great for you. Back when Lu Jinshi was alive, Chisha Hall did his dirty work leaning on the locals, bleeding the common folk, and you pulled plenty of benefits from it. The authorities kept one eye closed as long as you didn't go too far. Nobody bothered you. But now Lu Jinshi is dead, and you've gone from official-backed bandits to out-and-out marauders. Not only has the money dried up, more importantly, if you don't rein it in, that new county magistrate is likely to use you to rack up merit." Before the words had even faded, a sharp sword suddenly burst from its sheath and was thrust against Wen Chaosheng's throat. Right after, shouts of fury erupted from all around. "Damn bastard! What stray dog dares to act like this in the House of 7 Killings? Bai Lang, cut him down, chop him into pieces, and toss him out to feed the dogs. By the way, good night." The moment Wen Chaosheng opened his mouth, the people inside the House of 7 Killings barked like dogs whose tails had been stepped on. Many drew their waist blades, stepping forward, waiting for a single order from 7th Master before they hacked him into mincemeat. Yet, seeing the crowd so worked up, Wen Chaosheng only lifted the corner of his lips into a faint smile. Rumors had always been weak. Only the truth could be the sharpest blade. Their reaction proved exactly that what he had said was true. Did these people really think they could kill him? It was barely worth mentioning. Come on. If 7th Master hadn't spoken first, would they dare raise a hand? The blade pressed against his throat. One could feel the icy breath of death. He knew one tremble of that hand, and he might be gone from this world. Yet at that very moment, not a trace of fear stirred in his heart. Instead, he felt only excitement. He had realized one thing. These so-called extraordinary martial artists, each of their lives now lay in his palm. Seventh Master leaned on his cane and locked eyes with him. At that moment, he saw something in Wen Chaoxing's gaze sharpness far beyond that of a mere youth. His brows furrowed slightly, the deep lines on his face twisting with emotion. Bai Lang, put your sword away. Even if nonsense, let him finish speaking first. His voice was calm, quiet, yet it reached every ear in the hall. The once chaotic and bloodthirsty atmosphere immediately fell silent. For these martial artists, anyone who could dominate them must hold immense authority in their hearts. Seventh Master was precisely such a man. The cold longsword pressed to Wen Chaoxing's throat, then reluctantly was pulled back. Wen rolled his shoulders and, smiling at Seventh Master, said, "Thank you for your patience, Seventh Master. Looks like 7 Kill Hall has lasted in Kuhai County this long, not just on luck there's someone in there you can count on, still carrying the banner." His praise landed without so much as a ripple on Seventh Master's face. Seventh Master tapped his cane and spoke, slow and steady. "All right, back to business. You said you brought 7 Kill Hall a deal. What kind?" Wen tipped his chin up a notch. "A big one. I can build a bridge of mutual interest between 7 Kill Hall and the new county magistrate." At that, the crowd began to murmur. After taking in Wen Chaoxing's get-up, most people scoffed, their snickers edged with ridicule. Standing on the steps, Seventh Master let his gaze sweep up and down, his tone tinged with contempt. "Forge an interest with the new magistrate? Based on what? That silver tongue of yours?" He'd run with Lu Jinshi for years and knew all too well the gulf between outlaws and officialdom. To put it nicely, when Lu Jinshi needed them, it was cooperation. Once he didn't, they were just strays by the roadside, liable to be wiped out at any moment by the troops the authorities left behind. Kuhai County is more remote and more barren than most places in the realm. Precisely because it's so out of the way, the city commandant in Guanghan City has assigned the magistrate a detachment of several hundred soldiers. Those men aren't ordinary. They're professionally trained, adept with all kinds of weapons. Many have stepped into the blood flow stage, some even the feather step stage if it really came to blows. The motley rabble of 7 Kill Hall wouldn't even be worth a look. People in officialdom look down on 7 Kills Hall for exactly that reason. If Lu Jinshi didn't need them for dirty work, they wouldn't even rate a seat at the table. Getting in with the official crowd depended entirely on whether they were willing to have you. Coming from a plainly dressed, nowhere near wealthy commoner like Wen Chaoxing, those words were bound to draw laughs. Facing Seventh Master and the crowd's doubts and mockery, Wen Chaoxing gave a faint smile and said, "I know you don't believe I've got the skill or the pull. That's fine. I can give you hard proof. Once you're convinced, I'll come back to talk business with Seventh Master." Seventh Master held his deer-head cane and tapped it lightly with a finger. He gave a small nod, looked Wen Chaoxing over with care, and asked curiously, "How do you plan to prove yourself?" Wen Chaoxing lowered his gaze with a brief smile, drew a deep breath, then shifted the subject. "Seventh Master, do you remember a name Cheng Feng?" At the name, Seventh Master thought for a moment and frowned. "Cheng Feng, and what has he got to do with this?" Wen Chaoxing answered evenly. "If someone's messing with Cheng Feng, odds are he's got some backing in Kuhai County. My guess is he's got dealings with Lu Jinshi, or at the very least comes from a family with money to burn. Give me his name and the details, and I'll take care of him. Let you see for yourself." At that, Seventh Master understood a bit and gave a cold snort. "So that's what this is about after all that runaround. You're just trying to grandstand for Cheng Feng." Wen Chaoxing shook his head. "No, one thing at a time. Standing up for Cheng Feng is between me and him. What I'm talking about now is between me and 7 Kills Hall. Don't lump the two together." The old man in black fixed Wen Chaoxing with a stare. The scornful smile on his face slowly faded. "Even if you really can take care of that man, that still doesn't prove you can bring 7 Kills Hall together with the newly appointed county magistrate, does it?" Wen Chaoxing said, his face set. "That depends on how I deal with him. If I'm the one who picks the fight first, it blows up, and in the end the new magistrate steps in to speak on my behalf. Wouldn't that count as proof I've got what it takes to broker a connection for 7 Kills Hall?" Seventh Master fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his tone had softened. Truth is, if you really can bring this big deal to 7 Kills Hall, we could settle this in a more tempered way. That man hired people to make trouble for Chung Feng. If 7 Kills Hall takes on a new, bigger job, we can just forego the fee for the Chung Feng job. No need to make it this ugly. When Chaoxing smiled and continued, even without 7 Kills Hall, he'd just go find someone else. The underworld crawling with snakes and rats throw a little money around and plenty of lowlifes will take the gig. It's just nasty harassment anyway. They didn't actually kill Chung Feng, and odds are you'd never trace it back to him. But the Chung Feng matter, I really do want to step in. It's got nothing to do with business. And I've turned it over, and over this doesn't look like it would do you any harm, 7th Master. At that, the people who'd been biased against when Chaoxing fell quiet the way they measured him now carried a hint of reluctant belief. They all knew who had come knocking at 7 Kills Hall to get someone to rough up Chung Feng. In the eyes of most in Kuhai County, this was someone you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Not only was his family loaded and overbearing, he had an elder serving as a civil clerk in Guanghan City and was on familiar terms with the city's commandant, Ke Yun. Even Lu Jinshi treated them politely in daily dealings, not daring to put on the magistrate's airs. After a moment's hesitation, 7th Master turned, took 2 steps, and, with his back to Wen Chaoxing, said, "The man who hired 7 Kills Hall is named Qiu Ziheng. His second uncle, Qiu Yuefang, is a civil clerk in Guanghan City. He's been handling a good share of the city's affairs for 20-odd years without a misstep, and he's south on close terms with Ke Yun, the city commandant. If you're thinking of moving against Qiu Ziheng, I'd advise you to think twice. If you really stir up trouble, the magistrate of Kuhai County may not be willing to offend people like that on your account. Your friends might not be able to help, and you'll just be asking for trouble." He wasn't speaking out of any real concern for Wen Chaoxing. Judging from Wen's presence and the way he talked, he figured Wen might actually be able to put 7 Kills Hall in touch with the new county magistrate and broker a business relationship. Someone like that mattered to 7 Kills Hall right now, no question. So he urged Wen Chaoxing to sit on it and not let things blow up. Wen Chaoxing listened, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. He cupped his fist to 7th Master and said, "Understood. Thanks for the heads up, 7th Master. The Qiu Ziheng matter won't hold me up long, 3 to 5 days at most. In the meantime, please go easy on Chung Feng's side." 7th Master was silent for quite a while. In the end, he said nothing more, just lifted his hand in a light wave. "White Wolf, see him out." At that, White Wolf turned, fixed Wen Chaoxing with a stare, and said, "Little brother, let us go." Wen Chaoxing smiled, didn't he linger at 7 Kills Hall, and followed White Wolf out of the inner hall. When they reached the riverside, White Wolf suddenly called out to him, rummaged around on his person for a moment, and handed back the 2 strings of cash Wen had given earlier. Wen's eyes flickered. "Brother White Wolf, what's this supposed to mean?" White Wolf raised a hand to stop him. "Don't ask. I can't take your money, and I don't dare call you brother. I'm afraid one day you'll stir up trouble and bring the heat down on me." With that, he sneered at Wen Chaoxing, turned, and walked away. Wen Chaoxing didn't say much, stuffed the money back into his sleeve, and went to the spot he and Shui had agreed on. Shui wasn't there. He looked around, called out a few times, but got no response. Something felt off. He waited there for a full hour, then picked up a dry stick and scratched the words "go home" in the dirt before leaving. He knew full well Shui had probably run into someone or something out there. But with no word left behind, he could only head back. Even if Shui had really run into serious trouble, there wasn't much he could do. If it was someone even Shui couldn't handle, going over would be a death wish. Back at Lu Jiming's courtyard, he went back to chopping firewood, though his mind was elsewhere. After lunch, Wen Chaoxing did the dishes, then ran next door to Fan Yue's place to give Sir Dog fresh porridge. He'd just finished when the courtyard gate finally swung open. He looked up and saw Shui limping in. "Where do you run off to this morning?" Shui shot him a glance and said, flatly, "Went to pick a fight." Wen Chaoxing froze for a beat, then caught on. "People from Wanchuan?" Shui grunted in assent. "They lured me to a secluded spot in the county seat. Then they chickened out and didn't make a move. I searched the whole area, didn't see anyone, so I came back on my own." Wen Chaoxing frowned. It still felt fishy. They lure you over, and then no one shows. Shui fished a steamed bun out of nowhere, took a bite that took out half of it, and said to him there in the yard, "Next time you go to Rin's bun shop, remember to pay for an extra basket of tofu buns." When Xiaosheng was still thinking it over. Huh, why? Because I just bought tofu buns and didn't pay the owner. I put it under your name. When Xiaosheng went blank, at a loss for words. He said, resigned, "If you head back, you can still grab a bite. It's just a few more steps." Shui looked up at him, fixed her gaze, and said seriously, "But those tofu buns were really good." When Xiaosheng carried over the kettle he boiled in the morning and set it on the table in front of Shui. She stared at the kettle of boiled water, now cooled her brow knit for a moment, then smoothed out. She said to Wen Xiaosheng, "Wen Xiaosheng, you still owe me 2 jars of wine." Wen Xiaosheng was both annoyed and amused. "I owe you 2 jars of wine now?" Shui took a bite of her bun and brought up what had happened that morning. "If you'd taken me to see 7th Master today, the moment he saw me he would have sent me another horse and 2 jars of wine, at least not worse than last time. Otherwise, I don't recognize the man. But you didn't take me, so I ended up with neither horse meat to eat nor wine to drink. I want to make things hard for you over the horse as if we sold you. We still couldn't buy that horse back. Wine is not expensive. Make up those 2 jars, and next time something comes up, I'll still cover you." When Xiaosheng felt a headache coming on, too lazy to keep wrangling with this bandit woman over booze, he pulled White Wolf from inside his coat, flicked through the 2 strings of coins that had been returned to him, and asked Shui, "Peach Blossom brew again?" Shui thought it over, stood up, stuffed the last half of the bun into her mouth, and casually crumpled the oiled paper into a ball. "I'll go with you. When we passed by there last time, I'm pretty sure I caught the scent of another kind of liquor. I've had enough peach blossom brew. I want to change up the flavor." When Xiaosheng said, speechless, "All this fuss just to have a drink." Shui arched a brow and said, "You don't know the first thing about booze." Talking as she went, she followed Wen Xiaosheng out the courtyard gate. As she stepped onto the bluestone slab half buried in the dirt, Shui suddenly halted, her gaze going still. She lifted her right foot, slipped off the white cloth shoe embroidered with flowers, checked the mud and grit on the sole, even brought it to her nose for a sniff. Her face took on a complicated look. Hearing the footsteps behind him suddenly stop, When Xiaoxing turned back to look at Shui and asked, "What now?" Shui shook out her shoe, slid her foot in, and with a quick hook of the heel, it was on. "Nothing. Just got some sand in it." Saying that, she walked past Wen Xiaoxing and out of the yard. Wen followed, asking as they went, "You look off. Did you figure something out?" After a brief hesitation, Shui said, "Someone lured me away this morning, remember? I thought that Wangchuan bunch was trying to draw me to some out-of-the-way spot for an ambush, but I never ran into anyone. Just now, when I stepped onto the flagstones, something felt wrong underfoot. I took off my shoe and saw the bottom was smeared with a lot of mud and grit. It's all dirt roads out there, gravel and grit everywhere, so I didn't think much of it at first." When Xiaoxing's eyes flickered, something felt off. "So what has actually stuck to your soul?" Shui answered, "Honey. By the way, good night." "Honey?" When mind raced. He wasn't familiar with the area, but he knew honey doesn't just show up on the ground by itself. Shui had just been in a place where hardly anyone goes. Who would be walking by with a jar of honey, spill it right there, have it somehow not get eaten by ants, and then have her happen to step on it? Those 3 coincidences pretty much ruled out any accident. "Someone smeared honey on the bottom of your shoe on purpose?" Shui gave a quiet Only a little, though. If they slathered it on, it would picked up even more grit, and you'd spot it easily even in the mud." When Xiaoxing mulled it over for a moment, "What does smearing honey on your shoe even do? For tracking?" Shui didn't seem too bothered. She didn't even think to find a spot to scrape the honey off. She said to Wen Xiaoxing, "Moonless, windy nights are when people like to strike. You should sleep next door tonight." When Xiaoxing shook his head, "Don't go to Mr. Lu's courtyard again today. First scrub the honey off your soles." "I'm not going either, no need to carry trouble over there." Shui looked toward the gallery bridge in the distance, a hint of deeper meaning in his voice. "Honestly, when it comes to that Mr. Lu you mentioned, our kind of trouble might not even register." When Xiaoxing felt a stir at that, he glanced at Shui and said, "Is Mr. Lu's cultivation higher than yours?" Shui said, "Madame Lu's cultivation should be a bit stronger than mine. As for Mr. Lu, I can't say. Sometimes he looks like a master wrapped in mist, other times he seems like an ordinary man with no cultivation at all. If you're that curious, why not ask him yourself? I did ask, but Mr. Liu didn't say much. Ashui nodded. That's normal. Those practitioners who keep to the shadows of the world generally don't like talking about cultivation. The two of them traded remarks as they walked, crossed the gallery bridge, and slipped out of the crowd into a tavern when Chaoxing frequented. The proprietress was in her 40s or 50s, pleasantly plump, chatty as can be, but always smiling. "Oh, you're that Chaoxing." She beamed when she saw him and asked. "Same as usual, 2 jars of peach blossom brew." When Chaoxing gave her a small wave, then turned to Ashui. "Smell that? What are you in the mood for?" Ashui took a whiff, his eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Firewater. This place is solid, their spirits are clean." When Chaoxing raised his voice to the proprietress at once. 2 jars of firewater. She went to draw the liquor. She and T heard their quiet talk from before. When she came back with the jars and handed them to Wen Chaoxing, she smiled and nodded at Ashui. "Chaoxing, you young folks shouldn't be thinking about drinking all the time. When you've got the time, spend more of it with your girl. She's out strolling already, and you two are still buying booze. Don't blame me for butting in, but if you bring a girl out again next time, try heading up north to the Huansha Pond. That place got way more fun." These words instantly made Wen Chaoxing's expression darken. Though he didn't turn around, he could already feel the scrutinizing gaze from behind him. His lips twitched slightly, and thinking back to the way Ashui had drawn her blade earlier, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Madam," he said hurriedly, tossing some coins onto the counter. "You've mistaken me. This really is my elder sister, my sister." He grabbed the wine and left the shop in a flustered rush. He hadn't gone far when he faintly heard the madam muttering behind him. "What's with these young folks these days? So shy all of a sudden." He quickened his pace, returning to the courtyard. As soon as he set the 2 jars of wine on the table, he turned to Ashui, who was practically bouncing in anticipation. "Wash your shoes first before you drink." Ashui ignored him and plopped down at the table. Her delicate fingers flicked the lid off one of the jars. A powerful aroma burst out, sharp and fierce, laced with a kind of killing intent that went straight to the soul. "Screw washing shoes. So, are you drinking or not?" She poured out the tea in her cup and refilled it with wine. When Chaoxing looked at her seriously, "You're injured bad. You could just hidden away and recovered. Why can't you just stay still for once?" "You yourself said it," she replied. "With the immortal spring built, even injuries no one else can heal, you can fix. In 10 or 15 days, you'll definitely feel better than you do now." Ashui took a long swig, a wave of warmth rushing through her body. "You just don't understand how those snakes and rats in the martial world operate. If you keep running, they'll think you're weak and push even harder. Only when they see blood during their probing will they start to hesitate and fear. It's precisely because I'm injured now that I need to show some strength." She hadn't finished when she realized her words weren't quite right and quickly corrected herself. "I'm not trying to bluff anyone. Anyone who dares come after me to kill me, I'll kill them first. Well, how does that old saying go again? Strike the first blow to keep 100 others from landing?" Wen Chaoxing shot back with a question. "What if you can't win?" Ashui took a sip of his wine, paused to think, then answered bluntly and firmly. "Then you die?" Hearing Ashui say that, Wen Chaoxing fell silent. He sat down across from her, poured himself a cup of strong baijiu, and mimicked her, tilting his head back to swallow it down. Ashui watched with mild surprise as his face suddenly flushed red. He started coughing violently. Cough, cough. This baijiu was nothing like what he usually drank. It hit like a blade, slicing straight into his chest like a sword, then igniting into flames that seemed to burn through his very insides. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Ashui clicked his tongue and said, "You still think this is peach blossom wine? This kind of liquor's got a sharp bite. If you can't handle it, drink slow. Don't burn a hole through your stomach, then you'd really be the one suffering." When Chaoxing dropped the matter of the honey stuck to the soles of Ashui's shoes, he gave in, because honestly, he had no better idea. Right now, he was too weak, and the whirlpool he'd fallen into was terrifying. Inside it, one felt like a drifting willow leaf, rootless, helpless, and alone. Life as a martial artist really blows. Sometimes I feel like every day could be my last. Ashui laughed and said, You really think all martial artists live as freely as they say in those stories? All dramatic rides through the dust, drunk strolls across the world, sober with power and drunk wrapped in the arms of beauties? Reality? It's a damn mess. All that glittering fame? Behind it, those so-called legends might be buried in debt. Some hide away, scared to face younger challengers, terrified one loss will ruin their name and their life. Reputation is a shadow. People living for fame and fortune rarely get to live freely. She clinked her cup with his, took a sip, and then asked, "How do you plan to handle Chuanxiu? The case closes today. Like you said, Lu Chuan and the Wang Chuan outfit will probably make a move on him." When Xiaoxing's gaze drifted, but his logic stayed sharp. Chuanxiu matters to us. If we keep him alive, we get a lot more room to operate in Kuhai County. Push out into the martial underworld, and we might even turn it around and squeeze some intel out of the Wang Chuan assassins. Being under their eyes all the time isn't a solution either. Shui had a hunch about what one was aiming at, and her heart skipped a beat. Intel on the Wang Chuan assassins, what are you trying to do? Maybe it was the rot gut surging up from his chest, but when Xiaoxing's words came edged with a chill that raised goosebumps. Shui had never seen that kind of killing aura on him. With intel, we can go to them first. I dig up leads, you do the hitting, Chuanxiong handles the bodies. There are too many Wang Chuan people in Kuhai County. Try to look into anything, and they stonewall us. Let us take out half of them to start. As the words left his mouth, Shui's fingers around her cup gave the slightest, involuntary tremor. Everyone who knew her recognized that little tell what she did right before she drew a blade. After a moment's silence, she swirled her drink, arched those pretty brows, and said, admiringly, "Hell of a line, take out half first." She tossed back the cup in one go and rolled a shoulder, looking like she could barely hold herself back. Just a few words from when Xiaoxing had her blood up. It had been a long time since Shui felt that way. Still, keeping Chuanxiong alive won TB easy when went on. We can't keep eyes on him around the clock, and you already cut down that tough bodyguard he had at his side. Hearing when Xiaoxing say that, Shui shook her head. Badass my ass. That day at Yuanyang Tower, the guy in black standing next to Lu Chuan was the real deal. Even if I hadn't been hurt, he traded a few moves with me. Compared to him, the guard at Chun Xiong's side is way out of his league. Right now, Chun Xiong's got nobody worth a damn around him. If someone really comes at him with murder in mind, it'll be hard to keep him alive. When Xiaoxing set down his cup and stopped drinking, he didn't seem worried and drawled. The Wang Chuan bunch are like a bone-deep parasite. Trying to shield Chun Xiong head-on is too hard. If you want to keep him from getting assassinated, you've got to make Wang Chuan hesitate on their own. Best play is to make a bit of noise about Lu Jinshi's secret and quietly slip it into Lu Chuan's ear. Only, Chun Xiong's even dumber than I thought. He's too young. Try to play mind games with Lu Chuan, and he'll get played to death in no time. Before he lets anything slip, I need to meet him and teach him a proper lesson. Shui listened, gave Wen Xiaoxing a once-over, and there was something odd in her eyes. No wonder she looked at him like that. He was indeed younger than Chun Xiong, but he talked like a grizzled old hand, the old soul vibe in a boy hitting hard. That's about enough. You finish what's left in that jar. I've got to go see Ching Feng. When Xiaoxing remembered the appointment he made with Cheng Feng yesterday, Shui glanced at the remaining wine. A touch of reluctance flickered in her tipsy eyes, but she still went along with Wen Xiaoxing to see Ching Feng. Clearly, the business between Wen Xiaoxing and Lu Chuan last time wasn't over. If Lu Chuan grabs him again, the guy might not bother with words and just make a move. By dawn, Wen Xiaoxing's arrangement with Seventh Master seemed to have kicked in, or maybe it was the fear he'd thrown around last night. The thugs didn't come to hassle Ching Feng again. Spotting Wen Xiaoxing in that weed-choked courtyard, Cheng Feng wasn't surprised. He poured tea for the two of them and said, "You been drinking?" Wen Xiaoxing answered, "Just a little." The swelling on his face had gone down a bit, and he didn't look as cold and weighed down as he had yesterday. Cheng Feng sniffed and said, "Is that the moonshine Madame Guanjun brews at the east end of Gallery Bridge?" The two of them stared at him, surprised. When Xiaoxing asked, "You've had this before?" Cheng Feng raked his hair, looking a little dejected. "Yeah, ever since I got back from the academy, I was drinking almost every day. Her moonshine is perfect before bed. Knock it back, and you'll sleep straight through till the sun s on your mattress the next morning. When Xiaosheng smiled, you even sussed out the trick to it. All right, what does it take to get into Langang Pavilion? Get your hand right, Cheng Feng said. When Xiaosheng looked incredulous. That simple? Cheng Feng shook his head. It's not that simple. When I say get your hand right, I don't mean copybook drills. It's not about writing a smooth, free-flowing essay and calling it good. If you want to get into Langang Pavilion on the strength of your writing, you need a more basic, deeper grasp of script, no brushwork the way Butcher Ding knew his ox. You have to be able to put the brush down from any angle, write in whatever style the situation calls for, sometimes polished, sometimes rough, both on purpose. At that, when Xiaosheng's gaze sharpened. Hold on. You just said to write better or worse depending on what s needed. What does that even mean? Cheng Feng pressed his lips, his throat felt dry. Those few words seemed to stir up a memory he'd rather not revisit. But he tamped it down and spoke low. Xiaosheng, I've told you if the truth really matters to you, I can get you into the academy. Everything you're looking for is there. But if you want me to spell out what goes on inside, forgive me, I can't say a word. I made a promise to someone important there. Don't make this hard on me, Xiaosheng. A glint flashed in his eyes. When Xiaosheng nodded and didn't press further, Cheng Feng went on. Ordinary folks practice for beauty and technique. Most of them use the 8 principles of Yang. But if you train the usual way, you could spend a lifetime and still fall short of the academy's standard. When Xiaosheng arched a brow, then how should I train? Cheng Feng said. First practice it forward, then practice it backward. Strokes, stroke order, the path your brush takes as it lands, you have to practice every single thing in reverse. Hearing that, when Xiaosheng rubbed his chin without thinking. Why? Cheng Feng fetched paper and brush, put a few strokes down on rough paper. The tip of his brush danced, the power coming from his wrist, yet steady as bedrock. You could barely see a quiver as he shifted pressure from light to heavy. In no time, even though one character was written forwards and the other backwards, the 2 young characters looked almost identical. That uncanny brushwork even drew a surprised look from Ashui, standing off to the side. Train like this, and Brother Xiaosheng will develop control and power no one has seen before. When your heart moves, the brush will follow. Good writing or bad. Brother Xiaosheng, one glance at a line of strokes, and you'll be able to put it down in the same style. Once you can do that, use this method to write a 100-character piece, no 2 characters alike, and vary both the sequence and the way you set the brush to the paper. That 100-character piece, with each character distinct, will get Brother Xiaosheng into the Langan Pavilion without a hitch. P.S. Good night. Cheng Feng explained to the 2 of them that in fact, if your calligraphy was good enough, you could enter the Langan Pavilion. You didn't have to memorize all those tedious academic registry rules. It was the first time either of them had heard such a claim. About the Langan Pavilion, this sea of books longed for by countless students of the state of Qi, a strong sense of dissonance welled up in their hearts. When Xiaosheng stared at the 2 young characters Cheng Feng had just written, they felt a little harsh on the eyes, but he still asked, Cheng Feng, if it's really like you say, doesn't that mean countless students out there have wasted their youth? Cheng Feng burst into laughter, a little awkward about it. The first thing I did when I got back from the academy was give those classics to the flames. All those gorgeous, countless poems and essays, the blaze they made rivaled any bonfire. After that, the only book left at home was on statecraft. Xiaosheng, when you said wasting time just now, that phrase is downright cutting, and it fits too well. Everyone who enters the academy is stuffed with poetry and the classics, carrying a ready-made air of elegance. But as the days pass, reality grinds their fervor down. They realize they can't govern a nation at all, and everything they once memorized, the classic of poetry, the classic of mountains and seas, affairs of state, the people's livelihood, turns out to be useless. Those bitter years of study swallowed their entire youth. Once they make it into the Langan Pavilion, all their coursework is shelved and left to gather dust. The only thing left for them is to be trapped within that little square inch, practicing calligraphy over and over, write, and write again. Listening to Cheng Feng's self-mocking tale, when Xiaosheng felt a small stir and steered the conversation elsewhere. Put like that, scholars across the realm do sound pitiful beyond bearing, but what I heard from another friend inside the Langan Pavilion paints a very different picture. Cheng Feng froze for a moment, eyeing Wen Xiaosheng with suspicion. You know someone else in the Langan Pavilion? He truly hadn't expected that, and half doubted when S words. His doubt came from the long time he'd spent there. He knew how tightly the students were controlled, how hard it was to reach the outside world. Either you left by landing an official post, but before you left, you had to swear an oath of secrecy, and any leak brought swift, severe consequences, or you died inexplicably or vanished under strange circumstances. People kept their distance from such topics, so they kept their heads down and followed the rules. Without enough to gain, who would risk their life? When Xiaoxing thought for a moment, patched together an excuse, and said, I used to have a friend I got along with pretty well, named Su Yizhi. How we met is complicated, so I want to get into it here. I was going to ask him about the matter in the letter, but something seems to have happened on his end. I haven't been able to reach him for months, like he's gone off the map. By the way, Brother Qingfeng, do you know Su Yizhi? At the mention of that name, Qingfeng's expression turned a little strange. He hesitated for a long beat before saying, I don't, but I've heard there is someone by that name at the academy. Having confirmed from him that Su Yizhi did exist, when Xiaoxing didn't press further. As they parted, Qingfeng watched his receding back, then suddenly called out to him. When turned around, and Qingfeng said, Xiaoxing, what you're digging into isn't a small matter. It's the sort of thing that easily attracts trouble. People don't just disappear for no reason. I'd advise you not to have any contact with Su Yizhi for now. It'll be better for both you and him. When Xiaoxing smiled, nodded, and said, Got it. On the road, a Shui seemed especially taken with Qingfeng's warning. She said, You're pretty shrewd using Qingfeng to probe Su Yizhi. Now we finally know there really is such a person in the academy, and Su Yizhi has ties with Lu Jinshi. When cut off her train of thought, that is not the point, a Shui. The key is the almost instinctive suspicion on Qingfeng's face when I mentioned knowing other people in the Langan Pavilion. Can you feel it? That crowd at the academy almost never mixes with small fry from out-of-the-way places. To the folks over in the royal city, I'm small fry, and so is Lu Jinshi. And the matter involving Lu Jinshi was grave. To leave no trace, the grandees in the capital almost never contacted him by letter. More often, they sent someone of rank to deliver instructions in person. Since Lu Jinshi knew the name Su Yizhi, it suggests, indirectly, that the two had likely met. Following that thread, it would run like this. A power broker in the capital needed something done, told Su Yizhi to find Lu Jinshi. The two carried it out together, and then everyone who knew or took part was wiped out. As he spoke, the more he talked, the stranger it sounded. His face grew heavier, more perplexed, as if there were too many mists he couldn't see through. But I really can't figure it out. What could a mere county magistrate possibly have done that he'd leave traces enough to threaten those towering power brokers in the capital? When Xiaoxing walked on, half talking to himself, when something drifted into view, he stopped and looked up. The snow that had only let up for a few days was falling again. The flakes were crystalline, unusually vivid in his eyes. For reasons he couldn't name, the fine flurry tugged his thoughts back to Aunt Me outside Qingtian. He was certain she was sitting at the bedside right now, staring at the snow through the window, thinking of the child who had gone off to the army years ago and never returned. In her mind, the child must have lived through all kinds of good things, maybe earned merit, maybe read a few more books, or perhaps met a girl he liked. But after so many years, with nothing but a few cursory strokes on paper to lean on, can she still remember how he looked the day he left? I think it's time I returned the letter. He sighed softly. At dusk, Chun Xiong laid out a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, inviting Lu Chuan and a few of the county's bigwigs. Even the transport officer from Guanghan City was present. The feast had been arranged for him. Once he'd eaten, he was to set out, escorting Lu Jinshi's body and the case dossier back to Guanghan City for a second autopsy. The zither music drifted softly. Si Xiaohong had changed into a plain white brocade robe. Today the fabric was thin, but with the main hall ablaze with light and packed with guests, she hardly felt the chill. Chun Xiong, Lu Chuan, and transport officer Sun Chung sat alone at one table, a quiet pocket in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. After a few rounds of wine, everyone had loosened up. Chun Xiong rose to toast the transport officer and, smiling, asked, Tell me, Officer Sun, now that Lu Jinshi's case has reached Guanghan City, how many days until it's wrapped up? Sun Chung thought for a moment and, without hedging, replied, "The city lord has a lot on his plate lately. Lu Jinshi's case is important, but it'll have to wait its turn. Figure 3 days at the earliest, around 7 before the dust settles." While Sun Qing spoke, Chun Xiong kept stealing glances at Lu Chuan, holding his cup aloft without drinking, tallying the few safe days he had left. Whether when Chaoxing's earlier words were accurate or not, they left a shadow in his mind. Chun Xiong felt he needed to tighten his guard. He invited Lu Chuan today precisely so he would hear. When Lu Chuan looked back, Chun Xiong masked the secret in his eyes, raised his cup to him with a smile, and took a sip. Because they still had miles to cover, the banquet didn't run long once they'd eaten and drunk their fill. With no time for the girls' songs and dances, Sun Qing got to his feet. He patted his bulging belly. His eyes flicked. Then he stepped aside and beckoned to Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong obligingly went over. Sun Qing made a discreet little gesture. Chun Xiong's gaze shifted, a forced smile plastered across his face, and he fished a money pouch from his sleeve and pressed it into Sun Qing's hand. Sun Qing waited, grinned at once, and as he slipped it into his sleeve, he asked under his breath, "Has Lu Jinshi's matter been taken care of?" Chun Xiong jolted, trading a look with Sun Qing. He saw it clearly. The transport officer in front of them was one of that lord's men from the royal city. A chill ran through him. It felt like that lord's reach stretched to the heavens, even from a lofty perch among the clouds. He had the martial world and the far wilds working as his claws. We've already searched very thoroughly. If my lord's still uneasy, you can always check it yourself on the road. Sun Qing drew out a string of jade green prayer beads and rolled them between his fingers. The tipsy flush on his face tightened into something sober. No chance. There are white dragon guards outside, and once we're inside Guanghan City, we'll have even less of a shot. The lord who promoted Captain Ku of the City Watch used to be at the Secretariat. When the Secretariat got broken up, he got bumped up instead, went to the Jade Dragon Bureau, and became the Emperor's sword. He doesn't get along with the one above us. If he digs up anything, it's going to blow up. If you folks haven't buttoned things up yet, I can find an excuse to linger in the city one more day. Chun Xiong thought for a moment, then turned down the offer. Don't worry, Lord Sun. It should be fine. Sun Qing gave him a long, measuring look, and after a beat of silence, nodded anyway. Fine. Since you're from the royal city, I'll trust you this once. The sun slanted west. Falling snow tangled with mist, laying a thin gauze over the night, and keeping the shine of stars and moon on the far side of the sky. Ashui sat in the courtyard, setting down the hard liquor she hadn't finished during the day. She spoke to Wen Chaosheng, who had just wrapped up his cultivation at the Unaging Spring. How did it feel today? Anything stand out? Wen Chaosheng thought it over, a trace of hesitation in his voice. I'm not quite sure, Ashui. That night when I was cultivating at the Unaging Spring, did I actually fall asleep? Ashui answered without a doubt. You were snoring like thunder. Wen scratched his head, embarrassed. Then what was that just now? Ashui lifted the lid off the wine jar. A wave of aroma rolled out, and her brows arched. I wasn't asleep just now. Wen Chaosheng looked even more puzzled and said to Ashui, honestly, it doesn't feel any different from that night. Ashui stared at the wine jar in front of her, then suddenly changed the subject. She looked at Wen Chaosheng seriously and asked, Wen Chaosheng, when you first started practicing your calligraphy, did that mean you couldn't afford wine anymore? Seeing her so keyed up, as if bracing for a fight, he couldn't help but laugh. Even that night, when they were battling in the snow, he hadn't seen such a grave look on Ashui's face. It's not that dramatic, I just need to buy a pen. Ashui tipped her chin up a little, curious. And what about ink and paper? How are you going to manage those? When Chaosheng answered, water's easier to come by than ink, and paper costs money, but the bluestone slab in the courtyard is free. I can dip a little water and practice on the stone later. I'll haul a few more thin, flat slabs and lay a layer over the yard. That'll be enough. Otherwise, with the little pocket money I've got, even if you stopped buying wine, I still couldn't scrape together the things I want to make. Come to think of it, charcoal might work as a pen too. With that, his interest sparked. He pulled a nearly burned-out stick from the brazier under the eaves, walked to the bluestone slab, and in all seriousness began to write the character for eternity. For him, a hard tip was much easier to control than a soft brush. Though he hadn't written in a long time, after a few wobbly strokes he found his touch again. The smooth bluestone slab Shui had stepped on earlier gradually filled up with black copies of the Eternity character. First he practiced the regular way, then in reverse. When Xiaoxing tried writing the Eternity character using the exact opposite stroke order and technique, it came out not only crooked and slow, but made him look like a raw beginner at calligraphy. The gap between the two is trickier than it sounds. You only really understand it when you try it yourself. When Xiaoxing said practicing calligraphy only took a single brush, Ashui's knitted brow smoothed at once, and she relaxed enough to start in on that jar of wine. As she drank, she remembered what they found on Lu Jinshe earlier and asked, "When Xiaoxing, show me the other lead you pulled off, Lu Jinshe." When Xiaoxing fished a sheet of paper from inside his jacket and tossed it to her along with another scrap that had been wrapped around a small pebble, she caught both without a wobble, spread them on the table, and studied them closely. "We can't make a move yet. We've got more important business in hand, and Wangchuan is crawling with eyes. If we rush out of the city and they box us in, the consequences will be serious. I'll brief Chuanxiong on what to do next and have him spread the word. Once the rumor has time to ferment, our position will change. As long as the lead stays with us, we keep the initiative, and how we spin this lie is up to us." When he finished, he went back to practicing his calligraphy for a while. Something occurred to him, and he tilted his head toward Ashui. "Ashui, you're so skilled with blades and weapons, your control over your fingers and wrist must be rock solid. Doesn't that mean your handwriting is great too?" Ashui shook her head. So at best. I've hardly practiced. In theory, writing and wielding a blade both rely on the wrist and fingers, so they ought to be similar, but they're not. That whole master one discipline and the rest follows is mostly just talk. Different trades are worlds apart. It's not that easy. I've seen plenty of people who are killers with a blade, but their handwriting looks like chicken scratch. When Xiaoxing couldn't help chuckling at that. When he came back to himself, he suddenly noticed a bee settle lightly on the bluestone slab in front of him, jet black all over, even its wings. It lingered only a heartbeat, then beat its wings and shot skyward, so fast it was almost too quick to see. Whoosh! Something felt off. When Xiaoxing instinctively flicked the rough branch in his hand, and that swing unexpectedly swatted a bee out of the air. He stared at the honeybee lying dead on the ground and was about to reach for it when he heard a Shui call from not far away, "Don't touch it. Careful, it might be poisonous. By the way, good night, babes." Moi. When Xiaoxing had knocked down a black bee that shouldn't be flying this time of year, he was about to go take a look when a Shui stopped him. She stepped forward, picked the bee's body up between her fingers, studied it closely, and said, "It's definitely toxic. I've never seen a black honeybee before, not even a black hornet. Which means someone must have raised it on purpose. Looks like you finally figured out why they wanted to smear honey on me." As she spoke, a Shui lifted her gaze to the night sky where fine snow drifted down, her eyes growing steadily darker. It felt like something else was hidden inside those crystalline flakes. When Xiaoxing, "Give me the knife." A Shui asked him for the machete. When Xiaoxing pulled it from his belt and handed it over, she picked up a bucket of water and walked to the far corner of the yard, then set the blade to a whetstone blotched with brown rust and began to grind. Shhhk. Shhhk. The rasp of blade on stone raised goosebumps all over Wen Xiaoxing. Amid the snow, he seemed to catch the scent of blood, the breath of life withering. A Shui sharpened slowly. Once the edge wasn't so dull, she ladled out 2 cups of strong liquor, splashed them over the blade, and went back to honing. The smell of the liquor spread through the snowy air like invisible ripples, suffusing it with an indescribable sense of menace. When creak, the moment the door closed all the way, footsteps sounded almost in the same instant at the courtyard entrance. A young woman came in, tall and willowy, in a long black dress, her face mottled with livid poison scars. She fixed a cold stare on Ashui in the yard. Clack! Another set of footsteps sounded, deliberately loud. Ashui glanced back. At some point, a dozen dark figures had gathered along the eaves, blades at their hips, sabers and swords alike, staring at her through the bone-piercing wind and snow. Rustle. More and more footsteps accumulated outside the courtyard. Ashui's ears twitched, and she said to the woman standing before her, "The snow came down thick that night. Looks like I didn't kill all of you after all. You still had the nerve to show up." The scar-faced woman let out a light laugh, her voice chiming through the snow like wind chimes. You can't kill off everyone from Wanchuan. 100 taels of gold is enough to drive people mad. As for that head on your shoulders, it's worth 100,000. Who wouldn't he want it? We brought plenty of heavy hitters this time. We won't let you down. Ashui crouched and picked up a few pebbles, clenching them in his palm. My head, how are you planning to split it? Got that figured out yet? The scarred woman smiled. First come, first served. As the words left her mouth, she lifted a hand. The drifting white snow suddenly turned black. Dense little dots seemed to crawl out of the crystalline flakes, swarming together into a dark sphere that hurtled straight at Ashui. Those dots were all venom bees. Each one carried lethal toxin, and once they massed, they seemed to grow even stronger. Not even a warrior's protective chi could hold them back. The men in black not far off couldn't help but grow wary at the sight. They knew better than anyone how terrifying those bees were. Within Wanchuan, she ranked 33rd, known as the Black Bee Queen. Little was known of her past, but among this year's rising stars of the Jianghu, she was among the standouts, wielding fearsome poison arts with an unknown lineage. Those she struck down died in grisly fashion. Worse still, facing the onrushing swarm of black bees, Ashui swung his blade. A terrifying blade aura ripped the air into ripples and slashed toward the shadow. But the swarm was tougher than he'd imagined. The instant the blade aura reached them, they split, so attuned to the vibrations in the air that they slipped past the killing stroke. A swarm doesn't fear blades. I've heard you're quite the expert, but tonight you've only brought a machete. Looks like you won't make it past this high-vest trial. If I could take 100,000 taels of gold without lifting a finger, I'd say the money came too easy. The Black Bee Queen laughed, folding her arms and leaning against the courtyard wall, watching Ashui with lazy ease. Ashui's expression stayed, even with his left hand. He was quietly rubbing something between his fingers. If you're going to raise bees, then raise bees. If you're going to train, then train. Try to do both, and you'll be second-rate at each run into a real master, and you won't even get the chance to flee. His words slowly froze the smile on her face. She lifted her hand with a flick of her fingertips. The black bees went berserk and swarmed at Ashui. As they closed in, Ashui didn't draw his blade to parry. He raised his left hand instead and flung out a cloud of gray dust. It was a chunk of limestone he'd just picked up and crushed into fine powder. As the lime scattered dust that normally has no killing power, it turned into the deadliest kind of hidden weapon, a dense downpour that, in an instant, broke apart the entire lethal black swarm. When the dust settled, the ground was blanketed with the corpses of black bees. Not a single one was spared. Seeing this, the Black Bee Queen's sneer faltered. The pallor on her face flushed into a furious red. Each of those venomous bees held her painstaking work, years of cultivation wiped out by a single handful of lime. Today I'm going to kill you. She shot up in fury, drawing her MA piercer from her waist. With a swift turn, her figure dashed forward like a ghostly wraith. Within 10 paces, she arrived in the blink of an eye. Before Ashui could even blink, the MA piercer had already reached her throat. A seemingly ordinary slash cut through. No one knew where the blade had come from, nor where it had gone. Amid the whispering wind and falling snowflakes, the Black Queen could only see her own headless body collapse onto the ground. Then, everything spun. Her vision darkened. In the pale courtyard, the first splash of crimson bloomed that night. Ashui shook the blood off her firewood axe, took a step into the courtyard, and called out in a calm voice that carried far on the wind. She said, a bunch of experts came tonight. Do you want to come at me one by one, or all at once? Just as the cold moonlight was swallowed by killing intent, Ashui heard the sound of countless blades leaving their sheaths. Clearly, that one seemingly ordinary slash had made one thing clear to them: all the woman holding the axe was no easy target. The assassins were here to kill. Whether it was through one-on-one combat or an all-out attack, they didn't bother with such details. As long as the job got done, nothing else mattered. No one knew who moved fastest, but suddenly a sword tore through the gently falling snowflakes, shattering the fragile beauty of the scene as it clashed head-on with Ashui's axe. Clang! The swordsman was actually a hidden expert among them. In the martial world, his greatest pride was his swordplay. He had planned to use the other assassins as cover and end Ashue's life with a single strike. But he had clearly underestimated Ashue's battle-hardened instincts. At the moment their weapons met, he saw his own reflection on the polished blade of her axe, even the spray of blood from his own slit throat. But how was that even possible? At the moment of impact, he had given it his all. That killing strike should have overpowered Ashue's axe. Yet how could she possibly have already launched a second strike right after blocking his? He could never make sense of it, not even in death. It hadn't been that Ashue blocked his sword, it was that he couldn't stop her blade. He had thought he was on the offensive, but Ashue hadn't been defending at all. She simply unleashed a single move, fiercer and faster, and the roles of attack and defense flipped. When the assassins closed in from all sides, Ashue didn't look particularly nimble. Maybe a limp held her back, or an old injury was acting up, but none of that mattered. What counted was the cleaver in her palm. Terrifyingly sharp, with no showy flourishes, yet each cut was the deadliest strike among 1,000. Her technique had no patterns, only a coldness like snow and moonlight, soaked in the chill of blood and life. Even seasoned killers, men who'd been in the business for years, watched with pounding hearts and shivers running down their spines. They rehearsed defenses and dodges in their heads over and over, but when that blade actually came down, every plan evaporated. By the time they somehow managed to carve a few not too deep, not too shallow cuts on Ashue, the courtyard was already piled with bodies. Each corpse bore only a single wound. If the point had been to kill, Ashue never needed a second cut. Only after the assassins were stunned and the furious slaughter briefly slackened did she, still gripping her blade, pant slightly, white breath spilling from her mouth and nose. A violent surge of inner energy set her old wounds flaring, pain from her insides stabbed at her nerves like needles. Her face showed little, but the throbbing vein at her temple told the real story. She was far from all right. She ignored the people perched on the courtyard wall and in the corners, limped to the stone table, grabbed the wine jar with one hand, and tipped it back to drink. That killer-strong liquor went down into her belly, gulp by gulp. The scorch deadened the old wounds, and in the midst of the searing pain, it gave her the faintest chance to catch her breath. At the corner of the courtyard wall, on a branch jutting out, stood a masked assassin with graying hair, watching Ashue drink in silence. 2 long swords were strapped across his back, one slender, wrapped in a battered scabbard and rags, nothing to look at, the other thick and broad, more like a mace. From the start he'd been crouched on that branch, neither moving nor speaking, just watching coldly, a detached bystander. Ashue was drinking not far from him, but he still chose to keep quiet. While Ashue drank, a few assassins off to the side were steadying their nerves and tweaking their tactics, slowly tightening the circle, each one itching to strike. Suddenly, the twin-sword assassin in the tree leapt down. The instant he stepped in, the assassins who'd been closing in peeled off to either side. Let me introduce myself. Name S. Wu Jiao, 7th under the Wangchuan Lin banner. I've got a bit of a name in the martial world, you should be heard of me. I'm not like the others. I didn't come for that 100,000 taels of gold. I want a shot at getting into the Feng banner. Ashue didn't even acknowledge him, head still down, drinking. After his little introduction, Wu Jiao didn't go at Ashue. Instead, he turned to look at the house where Wen Chaoxing was. There's someone else inside. I can hear his heartbeat. Is he your friend? At that, Ashue stopped drinking and slowly set the wine jar down. Not exactly. I'm set. You fighting or not? If not, beat it. Wu Jiao slowly drew the slender sword from over his shoulder, tossed off a neat flourish, and settled it in his grip. I just want to see whether you've been lying to me. Hearing Wu Jiao's words, Ashue frowned. What do you mean? Wu Jiao smiled. His voice was calm, but there was a terrifying madness under the words. In a moment, this sword will fly from my hand into that room. If your blade is fast enough, you can kill me before I send it. But if you can't, the person inside dies. I might not beat you, but before I go, I'm taking someone down with me. The moment he finished, Ashue lifted her knife, ready to strike. But this time, Wu Jiao matched her pace. The long sword in his hand flickered into a streak of light and shot toward Wen Chaoxing inside the room. Ashue frowned again, stepped forward, and let the woodcutter's cleaver in her hand fly. Her blade was fiercer and faster than Wu Jiao's launch later, but it reached first. She chopped the long sword down at the threshold, and the momentum of the strike carried her into the room. Right then, Wu Jio drew a second sword from his back. It was a sword with no edge. This one was even faster than the first. A Shuai's battle-hardened instincts flared the instant they caught the scent of killing intent, but the old injury she'd been suppressing suddenly erupted, and her dodge fell half a beat short. Wu Jio's edgeless sword tapped her at the waist. It looked like a light touch, but it landed like a hammer of 10,000 pounds. Even the air shivered into ripples. A Shuai was flung like a kite with its string cut, slamming hard into the stone steps outside when Xiaoxing's door. Cough. Fiery liquor and fresh blood burst from her mouth and nose in a rush, staining her chest a vivid red. The blow didn't kill her, but her lower body went completely numb. Her organs were badly wrecked, her thoughts scattered like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. That's why, out in the martial world, don't carry a shred of pride. You think you can protect everyone, but in the end, you won't protect anyone. In his hand, Wuji gripped the edgeless sword and stepped forward toward Ashui, who was severely wounded. You're just suffering from an old wound acting up again, Wuji said. It's this bad, and even if you're holding a blade, you're no match for me. No matter how many steps you take back today, you won't escape death. Ashui's vision blurred into double images, a ringing filled her ears, and her chest tightened. She couldn't hear clearly what he was saying. Blood poured steadily from her nose and mouth. I'm taking your life. Without hesitation, Wuji strode up to her and raised the edgeless sword, its tip aimed directly at her heart. Good night. A final note. What Wuji said wasn't entirely wrong. If Ashui hadn't dropped her knife the moment her old injury flared again, she would have still fallen to Wuji. But her fate wouldn't be so passive. With an iron weapon in hand, that light, flicking strike from before wouldn't have hurt her badly. Wuji stood over Ashui, the edgeless sword in his grip, while fine snowflakes swirled through the sky. He appeared calm, yet he struck again the same move, a light flick like a dragonfly skimming water. The falling snow seemed to recoil from the heavy blow, blown far away by the slow, yet resolute killing intent. 1,000 gene force surged from his feet up through the blade's tip, silently directing death straight at Ashui's heart. If this strike landed, his name would echo across the land, his feet recorded under merit banners, and his future would rise like an unstoppable tide. But in that moment between life and death, another terrifying killing intent erupted from within the room, like thunder cracking open the sky. A cleaver smashed through the door, and at the exact same moment, the candlelight inside was snuffed out. Something flashed in the darkness, a gleam touched by moonlight, transforming into a cold light slicing through the snow. Yet in that piercing cold and pitch-black void, Wuji saw fire, a flame capable of piercing through water. Even he hadn't expected such a strike. Instinctively, he thought it was a sword, but when he saw clearly, it had become a knife. Wuji's expression remained calm as he withdrew his sword to parry. The cleaver and the edgeless sword met, and in that clash, the knife seemed to become a sword once more. A flicker of surprise passed across his face. In the next instant, the woodcutter's machete let out a mournful cry and shattered to pieces, iron shards falling to the ground along with the snow. After a scatter of ringing clinks, blood began to seep from the shoulder of Wu Jio's sword arm. His shoulder sagged, and the hand gripping the edgeless sword wouldn't stopped trembling. This sword is something else, Wu Jio said, almost admiringly, and shifted edgeless to his left hand. Shame your weapon wasn't up to it, and you're still not her equal. With a mundane blade, you can't bring out what it can do. If not for that, with that last strike, even if it didn't kill me, I wouldn't be able to keep fighting. When Xiaoxing sucked in a sharp breath in the wind and snow, his mind a total blank. In that moment of the strike, he had only one thought: save her. In that single thought, he seemed to find that miraculous feeling again, like the day he fell from the duckweed skiff into the deep sea, and like when a sword pierced him amid roaring flames. But once the blow landed, his weapon had shattered, and the enemy was still standing. Wu Jio was right, his blade hadn't been sharp enough, and the weapon wasn't high grade. Whoever could injure Ashui this badly had to be at least in the dragon chant realm. If not higher, someone like that could usually snuff him out with a flick of a finger. Yet just now he'd come within a hair of cutting him down with a single stroke, even crippling one of Wu Jio's arms when Chao Sheng hadn't seen that coming himself. An impossibility like this had chosen the worst possible time to appear. Wu Jio fixed his gaze on Wen Chaosheng and said, "The sword on the ground is mine too, forged by a master. It's sharp. Pick it up, and we'll fight again." When Chaosheng had been braced for death at those words, a spark lit his eyes. He knew there was almost no chance he could reproduce that dazzling cut, but how could he throw away this last sliver of a chance? Without hesitation, Wen Chaosheng stooped and picked. Wu Jio was candid when Chaosheng bent to pick up his sword. He didn't take a cheap shot. He could tell at a glance the man had no chi whatsoever, yet couldn't he understand how someone so ordinary had unleashed a slash that fearsome. "Can't remember. Before I made a name for myself, I killed plenty just to get by. Most of them were bottom-tier figures from the martial world. I don't remember their names, and I don't keep their lives in my head. But if you ask how many masters this sword has cut down, that I remember clearly. At or above the Dragon Chant realm, 37. Unlike most cold-blooded killers, Wu Jio actually liked to chat, even if the person he was chatting with might be about to stop breathing. Seeing when Chaosheng had raised his sword and taken his stance in front of him, Wu Jio asked, "That slash from just now, can you do it again?" When Chaosheng drew a deep breath, forced down the stray thoughts, clenched the cold longsword, and said, "Let us see." Wu Jio nodded. The edgeless sword in his left hand lifted. He was just about to move when a sudden crunch of dry twigs snapped in his ear. Crunch. In a night this deathly still, the sudden sound was especially harsh. Wu Jio frowned, turned toward the gate of the yard, and saw that at some point a woman in a pale blue velvet dress had appeared in the doorway, her cool gaze locked on him. "Middle of the night, and you lot aren't sleeping, you all crowding here to do some kind of spirit dance? My husband just fell asleep. Move along. Don't disturb him." Wu Jio met her eyes and suddenly realized the killers outside the yard had already been cleared away without a sound. "Sorry, Mayam. We won't keep you long. Once we're done tonight, we'll clean this place up." He didn't want to stir up any more complications. The woman before him carried a bottomless air. He couldn't read her cultivation at all, clearly not someone to mess with. But Madame Lu plainly wasn't planning to let it go. She didn't back up a single step. Instead, she stepped forward. "You really do talk too much. Since you won't leave, then none of you are leaving." As the words left her mouth, she flicked her sleeve and a great sheet of snow swept out. The power in her dantian roared like an enraged dragon, turning snowflakes and gale-force wind into a lethal torrent. Splat! The nearest assassins hadn't even reacted before the flood blasted them into mangled pulp, stripping them down to bare bone. Their protective chi collapsed in an instant, and the blades in their hands were scoured to ruin by a single pass of the storm. The sight was too horrifying. Not only was Wen Chaosheng stunned, even the veteran killers of the martial underworld had never seen anything like it. Scalps prickling, they scattered and fled, getting clear of the torrent's reach. Frowning at the onrushing surge, Wu Jio gave a light tap with his toes. The edgeless sword traced a small circle in the air. A fierce burst of sword chi barely forced the wind and snow apart. That stroke gave him a rough measure of his opponent's strength, but he had no intention of letting a heaven-sent opening slip by. In a flash, he turned and appeared before a Shui, ready to take her away. "You can't take her. You won't be taking anyone." Madame Lu spoke again. This time, the voice came from a patch of space no bigger than a handspan right behind Wu Jio. His pupils tightened. When he looked back, Madame Lu's slender index finger was already pressed to the center of his brow. That fingertip was like a glacier that had crossed a winter wasteland, carrying the most primal cold. One simple touch was enough to end his life. Snow drifted down between them. A faint look of relief crossed Wu Jio's face. He admitted defeat and quietly waited for death. He and Shui were in the same predicament. Facing Madame Lu didn't mean there was absolutely no way out. But that one sword from Wen Chaosheng earlier had left him badly wounded, so he no longer had the strength to withstand Madame Lu, who was already stronger than he was. Madame Lu tapped Wu Jio's forehead with her forefinger, and an invisible ripple surged outward. The eaves and the courtyard wall each echoed with a heavy thud in succession. Of those remaining in the courtyard, Everyone except Wen Chaoxing and Ashui had been struck down by that terrifying, one-finger fatal blow. The assassins who had already fled the scene didn't dare to linger once they saw what had happened. Knowing the ambush plan had gone terribly wrong, they turned and ran without looking back. Wu Jio's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, his blunt sword slipping from his hand and clattering onto the stone. The snowy night fell into a deathly silence. Lady Lu, before the sentence could even finish, Wen Chaoxing had barely begun to speak when Lady Lu pointed at Ashui and said, "Get her inside first. I'll go prepare the herbs and needles." Since Ashui's life was on the line, Wen Chaoxing didn't dare delay. He scooped her up from the ground where she lay dazed and carried her into the room, laying her gently on the bed. As Wen Chaoxing looked down at Ashui, blood still seeping from the corner of her mouth, his expression darkened with worry. Soon after, Lady Lu arrived with her medicine case. Seeing her already deep in concentration and working quickly, Wen hesitated to interrupt, but still asked one question. "Will she make it?" Lady Lu's reply was brief and clinical. "Her inner energy is in chaos, her spine is damaged, and her internal organs are a mess. Whether she lives or dies depends on fate." As she spoke, she channeled her inner energy and inserted silver needles into several of Ashui's acupoints. Then, turning to Wen Chaoxing, she added, "Chaoxing, take care of the bodies outside. If things get too messy, chop them up and spread the pieces around the courtyard. As long as it keeps snowing tonight and the sun doesn't come out tomorrow, we'll be able to cover it up. If the townspeople see those corpses tomorrow, it'll be a huge problem." Wen Chaoxing thought for a moment before replying, "I have a safer and simpler idea, but I'll need to pay a visit to Master Chunxiong's estate." Upon hearing that, Lady Lu furrowed her brow at first, then glanced out the window before saying, "You can go, but don't take the back alleys. From here, go south through the gallery bridge for 50 steps, then wait under the archway at Fenglu Pavilion. When you're ready, look for an old man walking around. If you see him, follow him, he'll take you there." Wen Chaoxing agreed, stepped outside and hesitated for a moment, then finally bent down and picked up the slender long sword on the ground, the one that belonged to Wu Jio. Wu Jio wasn't wrong, he really did. "Madam, Wen Chaoxing's sword did you teach him?" Stuck in bed and unable to move, Ashui idly started asking Madame Lu about Wen Chaoxing. Moments ago, she'd been in and out of consciousness, mind flickering. Yet she saw the scene of Wen Chaoxing's blade breaking through the door with perfect clarity. Even she was taken aback. A mortal, someone who couldn't cultivate and had no see, how could he drive a sword in with such razor sharpness? Ashui wasn't stupid, she didn't buy that Wen Chaoxing had picked up that kind of swordsmanship just from seeing her kill someone that night, and then practicing by chopping firewood. Facing Ashui's questions, Madame Lu answered with a smile. "Earlier, my husband only gave him the tiniest bit of guidance out of a soft spot for talent. Who knew the kid's insight would be that startling? With just one look, he picked up a fair bit of the basics. Tonight was supposed to be about warding off his calamity. We hadn't planned to save you. If you died, it would actually be to his advantage. But I didn't expect that after only a few days of splitting logs at our house, Chaoxing could thrust a strike carrying sword intent and actually injure a warrior who just stepped into the Tongyu realm. If word of this reaches Yan Han's side, the old geezers at the Sword Pavilion won't sit tight, they'll come to snatch him." Ashui didn't dwell on the fact that Madame Lu had wanted her dead. No matter how much someone might wish her dead, that person had truly saved her twice. "Sword intent," she murmured under her breath. "Isn't that something only the Tianren realm has?" Madame Lu smiled and said slowly, "My husband did mention that this so-called sword intent is mostly just a scare tactic the Sword Pavilion uses on outsiders. It's not actually that mysterious. What people call sword intent, at its core, is folding the essence of the Tao you've grasped from heaven and earth into your sword work. When you really break it down, for most cultivators, it's a means only the truly gifted possess. But the Sword Pavilion follows a different, singular path of cultivation unlike the mainstream, so you can't judge it by ordinary standards. Otherwise, that sword just now would been a transcendent strike. The assassin who hurt you wouldn't have had any chance of walking away alive." Ashui understood and gave Madame Lu a slight nod in thanks. Madame Lu studied her for a moment, Her gaze complicated, then sighed and said, "If I'd known this would happen tonight, I should ve kept Chaoxing in my courtyard this afternoon." She was a little regretful, but she didn't come down too hard on Shui for dragging trouble over to Wen Chaoxing's side. Shui replied, "He's a stubborn mule. I told him to go, and he flat out refused. He said he was afraid of bringing the trouble down on Mr. Liu." Madame Liu shot her a meaningful look and said, "Is that really the only reason?" Shui lifted her eyes slightly and shot back, "What else could it be?" Madame Liu smiled, left it at that, picked up the medicine chest, and turned to go. "Get some rest. Heal as much as you can. When spring comes in a few days, my husband and I will probably be leaving. P.S. Good night." Under the cold, snowlit moon, when Chaoxing cradled that slender sword and stood before the archway of the Wind and Willow Pavilion, waiting just as Madame Liu had told him, the snow-laden wind blew in, and the hand he kept exposed went icy in no time. When Chaoxing lowered his head and flexed his fingers, realizing the days spent chopping wood hadn't been for nothing, at least he could stand the cold better than before. He waited there for about a quarter of an hour, the snow on him shaken off only to settle again, until a dark figure appeared, blurred at the far end of the street. It was the second time when Chaoxing had run into that old man. With his hands clasped behind his back, the man looked like an ordinary old-timer taking a stroll along the roadside. When he saw Wen Chaoxing cradling a sword, he hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes dropped to the longsword in Wen's hands. "Wu Jiu is dead? Senior Ma, that catalog of famous swords from Tianji Tower, does it actually have to do with the people who wield them?" Ma Huan answered, "They call it a sword catalog, but it records far more about the sword bearers. And Tianji Tower's statistics aren't exactly airtight. At best, they're a rough reference. There are masters out there who hardly ever show their faces." When Chaoxing fell into thought, then how did fine snow end up in Wu Jiu's hands? Ma Huan let out a long sigh. Yi Zonghua was a swordsman, often did righteous deeds, but the man was a slave to romance. In the end, he died at a woman's hands. Ma Huan told Wen Chaoxing that Yi Zonghua spent a life righting wrongs and made plenty of enemies. His head was worth a fortune over at Wangchuan. Then he fell for a female assassin Wangchuan sent to kill him and actually handed his life over to her, which only sent her reputation soaring there. Too bad that little story that moved only himself didn't end well. After she killed Yi Zonghua, full of confidence in her charms, she took another job from Wangchuan and tried to seduce her mark. Her body was later found in a farm's pigsty. Whatever she suffered before she died was beyond words. She was no longer even human. Everyone in the Jianghu has a story of their own. When Chaoxing sighed without thinking, a cold wind blew. He noticed Ma Huan's right sleeve hanging empty, the cloth whipped by the gusts, a bleak sight. "Senior Ma, your arm." It's a rude thing to ask a one-armed man, but Ma Huan didn't mind. He said evenly, "Lost it just a few months ago." When Chaoxing froze, "Because of some grudge in the Jianghu?" Ma Huan didn't answer directly. With a self-mocking curl of his lip, he said, "An old fool who didn't know his place got my arm chopped off." A flicker of curiosity crossed Wen Chaoxing's eyes. He was sure Ma Huan was a master, one of the truly formidable ones. Not because Ma Huan had saved him that night, but because Madame Liu had placed her trust in him. Anyone trusted by someone like Madame Liu wouldn't be anything less than formidable. So whoever managed to injure Ma Huan had to be a peerless powerhouse as well. "Oh, right, do you know that person?" Ma Huan suddenly looked at Wen Chaoxing with smiling, crinkled eyes. It made Wen pause, then let out a helpless little laugh. "Me? Know her?" Ma Huan nodded. "Yeah, the woman you were carrying on your back that night. A few months ago, I crossed paths with her in Feng City," he said. "That's when I lost this right arm of mine." Wen's breath hitched, and he couldn't help glancing at Ma Huan. His tone was calm, and it didn't sound like a lie. If anything, it only made Wen more surprised and puzzled. Why would Ma Huan save someone who had once severed his arm? Is she strong? Ma Huan didn't answer that head-on. He tilted his head at Wen Chaoxing, as if chatting idly with an old friend. Wen nodded, not holding back his praise. "She is formidable." Ma Huan smiled and spoke slowly, a trace of feeling in his voice. "She used to be even stronger. In the Battle of Feng City, she should have made her name known across the land. It's a shame." At the mention of Feng City, Wen grew alert. He'd always been curious about a Shuai's past, but it touched something deep inside her and would drag her into a pain she couldn't climb out of. So when he sobered up that night, he hadn't pressed her. Ma Huan seemed to steer clear of the subject of Feng City on purpose. When asked, he didn't say much, just warned that the blaze in that city hadn't gone out yet, and one would do well to rein in his curiosity, or he'd be asking for trouble down the line. He didn't want to say more, so when Xiaoxing asked another question about Ashui, is she in the army? Ma Huan neither confirmed nor denied it. He didn't realize that his subtle attitude had already told Wen Xiaoxing plenty. As they drew near the street by the Chuanxiong estate, Wen Xiaoxing asked if Ma Huan had any medicine that could treat Ashui's wounds. Ma Huan answered, "Don't waste your effort. Common remedies won't do a thing for her. That's not a normal wound, but a hidden injury left by a cultivator at the heaven and man realm, steeped in the essence of the way. Healers who can treat that are few and far between. I only know of one, the North Sea Taoist, but his whereabouts are anyone's guess." When Xiaoxing's heart jolted, he asked, "So that affair in Wind City involved someone at the heaven and man realm?" Snow had frosted his graying hair and beard, making him look even more weathered. Staring into the distance, Ma Huan spoke with plain, heartfelt awe. "There was one." But she cut him down. When Xiaoxing stopped in his tracks. When their eyes met, the shock in his gaze was impossible to hide. "Ashui, does that mean she's heaven and man too?" Ma Huan shook his head. "No. She isn't heaven and man. I've knocked around the martial world half my life, heard more tall tales than I can count, and read my share of obscure histories, but a living legend like this, it's the first I've ever seen. The Ashui you're talking about is the only fighter I know who, from the Nether Passage realm, slew someone at heaven and man. On paper, those two realms look just a step apart, but the gap is a chasm. In 1,000 years there've been almost no precedents. Say it out loud, and people would laugh. And yet that kind of legend really did happen. That's why I say, after Wind City, she should been a household name. Only that battle wrecked her foundation. Her realm fell, she barely survived, and she's riddled with hidden injuries steeped in the way. How many years she has left, it's hard to say." When he spotted the Chun Manor plaque at the end of the street, Wen Xiaoxing instinctively slowed his pace and turned to Ma Huan to ask, "Can you restore a cultivation level once it's fallen?" Ma Huan was silent for a long time before replying with a single word, "Hard." When Xiaoxing nodded, thanked the old man, then knocked and went in, where he found Chun Xiong. Though it was already late into the night, the man hadn't gone to bed from the furrow in Chun Xiong's brow. When Xiaoxing could see his worry. His sudden visit at this hour actually left Chun Xiong a little pleasantly surprised. "What brings you here this late?" When Xiaoxing didn't mince words. He asked Chun Xiong to seal off the courtyard under the pretext of an investigation, and to keep any county resident from approaching everyone except that black dog. Hearing that, Chun Xiong had a vague sense something was off tonight and hurriedly asked for the reason. When Xiaoxing said, "A lot of people came to Wanchuan tonight. I don't know if it's connected to Luchuan." Chun Xiong glanced sidelong at the wind and snow outside the window, as if thinking of the danger in it. His eyelids kept twitching. "Are they all dead?" When Xiaoxing nodded. "Yes. There are dozens of bodies lying in the yard right now. If county folk passing by see them tomorrow, it's bound to stir unnecessary panic." Chun Xiong clenched his fists, turned, and paced the room twice. For the moment, he set the bodies aside and instead asked, "How's that woman doing now?" When Xiaoxing knew perfectly well why he was really asking about Ashui. To put him at ease, he said evenly, "She's been poisoned, but it's nothing serious. She once learned a kind of strange art that can purge poison. Give her 2 or 3 days of rest, and she'll be fine." Hearing that, Chun Xiong quietly breathed a sigh of relief. One of the key reasons he was willing to join forces with Wen Xiaoxing was the combat prowess Ashui had shown. Without Ashui as his anchor, Chun Xiong would have to make other plans. Getting rid of the bodies won't be a problem. I'll send some of my personal guards to your courtyard tonight. By dawn, those corpses will vanish without a trace. In the flickering candlelight, Wen Xiaoxing's face kept shifting between shadow and light, sending a chill down Chun Xiong's spine. What he said next gave him goosebumps. "Minister Chun, so many people died tonight. If we just quietly bury the bodies, don't you think we'd be wasting a precious opportunity?" Chun Xiong swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Then what do you plan to do? Wen Xiaoxing gave him a glance and said, Lu Jinsher has been cultivating local gangsters in Kuhai County for years. Isn't it a shame not to make use of them? He lightly tapped Chun Xiong on the shoulder. The latter seemed to catch on, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wen walked slowly to the window and pushed it wide open, letting the swirling snow and cold wind rush into the room. Minister Chun, whether you're dealing with Wang Chuan or Lu Chuan, you can't get directly involved. That's the rule of this chess game in Kuhai County, you must remember that. Your role is to apply pressure from the shadows, make them feel uneasy, not to confront them head-on. 6 words, stir the pot, but don't take a side. You don't want to push them into a corner and force them into desperation. If they do, they'll lash out like a cornered dog. And besides, you still hold an official position, you can't just run away. Wen's voice remained calm as he continued. Lu Chuan doesn't seem to have many men in Kuhai, but Wang Chuan that's the real problem. There must be some connection between the two. If you want to hit Wang Chuan, you can't do it head-on. You have to stab him in the back. To strike at Wang Chuan in secret, we'll need intelligence from those local gangsters in Kuhai. And those dozens who died tonight by Wang Chuan's hand? They're the perfect leverage for you to establish authority. To bring those local gangsters under control, you need both kindness and force. You can't afford to lack either. Relying on profit alone or on threats alone isn't stable enough. You need to let them see the money and fear you. Only then will they be loyal and do your bidding. Understand? As Wen Xiaoxing talked on, Chun Xiong's gaze on him gradually changed. Only then did he realize he had clearly underestimated the man before him, a man who'd once been a refugee. What ordinary refugee or county folk would have this kind of careful calculation and deep reserve? Thinking of those 10-plus untraceable years in Wen Xiaoxing's past, his mind became a jumble, and he couldn't help mulling over where the man had come from. What about Lu Chuan? How should I broach it with him? After a moment of silence, he asked Wen Xiaoxing for advice again, this time with a more genuine note of deference. Wen Xiaoxing turned, looked at him, and said, do as I told you. And before long, Lu Chuan will come looking for you himself. I'll teach you the rest then. Then he laid out the plan for Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong listened intently, his breathing unconsciously quickening. Once he finished the part about the corpses, Chun Xiong actually went and poured 2 cups of tea himself, handing one to Wen Xiaoxing. Wen took it, tilted his head back, drank, and said, one more thing. Watching the flicker in Chun Xiong's eyes, Wen Xiaoxing said, do you know Qiu Ziheng? The name rang a bell. He lowered his head, thought for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Not really. On my first day in office, the man tried to buy me dinner. I turned him down. Later I asked the clerk. He said the guy has connections in Guanghan City. What? You think he can be useful too? Wen set down his cup and said, he's useful. In 2 days I'm going to deal with him. When the time comes, lend me a hand. By the way, good night. In a nondescript little courtyard on the north side of the county, 2 men sat on the ground. The stove in front of them burned bright, a pot of snake soup simmering away, the rising steam almost blending in color with the falling snow. A bony old man, little more than skin and bones, judged the timing just right, lifted a ladle with a pleased grin, and scooped a bowl of hot soup to hand to the man in red beside him. Mr. Lu, last time you said the soup wasn't flavorful enough. I tinkered with it. Give it a try. Lu Chuan took the bowl and sipped. The slight furrow between his brows slowly eased. This time the flavor's there. Old Ram, your cooking's improving. Hearing the praise, Old Ram grew especially excited. Rubbing his hands, he said with a laugh, if Mr. Lu likes it, next time I'll switch it up again. He cut off mid-sentence and cocked his head toward the front gate. A man called Qian Lu stood there, a long blade of black iron strapped to his back, his features cold in the snowy wind. Qian Lu came closer. Lu Chuan waved him over warmly and said with a smile, Qian Lu, perfect timing. Old Ram just finished this pot. Come on, have a taste. But Qian Lu didn't take the bowl Old Ram offered. He looked straight at Lu Chuan and said, Mr. Lu, Wang Chuan's operation tonight failed. Lu Chuan paused mid-sip. He pressed his lips together, swallowed the mouthful of snake soup, handed the bowl back to Old Ram, clicked his tongue, and said, that's impossible. She was alone and injured. How could she kill everyone from Wang Chuan? And that Wu Jiao wasn't he pretty strong. Could even go toe-to-toe with you, he's dead too? Dead, Qianlu said. When I got there, the yard was full of bodies. Wu Jiao was among them, lying right in the middle of the courtyard. Tonight as snow hadn't fully covered his face. At that, Lu Chuan let out a laugh. The corner of his mouth twitching a little too tight, there was something odd in his tone. That woman with the limp, she's actually that formidable? Old Sheep, balancing a bowl of soup, sighed as he said, 100,000 taels of gold enough to start a small kingdom. Where are you supposed to scrape together that kind of money? Lu Chuan rubbed his chin and fell silent for a long while. The air in the courtyard turned chilly. Old Sheep picked up Lu Chuan's bowl, tossed a few sticks into the stove, and said, honestly, Mr. Lu, you don't need to worry about this. To be blunt, it has nothing to do with the assignment the Lord gave us. The Lu Jinshi case is pretty much settled. In a couple of days, once word comes from Guanghan City, we can get ready to deal with Chuanxiong too. Once Chuanxiong is dead, I'll arrange for the Lord to return to the capital right away. At the mention of moving against Chuanxiong, Lu Chuan hesitated. Thinking of his earlier run-in with Wen Chaosheng and that investigative letter, he waved a hand and said, not yet. Chuanxiong's still useful, let him take care of Wen Chaosheng first, then we move. That kid seems to know things he shouldn't. Since he is here, we might as well wipe out all the trouble in one go. Wen Chaosheng nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing about fighting or killing. Mainly, we need to steady Chuanxiong when it counts. He laid out what he told Chuanxiong last night. Shui was quiet for a moment before she said, a fighter's body isn't as fragile as you think. If I rest a bit longer, I should be able to get out of bed by dusk. She finished her soy milk. Still seeming a little thirsty, she looked up at Wen Chaosheng and asked, did you get any wine? Wen Chaosheng motioned for her to wait, then stepped outside. Under Shui's expectant gaze, he came back and carrying a pot of hot water. Shui looked at the cup of hot water he handed her. She took it but didn't drink. I don't drink this stuff. I want wine. Wen Chaosheng shot her a glance. This is all there is. Shui frowned and was about to speak when he went on. Wait till you're feeling a bit better. I'll buy you some wine in a couple of days. If you really want to drink, then take care of your wounds first. She stared at Wen Chaosheng for a while, went rigid for a moment, then lowered her gaze, brought the cup of hot water to her lips, and drank it slowly. Get some rest. I'll go next door and split some firewood. It shouldn't take long. Wen Chaosheng shrugged off his outer coat, so he wouldn't overheat while working. He was just about to head out when Shui's voice came from behind him. Wen Chaosheng, last night I told you to go to Mr. Lu's. Why didn't you? Wen Chaosheng thought for a moment, then said, if I'm remembering right, you already asked me that last night. Mr. and Mrs. Lu have shown me kindness beyond measure. I can't go and impose on them. Shui pressed, is that the only reason? Wen Chaosheng looked back at her. What else can I do? They held each other's gaze for a moment. Shui looked away and said lightly, I understand, go on. Next door, Wen Chaosheng greeted Lu Jiming, who was having his morning tea. Before he set to chopping, he voiced the question that had been bothering him all night. Mr. Lu, after splitting wood for so long, I feel like I've learned how to use a sword. Lu Jiming, cup in hand, chuckled and said slowly, that is a good thing. It means your cultivation has progressed. Wen Chaosheng said earnestly, it's just that sometimes I can unleash a really powerful strike, but most of the time I can't. Following his train of thought, Lu Jiming asked, right, and why is that? Taking in Lu Jiming's patient, coaxing manner, Wen Chaosheng gave a wry smile. Mr. Lu, if I knew why, I wouldn't have come to ask you. Lu Jiming poured him another cup of tea, smiling as he said, Chaosheng, questions about cultivation are the most interesting kind. No matter what anyone tells you, it won't do any good. You have to figure it out yourself. Listening to him, Wen Chaosheng felt he gained a great deal from just those few words. He understood what Lu Jiming was trying to tell him basically, that unless he figured it out himself, no amount of advice from others would truly help. Thank you, Mr. Lu, Wen Chaosheng said, then turned and walked toward the firewood shed, where he began chopping wood. A brief silence followed. Inside the Qisha Hall, things were lively. A group of men gathered around a gambling table, watching the stakes rise and the game grow more intense. The players had fire in their eyes, and the atmosphere was tense. Among them were two idle young men from wealthy families in the county, exactly the kind of easy marks the Qisha Hall, desperate for cash, wouldn't let slip away. Naturally, they'd set up a scam together to fleece them. Ever since Lu Jinshi's death, their biggest source of income had dried up. The seventh master now had to worry about feeding, clothing, and housing hundreds of men. He used to look the other way on such things, but not anymore. He had no choice but to close one eye and let it slide. After all, how could he let his brothers starve? Just as the game was nearing its climax, a guard burst through the hall doors in a panic, tripping and stumbling as he gasped for breath. Seventh Master. Seventh Master. The county magistrate is here. Those few words instantly silenced the entire hall, turning chaos into absolute stillness, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a short pause, someone suddenly drew their sword. The sharp, scraping sound of steel sent a wave of tension crashing through the room. In an instant, everyone else followed suit, blades flashing and killing intent filling the air. The seventh master frowned, about to order his men to put their weapons away, when a loud voice rang out from the entrance. Drawing swords the moment I walk in? You lot really don't want me here, huh? Everyone turned toward the voice. There stood Chun Xiong, out of his official robes and now dressed in a flowing white silk robe, looking every bit the elegant young gentleman, not a trace of officialdom left in his calm, sharp gaze. He came on with his hands clasped behind his back, steady, step by step. Only then did the folks in the hall realize Chun Xiong had shown up alone today, no yamen runners, no guards. The tension that had been strung tight loosened at once. Seventh Master flicked his hand, and everyone tucked away their blades. He went up to greet Chun Xiong himself, and at the same time shot a look at a few of his men, letting the two unlucky saps they lured into a slaughter walk free. Magistrate Chun, what brings you to this shabby dump of 7 Kill Hall today? Found time to sit a spell? They quickly cleared a clean table as soon as Chun Xiong sat. Dishes and wine came out in a steady stream. He lifted a slice of beef to his mouth, took a sip of rice wine, then said, I meant to come yesterday, but got held up with some trouble in town. Seventh Master took the hint and didn't he pry. He refilled Chun Xiong's cup himself and said, if 7 Kill Hall can be of service, just say the word. Chun Xiong eyed him with a smile, even tapping him lightly with his chopsticks. Seventh Master, that's the way. I do have a favor to ask. Do it, and you'll be rewarded. That set Seventh Master's heart racing. 2 days ago he heard when Chaoxing talk about tying 7 Kill Hall to the new county magistrate, Chun Xiong, and the idea hadn't left his head. He'd been wondering how when Chaoxing would make it happen, who would thought Chun Xiong would come in person today. Please, magistrate, say it. Later I remembered the young man when Chaoxing had mentioned 7 Kills Hall, so I figured I'd stop by and pay Seventh Master a visit. If I'm not mistaken, back when Lu Jinshi was still alive, 7 Kills Hall had pretty much every waterway in and around Kuhai County under your thumb, right? You've got boats and crews, and those tributaries that feed into the Qinsha River don't freeze over in winter. Can you help me get the bodies out and sink them? As soon as he finished, the hall went eerily quiet. Not only Seventh Master, every lieutenant in the hall was staring at Chun Xiong with looks that were equal parts bewildered and shaken. 7 Kills Hall is the local power in Kuhai County, and they're wired into the Jianghu. How could they not know people from Wangchuan had come into the county or fail to recognize Wujiu? Big names across the Jianghu of the Four Kingdoms, yet in Chun Xiong's mouth, they were just riffraff? He tossed out something that's shocking in such a casual tone, saying the people of Wangchuan were his to kill whenever he pleased. Without the slightest mercy, just who the hell was this newly installed magistrate of Kuhai County? In the span of a few heartbeats, the image of Chun Xiong in the minds of everyone in 7 Kills Hall turned mysterious and terrifying. Watching their eyes change, Chun Xiong felt a secret surge of satisfaction, even as a slow offer when Chaoxing began to rise in him. He was beginning to understand just how frightening that man's mind and depth ran. The calculations when Chaoxing let slip didn't match his age at all. He was more like an old fox who'd been alive for decades. Seventh Master, seated across from him, didn't agree right away. Those sly, razor-keen fox eyes of his kept flickering, as if he were weighing the pros and cons and testing how much truth there was in Chun Xiong's words. As if Chun Xiong knew he hadn't yet said enough to be convincing, he set his cup down lightly and said, in an even voice, I've only just taken office and I'm short on cash. As a token for this partnership, I'll throw in the woofing that was in Wu Jio's hand and send it to you. Seventh Master, if this famed sword finds a good buyer, 7 Kill Hall should be able to spend freely for quite a while. What do you say, Seventh Master? P.S. Good night. Seventh Master was both the founder and the man in charge of 7 Kill Hall. He had taken a little outfit of barely a dozen and brought it to what it was today. He wasn't exactly a master schemer, but he was cautious enough. In the martial world, most people grow wary at the mere mention of Wang Chuan and don't provoke them lightly after all. No matter how formidable a fighter is, he can't guarantee he won't fall asleep, and no one can stay on guard every second. Chun Xiong might be the magistrate of Kuhai County, but that doesn't mean he never lies. When he casually claimed he killed dozens from Wangchuan Wujio too. Number 7 under the Lin banner, 7th Master was first shocked and incredulous, and then began to doubt Chun Xiong's words. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, it was that what Chun Xiong was claiming sounded outright impossible in a place like Kuhai County. But when Chun Xiong offered to give him the woofing taken from Wujio's hand as thanks, 7th Master's face changed completely. You can spin a tale, but a sword can't be faked. For an assassin like Wujio, a weapon is practically his lifeline. Unless the man is already dead, that famed sword called woofing would never end up in someone else's hands. Once Tianji Tower adds a weapon to its registry, the details are published in full and spread throughout the martial world, so anyone with a network of informants can identify these famed blades and swords without much trouble. Magistrate Chun, is that really true? 7th Master quickly gathered his thoughts and asked. Chun Xiong tapped the tabletop lightly with a finger. 7th Master, I only just arrived in Kuhai County, and I'm buried in work. Even out of uniform, I've got real business to attend to. Do you think I came here just to make small talk? A faint, embarrassed, bitter smile creased 7th Master's weathered face. He cleared his throat and said, Since it's Your Excellency's orders, we'll do as instructed. Chun Xiong was satisfied with his attitude. After laying out a few specifics, he didn't linger. 7th Master and the stewards of 7 Kill Hall saw Chun Xiong to the door and watched his back recede into the distance. Then an elderly steward, too excited to find his words, blurted out, 7th Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. 7 Kill Hall is right at the critical point of being picked apart. Without help from people inside the court, those punks in the Salt Gang will grind us into the ground. As long as we can get in with the newly appointed county magistrate, we can keep our old trade, and the people behind the Salt Gang won't dare meddle with us so easily. 7th Master kept his head down, staring at the hole his boot had punched in the snow. He shifted his foot and said in a heavy voice, We'll have to lean on Chun Xiong's connections to keep the business going. But don't start celebrating yet. This Chun Xiong is nothing like the former Lu Jinshi. Lately, crowds from Wangchuan have been flooding into Kuhai County. I've even heard of figures from the royal capital showing up. There's a story there. Lu Jinshi died strangely, and the newly appointed Chun Xiong is not necessarily simple either. What kind of behemoth is Wangchuan anyway? And what sort of background does the killer Wujio have? Not to mince words, with 2 swords in his hands, that guy could cut down hundreds of 7 Kill Hall's men in 2 hours. And now someone has died under Chun Xiong's hand under murky circumstances. I'm truly worried. He looked up at the ripples spreading across the distant lake, his aged voice full of feeling. I've got a hunch. Once we take Chun Xiong's money, 7 Kill Hall won't be living a quiet life from here on out. One more thing, put Chung Feng's matter on hold. Don't rush to tangle with Qiu Zihang's side. When Xiaoxing seems to be genuinely entangled with Chun Xiong, let their grudge run its course, and then we'll see who we ought to back. After splitting the firewood, when Xiaoxing fished a few coins from his clothes and counted them carefully, he went to the market, bought half a silky chicken and some ginseng, atractalodes, poria, and the like, then came back and simmered a pot of silky chicken soup. In the courtyard, the snow had buried the bodies under tight, white shrouds. Outside stood Chun Xiong's confidants they watched when Xiaoxing, blank-faced, cooking soup in the yard, their own expressions knotted and complicated. Sure enough, the winter snow was coming down hard. At least the corpses weren't giving off a stink. Even so, who could really stomach food? When the scent of herbs and chicken broth drifted out, it actually turned their stomachs. Around noon, when Xiaoxing carried 2 bowls of fresh chicken soup to Lu Jiming's house, and let him and Madame Lu have a taste. After a sip, Madame Lu paused, then started praising his cooking. Xiaosheng, you can actually cook? When Xiaosheng smiled, cooking is easy enough to pick up, being truly good at it is another matter. I can do some home-style dishes, but I can't compare to Madame's deft touch. Madame Lu laughed and chided him playfully. You do know how to talk. All the nice words, you grab them first. When Xiaosheng smiled, took the 2 bowls of congee she had ladled, and went back to Fan Yue's courtyard. He brought the porridge and the hot chicken soup inside. Curled on the bed, Shui opened her eyes. Seeing the soup, she asked, even more surprised than Madame Lu. When Xiaosheng, you can cook? He handed her a bowl. Try it. Shui cradled the bowl and took a sip. The tight furrow between her brows eased a little. Not bad, she said. She knocked back 2 bowls in one go, and then the 2 of them started eating. Shui looked at the half-silky chicken and the herbs in the pot, then cocked her head and asked, how much did this pot of chicken soup run you? When Xiaosheng didn't he look up, just shoveled in his rice. Not pricey, just put it on your tab for a few rounds of booze. Hearing that, Shui's eyes widened a little, and she fixed Wen Xiaosheng with a very serious look. Trying to take my life while I'm sick? When Xiaosheng was thrown by her reaction, choked a couple times, turned his head to cough, and even rolled his eyes. I'll take it out of this, okay? Booze money as separate. Satisfied, Shui nodded, ducked her head, and shoveled up a mouthful of rice soaked in broth. After a moment's hesitation, she floated him a tentative hint. I'm pretty much fine. By rights I should be able to tonight. When Xiaosheng knew exactly what nonsense she was pushing and shut her down, clean. This time the injury's bad. No drinking for at least 3 days. After 3 days we'll see about buying you some. 3 days dry made Shui's heart sink. She set down her bowl and chopsticks at once, braced both hands on the bed frame to stand, and prove she was fine. She tested it, suddenly frowned, pain locking her in place for a beat. In the end she gave up, eased her posture, and sat back on the bed, obedient. She looked at Wen Xiaosheng's surprised face. Hers barely shifted as she said, mild. My leg fell asleep. After the meal, Wen Xiaosheng washed the dishes, then sat out in the courtyard. He took out the new brush he bought, hauled a bluestone slab over by the brazier to heat it, and practiced with water. The slab was scorching, so the wet strokes dried in no time. Per Chung Feng's instructions, he kept drilling the character for eternity, over and over, boring as hell. After close to 2 hours his hand started to ache. He rested a bit, then, finding the normal way dull, began writing it upside down. Once he started writing upside down, every character felt completely off. Hooks turned into dots, the lift that should rise free turned into a heavy downward drop. How do you make it come out exactly the same? When Xiaosheng thought back to Chung Feng's courtyard, where the man's brushwork coiled like dragons and serpents. In the blink of an eye, using reverse brushwork, he wrote 2 almost identical versions of the character for eternity, which left Wen deeply impressed. He could feel the difficulty in it, too. How do you make a dot look like a hook? Was he getting the pressure wrong on the brush? It wasn't easy, but when Xiaosheng slowly found his confidence, he was good at breaking complicated problems into a few relatively simple ones. Writing follows the same logic. He sat in the yard, dipping his brush, drilling hook and dot over and over on the blue-gray flagstones with constant repetition. The 2 strokes that had nothing to do with each other gradually began to resemble one another. Then came a stretch of silence. Upstairs, in a second-floor room, Madame Liu looked out over the courtyard wall at Wen Xiaosheng practicing below. At some point, Liu Jiming had come to stand beside her, approval in his eyes. This kid, his insight is downright scary. Back then, on the snow peak at Sword Gate Pass, I sat beneath the iron loquat tree for 3 years. It took me forever to figure out how to solve the problem of a sword intent ID grasped, but couldn't stabilize. And Xiaosheng managed it in half a day. Madame Liu tilted her head in surprise, glanced at her husband, and said, calligraphy can solve something like that? Liu Jiming shook his head and said, not necessarily. Sword intent is, at its core, the Taoist resonance between heaven and earth, something only a cultivator at the heaven and man realm should be able to capture and wield steadily. For a mortal to seize that fleeting thread of Tao is hard enough, fusing it into swordplay and making it stable is harder still. You have to grasp Sumeru, and you have to grasp the mustard seed. But watching Chaoshing suddenly take to writing, it's like he's hiding cloud and rain at the tip of his brush, with dragons and serpents leaping in his heart. Beyond training his wrist and fingers, he seems to be training his mind. In principle, it might work, but whether he truly succeeds will depend on the fortune that lies ahead of him. After writing all day, when Chaoshing finally stopped around dusk, when the sky was on fire, he kept reheating the chicken soup left over from noon, threw together a simple dinner, and after he and Ashui ate, Ashui actually eased himself up from the bed and started walking. His steps were a little unsteady, but his right leg had always been lame, so it didn't look all that unusual. "How about you lie down one more day?" When asked, Ashui had one hand on the wall and the other pressed to his lower back, inching along as he said, "You've got to move to get the blood going. That's when the fountain of youth works best. Lie around too long and you'll rust." Seeing that, when didn't he bother trying to talk him out of it and went to wash the dishes. It wasn't until the sun had set that someone came down the alley. After a brief exchange with Chuanxiong's personal guards posted outside the courtyard, they were let in. When recognized the man in front, White Wolf of the Seven Kill Hall, he brought 5 men with him, each with 2 big burlap sacks slung over their shoulders. Their purpose was obvious. Seeing Wen again, White Wolf looked at him with more respect than before, and even a faint hint of fear. Given what had gone down earlier between 7th Master and Chuanxiong and the fact that all those Wangchuan men had died in Wen's courtyard, it was hard not to put 2 and 2 together. "Chaoshing brother, about that business, we're here on Lord Chuanxiong's orders to deal with the bodies." Wen nodded. "I know. Chuanxiong already told me. Go ahead and do what you need to do. And make sure you take this Wufeng back to 7th Master." He finished speaking, picked up the Wufeng resting by the door, and tossed it in front of White Wolf. The sword was much heavier than an ordinary blade. If Wen's body hadn't toughened up so much lately, he wouldn't have been able to swing it at all. White Wolf looked at Wufeng, picked it up, and eased it part way from the scabbard. Under the moonlight, a heavy murderous aura rolled off it, making his eye twitch as a chill crawled up his spine. Whether it was truly the Wufeng or not wasn't that important. Bai Lang was certain that the sword in his hand was definitely no ordinary weapon. The killing aura radiating from it was thick enough to send chills down his spine. He quickly sheathed the blade and bowed slightly to Wen Chaosheng in gratitude. Then everyone dropped their sacks to the ground and began stuffing the corpses in the yard inside. Each sack they brought was large enough to fit 2 bodies. Bai Lang didn't waste time. Either he quickly flipped through a few corpses before turning to Wen Chaosheng and asking, "Brother Chaosheng, where did you put Wu Jiu's body?" Wen Chaosheng replied, "I put it near the edge of the courtyard, right over there, but don't rush to pack this one. Wait until all the other bodies are dealt with. Then come alone, I'll tell you what to do with this one later." Bai Lang paused, puzzled and curious, but he didn't press further. He simply shrugged and tossed 2 more corpses into his sack. As they were about to leave, he turned back to Wen Chaosheng and added, "Oh, one more thing. Brother Chaosheng, the 7th Master, says the Qisha Hall is always open to you. We've got some good wine waiting for you anytime." When Chaosheng nodded, just as he was about to respond, the door behind him creaked open. Creak. A Shui stood in the doorway, her skirt fluttering in the wind. Her eyes, under the stars and moonlight, gleamed with unusual brightness. "Well then," she said, "I want to hold back." When Chaosheng turned to look at Shui, he hesitated for a moment, then fell silent. She never showed herself normally, yet she chose this moment to come out. The moment she heard about the wine, she perked right up. When Bai Lang and the others saw Shui, their reactions mirrored Wen Chaosheng's, at least at first. But in their eyes lingered a heavy layer of fear. It had only been a few days. How could they possibly forget this female-killing god? Just a few days ago, the scene she caused at Qisha Hall was still fresh in their minds. She snapped her fingers and shattered even the finest iron weapons. The wine she tossed could injure people. The horrifying memory was still vivid. But how on earth did she end up with Wen Chaosheng? White Wolf swallowed hard without thinking and turned his eyes to Wen Chaosheng. Wen Chaosheng sighed, turned, and wore a smile with a knife in it, his index finger pressed to his lips for silence. "Brother White Wolf, pass a word to Lord 7th for me. Chaosheng will come another day, with some friends, to attend the banquet, and those things that shouldn't be said, Brother White Wolf, don't bring them up. You see how many corpses are in this yard. Add a few. Take a few outsiders one to even notice. Right? By the way, good night. White Wolf had been knocking around the martial world for many years. His skills were average, but his eye was sharp, so of course he caught the unspoken meaning in Wen Xiaoxing's words. On the way to haul the bodies, White Wolf kept his face set and warned the brothers trailing him one by one. This is life and death, no one blabs so much as half a sentence. Once White Wolf and his men had gone far enough, a Shui came over, curiosity pulling him along, and asked Wen Xiaoxing, "Why leave Wu Jiu's body for last?" When Xiaoxing went to put a kettle on for foot, soak water, his voice sounded a little muffled in the snow. Wangchuan's reach is too big. I can handle Luchuan, I can't handle them. After that night's fight, Wangchuan lost a lot of people. Who can say they won to retaliate? Right now we can fish in muddy water. The murkier it gets, the better it is for us. So if the chance comes, I want to drag the White Dragon Guard into this Kuhai County mess too. A Shui listened, thought for a while, and though his tone stayed calm, a thin thread of surprise showed through. All this, when did you start laying it out? When Xiaoxing said, chess is played one move at a time. Who can see the whole game from the start? Like that fight last night, I never expected it to turn out like that. It was supposed to be a vicious play. Too bad for them. We weren't the dead stones they figured. We slipped the blood calamity. So next comes the counterattack. When you meet your match, it's just see a move, break a move. That us all. Chun Xiong had men posted outside Wen Xiaoxing's compound for 2 days straight, and word got around fast. The county folk, used to their quiet days, had no idea what was really going on inside. All they knew was that Osmanthus Alley was cordoned off and no one could pass. The pretext Chun Xiong gave was that officers were investigating a case, no gawkers allowed. So what kind of case would seal up a residence for a full 2 days? Could it really be a murder? Rumors exploded overnight. Chun Xiong sat in the magistrate's office drinking tea, steam curling up. He closed his eyes to savor the aroma and listened to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He felt he might not be far from death. When Xiaoxing had come by again yesterday to coach him on how to handle Luchuan, the two of them rehearsed it several times behind closed doors, and Chun Xiong had never been this nervous in his life. When warned him that Luchuan was sharp to the extreme, going at him head-on was dangerous. He had to nail every nuance. He couldn't let a single crack show. If Luchuan saw through him, the end would be death. Maybe Wen couldn't say exactly who Luchuan was, but he sure knew the man's reputation. He was the notorious hatchet man serving that lord in the capital. He did things with a ruthlessness that bordered on the pathological. They kept Wen Xiaoxing's compound sealed for 2 days running, yet no definite word ever came out. At first, Luchuan figured Chun Xiong would make a move, but after 2 days of nothing, he bit back his impatience and waited 2 days, hoping for a result that would satisfy him. Who could guess Chun Xiong had been staking out the gate of the Wen Xiaoxing Institute for 2 days too, and the whole thing ended in a complete screw-up. When Qianlu's message reached him, Luchuan fell into a long silence. Standing off to the side, Qianlu read his mood and said, "How about this? Mr. Lu, write him a letter. I'll deliver it. Then set up a meal with Chun Xiong and give him a proper talking to." Luchuan didn't take the suggestion. He went back in, pulled on a heavy coat, and headed straight out. Forget the dinner. Qianlu, come with me to the county yamen. They walked one behind the other, crunching over the packed snow to the yamen gate. The guard on duty didn't stop them or ask questions. After a couple of glances, he respectfully stepped aside and said, "Gentlemen, please, His Excellency has been in the guest garden brewing tea and waiting for quite some time." Luchuan frowned at that, shot the man a look, and asked, "Chun Xiong knows I'm coming?" The gate guard nodded. "I'm only carrying out the magistrate's orders. As for anything else, I truly don't know. If you have questions, sir, best ask the magistrate yourself." Luchuan nodded, swept his sleeve, and went in. He hadn't even reached Chun Xiong's garden before a strong fragrance of tea reached him, and he slowed, a vague bad feeling rising in his chest. Inside the garden, Chun Xiong watched him with a smile. Freshly boiled tea was already set out on the table. "What took you so long?" he said. "Sit, the tea's ready, just right to drink." Luchuan fixed his eyes on him. For some reason, the man before him felt not quite the same as he'd been before. He lifted the hem of his robe and sat across from Chun Xiong. Bringing the cup to his nose, he took a light sniff and, eyes closed, said, "Xiangshan Taichun, From Hongtu Prefecture in the state of Zhao, always the sort of thing Eastern official households drink. Magistrate Chuanxiong, your reach is impressive to still get your hands on this at a time like this. Chuanxiong cut in mildly and said, this tea come from me. Lu Jinshi left it here a while back. I figured it'd be ashamed to toss out something this good, so I brewed it to see how it tastes. When he heard the tea had been something Lu Jinshi left behind, Lu Chuan's expression shifted. The hand holding his cup seemed to burn. He stared straight at Chun Xiong, a hint of warning in his eyes. Lord Chun, drinking what a dead man left behind, that can't be very auspicious. In my view, Lu Jinshi died under strange circumstances. His resentment must be heavy. Best to dispose of anything tied to him as soon as possible. Chun Xiong gave a faint smile and said nothing. He only lifted his cup and quietly savored the tea. Lu Chuan fell silent for a moment, then steered the conversation elsewhere. Also, Lord Chun, have you forgotten the agreement you made with me? Chun Xiong played dumb, testing him. Oh, which agreement? They locked eyes. The gentleness in Lu Chuan's gaze sharpened. When Chaosheng, Chun Xiong smiled and topped off Lu Chuan's half-full cup until it overflowed. Seeing Lu Chuan frown, he set the pot aside and said with a sigh, Mr. Lu, it's not that I don't want to kill him. I simply don't dare. Don't dare? Lu Chuan snorted. He's a mere vagrant. What is there to be afraid of? No father, no mother, no kin once he's dead. It's nothing but a quick cremation. Chun Xiong sighed, his words laden with meaning. I know that perfectly well. But what I fear is, the moment he dies I want to be far. Lu Chuan wasn't an ordinary man. Even sensing that his unsavory thoughts might have been seen through, he reined in the telltale look at once and covered it with a casual sip of tea. My Lord Chun, I have to say I can't quite make heads or tails of that. Chun Xiong lowered his head and smiled. Are you truly confused, sir, or just playing dumb? Lu Chuan clasped his fists in salute. I confess I'm at a loss today, my lord. Please enlighten me. Chun Xiong didn't answer directly. He took a sip of tea, smacked his lips in contentment, and then said, Mr. Lu, do you remember the bottle of gut-melting poison that went missing from Lu Jinshi's person? At the mention of that bottle, Lu Chuan had nearly forgotten. His expression shifted just a hair. Before he could speak, Chun Xiong suddenly drew a vial from his robe and set it in front of him. Take a look, Mr. Lu, would this be the one? Upon seeing the poison, Lu Chuan lifted his head and took another sip of tea, burying the shock in his eyes. A smile eased onto his face, and he said, unhurriedly, I thought something had gone awry with this bottle, but it seems you found it, my lord. The fault was mine, and I'm grateful you patched it up for me. Allow me 3 cups of tea in your honor, a small token of thanks. With that, he truly downed 3 cups of hot tea in a row. By the time he set the cup down, fine beads of sweat had broken across his forehead. He had barely finished when Chun Xiong, smiling, filled a 4th cup for him and, in a slow voice, dropped a line that chilled Lu Chuan to the soles of his feet. Hold your thanks, Mr. Lu. Tell me, could it be the bottle was never lost at all, and I'd simply hidden it away on the sly? The smile slowly drained from Lu Chuan's face. His eyes, growing colder by the moment, told Chun Xiong he was peeling his own mask away, layer by layer. Chun Xiong, however, was unfazed by Lu Chuan's near-lethal stare and went on savoring his tea at ease. Mr. Lu, do you know how I figured out what this vial is? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. Let us hear it. Chun Xiong repeated to Lu Chuan what Wen Chaosheng had told him earlier about the poison's origins. Only this time, he made himself the protagonist instead of Ashui. Lu Jinshi holds grudges, and that made him the biggest wild card in your operation, Lu Chuan. The moment you handed him that gut-rotting poison, he started plotting how to get back at you and that lord of yours. To be honest, you should finished him on the spot. Maybe we wouldn't be neck deep in trouble now. Toying with his teacup, Lu Chuan spoke with a blank face. Lord Chun, kicking a man when he down isn't a great habit. Don't forget, we're in the same boat, after all. If Lu Jinshi doesn't get handled, you won't be able to dodge the blame either. Chun Xiong shook his head, unimpressed. No, something's off. Lu Chuan, we are not on the same side. He called Lu Chuan by name, and Lu Chuan caught a whiff of danger in that. Lord Chun, what are you getting at? Why don't you just say it outright? After all, It's just the three of us in this courtyard." At that veiled threat, Chun Xiong wasn't he the least bit afraid. He lowered his head and started laughing until his whole body shook. He didn't want to laugh, but right now he had to. When Xiaoxing had told him, "If you want Lu Chuan to think twice about you, you have to, fast, package yourself as someone seasoned and calculating, a blade. Look, don't think I actually believe a word you say. With people like you, if I really wiped out every trace of Lu Jinshi like you want, how am I supposed to stay alive?" Lu Chuan forced a smile, but his voice was cool as he said, "Mr. Chun, it seems you've misunderstood us. I thought we had no reason to harm you. Besides, before we came, the big man had given his word." Chun Xiong let out a cold laugh and cut him off. Didn't he give his word to Lu Jinshi too? Lu Chuan, how could a living mouth ever be more trustworthy than a dead one? If you kill Lu Jinshi, you still have to be careful when a man dies. Every little detail has to be handled, lest secrets that should stay buried get dragged into the light. But killing me, you probably wouldn't even bat an eye. After all, Lu Jinshi had leverage that could directly threaten that big man. I don't. Once I've scrubbed everything about Lu Jinshi clean, the only thing left that could threaten him is my mouth. Because I'm the only one who had direct contact with Lu Jinshi's corpse and is directly tied to this case. I'm the last witness to this secret. Lu Chuan, am I wrong? Watching Chun Xiong talk without stopping, Lu Chuan felt cold sweat bead along his spine. Only then did he realize he might have underestimated the young man standing in front of him. This guy had been hiding this deep? It was as if his mask had been ripped off. After a long silence, Lu Chuan suddenly asked, "Since you knew this was a one-way road, why did you agree to the big man's orders in the first place?" Chun Xiong leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, lifted it toward Lu Chuan in a mock toast, then drank it himself. "Good question. Since ancient times, the rougher the seas, the pricier the catch. I dared to come because I'm not Lu Jinshi, and I sure as hell won't become a second Lu Jinshi. He so dumb he deserved to die. Me? I've got a little ambition. That Lord S got power like a tidal wave, so I plan to trade this secret for some cash to burn and tack on a few reasonable conditions. He shouldn't turn me down, right?" Lu Chuan's eyes went ice cold with murder. He let out a chilly laugh and said, "If you know how powerful that Lord is, then don't go doing something this stupid that'll get you killed." Chun Xiong smiled lightly and raised a hand, pointing at the guy beside them with the massive blade strapped to his back. "Suicidal? Lu Chuan, if that man swings once, I'm dead here today. But I can guarantee you, the moment I die, every secret about that Lord and Lu Jinshi will race back to the capital by channels and at a speed you can't even imagine. Oh, and the White Dragon Guard outside the county will hear about it too. Tell me, when that happens, will you be buried with me?" Clang. His words had barely fallen when the man had already drawn his blade. The flash of steel ripped through the drifting snow and sliced straight through the hot tea clenched in his hand. The chill that came with the blade seeped through the gaps between his fingers, spreading along them into every part of his body. The teacup split clean in two. Chun Xiong's heart hammered like a drum, but he forced the fear down, brushed the spilled tea off his clothes with trembling hands, and muttered, "TSK, shame about the tea. I know you're itching, Lu Chuan, but don't rush. I've got one more thing to show you." Grinning, he fished from his breast the slip of paper when Xiaoxing had given him earlier, the one that recorded Lu Jinshi's secret. On it were only a few words. Langan Pavilion, Su Yiji. Seeing those 6 characters, Lu Chuan couldn't hold it together anymore. His face changed, and he lifted his head to stare at Chun Xiong. Chun Xiong's gaze was steady, his tone cool. "I'm not lying to you, Lu Chuan. Everything Lu Jinshi knows, I know now. I know where to draw the line. Whether this secret stays buried in Kuhai County forever or gets scattered everywhere like this snowfall blanketing everything, comes down to a single thought from you. Now, Lu Chuan, do you still want to kill me? By the way, good night." The smile on Chun Xiong's face looked calm on the surface but carried a mad edge, and it sparked a nameless anger in Lu Chuan's chest. He was usually the one doing the calculating. He expected to be completely outmaneuvered today. This time he lost, utterly like a pitiful mouse toyed with by a cat, spun in circles, with no move from start to finish. At any other time, Lu Chuan couldn't stomach the frustration and humiliation of watching the pride he'd piled up year after year get smashed to pieces. But right now he understood exactly how serious this was, and what kind of fallout a single misstep could bring. Lu Chuan stood where he was in silence, a murky gloom on his face. After a long moment, he lifted a finger, seeing it. Qian Lu at his side slowly slung the black iron greatsword onto his back. "This tea is Godawful." He tossed the line with a cold sneer, rose with his hands clasped behind him, and walked out of the courtyard. After the masks were torn off, their little tea gathering ended with the two of them parting on bad terms. As Lu Chuan drew farther away, Chun Qiong suddenly went limp and slumped into the chair. His eyes slid to the shattered teacup nearby, and when he reached for it, he realized his hand was trembling. A warrior of his stature, feeling drained without even lifting a hand. Thinking back to how Lu Chuan had looked just now, Chun Qiong confirmed one thing. When Xiao Xinghen made up those words just to placate him, Lu Chuan really did intend to kill him. And the fact that Lu Chuan walked away now meant Chun Qiong had been shaken by the act. He started to hesitate, to grow wary. That night, when Xiaoxing boiled a pot of water, after the snow stopped, by the light of the stars and the moon, he kept practicing the dot and the hook on the stone slab beside him. After 2 days of rest, a Shui could move around normally again. Even so, when Xiaoxing could tell that Wu Jiu's sword strike had been no small matter even now, a Shui was still a bit unsteady on her feet. During this stretch, she asked him twice for a drink, and he turned her down flat both times. That night she remembered 7th Master's earlier invitation. So she went up behind Wen Xiaoxing to ask him about it, only to find him on the stone slab, tracing the hook and the dot strokes over and over. A Shui stood with her hands behind her back, watching for a while. The way she was sizing him up made Wen Xiaoxing a little uneasy. He stopped mid-stroke, turned, and asked, "What's up?" A Shui rubbed her smooth chin. "What are you doing?" "Practicing my calligraphy," Wen Xiaoxing said. She shot him a look. "I'm not blind. Speak plain." He cleared his throat and told her about the problem that had him stuck trying to turn a dot stroke into a hook. A Shui listened, mulled it over, then frowned. "That's no small ask. The way you put power into those 2 strokes is fundamentally different." When Xiaoxing let out a long breath. "Tell me about it." "I've tried it several times," he went on. "Even getting the shapes to look alike isn't easy. To make it work both forward and in reverse, with both form and spirit intact, like Cheng Feng, that's hard as hell." A Shui thought for a moment, then pulled a stick from the nearby pile of firewood. She stood in the courtyard and swung it one-handed, sketching moves through the air. When Xiaoxing cocked his head, watching her, his eyes followed the moonlit sheen threading through her hair, saw her brows knit with lingering worry, and saw the stick come alive in her grip like a blade. He let his guard down and drifted for a beat. At some point, a Shui had stepped right up to him. She tapped his forehead lightly with the stick, and Wen Xiaoxing snapped back to himself. "Hey, Wen Xiaoxing," she said, "I've got an idea. It might not be foolproof. Want to hear it?" Wen Xiaoxing rubbed his eyes, nodded, and said, "Go ahead." Ashui said, "I'm hopeless at calligraphy, but when it comes to saber and sword work, I do know a thing or two. Just now I tried swapping the way you power your brush strokes for saber and sword moves. It seems to work. Why not start with blade work first?" Hearing that, a light sparked in Wen Xiaoxing's eyes. "How do I practice it?" "Come over here," Ashui said. He walked up to her. She shoved the wooden stick into his hand, circled behind him, and took hold of his arm from behind. "Keep your fingers tight, but relax your wrist. Let it move naturally." He did as she said, and the next moment Ashui drove his arm down in a chop. In that instant, he seemed to catch the knack of how she put power into it. "Then lift. The way you power it is the exact opposite of before. Feel it for yourself." Her voice brushed his ear as she hitched up his forearm. When she was done, she let go of his hand and asked, "Well, can you feel the difference in how you generate power?" Wen Xiaoxing savored the sensation, nodded at first, then shook his head. "Can we do it again?" Ashui grabbed his forearm matter-of-factly, but didn't swing yet. From behind him, she said, 2 jars of wine per go." "Hey," Wen Xiaoxing blurted, but before he could react, she had already taken him through 3 cuts in a row. As the 3rd cut finished, Ashui suddenly stopped, hacking out a harsh cough, then let go. Wen Xiaoxing looked back and saw blood at. Ashui shot him a look, said nothing more, and turned to limp back into the room. "I'm going to get some rest." As soon as she stepped inside, when Xiaoxing was about to swing the wooden stick in his hand when the door creaked open again. Half a face poked out of the darkness, and she told Wen Xiaoxing earnestly. 6 jars of wine. No backing out. Wen Xiaoxing waved a hand. Yeah, I know. After a Shui helped him, Wen Xiaoxing really did find a bit of the feel he'd been after. He didn't rush to pour that sensation into his writing, though instead, he kept reinforcing it, over and over. It was late. After washing up, Wen Xiaoxing sat cross-legged on the floor beside the bed and went back to practicing the ageless spring technique. So far, the strange art left behind by the North Sea Taoist hadn't shown any remarkable effects on him, but he still stuck with it every night before bed. Following the Taoist's original method, every time he practiced, Wen Xiaoxing felt shrouded in mist, and his whole consciousness turned hazy. The bed in the room, inevitably, went to a Shui. The two of them knew each other well by now, but not well enough to share a bed. Besides, a Shui was injured when Xiaoxing couldn't bring himself to make someone who'd been badly hurt protecting him sleep on the floor. Tonight, as he practiced, his awareness once again grew ethereal. It slowly rose, as if held up by something, drifting toward the light above and the cloud banks. It wasn't the first time when Xiaoxing had felt this. A Shui had said before that when he practiced he slept like a log, and he believed her, so he figured it was just a dream. But when the sensation kept showing up, more and more often, he grew wary this didn't feel like a dream. Who dreams the same scene over and over and stays lucid the whole time? That night he felt that strange sensation again, so he emptied himself out and let his body drift slowly upward. A few days earlier he tried to rein in his awareness and survey the surroundings, but found nothing. So today he decided to try a different approach. His thoughts were like mist, like light now scattering, now gathering. With every ascent he would sink into a muddle, lose all sense of the outside world, as if the world held only him. After 7 or 8 bouts of this, he realized he'd reached the edge of the cloud bank. Below lay an endless ocean. The waves roared, he could feel its fathomless blue. A thick fog draped the surface, hiding whatever lay beneath. Even from far away, he couldn't shake the feeling that something inside that fog was drawing him. So he nudged his awareness past the rim of the clouds, and the instant he peeked out, he felt weightless. He began to plummet at breakneck speed, falling and falling like a stone dropped from the sky, until he slammed into the fog. The violent jolt left him dazed, but there was no pain, no injury. He looked down and saw his consciousness had taken on a tangible body. He had fallen onto a small island. The island was carpeted with blossoms, the air lush with their scent. Rare jewels hung from the branches, dazzling an uncanny sight. When Xiaoxing took in the view, both awestruck and curious. As he moved forward, a cloud of multicolored butterflies suddenly swept in from the horizon, circled him a few times, and then unfurled into a rainbow bridge that stretched toward the island's center. When Xiaoxing stepped off the rainbow bridge onto the island, at its center lay a crystal-clear lake, and on the tiny islet in the middle stood a towering peach tree. Blossoms drifted down around the tree in a flurry, pink and white petals blanketing the ground like a natural carpet. At the shoreline beneath the peach tree sat a middle-aged man in a conical bamboo hat and straw raincoat, fishing by the water. The moment when Xiaoxing touched down, the angler started and turned, eyes full of astonishment. It took him a long moment to calm down. Well, I'll be damned. Waited all these years, and what shows up is a snot-nosed kid. When Xiaoxing wasn't clueless, he could tell this scruffy, stubbled middle-aged man was no ordinary person. After sizing him up, he bowed respectfully. Junior, when Xiaoxing pays his respects to Senior. May I ask, Senior, what place is this? The fisherman fell silent for a moment before speaking, slow and measured. This place is called Lesseringzhou. Back in the day, Patriarch Zhuang of the Taoist school attained the way here. When Xiaoxing hesitated, this world had many parallels with his previous life, but it also differed, so he couldn't be sure whether this Patriarch Zhuang was the one he knew. Senior, by Patriarch Zhuang, do you mean Zhuangzhou of the Taoists? The middle-aged man shook his head. Patriarch Zhuang is Patriarch Zhuang. I don't know any Zhuangzhou. When Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands again. May I ask for Senior's esteemed name? The man answered lazily. I've been away from the world too long, can't quite remember my name. My Taoist title is Beihai. You can call me the Beihai Taoist. He gave Wen Xiaosheng another once-over, then asked, You're awfully young, yet you mind your manners. Could it be you're from the state of Qi? Relax. No need to be so formal, it's just the two of us here. When Xiaosheng scratched his head, he long heard the tales from Ashui about the Beihai Taoist, a figure who had always seemed mysterious to him. Now that he was face to face with the man, he almost wondered if he was dreaming. He sought the Beihai Taoist as counsel. The man was patient after talking for quite a while, when Xiaosheng finally understood what was what. Back then, the 3 arcane arts I left on the Jiesher cliff were actually unraveled from Master Zhuang's free and easy wandering. I only meant to leave them for someone fated to our Taoist lineage, to pass on the mantle. It's a pity that in all these decades, little Ingzhou hasn't seen a second one arrive. You, kid so young, and you've mastered all 3 arts from Jiesher? Put on the spot, when Xiaosheng felt a bit embarrassed and answered with a touch of apology, more or less, I learned one the Fountain of Youth. Those few words nearly made the Beihai Taoist choke. You learned just the Fountain of Youth, and that was enough to get you to little Ingzhou? When Xiaosheng hesitated, yeah, a friend passed it on to me. I practiced for a few days then came. No sooner had he finished than something strange flickered in the Beihai Taoist's eyes. He motioned when closer, tapped between his brows, and the next instant couldn't help exclaiming, Interesting there's no Dantian at all. To feel the pull and find your way to little Ingzhou after only a few days with the Fountain of Youth seems you really do share a fated tie with the Taoist way. Watching the Beihai Taoist grow pensive, when suddenly remembered what Ma Huan had told him that night. There weren't many people in the world who could heal Ashui's injuries, and the man before him was one of them. His heart stirred, and he spoke up at once. Master Beihai, there's something that's been troubling me. I'd like to ask for your guidance. The Beihai Taoist pondered. Go ahead. When Xiaosheng said, if someone trades blows with a heaven and man realm cultivator and gets gravely injured left with hidden wounds imbued with Tao resonance that scar him and drag his cultivation down, how do you make up for that loss? As soon as he spoke, the North Sea Taoist froze. What the hell is that? Say it again. When Xiaosheng repeated himself, the North Sea Taoist thought for a long moment before shaking his head. Fix it. Don't kid me. Hidden wounds left by heaven and earth Tao resonance. Most herbs and medicines in the mortal world can't touch them. There are only 3 paths. First, find another cultivator at or above the heaven and man realm to reforge his meridians and scour his marrow, washing out the hidden damage. But that method will ravage his meridians and acupoints even if it leaves no obvious after effects. His martial cultivation might stall there for life, unable to advance even half a step. Second, he shoulders the blockage of Tao resonance and brute forces a breakthrough, fighting his way from cloud heaven all the way up to heaven and man. Only then will those hidden wounds dissipate on their own. Folks who break into heaven and man while carrying Tao resonance injuries are practically non-existent. Third, deep in the 100,000 snow mountains of the western state of Chun, a golden lotus once grew where Mithria entered nirvana. Legend says it can raise the dead and knit flesh back onto bare bone. If you can find it and have him take it, it might also dissolve wounds wrought by Tao resonance. P.S. Good night. The North Sea Taoist laid out for Wen Xiaosheng the 3 methods he knew that might heal Ashui's injuries. Wen Xiaosheng listened, thought it over, and decided the first path was something Ashui would never accept, while the second was too hardline and too dangerous. It wasn't that Wen Xiaosheng doubted Ashui's talent. In fact, the night Ashui calmly said she'd opened 717 of the 720 apertures in her body, Wen Xiaosheng understood her aptitude was among the most terrifying in the world. But talent is talent, and luck is luck. The two shouldn't be mixed up. Even with all her talent, if Ashui tries to muscle through a breakthrough, there's still a good chance she'll fail. So for now, the plan, mystical and abstract as it sounds, is to heal her with a single golden lotus. But before that, Wen Xiaosheng had one more question for the Beihai Taoist. Senior Beihai, you said earlier there's a golden lotus deep within the 10,000 snow mountains west of the state of Chun. Is that just a rumor, or have you seen it with your own eyes? The Beihai Taoist said, that's the gist of the rumor, but I have indeed seen it myself. Hearing that, Wen Xiaosheng's eyes lit up. Senior, where is the lotus now? The Beihai Taoist waved a hand lazily. Do yourself a favor, kid, and drop that idea. That lotus is the manifestation of Maitreya's relic. It's a marvel of the world able to soar into the sky and vanish into the earth. It can appear anywhere in the 10,000 snow mountains. Without fate on your side, even catching a glimpse of it is harder than climbing to heaven, let alone catching it. On hearing this, Wen Xiaoxing's brief joy faded. However, the Beihai Taoist thought for a moment, then went on. To be precise, free and easy wandering already lays out the path. If your friend masters the 3 arcane arts I carved into the gesture, then someday she'll have a shot at reducing to a minimum the lingering Tao resonance injuries left by a heaven and man realm cultivator. When Xiaoxing recalled that Ashui had indeed mentioned the secret of the Fountain of Youth, and admitted it was thanks to that art that she was still alive, he respectfully asked the Beihai Taoist to teach him the remaining 2 arts, but was politely refused. You're biting off more than you can chew. I split those 3 arts out of free and easy wandering because that text is far too abstruse for anyone outside the Taoist lineage. If you truly want to save that friend, master the Fountain of Youth first. When the time comes, I'll pass the others on to you. The North Sea Taoist wanted to leave something to the Taoist tradition, and seeing no baleful aura on Wen Xiaoxing, nothing of the truly wicked, he taught him the ageless spring cultivation method. Compared with what Ashui had taught, the North Sea Taoist put more emphasis on showing Wen Xiaoxing how to master his emotions and learn to empty his mind. He said again and again that cultivating the Tao should follow its natural course. With the ageless spring, 10,000 practitioners will have 10,000 results. Don't fixate on what others have achieved, attend to your own experience if you want to gain anything. After about 2 hours, Wen Xiaoxing was suddenly drawn by a nameless force. Everything in front of him blurred. He tried to ask the North Sea Taoist about it, but he couldn't make out his own voice, much less the other man's. Just like that, his awareness sank into murk. When he came to again, it was already dawn the next day. After a night's rest, Ashui's body had recovered a good deal. At daybreak, he was in the sunlit courtyard doing standing meditation, white vapor steadily curling off his body. As usual, Wen Xiaoxing went out to buy breakfast. After they ate, Ashui said, "Should we go look for 7th Master?"